All right. Let's see some real quick. Put that right there. Mm-hmm. I'm burning like a tattoo. Like that. Live like that. Boom! Oh, I gotta check my check me other page. I have to check me other page. Mm, 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 mm. Let's get it, bro. A lot of goofies with a check. I said, oh. A lot of goofies with a check. Delivery, no DiGiorno. I said, shit. For the next. Wait for the next. Saturday. All right. Let's get it. Get this thing on. This last little topic in before I have to go. I gotta get up a little earlier than usual. Probably about 12. 12, and if depending on how it go, might be 2. My bed too. All around the way. I'm talking out of that. What power respect? Yeah, today we about to, cause I seen this post. I found it was kind of interesting, so I said, let me go ahead and see the difference. We see the difference when well, just off just the weight difference, right? That's the thing that stood out. You notice, right? So maybe just think about our overall thing. So I'm just using this picture just to bring this conversation up about the importance of fathers being in the home. So, and I seen the difference, and I actually seen this on Twitter. What's up, beautiful? I see you down there. How you feeling, man? This Sunday, man. How everybody feeling? I think I see 6-4 down there tapping too. What's up, my brother? I try to get this party started. I had to start me a little early today so I can get off early today. Cause I might be working soon. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I ain't gonna be on hard like that. Nah. Did my time. I did my time. Hmm. Press out left Mike Jack. Bring my other third account in here real quick. Help with they lights real quick. But yeah, we about to talk about it though. How important is the fathers in the home, man? Cause I highly believe that's the reason why there's a lot of confusion. All three of those actually confusion. Why a lot of people so sensitive nowadays. Like this stuff, I think the lack of fatherhood is the reason why a lot of trash is going on today. Why people talking while they talking now. Why a lot of people so soft. You know, good looks. Good looks, I already know. You be looking out. Beautiful. Um, my first one is like I don't think one person was ever meant to play two roles. It didn't take one person to make a person, so I'm pretty sure it was never meant for that. Of course, we know the counter. Well, people have to do what they gotta do sometimes. What I'm saying is, one person isn't meant. It was not meant. Even though I do say what's meant is meant, but what I'm saying is, it's like the intentions behind uh, parenting and family is meant for two parents, not one. So, I'm my other headset, so I can just bought me a few headsets. Because they kept saying they could hear the echo or hear my headset in the background and stuff. So yeah, but yeah, these the two. I just only put two things on here. We can expand on it. We'll make it happen though. Yeah, I thought my yeah, ain't got nobody in the box talking. That's why. I think usually when I have people in the box, they can hear their feedback late. So that's why I'm about to buy me another. Hopefully it come through Amazon today. I got me a couple. I have a couple headsets I bought just in case. Like one of them things don't work because I think these things so sensitive it can hear through that. Well, not sensitive. These things, they're so loud. I guess they're not playing clearly in my ear. They kind of loud to hear. And then this thing pick up so easy. So try me a new ones. Got me a couple. I got a couple of things. I got me a footrest thing about it. That thing that ain't coming until Saturday. Hopefully come earlier than that. I got me a seat cushion. Oh, I'm being prepared. I'm preparing myself. Outlive Mike Jack. Boom. But yeah. These I think we can make a long conversation with this though. Just off these 2 pointers though. Yeah, because I like I said, I believe that's what the lack of fathers being fathers too. Because people, I'm even meeting like even ones that have fathers in the home, but it don't mean that they being a father though. You know what I'm saying? They're not playing their role. They're not bringing the toughness in the house and setting things straight. Most of them is getting ran by they women. You know what I'm saying? They still living a happy wife, happy life type thing. What's the deal, bags? I see a lot of them is just following suit of the mother. They following after the mother. So we already know how that's supposed to be. You're supposed to be the man leading the house, but that ain't happening nowadays. And everything else usually follows suit. So this is what happens, when you have the mother, running the house because man's so scared to say anything because they don't want to be sleeping in a doghouse, right? I don't want to lose out on that good stuff. So let me go ahead and give in and cater to her feelings, but I don't have no backbone and don't know how to say no sometimes. So this is what happens when you don't say no. Things happen, man. So the sensitiveness start from there, and then you have even the pandering. I had to slip that in there too. That's why I like that to this day. Everybody looking to be pandering in some type of form so we don't change. So hey, that's not father. That's not father. We don't do that. And I can understand it. Like you gotta have the balance, right? Because that's why I feel like that's why I asked the first one, what is the roles of each one? Because I'm pretty sure you gotta balance it out. It's expected that the mothers be a little lighter. They might have to, pander to the child a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then the father be like, hey, like, chill, chill, chill. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to soften them up a little bit. You guys got to soften them up. So they ain't got to be tough all the time. But that's where the balance come in at though. So this all three of those things. That's the reason why I'm asking, because I want to see everybody's kind of their point of view on what they think the role is for each side. Because I'm 100% sure each side's supposed to play their own role. They ain't one person ain't supposed to be doing everything. So, what's the deal, y'all? Let me put my other thing.
Well, happy Sunday, everybody.
Happy Sunday, my brother. Thank
Happy
Yeah.
you, bro.
Sunday,
Yeah.
everyone.
Hey, I don't know how far you got into
What?
this conversation,
Just
but
started it
I got
up.
I got something that's gonna make it a little spicy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you always do that.
Spicy meatball.
But this type of
Lovely, let me go ahead and
spicy,
kick you up out that box just in case. I'm gonna go ahead and switch you up because I'm about to, I'm gonna hold this
this
spot.
there you go. There goes 6-4. And you know what? I'm glad 6-4 is here because he might have my back on what I'm about to say. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it's going to open up the discussion in a different point of view. Watch this.
Oops.
One
She
one of
took
the
my
things
spot back.
one of the things that people don't talk about when it comes to a partner in parenting is that they help you remove the fluffy shit because kids are slick. You know how kids go to one parent and then they don't get the answer they want, they'll go to the other parent. So if the parents are not in sync, right, the kids
Hmm.
will play you, right? So it's me being a single parent raising a girl for a decade, not having that female there for one, the nurturing wasn't there, so I had to understand women from a different, deeper point of view. But it would have been nice to have that backup, that person that would be like, you know what, he's right. And whenever she's right, I will go behind her and say, hey, she's 100% right. I got her back. Now, when we disagree, we go behind closed doors. We don't argue in front of the kids. We don't show each other up in front of the kids. We'll discuss it. You'll be like, I don't really agree with that if it's done right. But I truly miss having somebody there to back me up and to help me to weed out the fluffy shit. You understand what I'm saying? These kids is notorious, my brother. What do you think about that, Stick For?
What up, though, Kev and everybody?
You.
Man, listen, I'm with you on that because I raised my boys, three of them. Two directly, one 60% of the time. And as a father, I'm the protector, right? So I even protect my wife and their mother from them. So when she do discipline them, she ain't got to raise her voice. She ain't got to get out of character, because they know there's an authority behind what she's saying. Currently, a lot of our sisters don't have that kind of authority on their own. That's why the little motherfucker keep getting in trouble. The trouble is gonna repeat. Not saying that a father being there will limit that trouble, because if the father is there but he's a weak vessel, those same troubles will be perpetuated. And I've seen that side of the coin also when I was growing up.
Mm-mm-mm.
At the same, however, I still had to conclude the most of the 80% of the trouble that single mothers go through is because they lack the authority. That's why they are abusive. That's why they become verbally abusive. That's why they get so tensed up and start growling, and because that ain't what you supposed. If you had your man there, he'd take the pressure off that balloon. No, baby, don't worry about it. I got it. Get off that goddamn phone.
Absolutely.
Okay, he's off the phone. Okay,
Yeah.
mama told you to shut up. Now here's the thing: what they need to understand too, Kev.
Hmm.
There was power to these words. You be at home, fucking up. And your mama say, all right, I'm gonna tell your daddy when he get off work, and you straightened up. Motherfucker told you some shit like, no, I'm gonna tell your mama, you kept fucking up. You kept going. I'm gonna tell your mama, you kept going. But when mama came there, what did she do? She instantly went into beast mode, because they told her how many times they told you to calm your ass down. So mama feel, I ain't even gotta say shit else. It's going, he getting that ass tapped. Now, I'm gonna tell your daddy, because he already
Turn to
know
a robot.
that inherent seed.
Damn,
And now
Six, they
daddy
breaking
talking to
you in and out,
his.
bro. You breaking in and out, Six. TikTok hating on the message, bro.
That's
What,
that's
what,
that, that's what I was talking about, complementing each other. When you don't have somebody there, Kevin, to back you up, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to parent because the kids look at you like you're
True.
crazy. You feel me?
True.
Well, I'm gonna put it like this, Kev. I feel like my role as the father, I'm the enforcer and I'm the ultimate word. And I
Mm-hmm.
feel like children prove that in what they do. Like you
Mm-hmm.
understand, like for instance, if I'm not around my child, they'll probably give their mother a hard time. And she's the more loud and erratic one. But you see, children start seeing that as regular behavior, so they no longer fear that. You understand? So when I do be around and my child is told to do something, they'll look at me. You understand? They'll look at me and I'll look at them and I'll be like, what you looking at me for? You heard her. I know you speak complete English. And then they'll do as she say. And I feel like a lot of children are like that. So to me, I feel like I'm enforcer and I'm also the last word. That doesn't mean that I don't care and I'm not sensitive towards my children, but I know that I have a way stronger role to play as far as keeping them in line.
So let me ask you something, Bags, real quick. As men, are we to believe, because you said that, as men, that we're enforcers. So does the consequences also fall on us? Because we are the disciplinarians, right? The ultimate disciplinarians. But what about the consequences?
All right, so don't mix my words. I said me. I didn't say as men.
Oh,
Some us men.
I'm gonna
No,
agree
no,
with you. I'm gonna agree with you as a
because I
man,
need
though.
to make that clear. All of us men are not the enforcers. Some of the women are
I'm with you,
enforcers too.
but for the sake of this conversation, I'm 100% on board with you. I am the same way.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, I'm enforcer. I'm last word. I'm also the cool dad. I'm attentive. I'm sensitive to their feelings. I'm all that.
What up, Kev?
What's the deal, brother? What happened to you live earlier?
Man, you know.
They had 1,000 people up in there. I was in there trying to. I couldn't even barely talk in
You know what it is.
there.
I always get mass reported. They hate me.
Oh my. Well,
Sorry.
it seemed like you back because you got that profile back. It looked like you had to
Yeah,
fight
yeah.
it.
They gave right back to me because I didn't do nothing. But anyway,
Wow.
All right, can y'all hear
let
me?
me
Can
answer.
y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now?
I
Yes,
can hear you,
sir.
sir.
Definitely.
Okay, so this is what I was saying. So the end it, what up though, Saw? To
What
end
up?
it, that enforced piece is right, but see, a lot of women don't know that piece because they block themselves from that by kicking him out and fuck you. And if you do say something, let me what you got to say. I don't talk to him like that. They don't know how to let go. They never been afforded. They didn't afford themselves that chance to see how a father or a man being in the house works. That's why when women get on here talking that shit about, well, if the father was there, I always ask the undefeated question: if the father was there, what? Because in that answer song, Kevin and panel, they would have to indict themselves. So one girl said, well, if the father was there, he'd listen. Why he ain't listening now? If the father was there, he'd be cleaning up more. Why he ain't cleaning up more now? If the
Mm.
father was there, he'd be getting better grades. Why he ain't getting better grades now? That means you have to admit that the one there is not strong enough to push authority through. Now I land my plane there for now.
That's
Okay.
very interesting because
Hold
I
on, brother. I want to get a chance
Sure.
to answer questions. I haven't got a chance
Right.
to answer questions yet. All right. One person was never meant to play two roles. What are mothers for? What are fathers for? Um. Okay. I'm gonna try to break this down and say it as politically correct as possible. Men create, women multiply.
Mm.
Men finish. Men create, women multiply, men finish. All right, and let me give you a couple of scenarios. If I create a home, I create a house. I put the lumber up, I put the windows in, I nail everything together, I put all the drywall up, I finish it, I freaking paint it. My woman comes in and turns it into a home where it's livable. You know, they add all of the things that make it comfortable to live in, right? They keep you from going crazy inside them four walls by yourself, right? But every time something needs to be fixed in the home, she comes back and gets the creator. She comes back and gets the man and says, hey, the gutters are falling off, the window needs to be fixed, the door is squeaking, the plumbing's leaking, whatever the problem is, the creator needs to come back and do the maintenance. The same thing is supposed to happen with kids. You give the woman your seed, she turns it into a child. You're supposed to come back and do maintenance on that child, gentlemen. You're supposed to fix that child. You're supposed to maintain that child. You're supposed to correct that child. Sometimes it takes a small tool, sometimes it takes a large tool. But the problem is women don't understand that. And they believe that they can take something and keep it and maintain it themselves for the remainder of their life. And if you've ever visited an old woman's house, how's her house look? What's going on around the house? What's going on with the gutters? What's going on with the grass? What's going on with the foundation? What's going on with the roof? What's going on with the windows? You ever find an old woman that got a house by herself? Is that house usually in good shape? Or is it missing a lot of maintenance? Go try to get a woman's dog that she raised by itself, jumping all over people, scratching up the damn door. They ain't got no damn, don't listen, don't respond to his own damn name. They have no problem getting things to live. But it's the maintenance part that they always miss out on. Look at your pictures at the bottom. Those are both Arnold Schwarzenegger's sons. The one on the left, Arnold Schwarzenegger raised himself. He didn't just give life to the boy, he did maintenance on him. Every other month, every other week, he made sure he was eating right, made sure he was working out right. Now look at the other son that was raised by the mother. A fat, sloppy nothing. Because you can't just give birth to something and think that it's going to turn out okay. Just like that boy is just falling apart, so is her house, so is her car. Because they like to just have stuff and use it. They don't understand the process of maintaining anything. And usually, if it's in her hands long enough, it will fall apart. I land.
Okay. Beautiful, like
Sheesh.
you what you got for us, beautiful?
I think it's very important to have fathers in the house. I've been married 33 years. We raised our children together. We have a son and a daughter. I think that you need that balance. You know what I'm saying? Because women are very nurturing, and we tend to over nurture. Our children, and we don't give them some of the things that they need on our own, right? I think I was able to do it without their father being around all the time because he was working, but I was only able to do it because I was raised by my father, right? So my father didn't do the fluff. He was sensitive when he needed to be, but he was very direct, very straight up. He didn't mix his words. He didn't beat around the bush. He didn't go around the tree to discipline or to explain things in a way that I understood, even though I was a girl. But he made sure I understood that the reason he was raising me the way he was because
Hey, y'all keep
that
tapping on
way,
shit. Okay.
right? I'm not the girl in the world. People are not gonna treat me the way my mother would, right? They're more than likely they're not. So he taught me things that I really needed to know to understand how to be a good citizen, how to be a good person, how to treat people right. I don't think that I would have gotten all of that, all of the things that I learned. I wouldn't have got those things without him. And that's just being honest. He helped me understand men, which is probably why I've been married for 33 years happily, healthy. Is because he taught me things that I needed to know about men and how they function and how they think. And he taught me that men they don't have a problem with communication. Women have a problem with listening. And when we don't listen and when we judge them based on what they say, then they refuse to communicate with us because we judge and we don't listen. But if you allow a man to talk, he will talk, and he will tell you how he feels, and he will tell you what it is he wants, and he will tell you his expectations. But when you're not receiving the information, they shut down. My dad pretty much raised me like he did the boys. Like I said, he was sensitive in ways he needed to be, but when it came to raising children the way they need to be raised and understanding rules and regulations and things like that, he didn't do it any different for me than he did for my brothers. And I thank him for that, because it allowed me to raise my children well. In the black community, they always say, well, you're gonna always have one kid that's gonna be your troublemaker or your problem. I had 2 kids and neither one of them were a problem. And I attest that to the way I was raised by my father. I think they do make better parents, because they don't do the fluff. They're not over nurturing. So I do think that they do make better parents. But I do think all children need a balance of being nurtured by their mother, but they need daddy to bring up the rears to bring the other part of what they need to be productive children, to be good children. I think that they definitely need both. I think it's confusing in society right now about raising children and whether fathers should be there or not, because a lot of people are having children with people that they don't know, right?
Mm.
And so when you don't know somebody, y'all not on the same page about how y'all want to raise a kid. Y'all not on the same page about how y'all were raised and if that's the correct way to go forward in raising your children, because y'all don't even know each other. And so you have this pushback of you're trying to raise them the way you think is right. The man is trying to raise them the way he think is right. So now you have this banter going back and forth of fighting and saying you're not doing it right. No, you're not doing it right. But when you have children within a marriage of 2 people who really got to know each other, who really, did it the right way, you have a better chance of raising your children the correct way. So I think that's a lot of it. A lot of us have babies with people we don't know.
Mm.
We don't know them. We don't know what the expectation is. We now we stuck in a situation where we trying to be there, but now her feelings are involved, and the man's is not, because he don't know her. You just something, they made a decision to do it, and now this is the outcome. But now we're not talking about how we gonna raise this child. We just flying by the seat of our pants. And I also wanted to address, I hear a lot of people say, well, if they come from 2-parent home, they're going to be good kids. That's not necessarily true, because if one parent is messed up, or if both parents are messed up and they decided, because they're both toxic, they decided to stay together, doesn't mean that their children are going to be well-adjusted children just because they stay together. I know a lot of people in my family who are married, have been married for 30, 40 years, and their children, all of their children are out of control because both parents are toxic. So just because they came from a 2-parent home doesn't mean that they're going to be successful children. They're going to be good kids. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that. It really depends on the parents who are raising the children. Are they well adjusted? Or are they prepared to be parents? And to be a parent, you have to be intentional. You have to be self-aware, self-disciplined, because kids don't do what you say, they do what you do. So if you don't want them running around cussing and disrespecting people, then you need to be that way in front of them. You need to be respectful. You need to watch your tone. You need to be respectful of other people, be kind, and be able to express yourself without being disrespectful, so that they understand. We need to teach our kids how to deal with conflict, because we don't. We show them how we deal with conflict by fighting with each other. And then we wonder why they go to school and fight with other kids. That's why it's important to have both parents, but they have to be well-adjusted parents. They have to be parents that are intentional and are ready to raise children. Because a lot of us have kids and we're not ready. And we just throw ourselves in the ring and do the best we can. But are you giving your child the best opportunity possible? So we have to be more responsible as parents if we want our kids to turn out in the best light. But I feel like both are necessary, but fathers are definitely better at it, if you ask me, because I was raised by a father. And I do think that I turned out as well as I did, and my children turned out as well as they did because I was raised by my father. Even though my mother was in the house, but my father is the one that raised me. And I land my plane.
Okay. Hey. I can't help but I gotta every time. Man. It's 26 y'all. If y'all like the word and understood it, and if you didn't like it, bring some of your little mean people in. Like, hey, what is she talking about? So you can bring some of them in here too. But go ahead while y'all down there, go and hit them likes real quick. Try to give me the 10K because all that stuff is free. I don't ask for no money or nothing else. I ask for the free stuff. That way you can stretch me out on this For You page and get more people in here, get more conversation. And because I love learning, man. I love hearing different perspectives and stuff. So. We're just trying to get this rocking. So, yeah, share if y'all know how to share. Hold y'all finger where my box is at. Hold it for like maybe 2 seconds. You're gonna see a list of things, list of people
Always
come
your
up.
finger on his box.
Yep, yep. That sounded weird. Again, when it got repeated again, but yeah, I'll rock with that. But no Diddy. So hold that for a few seconds, and then you'll see a list of people come up, and then share. If you don't want to do it that way, it's an arrow at the bottom that teaches you how to share too. And just keep tapping until we get to about 10K real quick. But all right. So what the heck? Lovely dropped already. Uh, who haven't? Oh, not Lovely. That ain't Lovely.
No, I'm here.
Who was down there? Who was below me? I thought it was, oh, that's Bags. That's right. Okay. Who haven't? Oh, go ahead, sis. I don't think you said anything.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Miss
You.
Bunny, my favorite.
Yo.
My
Hi,
favorite.
beautiful. Hi, beautiful. No, I don't want to put the baby down. How you gonna start talking to me when I start talking? Give me a second. Lord, it's too much going on around here. Okay. Hold on, son. Give me 1 second, okay? All right. Yes, y'all. Tap the screen, tap the screen. Let's get those likes up. Let's get those shares up. I don't already see the shares going up, so let's get those shares up. Share to at least 15 people. Like he said, hold on to this box, hit the send button, and you'll be able to share more than 15 people. But okay, the question is the importance of fathers in the home, the importance of fathers in the home. They're very important. They're very important to being home. Everybody plays a role. We wasn't meant to have kids by ourselves. If we was meant to have kids by ourselves, we wouldn't need each other to have kids. We both play a valuable role in each other in the kids' lives. Women, they give that nurturing, that love. You have the kids. You have the kids. You teach kids how to love pretty much as a mother. We do all those little things, right? Baby, go wash your hands and baby, say your prayers and you do
Mm.
this. We do all the nurturing, soft, gentle love, and fathers add logic and structure when it comes down to the kids. And that's just not boys that's just not boys, that's boys and girls. They add that structure. Boys especially need their fathers because women cannot tell a boy how to be a man. We've never been a man a day in our lives. We've never been a man a day in our lives. Fathers play a good role when it comes down to girls because they can teach them the type of men that they need to look for when they get older. He can teach them how to control their emotions as well. Because as women, we already got emotions all over the place. So he can teach the kids how to control their emotions. Because I can't teach that. I lose it sometimes. I'm not even gonna lie. I flip out sometimes. Even then I'll be like, God dang, I wish I didn't flip out. But fathers is going to keep it in line. They're going to keep it in check. When my spouse talks, if I'm so quick, because my spouse also works nights and he's gone a lot. Well, now he's back home. But when he was working out of town, I had to do the discipline in the house. I had to, make sure everything was right in the order, and it didn't feel right to me. It felt like it's out of line. I was complaining to my spouse how I hated it because it's not in me to do the discipline. It's really in me to love them and care for them and hug them and say, "Oh, let me kiss your little boo boo." That's what mothers are for. Whereas dads, they're gonna come in and put that order in. They're gonna say, "Look, you all right? You all right? Just rub it. You okay?" So when he comes in, I can take a step back. I can not even discipline. I'm like, hey, baby, you get your son. Your son to jump off the couch. Can you tell him to get down? Get ready to say something, and he starts saying something. I just shut up because that's his line. That's his job. That's his part that he's supposed to take care of. He also comes in and makes sure these kids eat healthy because I'm telling you, baby, my son will eat a pizza for lunch. I'm quick. Uh, and he's like, no, look, I need my son to be healthy. I need him to be eating more healthier. And I just say, okay. So he just comes to put order. He comes to put order in the house, make sure everybody's emotions is intact, make sure the house ain't discombobulated and stuff is all over the place. Um, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm reading this dang on email at the same time. Brother, you know I'm working.
Mhm.
um, yeah, so I really think that there's a lot that we both pour into them. You gotta keep in mind, kids is 50% you and 50% him, or you and her, whichever one. Um, so both of y'all play a valuable role in the kid's life. Both of y'all pour different things in their lives. Both of y'all gonna give two different lessons. Hold on, baby. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, okay, baby? Okay. Um, both of y'all gonna teach the kids, y'all gonna teach the kids two different things. There's a lot of stuff that I'm not even gonna think about that he's gonna think about. I'm not gonna be as active, right? I'm more so of the I'm taking care of home, so I don't want to have to go outside all the time and play baseball and stuff like that. And that's what daddy comes in and do. All right, look at that. Somebody messaging me, they want some help. Oh, I'm on TikTok. Um, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of things that dad is going to do with them that I'm not gonna be able to do. I'm not gonna be able to do. I'm here to make it whole, but daddy gonna keep it in line. I'm gonna land there for now, real quick, brother. Let me reply back to this text.
Mhm. Okay. Lovely. I don't think you have said anything.
No, I think Bunny hit on a lot of things, and what it reminds me of when we go into these two roles that you play as a parent, as a mother. Yes, you're supposed to be nurturing and kind and compassion. What we don't want to do as a mom is threaten our children to say, "Well, when Dad gets home, this is what's going to happen," because we don't want to build a fear mongering thing in, because dad comes in to bring structure, because dad's going to work, right, from 8 to 5, 9 to 5, whatever, or maybe he's working the night shift, and he's working to be able to provide and create protection for the home that the mom is also maintaining, that we were talking about maintaining earlier. So if you it's where do the two roles actually come together? So one person was never meant to play two roles. What is your role, and what is the role of the person that you actually design or were destined, or however anybody wants to put it, to be with? We don't want to build we want to build a community. We want to build our children up to be able to respect mom, but at the same time say, if you don't respect mom, I'm going to dad. And that's where the woman kind of comes in, as even as a helpmate. It's crazy that you bring this conversation up after you had the God conversation the other day. I'm so mad at you, Kev. I'm so because it's all aligning with everything. It's all actually aligning with everything. It's like the woman is like the helpmate. It's like we are, like Bunny was saying, we are meant to be those nurturers, those loving kindness. And I don't have biological kids of my own, but I raised 3 stepsons and I have 2 stepsons now. So the love that I give to them is different than the way that their dad loves them. You know, so it's actually a beautiful thing. We are raising a generation that actually is what we're looking for change. How are we going to raise our children? Are we actually going to hear our children? Are we going to listen to our children? Are we going to love our children? Are we going to be kind to our children? But are we also not going to make them fear things that come from their parents, whatever role it is? Woman, from mom, or from dad? And this point that I want to prove before I land my plane is there are a lot of women out there that will say, well, especially the single moms out there that say, well, I'm gonna let my baby daddy do this. I'm gonna allow him to do this. Well, why are you not giving him that opportunity? What makes you be in that control? So even whether you're together with someone, you have to give up some control. And if you're apart, you have to give up some control so that the child is raised correctly, or with love, with kindness, with compassion. So it really, it just, it's like it's molding. It's like clay, you know.
I
I
think
agree.
Lovey said a great part. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful. Beautiful, you about to speak, beautiful? Because he's asleep. Okay, let me say this part really quick before, because my son gonna keep talking over me by the time it's my turn to even talk. I'm sorry, beautiful.
No, you're okay.
I think Lovely really hit it on the head about the fact of son. Okay, go ahead, beautiful. Son, close.
Yeah, I was gonna piggyback on what Lovely said. I agree with her about not putting that fear in our children by threatening them with their father. Like I think, like when my kids, you know, get into stuff when they were little or whatever, and I would handle that while he wasn't there. And I never told them, oh, when your dad get home, I'm gonna, you gonna get in trouble. I would just handle it, and if it was something I feel like he needs to handle, I wouldn't say anything. I just handled it to the best that I could while he was gone. But once he got home, I would let him know what happened, and then he would handle it with them. But I wouldn't put the fear in them of saying, oh, I'm gonna call your daddy, or when your daddy get home, you're gonna get this, you're gonna get that. It's like, no, I just let them know, like, in the moment, like, this is not gonna happen. You're gonna sit down and you're gonna do what I say. And they did it. But I would let their dad know how the day went. And when they got out of line, I would let him know. And he would, the next morning before he leave for work, he'd have a conversation with him. Like, hey, how was y'all day yesterday? To see if they're gonna be forthcoming about their behavior. And if they wasn't, he'd be like, well, your mom told me that you was mouthing a little bit. What's up with that? Like, when did we start doing that? And that was his approach. It's like a conversation, right? And if he felt like his conversation with them and correcting them in conversation wasn't enough, then he would go to the next step if he needed to. But we never really needed to do that, because we opened up a line of communication with our children to have conversation with them, to let them know what the rules were. And I think another thing I wanted to point out too is, when you're raising kids, you can't wait until they're 11 and 12 years old to start raising them. You got to start teaching them and pouring into them the right things when they're little. When I say little, I'm talking about 2 years old, 3 years old. These kids are smarter than we give them credit for. They understand a lot more than we think. And we should sit them down and have conversations with them and say, hey, you know that you're not supposed to be kicking toys and throwing things, right? Your toys are for you to play with, not for you to throw. You can have that conversation with a child at 2, but you got to get down on their level. Get down on your knees and get face to face with them and let them know, hey, your behavior is unacceptable. These toys I bought you were for you to play with, not for you to throw, not for you to hit people with. And if you do it again, you won't have the toys and you won't be able to play. So it's your choice. I'm giving you a choice. You either choose to play with your toys the way you're supposed to, or I'll take the toys and you won't play at all. So you give them a choice, because in life they have a choice. When they get older, they have choices, and you want to teach them that early in life, that they can choose to do the right thing or they can choose to do the wrong thing, and then they can see the consequences of their choices. It's nothing wrong with a mother having authority when the father's not there. A lot of women don't know how to do that. I think the only reason why I knew how to do that, because I was raised by my father again. So I was taught that. I was taught how to be stern. My dad said, be straight up. Don't play with these kids. Don't mix your words. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Follow through. Be consistent. If you say clean your room and they don't do it, then you do what you tell them you're going to do. If you don't clean your room and you're going to be in your room, you're going to be on punishment for 3 days. And you can't watch TV and you can't go outside. So then you have to stand on it if they don't do it, because if you don't, you're a joke. You're a joke from there on. Every time you say something, they laughing. They ain't going to do what you say, because you don't stand on your word. Your word is everything. And just like if they clean their room and you tell them, oh, well, if you clean your room and y'all do your chores and you make good grades, your report cards look good, we'll go to Six Flags. You need to stand on that. If you tell them you're gonna do something, you need to do it. Because when you don't do it, you become a joke to your children. You become a joke to your children when you wait until they're 11, 12, and 13 years old to try to tell them how to be. When you start raising them at that late age, it starts when they're smaller, 0 to 5. 0 to 5 is the years that are very important in raising children. because those are the years when everything you pour into them sticks. Everything after that, it gets a little confusing for them because they're going to be influenced by people in their their cousins. They're going to be influenced by people at school, at daycare, all these things, and they pick up these poor behaviors. So if you haven't instilled those things in them before that, it's easy for them to adapt those things that they see every day. But if you instill it from 0 to 5, you have a better chance of your children listening to you, responding to your discipline, responding to your conversations. But you have to respect your children because they are human beings. Just because they children don't mean they don't deserve to be respected. Some parents treat their kids like their property. They were loaned to you by God, and He can come and take them whenever He wants. You can't just treat them any kind of way. That's another way you can lose respect for you. Your children can lose respect for you because you have to treat them like like they are human beings, and just have a conversation and say, "Hey, this is what it is. You don't like it. This is what's gonna happen," and then follow through. But 0 to 5 is the important years of raising children. After that, if you pour nothing in your kid from 0 to 5, good luck reeling them in when they 11, 12, 13, and 14, when they start, as the people say, smelling themselves. Good luck trying to reel them in, waiting that late to try to discipline and try to teach them and try to pour into them at that late age. That's really late. 0 to 5. They're like sponges. They pick it up. They hold on to it. It's like it's like glue. It's gonna stick with them. It's the foundation. You missed them 5 years. Good luck.
And may I say something on that real quick, Kev?
Go ahead.
Beautiful is talking about something really, really prominent. When you look at 0 to 5, if you look at 0 to 5, usually that child is in the home. They're in that foundation. They're in that, where they were birthed into,
Yep.
whether it's a man, woman, or a single mom or a dad or whatever. And 0 to 5, and then guess what they go to at 5? They go into the educational system.
Yep.
Now they're going to be indoctrinated. Now they're going to be into the system. So yes, that 0 to 5 is that's where the attachment issues come in. That's where they start to build the foundation of who they're attracted to and who they're attached to
And you know
later
why I
on in
say
life.
that too? Because you have their undivided attention from 0 to 5.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They around you. They only around you and your husband or you and your wife. So y'all have that vital time to really pour into who you want that child to be and how you want them to conduct themselves. Your foundation is laid from 0 to 5. I promise you, after 5, when they start going to school and they other little cousins a little bit older than them, they start hanging out with them, they start going on play dates with the neighbors, and they start doing being around all these other people, they start picking up these bad behaviors. But when they have foundation, you've already instilled in them not a fear of you, but a fear of the outcome of their decisions.
Right.
Because you've already instilled in them that, hey, if I do this, I already know what's going to happen. Because my parents don't play. They follow through. They're intentional. If I do this, I already know that it ain't going to be no overlooking it. I'm going to get my tail whooped. I'm going to get punished. I'm going to whatever you do.
Right, and
They know.
it also comes from a place of love, though, too.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I always say that, like, correction brings protection. I'm not correcting you to. There's a difference between punishment and discipline.
And believe it or
And we
not,
were
kids
talking about,
want it. Kids want it.
yes, they
They love you
desire
more. They
it.
love you more when you
Yes.
take the time to discipline them because it shows them that you care. When you let them do whatever they want, and a lot of these kids know what they're doing is wrong. They want you to do something, and when you don't do nothing, they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah,
want
we
these
are.
kids love discipline. They may push back at first, but they really like it. Because it showed them that you care. So don't ever think that they don't want that. They do. They want it. They want the discipline because they in this world, they don't know what to do. It's up to us to train them and teach them and guide them and lead them in the way that they need to go. And if we don't do that, we're doing them a disservice. And then it shows them that we don't love them. We don't care how they turn out.
Well, and a lot of people don't understand where attachment comes from. Attachment is if your basic needs are met, you're being fed, you've got a roof over your head, your emotional needs are met. Attachment is a big thing, and that's what leads into the relationships that now our children, they're going to go into relationships and they're going to seek people that are what designed based upon how you, like how we were talking about earlier, how you model, how do you and your husband treat yourself, you know, or each other.
Right.
You know, how do you treat the people that are around you? That's why we have this, and that's why, Kev, I'm so mad at you for bringing this God thing up, and then now having this. I'm so mad at
I
you.
think I think you ladies need to say this a little bit louder. Let me get this straight. So we're in agreement here that not only does a kid yearn for discipline, they are disappointed when you don't follow through on making them pay the consequences. Is that what we're saying, ladies? Because I
That's
need y'all to
exact.
say this
Yeah,
much louder.
That's exactly what we're saying.
exactly, exactly,
Yes, but the
That's a
exactly.
problem
great that's a
is,
great parenting trip.
yeah,
That
but the
is a good
problem
tip for
is,
parenting.
we have women who have children with men who they don't really like. They find out they don't really like you, and then when it comes to disciplining the kids, they're not. They know that what you're trying to do is correct, but because they don't like you, they're invoking their feelings involved with the discipline, and they're telling you, "Oh, don't do him like that. You're being too harsh." It's only because they have an issue with you. It's not that they know that your discipline is wrong. It's because they're fighting you. They don't like you, so they don't want you doing nothing with their kid. But then when the
Right.
kid turns
So,
out bad, they want to blame you and say, "Well, you wasn't here. You should have been here.
hmm
You should have been teaching him how to be a man." But when you were trying to do that, she was in the way of that. She didn't want that, but it's not because of the son. It's
Mm,
because of you.
mm.
She don't like
Right.
you, so she keeping you from being a father.
So, so wait, ladies, wait. Before you get crazy, I want to make sure I'm taking the proper steps here because I'm into all this. Hold up. So between grades one, between ages 1 and 5 is a perfect opportunity to show your kids early accountability. So when they go out into the world, they already have an idea of what accountability is supposed to look like. Is that correct?
Yes, because kids don't do what you say, they do what you do. So you can tell them that they need to be accountable. But if they watching you every day not be accountable for things you're supposed to do, then they ain't gonna be accountable. So it's in
right.
you. It's making you be the man you need to be, so that they can watch you and you be a good example
So
for them.
lead by example.
Yes, you
There we
Yes.
cannot
go.
tell
And,
your son.
We cooking now. We
Well,
cook.
see, because you cannot tell your
yeah.
son to be respectful of women, to not put his hand on women, to not cuss women out, to not do all these things, and then he watch you do it to his mother.
And you know what, beautiful, you just brought up an hormiga, and we are on it. We are cooking. Because if I worked in foster care for a long time, and one of the questions that I always ask parents, how do you handle conflict? How do you handle conflict? And they're like, oh, we don't argue in front of our kids. Well,
That's
you
not good
should.
either. That's not
You
good either.
should.
Yeah, you
You,
should argue. You
you,
should
you
argue in
should
front of your kids
argue
and
so
show
that,
them how y'all
and
get
then show
all
them how to resolve the
Yep,
solution and
yep.
get back to the solution. So I'm so, man, we are cooking today.
Wait, are we
Kev,
also
I'm so
talking
mad at
about?
you right
Are
now.
we all? Are we also? Hold on. Are we also talking about trying to instill a little bit of emotional intelligence, just a little bit?
Yes.
Look, let me tell you something. Really, this is the thing. When it comes to raising children, it's more about the parents than it is about the child. You gotta grow up. Y'all gotta grow up. The parents, y'all have to grow up and be
Mm,
everything that you want your child to be. Because you cannot teach your child to be something that you're not. They're watching you. And you
it
can say
all
all
goes.
day long not to be a certain way, but if he watching you be that way, he gonna do what you do. And the very time you try to correct him,
Mhm.
he gonna say, "Well, Dad, you did it.
It all goes back to self.
Yeah, Mom, you
Bingo,
did it."
bingo.
So it's not about what you tell them, it's about what you show them. Show them how
Right.
to be a man. Show your boy how to be a man by what you do. Cause he watching you. If you want your young lady to be a upstanding young lady, you want her to dress properly, you want her to, then as a mother, you have to be that way in front of her so she knows she got an example in you. But if you walking around with your half your tail hanging out, you twerking everywhere you go, you going to the store with a bonnet on, guess what she gonna do? And the
Mm,
very time you tell her she shouldn't do it, she gonna say, "Well, Mama, you do it."
mm.
If she say, "Well, you got 3 boyfriends in 2 weeks, what's going on with that?" "Well, Mama, you just had two guys over here the other night."
That's the
Right.
uncle. That's the
And
uncle.
how many times do we hear, do as I say, not as
Not
I
as I
do?
do. Exactly. That's foul. It's whack. And it's
It's
not
so
conducive
wild.
to raising good kids.
That's that
You have
mystery
to grow up.
cousin.
It's about the parent. See, people think that. Why you think they call it parenting? They call it parenting because it's about you. It's about you and your spouse or or the significant other that helped you with get this child into this world. It's about y'all growing up. It's about y'all being good men and women. It's about how y'all conduct yourselves. It's about how y'all carry yourself because they watching y'all. That's why I say 0 to 5. The kids are watching y'all.
And if you look at the definition of parenting, parent is to bring forth.
That's right.
You're bringing forth.
Come on, lovely. I love her already. We smoking. We smoking. I'm just letting y'all know, like, people think it's about what you teach your kids. It's not about what you teach them. It's about what you show them. So if you want your son to be a upstanding man and to treat women correctly and to work hard and to be all these things, he got to see you do it. He got to see you go to work when it rains, sleet, or snow. He got to see you get up and be
Mm-hmm.
respectful to his mother, regardless if you like her or not. You be
Mm.
respectful to her. You don't have to. You don't have to disrespect her to not like her. He don't never have to know you don't like her.
Mm.
Wow, I got a
It's an
question.
art form. It's
I, I,
something you have to learn.
I got a quick question for the ladies. Ladies, what do you think what do you think honestly? Are there more single parents than parents that are together?
Yes, statistics show that.
Mm.
Okay, so think about this. There's many reasons why people are not together, right? It could have been a life loss. It could be a breakup. And what we started talking about, that people don't know each other. So I think that all these unplanned pregnancies have a lot to do with this as well. What do you think about that?
I definitely agree because, like I just said, people are having babies with people they don't know
Mm-hmm.
because you are because people are moving and making decisions based on their hormones and not on what is the right thing for
Ooh,
them or for the children they're bringing into this world. People
you
are not
telling the
thinking. They're
secret.
not. There's no parenting. There's no parenting. No planned parenting. You
Well,
have to.
and think about it, beautiful. A lot of people who because they made that choice or they made that decision to sleep with that person, now they're using the system to make the decisions for them.
Yes, because now they need help. Instead of asking the man they laid with to have the baby for help, they go into the system. The system is now saying, we can't help you unless we know where he is. And then they gonna lie and say, well, I don't know where he is and he don't want to help me, so they can get the benefits that they need. When they really should be reaching out to him and allowing him to be a part of the kid's
Allowing,
lives. Because
yes,
it's
and
important.
that's the thing. A lot of women will say, "Well, I allow my baby daddy to see my
Ooh.
child." Well, why are you allowing it? That's like asking
That's a
God.
right. That's a right.
You know, that's a right. Yeah, it's a right. You why are you why
Unless
what
unless
gives you
unless
that control?
unless you have ill intentions, unless you are abusive, unless you are not conducive
Right,
in that
right.
child's
And we
life,
know
you know what I'm
that. We
saying?
know
That's a
that.
that's a different conversation.
But
You know
that's
what
a
I'm saying?
very small percentage of men who are abusive to children and things like that, where you got
Right.
to keep them away from their father. The majority of these children who are without their father is because their mothers still are upset because the fathers don't want them. So now they
Because
don't want them
they're doing
around the
something
children.
wrong. Because that woman is doing something wrong and isn't even meeting her own needs. If she can't meet her own needs, how is she going to meet the needs of her child?
This is
And
this
now she's telling the man that this is how you need to meet my needs. It doesn't make no sense. Make it make sense.
um look,
It's
by no by no
powerful.
by, by no means am I trying to cause controversy, but I'm thinking, think about this. How many women are single parents as a result of an unplanned pregnancy, or men also have the same accountability? You understand? People walking around here acting like it's a female thing. It's a human being thing. You understand? Like, if you have something to do with a kid and you bring a kid into this earth, regardless if it was by mistake or unplanned, you still have to be accountable. That's what I believe.
It's definitely both. Both are
It's
responsible.
both.
Y'all both made a
Both.
decision to make a baby. Y'all both are responsible for providing for that child,
Hmm.
clothes, shelter, and food, and participating in the growth of that child. You both are responsible for that. I don't
It
care.
all
See,
goes
when you
back.
have children, y'all got to remove y'all feelings out of it. It's not about you and how you
Yes.
feel and how she feels. It's about, okay, how are we gonna work together to raise this child in a good environment, in a positive environment. It's a conscious decision to remove yourself and that
Hmm.
person has to remove themselves and think about what's important for the child. because
It
it's not
all
about
goes
y'all
back.
no more. It's not about y'all no more.
It all goes back down to basic needs. Like once your basic need, like even though people want to compare trauma and all the stuff that we've been through, but once we have children or once we're raising children, like we have to look at basic needs in a different way because basic needs weren't met the same way that they were met maybe when we were growing up. So it really does. It goes back down to food. If you look at food, this is why kids build OCD like issues and all these traumas and all these mental health because their parents aren't in order. They're not handling their roles right.
Well, like I said, it's parent. When you raising kids, it's not about the kids. It's really about the parenting. It's about the
Right.
parents. They need to
Right.
show up and be who they want them kids to be, because kids do what you do, not what you say. So if you
Yep.
know that, kids don't do what you say, they do what you do, then that means that you need to make sure you're on point, that you're showing your children how to be. Because you can
And
talk all day long and they're gonna do you know how many parents tell their kids you shouldn't be cursing? And then they be cursing up
mhm.
a storm because they heard you cursing.
Right, and it goes back, and this is why I'm so mad at Kev because yesterday and the day before he had this God live. It's like how do we maneuver? How do we function from a godly perspective, or even if you follow Christ? Because I know a lot of believers in here, non-believers, whatever. But how do you follow with love, with compassion, with all that? How do you model what we're doing for our children? You have to model it. If you're not modeling it for yourself, what do you think you're going to attract? You're going to attract toxic relationships. You're going to attract people that are not meant for you. You're going to sleep with the wrong people. All that stuff. So our kids are looking at us. They're looking at us. I'm telling you, the roles are just like, oh, wow. Kev,
There's a great conversation because honestly speaking, Kev, look, but here's where we're getting it wrong. I think everybody's at a different level. There's different reasons why people are single parents, but the thing is that everybody's trying to tell everybody what to do and they're not giving them some substance. That's good advice, ladies, what you're talking about. The first 1 through 5 years are the most crucial because they spend the most time with you. You are in complete control. Stop acting like they're supposed to know stuff. Teach them, show them by example. They do not listen to your words, they mimic what you do. They are yearning for your discipline, yet we disappoint them when we don't follow through on the consequences. Am I right so far, ladies?
Yep.
yes, and if you think about it though too, Armiga, look at the way the system though designed it to where they've broken down the nuclear family. Because like, they say if a woman now has to work or a man has to work, they only get 6 weeks with the child, and then they got to go back to work because now they got to pay bills. Now they got to do all this. So what's your faith in? What are you really going to model for that child? How are you really going to function in the system and raise a child in the way that they should be raised, or with that creativity? This is why I always bring up that self-identity crisis. From 0 to 5, you're taught by your parents, and then you go into the educational system that they don't even know nothing about. Look how many kids like, why am I going to school? Now you got K through 12. Now you got all the system. We have to teach them while they're at home. So it has to have a neutrality. There
Well,
has to be a neutrality.
my message is to teach them by example.
Exactly.
All that talking and tell them don't do this,
Lovely,
don't do
right?
that, put that down, sit that down. That don't do nothing. It's more about who you are and how you are conducting yourself in front of your children. That's gonna stand. That's what's gonna stick with them.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
let's go to the whole caveat that there's a lot of us, a lot of who fail, and like Lovely say, the early childhood development component is important. Most of our babies spend more time sleep in their early
I
childhood
said that.
development years. More time being passed around to shoulder, getting burped, getting fed, back to sleep, back in your crib, sit in your baby chair, your high chair all day. The interaction with children is very, very minimal. during the early childhood development years, those years that you really supposed to be uploading that stuff to your children. Most of us don't believe that 8 months, 7 months, 5 months showing them flashcards of division and multiplication will actually help them. They don't believe that. Like I said, they rather you go over there how you go right now to the average household who got a infant. I bet you they sleep.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not asleep. They're giving the
A
kids
good
lap
baby,
the
a good baby to
They're
us,
giving the
a
kids
good
lap.
baby to us. Look, a good baby to us is a baby that didn't give us no problems. Oh, he was a good baby. He slept all whole time he was here. I ain't have to do nothing. That's what we think a good baby is. We don't judge our babies when they're babies. We wait till they 8, 7, 5, and 6 and then go to school and say, now learn. When we have done absolutely nothing to prepare them
Right.
for the learning experience and then call them stupid when they don't learn. Nah, mama
Mm.
or daddy, you stupid for having them there with you for the first 3, 4 years of life and you didn't put absolutely nothing in them that the teachers could show to and bring out.
And the only reason I know this 6 foot because I got with my ex-husband and I'm married now and I have 2 older children. The only reason I know this because when I met my ex-husband, I had 2-month-old twins and a 2.5-year-old. And those boys are still as close to me as possible. They're like my kids. They're my kids. And I'm not even with their dad. But I just gave to them everything that like understanding the system, understanding the ideologies, understanding sports, understanding all this stuff. We just embraced that. And I got close to their mom. Their mom is one of my best friends. We co-parented because that's what raising a village is because we have to show them that this system is jacked up. What you when you go into school, why did they call it homework? They call it homework because now you're going to school and you don't even get paid to go to school. It's like going to a job. It's like going to a job, and then the parent gets in trouble if the kid doesn't go to school. You know what I mean? There's a system behind a system behind a system.
Yeah,
A lot
I
of people
kind
don't
of
even understand that.
yeah, I kind of felt that part where what 6'4" was saying though is that like parents, a lot of parents be half parenting and they got the nerve to take it out on the kid and talk about how I don't like I don't want to say that word. 'Cause I'm scared of. I know he ain't scared of it, but I am. uh, call him not smart basically. I'm like
Right,
that don't make
right.
sense. You have putting into the child and then go talk about that joke. I got a silly child. I have a you know what I'm saying that junk. How the heck you ain't did nothing but let that phone raise them and sitting
Hmm.
there worried about partying and all this other stuff, and then you want to talk down on your child. That's what I be saying. Like that junk be crazy. Just like some of them, they want to go whoop their child because of this. Like you didn't even teach them how to stay away from these things. You probably told them one time and never, display what happened when you do this situation. Like have teaching and all this stuff, and then want to rush to whoop your child. Like that junk ain't fair. That's why I be like that junk. Like some people just don't deserve it. And
Well,
but that comes with people that think that they're parenting and them to be the main ones talking about you don't tell me how to parent. Do you have kids and all this stuff? Well, I don't have to have kids and I still know not to do that. You know what I'm saying? But people be trying to find any way so they can, because everybody think they think they all knowing and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But these are the same ones that be want to say that they act like they know it. Nah, that's not funny. That's not crazy though.
Accountability,
Right,
accountability.
yes, it
right,
goes back to
right.
accountability. It always does. The A word, I swear, the A word.
Nah, the other A where they just giving that A word up. That's the problem. That's all they worrying about now.
I
I,
think it's
I'm
important for parents to grow up. If you had a
hmm
kid young, it's time for you to grow up. It's time for you to stand up, learn the things you need to learn, be the things you need to be, so that your child can be prosperous and growing up and be who you want them to be. If you fail at raising your child, it's because somebody failed at raising you, and you failed at trying to be better. Bottom line, you got to be accountable for the things that you do in life. You can't just keep pointing fingers at everybody else. Oh, they didn't do this or they didn't do that. Okay, but what did you do? Now that you're
mm
grown, now that you're grown,
Hmm.
say your parents didn't give you anything, right? Say you get 18, you know nothing, right? So now you just gonna keep going through life knowing nothing, or you gonna be
mm
or you gonna say, okay, I'm tired of not knowing nothing, so I'm gonna go where I can learn something, and I can be better than I was expected to be by my parents. Or you just gonna keep
Mm-hmm.
blaming them. You just gonna keep walking around
Right.
with nothing and blaming everybody else because you have nothing. It's like at
Right.
some point you got to be accountable for
For yourself.
your
Right.
own
Exactly.
actions. What are you doing? You know, as a
Mhm.
kid, you can say, okay, my parents didn't do this and do that. But once you become an adult and there are things that you know you didn't get, it's up to you to get it now on your own.
Well, we talk about that a lot, and I brought that up with that accountability factor. Accountability is not just for what you do to other people; it's also for what you allow into your life. And now, are you going to stay in the victim mentality? Poor me, my parents didn't do this right. My family didn't do this right. The people around me didn't do right. The educational system didn't do right. All this stuff. How long are you going to stay in that mode before you maneuver forward, actually spread some grace or some love or some kindness, you know? But your spirit has to move. Your spirit has to move. It has to get out of that victim mentality mindset.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I was thinking about even more like what you beautiful was just saying too. Like this will make it crazy though. Like I can get it. Okay, maybe the first time you can be like, hey, my parents never told me this or something like that. So my thing is, how many times we gonna use that same excuse? Okay, the first time, okay, we can excuse it, but if you're doing the same thing repeatedly and keep saying that your parents, like, no, you learned the first time, so I don't get how. Like, even if
Right.
your parents didn't teach you, it took one time. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? One time, now you know. Okay, I don't need to make this mistake. But why you keep acting like, or at least admitting, like, okay, I didn't know because my parents teach me not. My parents didn't teach me this. Now that I know, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna do something different. But people would rather keep saying that. Well, my parents never raised me this way, or you've been aware of
Look,
it a long time ago, or you've been knew it a long
Well,
time
Kev,
ago. So you're gonna keep
look,
using the same thing.
I'm gonna say
Kev,
what
hold up.
everybody hates to hear me say. I'm
Hmm.
gonna
Mm-hmm.
say what everybody hates to hear me say. I say that people make excuses because it's an excuse for them not to change.
Mm-hmm.
It lets you
Yeah.
know when people give you excuses, it
Hmm.
really means that I'm not ready to change. I'm not ready to make the difference. I'm not ready to do better. I like it here. You know, I like not having nothing. I like blaming everybody else. I like not growing. So I'm gonna keep giving you the same excuse because I don't have another one. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
just an excuse not to grow. That's all it is.
At the same time, let's not forget that it depends because everybody's different. That could be their cry for help, and they're stuck in that circle. They're stuck in the hamster wheel. You understand?
Right.
And so we gotta be look as a coach. We don't do this a lot, but sometimes we practice reading between the lines. You got to be good at it. You got to be flexible. You got to be unbiased. It's hard not to judge someone when they're telling you the same thing over and over, and the answer is actually in the same shit that they're spewing. Excuse the French. You know what I'm saying?
Like you say, or Amiga, like we have to meet, we have to also know how to receive. We also have to know how to meet people where they're at. You know, not
It's
everybody
so
is in the
hard.
same capacity. Yeah.
It's not easy. Look, not everybody was
Not
meant to
for
be a leader.
everybody.
Because if we were all leaders, we'd all be arguing anyway. We all be agreeing to disagree.
Right, right. We be like robots.
Could be that I said I won. No, I said I won. I don't like it. I don't like the word that you use. My vocabulary is not as good as yours. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God.
But I
Oh
think
This
boy.
a lot of parents take advice from people who are not successful at it. You know what I'm saying? You take advice from people who are not successful at the things you want to be successful at. If you want to be a successful parent, why are you talking to somebody that's struggling with it? Why are you talking to somebody
Oh.
that got 3 kids and all of them bad? Why would you
Oh.
take advice from them? I'm serious. Like I wouldn't
ouch.
take advice from somebody who if you want to be married and you want to have a successful marriage, why would you take advice from somebody who been married 3 times and they were married a year each time? Why would you take advice from
Wow.
them? Why?
Exactly.
Why take advice about love from a broken heart, huh?
You know,
I'd rather
you
take
know what that
advice from a
reminds me
person
of,
who is
beautiful.
I'd rather
That
take
reminds
advice
me
from a
of
person who is single and have mastered being single. I'd rather
you
take
need,
advice from them. You know why? Because at least they know the difference. They know why they single. They know what the
Ooh.
difference is. They understand the dynamics between the two, and they can give a better advice to you about which one you should choose based on your desires, right? I
you know
would
what that
much rather
reminds me of, beautiful.
I would much rather take advice from people like that. I'm not taking advice from somebody who was not successful in raising children, and you're gonna try
Ooh.
to tell me what to do when all 3 of yours is in prison. I will not listen to you.
Right,
Ooh. Uh
right.
oh.
You know what
Uh
that
oh.
reminds me of, beautiful. When you bring that up, is Steve Harvey. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
What happened right there?
Not the Steve Harvey. Uh-oh.
Yes. And I'm just like, wait a minute, how are you going to talk on all these relationships when you have broken relationships yourself?
Well, he
It
was
all
doing good
boils
until he
back down to
wasn't, though,
self
right? He was doing good till he wasn't, right?
until he
Now, to me,
wasn't.
he never did good. Let's be clear. The man been married 4 times. Okay, he didn't stay in none of them, and he wrote a book after he had been married 3 times.
Right, right.
So
And that's the thing.
I don't listen to people. I'm gonna say it again because I know somebody will be mad at me, but I don't care. You know, I'm not one of them people that care what people think. And y'all can take my channel. I don't really care. But I will say, I'm gonna say this again. People always want to listen to people that have poor advice. They have poor, you know, they don't have. They not the ones should be giving you advice because they didn't succeed at it. I've
You
been
know,
married 33 years happily. Okay,
you
and
know,
I
I,
raised 2 children. My son has autism. He is 34 years old, and he graduated on time. Okay, you know,
Roy making some noises in it.
if you look at it,
Hey, look, that's
autistic
like listening to a
children
nigga on the
usually are.
job who always fucking up, right?
so listen, I was in a live earlier and we talked a lot about what Beautiful is saying, what Ormiga is saying, what I'm saying, what Kev is saying. And it was saying, is it the message? So if somebody comes with you and they're maybe in a bad state of mind, but they give you a message, are you gonna receive it?
It depends. It depends how. Well, first of all, it depends on how much training, emotional intelligence, how much wisdom, how much discernment you have. It's all about being flexible because it's easy to tell someone, hey, you know, you shouldn't be taking advice from this or that. But what if that's the only thing that they have? What if that's the only thing that they're exposed to? So
Or what if that's
So you
what
gonna
you
take
need to
bad advice
know?
because that's all you exposed to? No, you gonna search out people that you
Yeah, what if
respect that have been successful at it. You don't just take it because that's
that's
what's.
what I'm looking for. I'm
Yeah,
looking
you
for that
don't
good
just take
advice.
it because that's all that's in front of you.
Correct.
right.
That's like saying if they offer you rotten fish and they offer you chicken that's good and they offer you rotten fish, but all they got is rotten fish. You don't see the chicken because it's behind the counter for the people that like chicken, right? So you just gonna take the rotten fish because that's all they got? No, you're gonna go to
Right.
another store who got some fresh fish.
So is it the message or is it the messenger?
That's a combination, man.
Let
It's a little bit of both.
Thank you. Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you the spirit is moving today.
hey, go ahead,
I'm
Cal. I ain't
telling you,
trying to squeeze
lovely,
in.
it's pride. I'm telling you, it's pride.
That's a big
Their
one.
pride is damaged. And see, here's
That's
the
a
thing
big one.
about pride.
Hold up before
Pride
you
is
get too
a
deep though. I'm
sin.
trying to squeeze K in. She ain't saying nothing in a minute. I know y'all
Okay, go on, squeeze
trying to
in,
get her
bro.
in thing.
No,
See
yeah, but
everybody
he
jump
he hit
roping.
he hit that bingo though, that pride though.
Go ahead, K.
Oh, hey y'all, happy Sunday. So I've just been sitting here eating dinner. That's why I'm I'll say this. The longer you are in healthy, stable, and strong relationships, the more believable you are when you speak. You're believable when the fruit of everything that you stand on surrounds and validates you, right? So, and this is a hard truth. Like it or not, having a long roster of these dusty, toxic, unstable connections and relationships does reveal a nasty truth about you that you may not want to admit. So it doesn't make you look wise and it doesn't make you look like you have discernment. Because to me, wisdom is a person who's well nurtured and they properly tend to their life. Like it doesn't mean that they're perfect. And it actually might mean that they're quite imperfect. But to me, I think that it shows that they are healthy and they balance enough to course correct so that they can produce better outcomes in the areas of their life. And it shows that like they're genuine, like they're sincere. And that's why I stopped listening to all these folks. They got all these horror stories. They spread all these little blame doctrines. And, and I'd rather sit at the feet of people who carry fruit of healthy, kind, loving, positive relationships. Because oftentimes, and I'm single, okay, I'm single and I'm a marriage counselor, and some people are like, well, how are you gonna be single and you be a marriage counselor? And it's like and then they tell me, oh well, you're not married. And that tells me just because someone married, you might listen to them just because they're married and not listen to the content of their message. Because there's a lot of, unfortunately, and I've even seen it on this app, y'all see it too, These married folk, sometimes they just as crazy. Sometimes they try to discourage you from being married. I can't tell you the amount of married women on this app who told me to shut up about marriage, and they want other women to listen to them. Do y'all know how many of these women that talk about they want to be with bears and all of the stuff that they married? They laying up with a man and they telling other women that they don't need a man. They giving out bad advice, but women eat it up because they're married. And so you got to be able to discern what they're saying. And I get what people are saying. You know, it's about like who you are and what you do. And I guess it might be a little combination of both, but I'm looking at the outcome. You know, I'm not just looking at what you're saying, because you can tell me one thing, but then what are you doing? Because that's really going to be my reality if I take heed to your advice. You can't listen to everybody. Everybody's not worthy to be listened to. Someone said I could provide marriage advice because I went to college and I was trained and I'm certified by the state. That's why. So it's not about it being personal. People keep making it personal. It's not personal. And I also think, you know, and if you're single, you know, and you're preparing to understand what marriage is, yes, you should be able to talk about that. I talk about that. I'm prepared to be a wife. I'm prepared to be the virtuous woman. I'm not sitting here just saying it because I'm saying it, like I'm actually living it. So it's a
Yes.
difference between someone just saying it to say it, but a person who's living it so that they can be qualified to speak on it. Some people, they're not qualified to speak on it. But a lot of people, you know, they say the same thing. How can you speak on marriage? It's not about you being married. It's about you understanding the principle of it. So if you understand the principle and you practice it, yeah. Because some people, they don't have no principle. They just say anything. They don't have no wisdom, no discernment, no good judgment. They just do whatever they tell you. Do whatever you want. That's bad advice. That's not good advice. People who just say just do what you want to do, no matter. No, they don't care about you. So, you know, and that's not the same as a white person saying, I know what it's like to be black. Girl, you making a false equivalency. I don't know what you're talking about, Miss K in the comments. That is too. But that's what I'm saying. So people always try to, and this is what I learned too. Some people, it's not because of what you're saying, it's because it's you who's saying it. And sometimes they don't feel like you should say it. Like all the time, like even with Miss Beautiful, we get on these panels and we talk to these ladies. It's not that they mad about what you're saying. They just don't feel like you as their peer should say it because it makes them feel some type of way. And that's what they don't want to say. They're like, well, who are you? The question is, who are you? Who are you to say something? It's like, I'm a human being. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to tell you something that I don't know, that I haven't been through. Because the part of wisdom is part of learning from your mistakes, but not telling people to make the mistake just because you make the mistake. That's dumb. Like, I don't think you should do that. But you know, like that's what I'm saying. You know, you gotta look at the outcome. You know, I don't listen to people that say do this, do that, but the outcome is not that. So
Yep.
that's my little tidbit.
And that's what I was saying earlier, that you need to be careful of the people you take advice from. You need, if they say, "Hey, I've been married a long time," I don't need you to take my advice because I've been married 33 years. I need you to take my advice because you watch how I move. You
Mm.
see how I am and what I do, and then you take it from there. You get to know me, and then you like, okay, she's consistent in how she carries herself. She's consistent in the way that she approaches people and how she correct people and whatever, you know, when they get things wrong about me, I correct them because that's my job to do so. And I ain't gonna never let you, you know, try to lead me down a rabbit hole to say that I'm something I'm not. But do I say that I'm perfect? Is my marriage perfect? No, but I'm in a happy, healthy relationship. Do we disagree? Of course, because we two different people, and some things that he like I don't, but I know how to do it. I know how to do it to keep my marriage together for 33 years and be genuinely happy. If my husband says he want to do something, I just say, well, you know what, I see where you coming from with that, but this is where I'm coming from, and we listen to each other. And at the end of the day, I say, you know what, I trust you because you're the king of my house, and you the king of our house, and you make the final decision. So I trust you to make the decision. And however it turned out, guess what? I got your back either way.
I love the way that you beautiful and Kay like broke this down. If you look at it from like a mental health perspective, look, when it comes to mental health, when it comes to like speaking to somebody, look, we're not here to give advice. We're here to, our goal is to help you figure your own self out.
Yeah.
How are we going to meet people to be able to figure themselves out? We can't tell them what to do because maybe they don't have the accountability. They don't have they're dealing with trauma or whatever. The goal is not for us to tell you what to do, is to help you figure yourself out. Like it really is. And we got to meet people where they're at with that.
That's a
With
coaching
that.
point. That's a good coaching point because the truth of the matter is that a coach is supposed to help you figure it out by you listening to yourself. It's about mindset. The other one is mental health. You see, you can't get those things twisted, right? There's mental health and then there's mindset, right? Even though they go hand in hand, but there's a difference. I like what Kay said because to tell you the truth, um, not every judge is married in a civil court case. Not every lawyer is married that represents you. There are people that actually judge for a living. There's referees, there's judges, right? They gotta keep the peace. They gotta make sure that things are fair. You can't be biased. So when she says you have to be qualified, that's where people make the mistake. Oh, you can't tell me what to do because you didn't live it. Okay, but what about the 50 other cases that I listened to that were just like yours and I'm finding a common denominator? You know what I'm saying?
Can I answer a question in the comments? Because this woman obviously wants my attention because she has mentioned me twice. So I'm going ahead and give her the attention that she wants. Someone asked me, do you have a therapist? Yes, I do. Would you choose a white woman to be your therapist? Yes, I would. Because you have to understand, mental health is not about you suffering through the experiences to be able to give counsel to your clients. That's not what it's about. You counsel because because see this a lot. You know why a lot of people don't heal? Because they looking at the person rather than listening to the thing that's going to change their
Mm.
life. That's the problem. Therapy is not about trying to see if this person can has experienced the same thing. Do you know how many substance abuse counselors have never touched any drug in their life? Do you know how many counselors who have
Mm.
never experienced a mass tragedy, but they can sit here and counsel a whole school
Hey,
about
hey,
what it,
hey,
you know what
hey,
I'm
Kay,
saying?
Kay, quick question. Are we back to pewing the messenger again?
That's what they do because they try to again because that's what Miss Beautiful was saying. They try to
That's what
find
I'm
excuses
saying.
because if you want to be healed, it don't matter where the source comes from because you're looking for the healing, not for the trying to justify whether or not this person's qualified. Are you qualified to even hear what the person is saying? You think
Say,
about another person. It's really about you and what's in it about you that make you feel like this person got to go through the same thing as you did to be able to apply wisdom to your life. That's
Mm.
what you got to ask. So yes, ma'am. And I'm a therapist with a therapist. And guess what? I can be a better therapist because I sat on both sides of the couch.
You know what I tell people, and I don't share this a lot in all these lives, and I know Kev knows about it, and because I've been following Kev for years now. I have a grand therapist. I'm a therapist with a therapist. So do you not believe that we have to walk in our own line too? It all boils back down to self. There are things that I have to do for myself that actually helps me work with other people. It's kind of like reading the Bible. It's
If,
kind of like
if,
walking with Christ.
if anything, look, I'm a Latino man, and I've had therapy from a black man, a black woman, a Latino man, a Latino woman, and a white man and a white
I have a
woman. And
black
guess
man.
what? I learned something from everybody, from
Right.
everybody.
And you learn a lot from your clients too. And
I,
so a lot of therapists don't like you learn a lot from your clients too. Like that's what's grew
I
me.
think
And
this,
have
I think
empathy.
this is going left because this is not about race. Whether you get therapy
Exactly.
from
Exactly.
a house that's
Right.
purple doesn't matter if you
That's
as
the
long
point.
as you get the
Right.
correct a licensed therapist is all you should be looking for is whether they
That's
can
that's
help you
that's
in
the
your
point.
area of
Exactly.
if they can help you in the area of expertise that you need. That's what matters for people to I
Mm-hmm.
hate when people come on and you giving marriage advice or you giving advice about children. I'm married and I have children. I have successfully raised my children. They are not children anymore. They're grown. Okay, so I've successfully done it. I ain't never been in trouble. I ain't had no problem with them in school. No discipline issues because I started from 0 to 5. Okay, that's why I tell y'all that because it works. Okay, I only speak on what I know works. So I hate when people come on and say, "Well, are you married?" Where was you at when I was doing the introduction? I said I've been married 33 years and I'm happily married.
Right.
I'm
Right.
happily
So
married. Okay,
hold
I could
on.
be doing something else. I come on here to share because there are a lot of people, a lot of married people that are miserable, and they want other people who want to be married to be miserable. So they don't always tell you the truth. They don't always speak the truth, right? And so I tell you that no, my marriage is not perfect, but am I happy? Yes. Am I genuinely want to be in a marriage? Yes, I do. I wouldn't be here 33 years if I didn't. I'm not the type of person that would stay in something that I'm not happy in and pretending. I am who I am every day. You either like it or you don't. I don't expect everybody to like me because guess what? I don't like everybody either. It's a whole lot of people I don't like. Okay? I don't like how they move. I don't like what they do. And that's cool. And it's cool. You don't have to. But if somebody's trying to help you with good advice, Why push back instead of just listen? You don't have to like, throwing daggers at them personally. Just listen. If it apply, it apply. If it don't, let it fly.
And
So
again,
hold
let's
on,
not
Hold on,
forget
guys.
real
Hold
quick,
up.
Flipper
y'all.
Hold
It's the
up.
too.
reason why
Hold on,
AJ
real
come in
quick.
for me.
Yeah, there's the reason why I came up. Y'all, I turned these comments off because we've been asking for a minute for people to be tapping the screen. I need everybody tapping the screen. We need this up to 25K.
Oh, I've been
Let's
tapping the
keep it
whole
tapping.
time.
Let's share. I know. I see some of y'all tapping, but there's not enough people
I
tapping.
almost got arthritis, AJ.
Oh no, you
I'm
good?
gonna
You
say I've
good?
been tapping the whole time. Kev, no, I come over to tap.
Oh yeah,
It's
just for the
okay. It's
guilty
okay.
ones, man. The ones that think.
Yeah, the ones that are guilty. You know what I'm
I
saying?
was sharing it earlier,
I just need
AJ.
every.
We're not
I get
talking to
it.
y'all. Why
I
y'all
get
keep?
it. But
Why
at
y'all
the end
keep
of the
doing
day,
that?
look, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it like this: if what I said hit you, then wear the shoe, boo boo. Because if it did not apply to you, like don't worry about it. The ones that it's applying to, I need them to
The ones
tap.
that want to comment like
The
crazy
ones that
down
want to
there.
comment like crazy and be keyboard
Oh
warriors and do
man.
everything else and distract this entire amazing conversation y'all were having before, and now we're over here talking about the race of therapists because that's important apparently. Nothing to do with the convo. Come on now.
Right. And got personally then said she a counselor, but it's just like that's what I'm saying. People fall in love with the pipe and not in love with the water. That's the problem that I think people have, and I think that's why a lot of people miss. Oh, drop this. This is why a lot of
Wait,
people miss
can you
out
can you
on.
say that again? They fall in love with the pipe and not the water,
They
please.
fall
Can
in
you?
love with the pipe and not fall in love with the water.
Oh my God,
That's what they do.
Ooh, Kate.
what is going on here?
That's what it is. But like I said, if you
Hey,
have empathy, if you have empathy and
hey,
understand.
Kay, it sound like I rubbed off. I'm sorry.
You no, but you know what, Miss Beautiful, I need that because sometimes you know
Well, you
what.
dropping them gems, baby. You
I
dropping them gems. That's
I be
usually what I
saying
be
stuff.
doing.
I be chill when I get on these panels, but sometimes it's like people just like to find any reason to not want to change and not do better. Like, what difference does it make? Y'all missing the point. You going and you a counselor. More is expected of you. It's called empathy. It's called understanding. Sometimes experience is not the best teacher. Sometimes you don't have to experience it for yourself to be able to understand common sense. Some things you just be able to do because why you observe. And psychologists, that's what we're here to do. We're here to observe and be able to make judgments based off that. It's nothing wrong with that. I don't have to be something for me to understand something. They don't always have to work like that. Understanding is just that, understanding. You get it by learning, you get it by asking questions, you get it by paying attention and having empathy and care and compassion. That's what that's about. It's not about what do you have and what do you no, that's not what that's about. That's not why we're in this profession. So a lot of
Yeah, I find that. I find that kind of funny though, but yeah, I'm gonna say this though while we still tapping and stuff. But I find it funny that people be saying that though, right? And I always say this one thing, like, so if a professional told me how to do it or something like that, versus them saying it and me saying it, and I got the same information, how do it invalidate my information when I got it from a professional? You know what I'm saying? So I never understood that they gotta first ask you, did you experience it first? And then say is it legit. But if they say the exact same thing, that just don't make no sense. But people, the thing is, people like that, they find anything. That's why they can't get their life together. They going through the. That's why some of them in therapy because they can't look
Mm.
beyond just these certain things. So they hurt them on their own self because they can't expand their learning past whatever these little uh plate thing. They I can't think of a word though, but basically these ropes and stuff that they put themselves in front of them. Okay, I'm not about to learn from them because he's a child. I'm not going to learn from them because they're not the same color as me. I'm not going to learn from them because it's like they make up their own thing and get mad at it because they can't learn anything extra. You know what I'm saying? So
It's
they do this to
because the
themselves. I
Bro,
want
Well,
to
bro,
speak
it
to
is,
it's
bro,
everybody.
because
think
most
of,
bro.
people
think
are
about
doing
it,
that
Kev,
because they
If
need
and
to
it's
hear
Amiga.
what
I
they
want to
want to
say
hear.
something on this real quick because there
uh-huh.
are a lot of people that will bounce around with therapists. They'll bounce around, bounce around, bounce around. Oh, that therapist didn't do this, or that therapist didn't do that, and that's because a therapist's job is not
They're
to
not in
give.
it to win it. They're not in it to win it.
Exactly. They're not in
Okay.
it to, they're not willing. So
Yeah.
now you actually as a therapist, our job is not to tell them what to do. It's to ask questions to help them figure out what they need to do.
If they can't
I
listen to
mean,
themselves, lovely, if they can't listen to themselves, then they can't evaluate themselves. Then they can never look at how far off balance they are. If they can't hear themselves speak, because the whole point is to learn how to vet yourself. This is what people keep overlooking. You got to
Yep.
learn how to handle emotions from the thought process. It comes out as an idea, turns into a thought, then comes the emotions, and by that time you have to react to it. You got to stop it at the gate, and those are skills that you need to learn from a licensed professional or someone that can give you a different perspective. You can learn that shit from a fucking fortune cookie. Excuse the French.
I mean, true, but I think the thing is when it comes to people already have their mind made up from the gate. So if I'm somebody who doesn't believe in marriage and I'm talking to somebody who is married and they're trying to give me advice, do you think I want to listen to anything that they're saying? Absolutely not. I'm going to find every excuse to discredit you,
Exactly.
right? And it doesn't matter whether they're married or they're not married. We have 2 ladies on the panel. We have one that's married and one that's not. Both of them can give solid advice about marriage, and there's always going to be somebody who's going to discredit both. At the end of the day, it is what it is. If that's not what if that's not what you're looking for, then that's not what you're looking for. I don't think that there's a problem if you're bouncing around through therapists. You should. Not every therapist is for you. You ain't gonna vibe. It's not gonna work that way. But at some point you need to ask yourself, are you trying to convince yourself to
That's
the
an
point that you're
interesting point.
discrediting everybody else?
Well, your
Or are you
intention,
coming at
right?
it with an open mind?
That
I
Because
want
part
if
to. I
you're
is.
want
not
to.
coming
Tam,
at it
can
with
I
an
say
open
this before I
mind,
leave?
there's no point.
Good.
Yep. I want to say this. I want to say to the panel that I love y'all. I love this conversation. But again, I said earlier, I've been married 33 years and I want to keep it that way. And my husband just came home. I just greeted him at the door. So I'm finna get off this
handle your
vibe, right?
business, love.
Yeah, I'm finna go handle my business because that's how you stay married 33 years. You know what I'm saying?
And that's how you
So
stay married.
yeah, that's how you stay married because you got to prioritize and make sure that things are important. So I've already cooked
He's a
dinner.
lucky man. He's a
Yeah,
lucky
I
man.
already look. I've been working while I've been talking, right? So I know my husband comes home. I done cooked dinner. Okay, I greeted him at the door. The shower's on. He finna handle
That's
his
it.
business, and I'm gonna wait and make his plate, and then I'll see y'all next time. And I wish y'all the
Yes,
best.
man.
I'm praying for
Blessings
everybody.
to you. Blessings to you.
That's a
Hey, whenever
virtuous
you got a
woman
little
right
bit free
there.
time, you're
I
always
love
welcome
you,
over here.
beautiful. I'm
I love
so
you
glad
too.
you were
Please
here.
come
Y'all
by
have a
more
good
because
night.
I love
Let me add that to my
that's
my
fresher
understanding.
breath of fresh air, yo. That's
Mm-hmm.
good energy. So if you're not following her, make sure you follow her.
Yeah, she
Every
been
time I've been on a panel with her, she ain't doing nothing but spitting just straight hard
all the
facts
time, right?
all the time. Like that is somebody you
I
want to
met her
listen
through
to. She
Slim Room, and ever
ain't
since
gonna do nothing
I'm like,
crazy.
dang,
Met her
I
through
like
Slim
her.
Yes,
Room.
yes,
And she's always
yes.
so sweet
Wow.
and compassionate, and
But
she just speak the truth, and she really do be like trying to inspire people to do good things. So
that
shout out
part.
to Miss Beautiful. She really is such a sweetheart.
Yeah, and imagine being like with somebody for 33 years and then raising children and knowing the system that she functions in, that she works in, that she's the experiences that she's in. It doesn't discount or discredit anybody that has ever come from another experience. That's the thing. That's the thing that other people need to understand. Just because we go through something doesn't mean that we can't help people that go through something else.
Now, hold on. Let's not let the elephant in the room go away because we're not trying to say that people do not have preferences. But when your preferences are a little too strong, where they're limited capacity, then you have less chance of running into the right person that you need at that moment.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say this. I think most of y'all that are in here fussing about fighting with people who are married or people pushing marriage and everything else, like most of y'all don't even need to be worried about that for real. Y'all need to get your shit together. Okay, y'all be on here number one complaining about everything, how your life crap and everything else, but you ain't doing shit to change it. At the end of the day, focus on that shit before you start worried about getting married to somebody. Like, how you gonna
Right.
get married to somebody your shit's not together?
Stop
That don't
hating.
even
Right.
like that don't
Good
even make
morning.
sense.
Good morning, everyone. How are we?
Good
What's up,
morning, good
Roscoe?
afternoon, sir.
Good, mate.
What's
I
up?
just wanted to firstly affirm lovely sis. I'm a therapist and counsellor as well, and a lot of what she was saying is absolutely spot on. Mate, I just want to address some of your issues here around fatherhood, and it's always, I've been doing this for 30 years, it's always a very delicate space because when you start talking about the benefits of fathers, then sometimes single mums feel as though you're having a go at them, which is not the case. I think there are some unique things about fatherhood that all children benefit from. The reality is the statistics are out there that children do better. Now, I always use the term positive male role model because I'm the first one to say there are some fathers should not be near their children. That's a given. But I think that positive male role model for boys and girls is there's evidence to show that children do better with that positive male role model. All you got to look at is your prisoner population over there, and the number of men in prison who came from fatherless homes is over 90%. And your own president, Barack Obama, said that it's one of the major social issues of the time. So it's always a difficult, tricky space to talk about, but I think it is something that we need to talk about, the uniqueness of fathers and the uniqueness of mothers. And I saw a post the other day, should single mothers get a gift on Father's Day or whatever? And I thought, I've never seen a more ridiculous comment than that, because they're doing a great job as single mums, but they are not fathers, and fathers are not mothers. And it's the overarching question here is then, well, why are there so many single parent families? That's a whole nother conversation, but yeah, I just wanted to, because I've been working with dads for over 30 years now, and I've picked up a few little tips along the way. That's all.
I wanna say I 100% agree with you. You know, especially coming from a kid who didn't have a father in the home, I did have a lot of positive, male role models, uncles and stuff like that. So they, men are important. I think that's the problem nowadays, is everybody in this decentering all of this is now devalued, not only just fatherhood, but just men in general, not realizing that men are very important in anybody's childhood, like in your development. You need men. You know what I mean? We can't just get rid of men and just be like, oh, we're just gonna handle everything one woman team. That ain't never gonna happen. Your kids are not gonna be well balanced. I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. There's just certain things that, whether it's your father that gives it to you, or if you had that one amazing uncle or whatever that can give you that no woman on this earth can. And especially not just for young boys, even just for girls. You know what I mean? I think the reason why there's so many, single moms and the cycle keeps continuing is because there hasn't been these positive male role models in the home. And when there isn't, then you have all these girls growing up, and now we wonder why women are dating the wrong men, why we're falling for stuff that we wouldn't normally be falling for, where if you had a positive male role model in your life, he would have told you that.
And one of the reasons behind that too is that one of the roles of a father or a positive male role model is to facilitate safe risks. So a father will be more risky with his child than a mother will be. And so what happens when there's not that person to show them what a safe risk looks like? They take unsafe risks. Boys take unsafe risks with their physicality, with alcohol, with all of that. Girls take unsafe risks with emotions and relationships, because they're not given that boundary by the man of what a safe risk looks like. And that's one of the issues that we don't talk about, is that one of the major roles of a father in a child's life is to facilitate that safe risks. And I see it all the time. Girls are taking unsafe risks with their relationships and emotions because they haven't had that person in their life to show them what a safe risk looks like.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you brought up the risks, because that goes back into like attachment issues and stuff. If you look into secure attachment, dissociative attachment, or anxious attachment and all that, a lot of the times the secure attachment is because you can take a risk because you're going to have that security behind you.
Yeah.
Even if you fail, you still have people around you that are going to say, okay, pick yourself back up again and let's go.
And lovely sis, I don't know if you know, but there's various things out there. We talk about Bowlby's theory of attachment. That's debunked. It's over 70 years old. It's not of any use.
It's so debunked. Debunked.
There's also a thing called the circle of security. Now, what I worked out working with dads was this: mums see their family from the inside out. Fathers see their family from the mums see their families from the outside in. Men see their family from the inside out. Now, this is anthropological. So when they were in the cave with the babies, the mums had to look at the children, at the environment. Were they safe? What were they wanting? Were they wanting food? The dad was out hunting the food. Now, if he isn't got his eyes out to the horizon, he doesn't see the threats that are coming. If he's busy looking at the flowers next to him, then a bear kills his kids. So that whole idea of men have the longer view and women have the closer view, it fits into that circle of security beautifully, because I think men are the safe place from there their children explore the world, and then the mother is the place from where they get their nurture and their care. Those two things actually create a whole environment for children to thrive. Now, I might be wrong, but we used to have I used to run antenatal classes for fathers, and we then would get the dads together with their babies when they were 3 months old. I noticed this. All the dads would hold the babies with the baby facing out. And I thought it was so they wouldn't get vomited on. But I realised after a while they were showing their children a world. Here is the big wide world. Here it is out there. The mothers were holding the babies close and nurturing them. This is natural anthropological stuff, and we need to just be celebrating that uniqueness, I think. And it's the best for our children when we do.
Agree. And if you look at Kev's first question, when if one, so what are the roles of the man and the woman when you create a child? What are the roles of that? And how do you actually allow the other person to complete their roles?
Yeah. Well, I used to ask young mums, do you want a father for your child or do you want a male mother? They're two different things. And some of them wanted a male mother. They wanted the man in their life that would do the things with the child exactly the same way they would do them, in the way that they were taught to do them. And that's not that uniqueness of fatherhood or motherhood. And when we detract from the uniqueness of fatherhood, we actually detract from the uniqueness of motherhood. When we say that mums can do the same thing as dads, we're actually belittling the role of a mother.
Yeah, because it's the same thing, you know, roles being reversed. Mothers, we can all collectively agree. Moms are very important, but just as much as dads.
Absolutely,
You know, so
and they're both
can't
unique
keep
and
playing that.
valuable.
Yeah, we
Roscoe,
can't keep
you took
playing
my
that.
point, Roscoe. I was
I'm
just
getting
gonna
kicked
lead with
out.
that point. You just took my point.
Sorry.
I'm getting kicked out.
It's okay, Kev. I'll hold it down till you come back, bro. But go ahead, Kim TV. I think I said that right.
Yes.
Hey,
Roscoe took my
Kim.
point. Hey, boo, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
You know, working them night shift as always.
As always.
No, but literally, that's what Roscoe said was like right on point. That was gonna be my my segue, my point in regards to the first question. You know, what are the roles? The roles have completely changed. You know, I am a single mom. I've been a single mom, but I've I was married to someone that wasn't my child's father. And so I still take on the role as a single mom, because it was certain dynamics, you know, within the relationship where, like Roscoe said, you know, the men were being, you know, what was his term? I think he said mom dad or a wife dad or something to that significance he stated. But
A male mother.
yes, a male mother. That's what he stated. So when he said that, it just hit me so hard, because in the beginning of my relationship with my husband, it was, I put him in the role of a male mother, because the father, I felt, wasn't given that time to the child, right? But as I got older and our relationship grew with my husband, it was basically, you know, um, me stepping more into my feminine and him stepping more into his male, where I was like, okay, you go out and work, because I need to nurture this child. I'm losing the nurturing part that I'm supposed to be giving to my child by having to constantly go out and work. So the dynamic had to change, and it was hard, because it was a hard dynamic to switch back to, you know, because once us women get that, I guess power, or the, you know, I don't know what it is. I'm just saying, because it happened to me, you know. I guess I felt like, you know, I was in charge, like I was paying bills and things like that, and it just wasn't, it just didn't match. It didn't match for this new relationship that I was in, you know. And so the roles are very important, and I take it into deep consideration now, like with everything. Even when I'm telling my child and when I'm talking to other people, you know, we cannot put men in a space that we're supposed to be in, and we're not supposed to put ourselves in spaces that men are supposed to be in. They're
Exactly.
supposed. What you said, lovely?
I said exactly. You got women out here trying to tell men what to do and how to complete their roles,
Or what a
and you
real
got men
man
out
is.
here
Is
trying to
is
tell women how to complete their roles. No, you need to know your role.
does
Know
this
your
have
role.
anything? Does this have anything to do with female and male energy, like masculinity and feminine energy?
Mm,
I can't even say that. I
How
can't
do
say
you
the
think any
energies.
part of it? Any part of it has to do with it? Not just the roles, but the energy. This, I think the energies are different between men and women. Does that have anything to do with this?
Energy
Absolutely.
is different between person to person. That's how I feel. I
That is
think
also
each
correct. That is also
Yeah, I
correct.
think each person has their own energy, and
Mhm.
I can't say that this man has a female energy when that just may be his energy. He just may be a very lighthearted person and just very calm and just not you get what I'm saying. And so I can't be like, oh well, he has a feminine energy or she. I just feel like your energy and your aura is something that can't be stopped, but it's also ongoing. You know. Um,
Right.
and your
It
energy
kind of
changes. Your people
it
from
all goes back down to self.
right,
So
right.
are you actually doing what you need to do for yourself in order to accomplish those roles or those goals that are going to complete those roles? You know, what are you doing for you? You know, based upon I don't know, it's powerful. It's really powerful, you know, because a lot of people are not doing for themselves. I think about it like this: if we look at it from a mental health standpoint, and we look at the self identity, it's like if you are not giving yourself what you desire, then what do you think you're going to be attracted to?
Yeah.
That's a very
And lovely
strong
sis,
point.
you would know this that all of us have three things hardwired into us, three needs: the needs for acceptance, the need for belonging, and the need for love. And we
Mm.
know that because look at the stupid things we've done as teenagers and as young people to feel accepted, to feel a sense of belonging, and to feel a sense of love. And so that's, to me, that's the ultimate. That's what the three needs that each one of us is looking for in our lives. But going back a step, one of the issues I think with fatherhood is that we have conversations with our girls along the lines of one day you're going to be married and you're going to be a mother. And right from a young age, one of the things that's inculcated into them is about being a mother. We don't have those conversations with boys about you're going to be a husband and a father one day. And these are the things that I'm going to help you to be and grow you to be. So we need to be having more conversations with our young boys about the value of fatherhood and that this is an important thing and that this is a life goal for you. We have those conversations with girls, but not with boys. And the tricky space, and you would know this, all of you, people bring their own personal experiences into conversations, which is fine, but they then make their own personal experience the reality of the world. And
mm.
that's really, really hard to work
Had a
through. So
topic
if you
about
think
that projecting.
Right.
absolutely.
Right.
And so if your only experience of men has been a negative one, that's the lens that you look at all men through.
Mm.
Well,
And adult,
Perception at
and
its best, huh?
and if
yeah.
you look at it, Roscoe, if you look at it, and I know Kev, and that's why I'm still mad at him for bringing up God a couple days ago, and yesterday, when you look at it from a golly perspective, who do you give your daughter away to?
Yeah.
You know, who do you
Yeah.
give your daughter away to? To a man. You give your daughter away to a man. So men are very important because a man ain't gonna give a man who cares about his daughter and loves his daughter is not gonna give her away to a man that he does not agree with.
No, and the psychology out there says often a girl will marry a man very much like her own father because that's the example of men that she's had in her life. And so if we're not putting positive male role models into the lives of our daughters, well, no wonder the cycle's continuing.
Yep.
Absolutely. She's gonna go to what she's used to. She's gonna look for what she's comfortable with. She's gonna be go to what she has experienced. So please, people, listen up. I have a daughter. I raised her by myself. She most likely is going to look for a man like me. So I decided to change my life and do everything I can to be a positive role model and show her, hey, if I can do it, so can you. But I don't want to just tell you these things. I want to show you by example. Now we're right back at leading by example. Let's go.
Yep.
So we're
Girls,
basically saying that men can raise men can raise boys and women
yes.
in
Yeah,
a
but
better way.
it's not easy, mommy. I'm sorry.
Right.
Me
I
me
know,
personally,
Amiga.
me raising a girl for 10 years. She's now 19, right? This is how I started the conversation. I said I needed that extra voice so that my kids don't play the fluffy game with me. I needed that reassurance. I needed that backing, so that when they go to mom, they could be like, "Hey, dad said this, man. Isn't he wild for that?" No, he's not wild for that. He's absolutely right. You understand? And I needed
Mhm.
that, and I didn't have that. So it's easy for kids to be like, "Oh, well, he's only one person. Ain't nobody backing up his story." You feel me?
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think
I
a lot of people
Girls
understand
learn
what you.
how to love. Girls learn from their fathers how to love a man. Boys learn how to treat a
I'll
woman.
be out your box in a minute, Mirror. I just want to say one thing real quick.
Uh, what just
Not him
happened?
moving my back up out of there. I
Like,
was thinking about
if
doing
I'm
that.
wanting to set an example to my daughters of how to get along in a relationship with a man, only a man can do that. And I used to, with my daughters, I used to take them out on a date, and so that they knew how to work and operate socially with a man. Like, and how are they going to get that example unless I give it to them? And my daughters are both now in their 20s and they're amazing women. But when they were young, I would actually take time to socially spend time with them in a social environment so that they learn those how to interact. And so, and if we're not doing this stuff, the cycle just continues. And when the cycle continues, we then look for someone to blame. And unfortunately, we've looked to the men to blame.
Mm.
Well, and that's my question, maybe to everybody on the panel. Why are men to blame? Why?
Because
Because it's easy.
it's easy right now. Everybody's looking for something to blame right now. Right.
I think that too, but I also think like if we look at the core, the reason why a lot of people feel like the man is the blame is because they're supposed to be the head and they're supposed to be making the decisions and they're supposed to be like, you know what I'm saying, handling all of that. So I feel that a lot of people put the blame on men and not recognizing that women also have a part in it as well.
Ooh,
Um,
that wow, that's
but
a catch-22 situation there because most men won't speak up on their behalf. You know what I'm saying? So a woman is faster to speak up about how she feels. A man is more like trying to hold back and trying to keep the peace as long as possible until he can't hold it no more, and then it comes out really wrinkled,
You
doesn't it?
gonna kick me out the box and then leave? Like, what the fuck? Y'all piss me
There's
off
some there's
sometimes.
some
Okay.
there's some neurological stuff here, Kim. It's interesting what you just said, Kim. You went, I feel, and that's part of the issue. Is that women will, and this is normal, and I'm not criticizing anyone. Women will normally respond to something based upon how they feel and upon the emotions and how it makes them feel.
you
Men
are
will respond.
absolutely right, Roscoe.
So true. That's
You
so
are
true.
absolutely
Men will
right,
respond
Roscoe.
based upon logic and what they think. And so when you have those two different views of the same situation, the one's responding from emotion, responding from logic,
Logic.
it is easy to say that one's more important than the others, and emotions are more powerful for everyone than logic. And so that always trumps the decision making in a situation of it. But in my experience, emotions are the worst possible framework for making decisions. We tell people when they're grieving, don't buy curtains or carpets because you're emotional and you're making a decision that will have long term effects. Yet we don't. And so we know as psychologists and counselors that making decisions based on emotion is really poor. And so when you don't have that leveling influence of logic in a relationship and you've only got somebody making decisions based upon emotion, it's probably not the best framework for that decision making.
I mean, it also has to do with the way that you, especially as women, how we're disciplined, right? Because if you don't know how to discipline your own feminine energy, you are gonna fuck up a lot of things.
Ouch.
Right.
Yep.
That's the
Yep.
thing. As a woman, I can walk if I walk into, say, even just my house, right? If I walked into my house, my brothers and my family's here, and I'm having a shit mood and I don't know how to check my energy, I will affect the entire house. It just is what it is. It doesn't make
Oh,
me more powerful. It just has to do with me being a woman, right? Men naturally would want to protect, so they're going to sense that. My brother's gonna
Mm.
send something. Well, what do I gotta do? It's gonna put him on alert, and he doesn't need to be in alert. It's just I'm having a bad day because I don't know. Walmart ran out of the cookies I wanted or some shit. Like, you know what I'm
Well,
saying? So it's
Not
and think
not the
about it,
cookies.
AJ too. Think about it, AJ too.
we have to
When a man corrects a woman, how does a woman respond?
But
Well,
that's but that goes to my same point. If you constantly raise your daughters in an environment where she has to be put higher than a man, then this is the reason why we see a lot of what we see,
Yep.
right? Because at the end of the day, it's not about men being over women or women being over men. We have to do this together. We have
Brother.
different roles and different jobs. I can't go do my brother's job in the family. Like my brother has his own job, I have my role, right? And this is coming from somebody who's from matriarchy who is telling you this. As a matriarchal woman who grew up in this, I understand the importance of men. I always have. They're not important. I don't just make decisions based off of everybody and I'm sitting in that lead chair. I have to make decisions that are going to be best for everybody. Everybody.
right.
So I
But
can't be over here acting like a jackass.
and the
That's
more
all I'm saying.
perspectives, right? The more perspectives you know, the more skills you have, the better you have understanding, the more patience you have. It all pays a price towards that. And Roscoe, let me help you out a little bit. He said that, men most likely to be logical. He is not saying that all men are logical. For those that have taken a logical approach, and there are some men that are a little bit more emotional than females. So let's not forget that. We're living in a different time right now, 2024, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's in their feelings, and
I'm
that's
sorry.
exactly how they're controlling us. Because emotional intelligence is a rarity nowadays. Let me land
But
that right
that's
there.
but that's the problem. Like I said, this is what happens when one, as women, especially if we, because really we have to take accountability for that. Majority of us grew up in homes with our fathers not in it, right?
Right,
That's
AJ.
it. So with that being said, then now you have to look at it and be like, okay, well, if your mom wasn't emotionally intelligent and didn't know how to check her emotions and feelings and ran rampant and just sat there and said, well, I'm going to do everything that I feel and I don't care how impulsive it is, then now you've taught your son that, and now that's dangerous.
Mm.
Bingo.
Right. Right.
And then if you have daughters,
Yes,
the
AJ.
cycle continues. Now you taught your daughter the same thing. Now you
And
have
it,
two. Now you have both your son and your daughter out here being impulsive based off emotion. And what does that
And,
do? That hurts other people.
and you know what, Saint? That's the thing, and it's so funny because I was looking at a documentary earlier today in regards of becoming a stoic woman.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, say something switch you
mm-hmm,
out, brother.
Stoicism, yeah.
mm-hmm.
Stoicism is an amazing philosophy. If any of y'all ever want to look it up, like I can
Right,
recommend
right.
some
I'm
books.
telling you, it's
Woohoo!
all. And so, in regards to like what Kate just put something in the message in the comments, and she's like, "Yeah, women are like thermostats. LOL, we affect the temperature in the room." And so, by me reading that, and it just struck in my head in regards to the document that I seen earlier today in regards to becoming a stoic woman. So, it's in regards of learning your emotional temperature. You understand? I mean, like
Mm-hmm.
fixing your temperature when you're getting upset at the cookies not being at Walmart, and making sure that you are emotionally intelligent to be able to, you know, ride that anger like a wave
Mm-hmm.
instead
Mm-hmm.
of being a mountain that the wave is hitting up against. If that makes
Yep.
sense, I'm hoping I'm
Of,
making
Yeah.
a
of,
visual.
of, of
You got to
course
go
it
with the
makes
flow. You
sense.
got to be. It's like surfing, right? If you're a surfer, you can't just try to act like a rock, right? Water ain't gonna do that. You're gonna lose. You're gonna fall off your board. You got to learn how to go with the flow. But also, like I was saying, it comes with learning how to check yourself at times, right? Because we can check ourselves before we even say anything. Let's be real, right? We feel
Right.
that brewing before it even turns into whatever the f it's gonna turn into. We already feel it brewing. The moment
You
that
feel it
happens,
in
you have
your
to get protected.
toes, from your
Hmm.
toes coming up into your groin, coming up into the pits of your stomach, coming into your fingers, into your hands, all the way up until it comes to your throat, and then you say what you're gonna say. You feel that energy.
And Kim, when we don't do that regulation, one of the things that happens, I've seen a lot, is the inability to separate the emotions connected with an adult relationship and those connected with an adult child relationship. So he's hurt me, he cheated on me, he did the wrong thing, therefore he's a bad father. Now, an emotional regulator is able to go, you know what, my adult relationship and his relationship with me and his relationship with his child are different. But when we're all in our emotions all the time, and men do it too, when we're all in our emotions all the time, we don't see the bigger picture because we're so clouded by our emotions, and that's why therapy and stuff like that is so important, to be able to take a step back and go, hang on, there's two relationships here. And I think my experience has been for a lot of fathers that I've spoken to is they feel as though they're the secondary person in the relationship, and that the child is the number one focus. The reality is the best parent you can be is when the two parents are supporting each other. And it's really interesting because when I did antenatal classes, there were 5 things that men were concerned about. And when they shared those things with me and we shared them back to their female partners, their partners had never heard any of this stuff, because that whole process of and having a baby is all about getting the mother and baby over the line safely. So men feel left out right from the word go, and then we get blamed for not wanting to connect with the child, because the system is set up to get that motherhood is more important than fatherhood. That is the hidden message in the whole system. And so when men get that message, we go, well, I'm optional in this process. I'm not a valuable part of this process. Why would I want to? Why then should I get involved? And so somehow we need to be including men and saying your role in this child's life is just as important. I was involved in a experiment we did. I sort of helped a guy out. It was in Ireland, but there was a whole bunch of teenage fathers. And because they had all these teenage mothers, and they said, well, there must be teenage fathers out there. What they discovered was when they said to these young men, you are important in this child's life. This child needs you, and we want you in this child's life. They all went out and got jobs. They all gave up smoking and they all gave up drinking, because they were told the narrative that you're not important and you've just got this girl pregnant is a false narrative. You are important in this. And they went and took fatherhood classes. So we need to be telling boys and young men that they are needed, they are wanted, and they are valuable and not optional. Because if you give us the option of not being involved, we'll choose that. But when you tell us that we're important and vital and our child needs you, regardless of how you feel about that person, see, this is where the objectivity comes in. Regardless of how you feel about that young guy getting your daughter pregnant, the fact is that child is now in this world and needs a man. And you need to just work through that. Anyway, I just wanted to share that story.
I think we talked about that a lot earlier. When you think about it, where I was talking about the system, when you talk about how a woman says, I'm going to allow this man to do this. No, that man should already have that opportunity to be in that child's life.
Yeah,
But
but when we
this is where
intrinsically consider motherhood more important than fatherhood, which I think society does, we're automatically as men behind the 8 ball, and we have to almost force our way in. So the natural inclination is motherhood is this angelic, amazing thing that is far more important than fatherhood. So therefore, fathers are optional. That's the narrative that we are working with.
But I think that's the major problem now today, though, right? Especially when it comes to having kids and everything else. I feel like that's where everything has shattered. People anymore don't put the child's best interests first. We're now too busy putting our emotions first, right?
Correct.
Now to the point where men are now having to ask to be fathers, which to me is insanity, right? But again, I come from something very different. I come from a place where, even my young brother, my mom would put my youngest brother in his arms and tell him, that's your baby, right? And he would sit there and he would take care of the baby. Like, men in my society, like, they're taught how to take care of kids and so on and so forth. It's not because, we're trying to make them weak. It's, you have to know how to parent at some point. Like, that is your role, you know what I mean, in our society, in our communities, is to pass on to future generations. And yes, it's not always fortunate, right? But there may be times where you may have to do that solo, whether you're a single dad or you're a single mom. It's not ideal, but things happen, right? Your spouse may die, or unalive, excuse me. You know what I mean? Now you have to do this on your own, you know what I mean? So these things are important, but anymore it's like I don't really see that being taught here. And if anything, I just see a lot of moms being like, I'm going to choose the single parent route. I don't care about him. I don't care about his needs. I don't care that he's bonded with his kid, so on and so forth. I just don't feel like dealing with him no more. I want a whole new person.
And it's so
And that's
sad because that
crazy
single
part.
parent route, this new generation, it's not fun.
It's not.
It's not fun.
That makes it
Exactly.
easy ways.
It's nothing fun about it, baby. Trust me, it's not fun. That's why I
What?
had to hurry up and try to get with somebody because being a single parent, let me tell you something. They parade it like it's something good to do. It's
A
not.
fun thing. Yeah,
It's
it's not a fun
not.
thing.
The kids need their fathers. You need their father. But
Yes. Yes, Kim. Yes,
Um,
Kim.
hey,
like
Roscoe, what you were talking about, telling these young men that being a father is important. I mean, I guess I can agree that is important to tell men. I mean, I think that that's something that's self-evident, but I'm willing to admit that there's people that probably need the nudge. I would just say that something that's important as a father myself to understand is that part of being a father is understanding that it's a thankless job.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to do things that the people you're supporting, your children, your wife, aren't gonna even be thinking about or processing.
Also, too, mate, it's
It's
something
like,
that
it's like I would get up at 2:00 in the morning to go work on aircraft.
yeah.
And it's not that I expect them to be worried about that, but it's like I
Well,
didn't expect
also
them to
to
thank me either. You know what I mean? But it's like I just feel like it's like you shouldn't have to be told that fathers are important, and you shouldn't need to hear a thank you and you're doing a good job to be a father, because it's not about you as a father. Your feelings, yes, they're important, but they're not on the front burner. You know what I mean? Like you have
I
other
was just trying to. I was just trying to say, mate, that societally, men have been positioned as optional. One of the interesting things too is that we learn to be fathers, right? And that I look at it from the point of view of a toolbox, right? Your father and my father handed us fathering toolboxes. Now, I might be wrong here, but if we look at the passed on knowledge to mothers, the basis of the passed on knowledge of motherhood has not changed for many generations. Okay, the grandmother passed on knowledge about, but now for men, that knowledge changes every generation. My father had to sit in a waiting room and look through a window at me. I was expected to cut cords and catch babies, and so the toolbox that he handed me for fathering didn't have the tools in it that I need to father now, or that I needed 30 years ago when my kids were little. And so I think there is a sense that every generation for fathers, we're learning this brand new. And even some of the passed on information is not able to be used for us as fathers generationally. Whereas I think for mums, that information has remained consistent over generations, because we've repositioned fathers over the years. The other side of it too, though, is I've always said to young mums, don't give your father a job, give him a responsibility. Men tend to rise to responsibility. So if all you say is, I'm the one with all the responsibility over the child and I'm going to give you some tasks to do, men are not going to necessarily rise to that. Now, if my wife had said to me, your responsibility is to make sure that our children are always got a clean diaper, I would have researched every freaking diaper out there and I'd have been checking the child every 5 minutes, because she would have given me a responsibility. And so I think part of it is we say the responsibility for looking after the child is the mother's, and she gives him tasks within that. I think we need to reframe that and go, there are responsibilities that need to be given to the men so that they've got something to rise to.
I mean, yeah, I agree, and I think that there's importance in the difference of the roles and at what time a certain role maybe has more influence. Do you see what I mean about that? Like, I think that there's a time frame when it's more appropriate for the child to spend more time with the mother, and then I think there's another time in a child's life when more time with the father is more appropriate.
So if you look at if we look at we've got mother and father, so we've got different roles of mother and father because we're talking about raising children. Look at what fatherless talks about. Fatherless actually is mentioned in Deuteronomy all the way to Proverbs. And that fatherlessness when we're without a father. And I guess it goes back biblically, and like I keep telling Kev, I'm so mad at you for bringing this up because it just, you know, because if you're fatherless, guess what you don't have? So, a father to the fatherless, a defender. That's in Psalms. Defend the cause of the weak and the fatherless, or encroach on the fields of the fatherless. That's Proverbs 23:10. So when we are without a father, we lose parts of ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I mean,
But if we lose the mother, do we lose parts of ourselves? So are we comparing the father to the mother?
I would look at it like it takes both the father and the mother to keep the sky held up. They can't do it independently, in my opinion. This is coming from a single parent home.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I agree. I agree with Mr. Grant for sure. It's very much. It's not. We weren't designed to do or
No, that's
raise
not,
children solo.
I'm not saying that there aren't individuals who aren't capable of providing what society would call a suitable lifestyle. I'm not denying that, but there is just something that is,
Oh, God, sorry.
by the nature of the relationship, there's something that's missing.
Yeah,
So,
that's what
you can't replicate it. You can't make up for it.
and that's where I'm 100% agreeing with you. I'm not saying that there aren't times and circumstances where people have to do both and they have to hold both roles to the best of their ability. But we weren't designed to do that. We were designed to be partners in that when it comes to raising kids, women and men alike. You can't just do one without the other. You need both. You know what I mean? There's not, and it's best that you have both, especially if you want somebody who's well rounded. You know what I mean? And again, parents are always going to do the best that they can, even if they have to be single parents, or they're in a situation where they're single parents. Of course, they're going to do the best they can, but preferred if it's not. I don't think it's a choice, right? I don't think it's something that somebody wakes up and says, "Oh, well, you know what? I want to be a single parent because why not?" You know what I mean? That should not be your mindset. I just don't like how single motherhood is so glorified these days to the point where
Exactly.
it's like, let's just pick a guy and we don't care about him and his feelings and what's best for the child. Let me just go ahead and have a child.
Well, and even if you look at it, AJ, if you go back and we can talk about the mother, the father, but even if you look at family, family is like the include is what is a family? A family is a household unit of related people, possibly extending to an entire clan or tribe. So now we've got the family coming in. So how do we co-parent? How do we, if you're not in love with that person or you're not desirable of that person? So I think communication has been a really bad analogy of people that they're so lost with themselves that they don't even know how to raise the child.
But that's what I'm saying. Like if you already
Right.
grew up in that environment, let's think about it. There's counselors on this panel. How many adults do you see on
Okay.
a regular basis where they're having to talk about it?
Okay, can I say something? Let me just drop something. My mom, she was 18 years old. I'm 40, right? Okay. My mom was 18. She had a 18-year-old.
About to get fun.
No. All love. My mom was 18 years old when she had my brother, and then 19 to have me, and I'm 40 years old. So I don't want people to think. The one thing, my mother had a lot. She had a lot of baggage. It was really hard. Like now and TikTok, Lynn. Mad love to everybody. Like we can talk about that. She didn't have that. My mom didn't have that. That that baggage. And I'm a thing.
For sure. Okay. Feel it.
Hmm.
Um, but what I was referring to is like even as an adult, even though I had male role models around me, you know what I mean? I can't sit there and say that I haven't had to end up in therapy to pick up and relearn the things that I missed from not having my father around, right? And don't get me wrong, my mom did the best she could. She did a phenomenal job, but I still had to go back. Is all I'm saying, and I see that a lot. As I've just just observed a lot of people, whether it's friends, people I know, people I've seen on here, different types of case studies, talking to different types of people. So, I'm not saying that it happens for, I guess, not everybody, but majority of us end up having to go back to therapy to pick up the things that we missed because we didn't have the other parent. Is all I'm saying.
But
We need the father.
I didn't have my father at all. One thing, my mom never said anything bad about my dad.
My mom never said my father.
On game. My mom, I'm 40 years old. My mom, she never said anything bad about my brother. I mean, my dad. But she let me. You gonna figure it out by yourself. That's basically how she that's
Let me give you this context, because, and I know I don't share this a lot, and I don't even know if Kev has heard this, or AJ has heard this, or the people that I've been following for years. My mother was married to my biological father, and I've done a lot of his stories about where I came from and understanding that. But she remarried a stepfather who
Lovely, you cutting up.
You got 2 bars, love.
Lovely, you got 2 bars. You're cutting up.
oh my goodness. Why are they doing that? Hold on, because this is going to be powerful.
For sure.
That is so weird. Okay, that's
There
the
you go.
spirit working. That's
There you go.
okay. So my mother remarried my stepfather who abused me and my sister, and then I had to go through the system through Parents United, and you can research that if you want to. Why did I'm sorry. Go ahead.
About to get kicked.
no. I love no because my mom always said like you can't do this, you can't do that because when I mean I don't know how it was to be I'm not no but how did you know when you were touched or I don't know.
Well, here's my thing. Is that despite the fact that I was a good male presence in my life because biological father wasn't always there, I wasn't protected, but I still love men. I love my husband. I love my husband to the
But
fullest.
do you feel
But
that you have like anger?
no, nope. I had to because
Hold
anger,
on, lovely. Hold on,
anger.
lovely. Hold on, lovely.
Okay.
Lovely. Give me just a second. Can we have just a little order and decorum? She's trying to tell us a story, and she can't finish the story because you keep stopping to ask.
Yo, Mary, your stuff loaded them up.
That's because I'm far away from it. But
Yeah.
we usually have a little more decorum, and she's trying to tell us a story here, and she can't get the story out because you keep interrupting her to ask questions. If you allow her to tell the story, she may answer your questions in the story. But let her tell the story first, and then ask your questions afterwards, because we're trying to hear the story. Others have questions as well too.
Yep.
That works too. All right, go ahead, lovely.
Thank you, Mira. So I just to give you a little bit of backstory, and this is part of my testimony. Born and raised, and I
Hey,
know.
what happened to my friend?
I'm sorry.
Kev.
I know.
Hey, my friend was gone. Shoot. Yeah,
I
Tansy
know.
Jr. was in here, man.
Well, hey, this time it wasn't me.
No, that was the spirit.
This is
That
about
was
to
the
get
spirit.
interesting.
So if you think about it, so my mom and my dad, okay, divorced when I was very young, and then she remarried another man, and he abused us. He abused me and my sister. I had to go live with my grandparents for quite some time. But when I had to go back because there was part of the system, you can look up Parents United, you can research that, and they sent me back home. I didn't feel protected. I didn't feel understood. I didn't feel listened to. But sports, thank God, saved me. So now, does that mean that I'm gonna be against all men? Nope, because my desire was to be with a man who loved me, who cared for me, who was kind to me. I didn't lose my spirit. I didn't lose that. There was something that God gave me that said, look, you've been through this and you're gonna experience this, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna be deserving of it. So and that's my thing. That's my testimony. Like even though my mom did not know what she was doing, how she was gonna do it, and how she wanted to be. I did not feel protected by her. I didn't feel protected by the men that she chose around me. But it didn't mean that I lost my sight of men.
Mhm.
And I think that's what a lot of people are missing.
Well,
You can't
it,
deny that.
but it's also, you know what I mean, getting the right help if you are harboring those feelings, right?
Exactly.
That's the biggest, that's the
Exactly.
most important thing. Like, because, like I was, trying to say, I was like, even though I grew up and I don't have a disdain for men, I don't, right? Like, men, y'all the coolest. You know what I mean? I want to be homies. I want to, maybe borrow your shoes every now and again. Um, that's fine. You know what I mean? That didn't mean that even though, kind of like with old girl on the panel, like my mom was very similar. My mom never slammed my bio dad. You know what I mean? If anything, they were friends. It's just he was not the type of person who needed to be a parent, right? And it was fine. You know what I mean? I learned that years later, and I had to go get counseling for that. But it never changed my perspective when it came to men. I think what a lot of the time, especially when I hear these conversations about women who are, these stupid conversations about the bear, which I'm so tired of hearing, but whatever else, like this has always been my question. This is the question that everybody seems to not ever want to answer. If you're at the point where you're willing to choose a bear than sit in a room with a man, who's to blame for that? Who's to blame for that at the end of the day? Because it's not men, right? You're to blame for that. You're the common denominator, right? Because at the end of the day, yes, are there bad men out here? Yes, just like there are bad women out here. But that's not everybody, right? There's a very small number of people. So at some point, when do you ask yourself, is it the people I'm hanging around with? Because if you're hanging around men that are doing terrible things, then okay, I understand why you would choose a bear. But if you're hanging around normal men, which again, they're everywhere, they're not like that. You know what I mean? That's just my whole point. Like I have yet, maybe it's just me, to come across a bunch of men that would be anywhere close into my social circle that I would consider friends or even would want to be around that I didn't feel safe around. That's anybody, and that's not even just men. Women especially. If you're not a safe person to be around, I don't want to be around you. Doesn't matter if you're male or female. It's the same thing.
Even on TikTok.
Even on TikTok, I don't be hanging out in everybody's rooms. Y'all know that. I don't be hanging out with everybody. I hang out with certain people. People I feel safe around. People I feel like I can have a conversation with. Other than that, no. You don't gotta hang around each other. That's perfectly fine. That's crazy. All I'm saying is that we just need to get to a point where we're not fucking at each other's throats and we're not sitting here demeaning each other. The demeaning is what's pissing me off. Right? There's 5 million lives I can scroll into right now talking about how trash men are and this, that, and the third, while knowing damn well a lot of these women have sons. And their sons are hearing this. And I'm not
Exactly,
making it any
AJ.
case. And now we're sitting here wondering why. There's a men's mental health crisis. I wonder why. Why are men out here deleting themselves? Is it because they grew up with moms that were constantly trashing men? Is this why a lot of men turn into panderers? or
Hey,
the versa,
hey, AJ.
y'all are turning into abusers because you're hearing this. Go ahead, Mira. I'm sorry.
I wanted you to keep cooking, but it was just that let's keep it honest about the stuff we done found out on TikTok this week. A lot of that, like you said, they got whole husbands, they got whole sons. So what we find out is that a lot of people are doing this for profit. So we
But that's
find out that there are a lot of people on here that are fake.
of
So we
course.
have to be mindful who we even follow on TikTok because there are people out here that are driving this narrative for profit.
But
Okay,
that's
you can keep going, AJ. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no. I'm glad you brought that up because that's the most important part, and that's part of being an adult. Doesn't matter male or female, right? There's certain things that it doesn't matter whether it's male or female. It's not, oh, women are more susceptible to falling in and listening to stupid shit. No, if you're dumb and you don't want to use your brain, then yes, you're gonna fall into that shit. Just like there's men, if you don't use your brain, you're gonna fall into some stupid shit. That's just
And that's right, AJ. If you think about it, that discernment, you can go into different lives. I go into biblical lives. I go into lives that are talking about different discussions. But your discernment, your spirit, if your spirit is moving right and your spirit is moving in alignment with, are we going to be nice to children? Are we going to be loving to men? Are we going to be loving to the women that are around us? Whether we like women or we don't like women, whether we love men or we don't like men, are we still going to be kind? So your discernment is so powerful. Discernment is so powerful when it comes into these lives, and that's why I think I'm gonna throw you in this, Kev, because this is why you do what you do. I know it is.
This is the reason why. But I also want to point out, though, right? Even though we know that these conversations take place on here, right? This isn't the only form of social media that I be on. These conversations are on everything. I've heard these conversations. I'm starting to hear these conversations in real life now, which is crazy, right? People are, you know what I mean? People are starting to believe this shit, right? There's only so much fake shit you could do before you start believing your own bullshit. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, and you know what? It's crazy that you said that, AJ, because I went live last week and I've been throwing this live, and this is the podcast that I'm working on. Is like with what you know, how do you maneuver? And then this is where I went solution focused. I just
I think I went in there. You were talking about, okay, now you know it. Now what?
yeah. Now what? Now what?
Yeah.
You know.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's the same, Mike. It's just I'm being lazy and not getting up on it. Like that's what she said. But getting close to it like I need to. I'm going fishing tomorrow, so I'm sitting up here playing with my fishing line.
There you go.
That's what she said.
Right.
I just want to see you. I want to see
What you pulling in? What you pulling in, Mir?
Whatever bite the hook.
I'm just saying, right? Even on these lives, right? Again, I've never met any of y'all personally, right? But
Right.
if we were all sitting in a room, would I feel safe with the men that are sitting on this panel? Yeah.
Mhm.
Y'all ain't never shown me anything where I otherwise, right? Can I trust sitting in a room with Can I trust sitting in a room with Mr. Prince, sitting in a room with Kev, sitting in a room with most of the men that I've come across and that I do talk to on here? Yeah. It's really not that hard. Matter of fact, that was easy. I didn't even really need to seek y'all. You know what I mean? It
I
just
like
got
how I'm
out.
just smacking her and she just ignoring it. See?
I have to with your kung fu movie. But I'm just saying, man. I want to see more compassion. And I'm tired of everybody talking about compassion and it only being for one side. Compassion for everybody, hold everybody accountable. Women, y'all can be held accountable. Stop acting like you can. It ain't gonna hurt you and you ain't gonna unalive just because somebody held you accountable on some bullshit that you did. You're fine. You'll be alright. Just take your lumps and keep it moving. It ain't hard. It's not hard to sit there and say I'm wrong. Matter of fact, it's a very big thing, especially for women. If you want to prove that you're so damn strong, just say that I'm wrong sometimes. You know what? I was wrong. You right. How hard was that?
Well, right. It reminds me of honesty and and trust. Like, are we really living in accordance
Yeah, you better
with
come
our
off mute and
purpose?
stop talking to me in the comments, girl.
Hey girl. Hey Asian.
Starting to feel a type
I
of
do
way.
have a comment about your accountability because I just made a video. I just posted a video the other day and it's still going up. I've never gotten as
I was
many
just
views.
about to say, y'all check that page out, nigga. That junk going crazy.
Y'all,
And
I
repost it because I want more people on there.
y'all,
Do the repost.
please.
No,
She
Diddy.
about to learn what famous
Listen,
is today.
let me tell y'all this is the ironic thing. I made a video about telling black women to stop bashing black men, and not only did the black women bash me in the comments, they're bashing other black men in the comments. Talk about some they cussing them out, trying to defend themselves, trying to justify why they should say anything that they want to, and it's just like y'all are proving the point as to why I made the video. TikTok even sent me a notification said, do you need help filtering your comments? Because we're noticing that you're getting some bullying going on. Like the fact of the matter is that whenever we hold black women accountable,
Mhm.
they always try to find a reason out of it and they always put it on the men. But anytime we talk to women, to other women, it's always, well, what about the men? That's why I say you're not any better than the men that you sitting here claiming that you don't like, that do the same thing you do. What makes you different than they? So the thing about it is that I'm making a video about women not bashing men, and not only do they bash the men, but they bash the woman who said it, and then they literally get mad
Right
as
off
to
the content.
why we're saying what we're saying. I'm like, you're doing it. You're
You want to know the
literally
funny?
doing
But this
it.
is the irony. But this is the irony with those types of women, right? Those types of women have been hurt by some dude, right? And her whole response was, nobody told me. Yet everyone told you. Everyone told you to pick better. You chose to pick trash.
Mm-hmm.
You chose to do nothing but date trash, despite everybody telling you, "Hey, this person is trash. You probably don't need. This is This is low energy for you, sis. You need to go find something else." But nah, you want to sit there and act like you the magic fucking exception. That shit ain't cute. This
Right.
shit ain't cute. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna continue to call that out. You know what I mean? I've been on this app calling this shit out longer than even I met Kev. But Kev can tell you, since I've been on this platform, I've always kept it real. Have I been called everything? Yes. Right? Right now, I'm being called a pick me feminist, as if that makes sense. Y'all
Girl,
can't even
they
figure
throw
out
out
where the
pick
fuck
me for anything. You can
somehow I'm
literally
about.
just say men and think you would pick me. Like, and I mean, like I said, that, and that's the thing too. That's their go-to. Pick me for the women, and they call the men simp or sassy. That's the
Bruh,
only
at the
two
end of the
things that
day,
they really got to say.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If I have to be a pick me, but I don't have half the fucking problems you do, I'll take it, sis.
Facts.
That's fine. I'll fucking take it.
That was a good one.
So y'all
Because
know I'm
before
saying
you
I'm a
say,
fisherman, right?
fuck, bro, like I
Well,
don't have
I'm
these
finna throw
problems.
out the line right quick.
Okay.
And here it go. Well, you know they say that well, how'd it go? Oh, they say a good man is hard to find, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if a good man is hard to find, what does that say about a good woman?
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's my point. But my other point with that is these are also the same women that jump online talking about I'm a good woman. If you're a good woman, you don't need to say that.
Right.
You need to announce that.
I'm an alpha male.
Oh God, that's
I'm sure.
Forget
I'm
what y'all
sure.
talking about.
I'm sure. I'm just saying that there's just certain things. It's very funny. Maybe it's just me because I like to sit and listen to people and just hear them just tell on themselves. Right? The amount of women to be on here talking about, oh, you're being a pick me because you didn't agree with me because you're supposed to say that all men are trash and this,
yeah.
that, and the third. That makes me a terrible person. Okay, then I guess I'm a terrible person. That I don't give a fuck. You let me be a terrible person for speaking the truth and seeing it for what it is. Because if I have to
I'm
be
an
delusional,
empathic alpha male
if
who's
I
a
have to be
aquatic
delusional to sit with you,
Aquarius.
I don't want to sit with you. I'm just saying that. If I gotta be delusional to sit with you, I don't want to sit with you.
Almost dropped them off the bus for saying that one.
well, and that's the thing. If you have to tell somebody who you are, what are you acting? How are you acting? How are you acting? Are you modeling it?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this, okay? Everybody in my life, male and female, has the same fucking standard, which means everybody gets held accountable just as much as I can get held accountable for some shit that I do. If I'm on some F
Right,
shit and
right.
Kev holds me accountable for it, you know what you right? Or Mirror checks me on it, okay, cool. Check me
Hey,
on it.
AJ,
What's up?
I don't need you to tell me I'm grown. I don't need you to tell me nothing. I'm grown.
Right.
You
Who
right,
are
bro.
you?
That's what they say too all the time. One minute you say I was young and dumb, nobody told me, and then when you tell them, who are you to tell me? I don't know why you trying to tell me. It's like, so which one is it? You resent the fact that you didn't get the help, and then when somebody tried to give you the help to try to help your life, now it's who are you to tell me? Oh, who are you trying to judge? That's the new word. That judge is their favorite thing. Who are
I'm
you
just
to
gonna
judge?
say
Gave you the
this. This is the last
audacity.
part.
Yeah.
This is my
Well, think
last part
about
of this
it. It's
rant, real
like
quick. Hold
you
on,
want
hold
to
on,
tell me I'm grown, but show me you're grown.
hold on. This is the
Show me
last
you're
part.
grown.
This is the last. Hold on. This is the last part of my rant, real quick, and then I'm gonna mute up. And what's up, King? So here's my thing, right? If I gotta hear one more woman tell me it ain't what you said, it's how you said it, sit by. I don't give a fuck about nothing anymore because I'm not gonna walk on eggshells trying to figure out how to fucking protect your delicate little feelings from the truth because you too delusional to see the shit yourself. And it's not that you didn't see it; you're just you're in denial, right? I don't know what else to tell you. Denial is not just a river in Egypt. Figure it out, bruh. Like, get away from me. Bye. See you later. Kick rocks.
Bye
Goodbye.
bye, boo
Bye bye, boo boo. Hashtag bye bye.
boo. Word.
I'm
AJ, you hurt my feelings.
oh, I'm sorry. I
Said,
hurt your feelings with.
Keep tapping, y'all. We almost at 40K.
That's unfortunate.
Now I'm gonna go sit in the corner of my box and cry.
Was it what I said or how I said it?
Hey, yo, I got to drop down, Kev. Thanks for having me up here, everybody. Pleasure
For
It
chatting
was the
with
sure,
way
you,
you said
AJ.
it.
Mr.
See
P.
you
All
later,
right, Mr.
lovely.
P, what's good, bro? Catch you later, bro.
I swear, every time the
Yeah.
box about to get full, one person drop. That's funny.
Hey, y'all
All
have
right,
a
I
good
catch you.
one.
For sure, brother.
What up, King? I ain't feel like I talked to you in a minute. How you
King,
doing?
right? I ain't, boy. Last time he was here, you
Yeah.
triggered the whole room up. I had to be
King
like,
is
hey,
in
he's
the
a good guy. Chill.
building. I
Hey,
miss
and you
you
know I
so
can give
much.
I can give
Yeah.
a fuck who gets triggered, but I'm talking.
I
I
know,
love
King.
you,
If you
King,
if
and I'm
if
so
you ain't
glad
got
that you
enough,
are here. Man, we've been. Oh man, I'm so glad you are
I was
here.
trying to invite you in Bunny room one day because she was talking about business and stuff. I was like, oh yeah, that'd be a perfect person for that.
Yeah, we need to
man,
link up with
you
King.
know me. If you can't if you're not ready to debate and you ain't got your information together, I'm not the person to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
The TikTok told me. The TikTok said it.
I love
The
you, King. How
TikTok
you
said it.
feeling? How you feeling? You doing good?
Oh man, I'm doing good, my friend. I look. I was sitting down. Y'all know my routine. I was taking a bath, listening to y'all conversation. I was impaired. I almost got on the live while I was in the tub. Y'all was that tight.
Okay, Ty,
I
how?
wonder
Like
what
you were
I
doing
wonder what them
something
bubble
bad?
noises was.
Hold on. Now
I'm
Hey,
listen.
so
hey,
glad
y'all.
you're doing okay. I'm so
Hold on.
glad you're
I gotta
doing
ask a
okay
question.
because,
I got a question.
man, you always come with some love and some wisdom and some kindness. And, man, I always love seeing you
And
here,
shake the
King.
room
I
up.
got a
We do
question.
What's
all
up,
of it in
AJ?
one.
Man,
AJ
Yes.
said she had a question.
man.
I got a question for King because he said we all had him tight. So I'm trying to figure out was that a good thing or a bad thing?
Wait,
Was he-
repeat that, AJ. Let me repeat that clearly so I can respond appropriately.
Absolutely. You said you was in the bathroom, you was listening, and then you felt like you needed to come on the live because you was tight. So now I'm trying to figure was that a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh,
Was you on
it
some
was a
BS or
look.
was you like, hell
It was a
yeah?
good thing.
Oh, here you
Look, it
go.
was a good thing because
Oh,
I think a lot of y'all make great points. Everybody has a perspective. Everybody has an experience, and I think that everybody that stated what they stated was on point. I think Mira was bomb with his responses. AJ, you of course is always on point with your responses. My girl Lovely was on point. Kim was on point. Kay, everybody was really on point with their responses because it was based upon the perspectives and the experiences that people had. I mean, I like it because I'm a girl dad at the end of the day. So the importance of the male's interaction with society. Look, y'all can talk y'all shit if y'all want to. I am an alpha male, and and because people define it differently, I will clarify what I mean when I say that, right? And you shouldn't have to say it. I agree with that part too. You shouldn't have to tell somebody you an alpha male, you empathetic, you an empath, and all that shit. That's not something you gotta say. But the absence of a strong male is killing society right now. And y'all was just kind of breaking that down. I was like, damn, I was excited. I was splashing in the tub.
You will get no
oops.
pushback or no arguments from me on that one, King.
So, King, actually, I want to hear from the men. Let
So
me see.
thankful.
Matter of
I'm
fact,
I,
King.
so.
Hey,
This
matter of
this is
fact, King, I
where
got this for you.
this is
Somebody
where
doing my break. I'll be right back.
All
this is
right.
where God works. This is where the Spirit works, because a
Hold on
lot of
real
people
quick,
don't.
Lovely. Hold on real quick, Lovely. Let me do this real quick and then you can tap in.
And then I
Um
got a question after Lovely, but go
all
ahead.
right. Oh, actually go ahead, say I got a phone call. You can do the break and then Lovely
All
can
right, let me
jump
do
in.
the. Okay, so I'm
Okay.
gonna do a mod break real quick. We're gonna get Lovely in. I got a question for the men. We still gonna get Kelly in, and Amir as well. So what I need everybody to do, I need you to tap this screen, share out this live real quick. I see we already got the 70 shares. We already got 38.3K likes. Let's get this up, 50K. Everybody keep tapping the screen. Share out this live, share out this live. It's good conversation like always. If y'all can, also make sure that you're hitting the host live goal. I think he's got some friendship things up there. We got about 35 of them, so let's keep knocking out the gift goal as much as we can. Also, if you are new here or if you did not know, because I don't know how much y'all be knowing sometimes. If you have not gone to Kev's page and subscribed to him on YouTube, his link is in his bio. Make sure that you guys go over there. This is where you can catch up on past lives, everything else. And in the event, since we know TikTok is going to be going away, we all going to be transitioning pretty much over there as well. So again, keep tapping the screen. Please remember to stay respectful on the live. We can't agree to disagree. It's not that big of a deal. We can be adults, and so on and so forth. If you can't be respectful, though, do understand there are plenty of flight attendants in here. Got no problem sending you to any destination you want to be. You ain't got to go home. You ain't got to stay here. All we ask you just be respectful. But let's keep rocking it. Let's go ahead, Lovely. Go ahead and go with what you got, and then I got a question for the men once she's done.
AJ, I just love you. That is a flight attendant stylist at its finest. And I just want to bring this up because not a lot of people know how long I've been on Kev's live, and King is you. Just the fact that you're coming up here and being part of this, because you were part of our life like years ago, and we're still enduring. We're still loving. We're still being kind. We're still spreading knowledge. We're still spreading love. We're still doing all this. We're just a fun, just a fun passion for what we do for people. What we do for people, because a lot of people are lost, a lot of people are unkind, a lot of people don't know where they're at. And you already know my history and what I do in my own career and my own passion. And I'm so appreciative of you. And I love everybody on this panel right now. This is how God works. This is how the Spirit works. This is how we maneuver together. And AJ, man, I'm so and I'm thankful for you as well. And Kev, stop doing this to me. You know, this is how it works. This is how it works, and I'm so appreciative of everything. This is just how God works, and I'm thankful for that. And I just wanted to note that out, because even though we're strangers and we've never met anybody in person, it doesn't mean that our communication or that our heart or that our spirit is not moving together.
Big facts, big facts. Absolutely love that. All right, so my question is for the men, and then I want to get obviously the women who are up here. I want your opinions as well, but I want to hear the men's first. So do you think with all these conversations about women picking bears, men being trash, this, that, and the fourth, do you think that's a direct result because there hasn't been positive male role models in these women's lives, or do you think it's something else?
Everybody don't talk at once.
I know, right? I know it's just one you got to kind of think
well,
about. I get it.
we trying to be respectful of one another, but since somebody want to talk, I'm gonna give my 2 cents, 3 cents, 5 cents, whatever. Yeah. So at the end of the day, how men are perceived, women are the dominant species. At the end of the day, how men are perceived are based on the feedback of women. Unfortunately, we have technology in the mix, right? And with technology in the mix, it amplifies everything. So it becomes perception is reality. So whether it's true or not is irrelevant. The fact is that the rhetoric today are not taking men seriously. And what it's doing is hurting what men are supposed to be. It's putting us at a disadvantage most of the time. And um we have to speak up. That's why I'm very vocal about being a male, an interactive male, because there's more women that speak about their negative experiences than about their positive experience. And when I get in a debate with women, I usually challenge them with one thing: of all the men that you know, how many have you experienced personally? That percentage is relatively small. So for you to use infinity words like all, every, are always an obsolete topic. So you can't win a debate with me on that one because all you can give me is your perspective and your experiences. But the problem is there's far more women willing to share their perspective and experiences and make it seem like a dominating concept out in society. So yeah, it's pretty rough for us men right now. And I just spend my time talking to those that are listening. I have no desire to try to impress, appease, or convert women who have been hurt. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a licensed therapist, so therefore I don't have the skills and or ability to do it. So I'm just gonna sit down and talk to the ones that's willing to listen. And I'm gonna drop that down. I'm not gonna land my plane, but I'm gonna hover this helicopter.
I love that because everybody be talking about landing planes, y'all landing yachts.
May I say something on that? May I say something on that with what King brought onto AJ? Can I say something on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I believe I love what King just said is that we have to meet people where they're at, and we also have to also know how to receive people where they're at and how to respond to where they're at. So now here we are in strangers' lives and people's lives and TikTok lives, but we're also going through our own stuff in life. And sometimes it's not how you react, it's how you respond. And there's just there's beautiful people out there that your spirit is just gonna know how to react or to respond to that. And I love what you just said, King. Like King, you know me. We've been following each other for a long time, and I'm so thankful that you're good and that you're. I've been praying for you, honestly, and I just wanted to tell you that. That's what my spirit is telling me to tell you. I've been praying for you, but to know that we've all been in these conversations, we can talk about men and women and the biblical or accountability or all these different lives that we go into back and forth. But at the end of the day, we have ourselves. We have ourselves.
So I'll ask because I've got a looks like Soul may have missed the question. So what I was asking, right, and the reason why follow the method to my madness, y'all. I promise it'll all make sense once I'm done. Just test the method to my madness a little bit. So the question that I asked was, with all of the women that are pushing like rhetoric, like all men are trash, you know what I mean? We'd rather go hang out with bears than hang out with men. If the reason for people who have this type of sentiment is because they didn't have positive male role models in their lives. That was the
Look,
question.
let me answer it straight for. I see we got somebody in the audience that's not familiar with me, so let me answer it straight for them. Yeah, the answer is very simply yes. Most people speak from their pain and from their hurt. When you don't have a positive role model, it starts to shape the way you see things, the way you hear things, the way you feel things. So, yeah, most of the time, because if you have a positive experience, your perception is going to be different. That automatically makes us biased. All of us, at some degree and some point, based on our experiences. So, yeah, absolutely.
What you got on it, Amir, and then Amir, and then I'll open it up for the women on the panel until Kev come back. Then I want to hear his perspective too. If
Alrighty.
you think, feel free to answer in the comments too. Like, let's keep, interaction going in these lives because they tend to take lives down if people ain't, tapping the screen, commenting, gifted, the whole nine.
Right.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Amir.
Soon as,
What's up, my friend? I
soon
love that
as,
background.
thank you. That's my daughter's latest piece. Soon as I come outside the airplane, y'all know I live by the damn airport. Damn. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go back on here. So yeah, real quick, thank you for having me up. Kev, my guy, thank you. Peace to all the mods. Appreciate y'all hard work. I know y'all could be doing other things, trying to make our community better. I see y'all consistently doing it, and I appreciate y'all. When I was y'all age, I wasn't doing it. I might have been talking a little bit, but I wasn't actively moving like y'all moving, and I love it. We didn't have the internet like that. So we would just, meet collectively once a week, or, we was in college, we had black student unions or whatever. But this is some real powerful stuff we got, y'all. So I hope we're using it more than just as entertainment. I know it's an algorithm that moves. And I know a lot of people, use it for fun and games or whatever. But let's have a balance. Let's try and get some knowledge. Knowledge itself is a strong foundation. I strongly believe that. I think that all answers to all questions are in self, because you can go find out the answer. We used to be able to blame XYZ on whomever in the past, but it's been prophesized that the time of the enemy's rule is up. And the only power that the devil has is the power that we give him. I ain't no preacher. Y'all know my story. But I'll tell you this. As far as the brother King was saying, I like when brothers get on here and speak with authority and be direct. And I appreciate you, bro. It's a lot of young brothers, old brothers on here clowning. So I ain't never heard or seen you. And I heard a couple people give you accolades, and I like what you said. No doubt. And after I said all that, I'll just make it real short and simple. I just say ditto to what he said. If you don't see it, it's hard to be able to replicate it. It's hard, even if you want to. If you don't see it, if it's not a part of your makeup, you're going to exhibit some of those disrespectful tendencies at some point or another. And the bear thing is just another example of it. I mean, it was something else last year. It'll be something else next year. And I'm done.
I love that. I love that. Mirror, what you got on in Maine? I know he's working on his fishing stuff. I'm sorry to interrupt you from that.
I ain't say peace to Mirror, my alike. Peace.
Mirror, you there?
You right. He might be in there. He might be deep in there out there. Mirror, a fisherman. I ain't know that's what he's doing.
I don't know. I don't know what kind of fishing he doing. Are you doing
He got
fly
he got
fishing?
old catfish. He got old catfish hooked on the line. They can't even answer right now.
All
That's
right.
how it works. It's like, no, that's how it works.
Well, Mirror, let me know when you come back, and then whenever Kevin come back. So I'm gonna open it back up to open panel. I do want to hear from the ladies now on the same question. If you need me to repeat the question, just let me know. So, would you say that the women that are choosing the bear, the women that are out here spewing the hate towards men, would you say that that is a result from them not having positive males in their lives? Okay, we'll start with Kay.
I was gonna let Kelly go first because she hasn't spoke yet.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brianna, if she want to go. Go ahead, Brianna.
Hey, I just got back. I'm so sorry.
You
What
need me to
y'all,
repeat the
what
question?
y'all starting on? I'm trying to
What?
have listen.
Oh yeah, let Kev go and then I'll go.
I'm not about to go. I'm saying what y'all about to start on.
No, I was
Oh,
asking
Getting the
the
men.
good question.
I was
I
asking
can't
the
hear that
first.
many people talking at one time.
It's the same question I just asked the guys. I'm now opening it up to the women.
Oh, okay. I'll just
I was
okay.
waiting. If you want to answer, because you're one of the males, or unless you just want to wait until you come back.
Okay, what is it? I answer real quick then.
Okay, so my question was, do you think that all the women that are choosing to bear, all the women that are spewing the, all men are trash rhetoric, the whole nine yards, do you think that that's because they didn't have positive male role models in their lives?
Oh, most definitely. Oh yeah. I ain't gonna even get detail. I'm just saying most definitely. I'm gonna let everybody else do the detail and I'll come back.
For sure. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Kelly. Same question.
You said 4B movement. I'm sorry. Could you
I
repeat
mean,
that?
it could be 4B movement, it could be the bear, it could be all these women that are doing all this. right? Spewing all the hate towards men, this, that, and the third. Do you think that they're like that because they didn't have positive male role models in their lives?
Yes. And also I want to add because they didn't have God in their life either. I believe that, God is, well, everybody have their different belief. And so my belief comes from, I believe that if there's no male model replicating what Abba Father is to his servants, then you can't really have any positive result from that.
Okay. Okay. What you got on it, Kelly? Or sorry, Kay. My bad. That's
Okay.
my bad, y'all. I was just looking at your name and I meant to say Kay, my bad.
Definitely is related to the lack of fatherhood in the home, or the father that they had taught them that they would be disappointed, they would be abandoned, they would be hurt, they should expect heartache, whatever that was. But I definitely think that not having a father in the home, not having the love and guidance and security from a father will impact your relationships. And I just really think it's still crazy because, like I said, and I can personally relate. I'm a daddyless daughter. I'm 29 years old. My father is not in my life. And I know how it impacted the way I thought about myself, how low my self-esteem was, how I wanted attention so bad. Or at one point, I'm like, you know what, maybe all I can expect from men is that I'll be disappointed and abandoned. And that did impact the way that I dated in my 20s. But then again, it gets to a point where it's like, well, do I want to be like my father and visit that pain on my children one day and teach my daughters not to love men and or do what my dad did? No. Or marry someone like my dad? No. But I think a lot of times what's happening in these conversations when we talk about fatherlessness in the home and daddyless daughters, that's what I call it, is that these women, they're grown, they're in their 20s, they're in their 30s, but their heart is speaking from the 7 and 8 year old that was abandoned at that time. So all they're doing is speaking from the trauma, and anything sounds better than dealing with that type of man that they experience. So we do need fathers. Fathers are important. And it is crazy that we even have to say that, but we do need to say that because it's so much downing of men in our society where men are treated as an option and they're not treated as essential. They're not seen as a necessity. They're not even seen as a requirement. Most of the time, when we talk about men, and every time we say, now I see why the bear is looking more, it's like, I don't care what you've been through. Ain't no way an animal that is more savage than any man will be a better option. Renouncing men is not the option. It's about really understanding how to heal and work on yourself. And I just think that a lot of these women could really benefit from doing the inner work and healing that inner child, so they won't be saying these things and sacrificing logic because you've been hurt. So, like I said, I'm a woman. My mom was a single mom, and my dad is still not in my life today, and I'm 29 years old, about to be 30. And I had to accept that my father, he's not the man that I want to be with. If I were to choose a husband, I had to learn from my father on what not to pick. But then I also had to forgive my father and forgive my mom and forgive myself so that I won't say things like what these women are saying now and projecting all this pain. I think that's what it is. It's just projecting so much pain and hurt. Because like I said, a lot of people talk about, well, just because you grew up in a 2-parent household, it don't mean that you don't heal. Well, there's a lot of people who didn't grow up in a 2-parent household, and they're trying to be better people. So we definitely got to grow, and it's real unfortunate that we're saying this, and it's really crazy how, and even what you would talk about, AJ, people call you a pick-me as soon as you say something that they don't like. We're a pick-me because we don't want to pick a bear. That's where we got to now. So women, we really got to heal that inner child. A lot of times when these women get on these panels, they're not speaking from the 31, 32-year-old woman. They're speaking from when they're 6 and 7, when they daddy left. That's what's happening. So, we definitely need to heal, because ain't no way in the world I would ever think that a wild animal would do me more good than a human male that I was meant to understand and be in harmony with. I don't care how much hurt. It just ain't no way. Ain't no way.
But I just
May
got
I say
one
something?
question. I just got one little question.
Go ahead,
And we
Mirror,
And
gonna
my
you
look out
one
for
got
you,
and my
man.
one little question is,
okay.
how is it that the parent who isn't in the home has more influence than the parent that is in the home?
Ooh, I want to answer that.
Yeah, so we're gonna
Yeah.
get that's
Because
a
people
good
live in what ifs.
so let's go ahead and go around. Let's answer that one.
And we
Well,
talked about
hold
that
on, Mirror.
earlier.
Before we answer that one, remember that question? Because I also want Lovely to answer my question real quick, and then we'll go to Mirror's question. Because I want to make sure
Yeah,
everybody
it's a
has.
question I've been asking a long time. It's a question that's in my heart, so I can remember it.
Yeah, just remember it. We're gonna answer that one right
I do
next.
be feeling that too. I don't like that sometimes too. People be asking questions over my question. I'm like, my job can't even get answered yet.
No, I just have
Yeah,
one
my
question.
bad, AJ. I just came back and I didn't hear your question. I apologize.
No. You're good.
We
What's
said
your
you was
question, AJ?
fishing. We
You're
said you
good.
was
So
fishing,
so
man.
now that you're back, right? I'm gonna ask
Not
my
yet,
question.
but I'm getting ready.
Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna ask you my question real quick, Mirror, and then Lovely still has to answer as well, and then we'll go to your question. So my question was, with all the women that are out here spewing, the all men are trash, we're gonna pick the bear, 4B, whatever it is, right? All the hate, the hateful rhetoric towards men, is it because they didn't have a positive male role model in the home at that time?
Ooh, I like that question because our questions go together.
That's why I said. That's why I was like, ooh, that's a good one.
Right.
Save it. Hey, Bunny. All right, go ahead.
Bunny in the house, bunny in the house.
So yeah, go ahead and answer Mirror, and then Lovely, and then we'll answer Mirror's question.
Now you make sure you put the A, because you know me and Mary, and I'm old. So did you say?
Oh, Mirror, yeah, go ahead, Mirror.
I'm
Mirror,
sorry.
go ahead and answer. My bad, y'all.
I thought I answered. Didn't I answer?
No, you did answer. I'm waiting for Mirror check to
Oh,
answer.
mirror.
Mirror. Sorry, I got it
Okay,
weird.
what was your question again, AJ?
So the women that are spewing all the hatred towards men, the all men are trash, the 4B movement, the I'm gonna choose the bear. Do you think that it's because of
Projection.
hold on, you didn't hear the whole
Projection.
question, sir. So the question is, with all the women doing all that, is it because they didn't have positive male role models in the home? Do you think that that's a reason?
No. It is because of projection
Projection of what?
from their better mothers,
That's a
they
good one.
baby,
I'm like,
baby
AJ be
mothers.
No.
doing.
Okay, y'all
She be
wait.
doing what
Let
I be
y'all
doing though.
verify her
I don't
question.
let nothing slide.
First
I'm
of
like, of
all,
what?
hi family. Second of
Mm-hmm.
all, hi AJ. I was looking through your
Yeah.
room, no, your window, AJ. I'm just letting you know that I was looking for you.
What's
Mm-hmm.
up, Bunny?
What's up, family? First of all, the answer to her question is yes. That's the main reason why, because they didn't have a positive male role model in the house.
Okay,
Now,
you're my
don't get me
nephew.
wrong. Not that they didn't have a man, right? Not that they didn't have a man in the house or a male at all in the house. They didn't have a positive one. That's what AJ was asking.
Yep.
Because it's not just because the woman would not be able to be bitter, or the mother would not be able to be a bitter old rag if there was a man in the house that was making them happy.
But I'm
So it
saying,
could be
so,
because
but,
they
but,
had bad example, huh?
okay, it could be. Hey, nephew, calm down, nephew. It's
I
cool. It's
know,
cool,
right?
nephew. Hey, but I love to hear you.
Sure. He trying to answer the question too.
Yeah, we like his answer. I think he right. He know. He said, I done been here before. Let me tell you.
Look at him. Oh dang. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to mute and pick up the baby at the same time. Go
Oh,
ahead,
he's
mother. What were you
spitting over
saying?
there. He's spitting.
That's what I'm saying.
So the only person. So hold on, y'all. Hold
Go ahead,
on.
AJ.
So Lovely, I want to hear what she got to say on the question. So I'll make sure. Yeah, we can't be forgetting about Lovely, right? Y'all be forgetting Lovely sometimes.
Yeah, y'all know Lovey be quiet.
It's okay. It's okay. Repeat it again. Repeat it
All
again.
right, Lovely. So my question is, in your opinion, do you think that the reason why all these women are out here spewing all men are trash. They jumping on 4B movements. They, you know what I mean? They're doing all this extra, is because they didn't have positive male role models in the home.
I'm gonna answer this in a weird way. It's because the mothers that they had in their life didn't allow the men in their life that should have been allowed in their life to be able to be a presence in their life.
So your answer to that would be yes. They didn't have a positive male role model.
So
Right.
I had to. I don't. It's not even only that. It's not always only that. Y'all know this gonna be the first time I had to disagree with that.
No, you know what,
Because
Not
Bunny?
only.
You know
it
what,
ain't
Bunny?
always, huh?
But Bunny, let me give you the example, because before you came up here, I gave an example of my testimony, and where my mom didn't when we talked about allowing, like we talk about women, I'm gonna allow this man to be in this life. It's a lot of it has to do with the women allowing the men in their children's life because they're using the system to do it.
No, so right, I
Hey,
agree
but
with that,
Bunny,
right? But now this is my thing though too, because I think it's very important for me and y'all. I'm telling y'all, this probably gonna be the first time y'all ever heard me on this side of the argument. It might be the last time. But there are men, and I think it's very, very important for men to understand how important their role is when it comes down to their kids, male boys and girls. So he's showing the boys how, and I'm saying this because I know plenty of men who are piece of sugar honey iced tea because their dad was a piece of sugar honey iced tea, but their dad was in the house, right?
right?
So you have little boys who don't know how to be men because their daddy didn't teach them that. He teaches them that by the way that he treats their mother. He teaches that by the way that he moves, because they're watching it. The daughters, that dad is the first love. Dad is your very, very first love. The way that you treat mommy is the type of man that she believes that she should be with, the type of mess that she believes that she should accept. Or she can sit here and be like, I don't want to go through that what mommy went through because I seen mommy crying. Same thing with women. Like both roles, you play a strong role when it comes down to your kid's life. So you could have that person in the home, and they both are a piece of sugar honey iced tea. So you have it because these kids are paying attention. You're that first person. They start to learn how to walk because they see you walking. They start to learn how to talk because you're talking to them. That's why it's very important for you to talk to your child, not in a baby talk, because they're trying to be like, oh, they're trying to figure out how to navigate against this world. I mean, through this world. Let's say been here before. So you have to be a great role model. You have to be a great role model when it comes down to these kids because the way you move, they think that's the way they should move. They think this is the appropriate way you should move. That's why when it comes down to growing up in the household, you can tell by the way a woman treats her man on how mommy treated her man. You could definitely tell if mommy in there cooking and mommy believes that the man gets the first meal and that no other man should be in the house, I mean the home, and the man is the head of the home, that's how she's going to treat her man. If
And
mommy's over talking your man, that's how, like that's a whole I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
no, Bunny,
Hold
you
on,
are
y'all.
speaking
Hold
on
on, lovely. Hold
a
on, lovely.
perfect example of what we
Hold
were
on,
talking
lovely.
about earlier. You're
Hold on.
you're speaking on exactly what we were talking about earlier. When you model it, I'm sorry, AJ. Go ahead.
Oh no, no, you guys are fine. You guys are fine. I just want to make sure that everybody has a chance to also respond to what Bunny's saying. So go ahead and
Yeah,
finish, and
I
then
know,
Leader, and then
because
King. Because I think I saw King come off,
Bunny
and I
is
think Leader had
speaking on
something.
exactly what we were speaking on earlier before Bunny came up, because it reminds me of like what we were talking about earlier. Is I always ask this question to parents. It's like, do you argue in front of your kids? Maybe you should, because now they know how to figure out a solution. Now they know what conflict is. Now they know what a solution is. Like, did they come together? Did they resolve that situation? So now we're having two parents come together, just like what Kev's talking about with the role models, the roles of a mom and a dad and everything that's trying to come together. And now we're raising children in that mix. We have to do it. We have to do it, and I think that's what Bunny is speaking on, and
Okay.
Bunny is right on
But
that.
my
Yeah.
pushback is the only pushback I have is, first off, you got the homes where you have children and you have daughters who have come out of those homes who don't feel this way, who weren't raised this way because the mother didn't encourage this, she didn't push it. Matter of fact, she did the opposite. And you have homes where you have two-parent family homes like my own, where actually I had both my fathers in my home, but my mother felt like she was more man than the men in my life and felt that it was her job to make a man out of me. So that's my pushback.
So do you think that
So in these
Hold on, hold
situations,
on.
real quick, in these situations, it was kind of what the women allowed.
that's what I was saying?
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
The
guys.
women
Go ahead,
are.
King. Go ahead, King. Let King go real quick, and then Lovely, and back to Bunny.
Oh my goodness. Let me get to the point so everybody can speak, because I love this dialogue. So at the end of the day, the most influential person in parenting has always been the mother. That's why we admire matriarchs, right? So how she interprets the relationships directly impacts the kids. Whether he's good, whether he's bad. How the child interprets that is based on the mother's perspective. At the end, it's the most powerful perspective is a mother's perspective, right? Because when you go to court, what do? We bring mothers on stands, not fathers. In any circumstance, the mother's perspective is always the most powerful. So I'm not trying to put a heavy load on mothers, but the truth is, when a mother speaks, she has more influence over the understanding and the mindset of a child than a father does. You know why? Because a mother will stand up for a child regardless of the circumstances. She will do whatever regardless of the circumstance of a child. Whereas a father is going to think logical. He's going to think what's right, what's wrong, and the mother's going to think about who I love versus what's right and wrong. So the child inherently gravitates towards the mother's influence more than the father. So I'm going to tell you statistically, if you look it up, you're going to find that the mother has more impact and more power over how the child perceives even the father than he can actually produce himself, even if he does everything right. And I'm speaking from experience, and I'm going to leave it right there.
See, I kind of think it depends on probably what household you grow up in, right? Because in my household, Daddy had the last word. Daddy voice was the stand-in of the home, right? Um, so it's not really always that her perspective, because mommy may not tell you what's going on, but if you're watching what's going on yourself as a kid because you are paying attention, you just may end up being a certain type of way, right? Especially when it comes down, your life may end up turning out a certain type of way because of the head of the household. The father is literally the head of the household. He controls as well. He has a big influence on those kids. He has a very big influence on those kids. So I don't think it's really just only mommy having the big influence, unless mommy the one who's spending the most time with the kids. I really think that they both play a huge role in it, to be honest with you. And daddy, it depends on the gender of the child on who may play the biggest role.
Okay. What you got,
Go
Kelly?
ahead,
Yeah,
Amir.
I gave you no pushback on that, Bunny.
Hold on, y'all.
Thank
Hold
you,
on,
bro.
y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to make sure
Oh,
everybody's
go ahead, sis.
kind of been able to go. So go ahead, Kelly, and then Amir, and then back to Mir, and then
Yeah, I
Lovely.
completely disagree with that, especially if something goes. There's a difference with if a mom raises the child by herself. Yes, you get a responsibility of the result of the child, right? Um, but accountability still also fall on that absent father, right? And sometimes we underestimate children. And speaking of experience, we observe, we become observant, we're not dumb. I don't know why people always think that, oh, children can't analyze, they can't actually gravitate to critical thinking based on what they grasp in their environment. But if we see certain things, negative behavior from the father, Of course they're going to they're going to ask question, and if that's not answered, they're going to create their own opinion until that's answered. That's been the case for plenty of people, right? And also the Bible, I got it over there. Okay, so what I believe is, I believe in the patriarchy. So I guess because you're matriarchal or you believe in that, maybe that's why you're coming from that perspective. But I'm patriarchal, right? The moment you remove a man from the equation, everything collapse, right? And it goes, the cycle collapse, and that's the beginning of a generational curse. And that's how powerful I believe that the fatherly role is, right? I believed in the father Abraham coming down straight, and that's why I believe in the patriarchy. And so when everything goes back, saying the mother had more influence than the father, then I completely disregard that, because a man who absent father is worse than an unbeliever. An absent father does affect their children, and the thing is, when we're listening to people, right, and their experiences, you got to understand that they were once a child and they're saying these things. They're also affected by the negative impact of not having a father around, or if they do having a father around, having that seeing a bad behavior or a negative influence. They are affected. So when we stop underestimating children and know that they can also make their own decision, they can even jump to conclusion based on certain behavior without understanding the context. Then whether or not the mother or father try to say anything, child have critical thinking, and they will grow up and start putting two to two together to realize you are not that great. That's what's going on with today's world. I believe a lot of today's responses, God allow certain consequences to happen as a result of how people stray away from the Bible. They start growing on their own. They start growing based on hurt. They start doing things to their child out of pain and out of the flesh, and therefore the result of the generation today is what the previous generation did not work on, and they did by themselves. And it's just that's my outlook on it, based on experience also.
Go ahead, Amir, and then I got. I think it's supposed to be me after you.
What's up, Mira? How you feeling, bro? Hey, so Kelly, I appreciate your input, because I heard you say a couple of times God. See, and as long as we keep him in the center, we're gonna be good. So what you're saying, it's not wrong. You feel me? It's an opinion, experience. It's an ought, because I think ought is a lot of times what we're talking about. But what is
You can go out there, Bunny. I'm after Amir, Bunny.
But what is recorded and statistically, thrown up in there all the time. We look at all the Pookies and the Ray Rays. We always blame the women for this. We blame that because those formidable years, I don't know if you have children. You probably do. I know a lot of us do. I got 3 of them. So those formidable years, the mother's influence mentally, physically, emotional. You see what I'm saying? So when you take all these things into consideration, and the point that King made, think about when you was a child, it's degrees to this. So I heard you say when a child grows up and starts analyzing critically, then they realize a lot of things. So we're talking about ages and gaps. So you got adolescence, teenage, and young adult. I think the mother has a stronger influence, because I just think of, me and other examples. We're easily influenced by the wrong thing. So if you got a mother that's doing the right thing, great. You got a father that's doing the right thing, great. Like you said, when we stray away from the truth is where we start having problems. So if I'm doing the right thing and she's doing the right thing, cool. But if I'm doing the right thing and she's doing the wrong thing, and then I say, hey, son, hey, daughter, that's not right what she doing. What you think that boy going to do? He might agree with me, but he going to run to mama, because mama going to let him suck on that titty. See, and I'm going to break his neck. Feel me? So in that respect, you got to understand, yes, we get all these mama boys and things of that nature. Now, what ought to happen is that strong man should just stay as an influence, and the team works as equally yoked, and both of them are influential. But I think it reflects what we're all saying is reflecting back to question 1 is, or the major thing, the importance of the father being in the home. When we talk about him being out of the home, then we can open up this big can of worms. Even if he's in the home, like Bunny was saying, and he's an idiot, okay, that don't count. We talking about, I thought we had a premise of a strong nuclear family, which is which has been under attack and consistently trying to be dismantled instead of conversations like these, you know what I'm saying? Or goals like we trying to achieve. So I think two things can be true at the same time. I don't think we disagreeing, both have a strong influence. But when we talk, I just think of any other, the other example I'll say and I'll leave, just, instinctually, I'm leaning towards mom. I had two strong parents in my house, and my dad, he was the man. Trust me. Compared to all other fathers, I ain't gonna brag, but he was the man. But I was a mama's boy. I wasn't even listening to Potty. I didn't even like my father when he was showing me how to be a good, strong man. I was like, man, you don't know what the young brothers is going through. It's different from us. Y'all old, something kind of like what y'all young people say about us. So, you know what I'm saying? I gravitated towards the person who would care for me and suckle, coddle me. So when we talking about elder technology, getting smart, I'm waiting for my kids to get up to them ages where I can sit down and get to philosophizing and talking about other things. And then hopefully I'll have a stronger influence. But right now, it's a wrap. I know they mama got them right now. You know what I'm talking about? And I'll end.
All right, go
Get in
ahead.
after Mirror.
Who's getting in after me?
I'm gonna get in after Mirror.
Yeah, well, Bunny wanted to ask the question, so I was gonna let Bunny ask her question, then I'll go.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm okay. Go ahead, because Kev want to go ahead and talk too. So go ahead, brother. I'll go after Kev.
Okay. I kind of lost the thought now. um, usually I'm sitting here focused, but I'm distracted, other stuff going on. But at the end of the day, when you look at how our homes are today, and as being, at the time I was a teacher, I sat here and watched how you had men who were fighting to be a part of that child's life, and the mother was fighting to keep him out of the child's life, while you had other men who didn't want anything to do with the children, and the mother was fighting to try to keep to have the man to be a part of the child's life. We've seen it and seen all different types of aspects and different types of scenarios. And like I said, I have no pushback on what Bunny's saying about the importance of the father in the home. I no doubt about that at all. But the question was, where did basically the hate for that father come from? And almost a disdain for the man. And so in the answer, that's why I gave the answer that I gave, is that it had to come from a better place that they were taught. At the same time, my mother didn't say anything bad about my father, but did everything she could to manipulate situations to make him look bad. So indirectly trying to still expose him to be a bad father, when in actuality, this man was doing any and everything he could to be a part of my life, or fighting with someone who didn't want me to be a part of their life. He came into my life again when I was 12 years old, and he expressed to me and talked to me about signing over his rights to me. And it was personal how my anger took because of how I felt about the situation, how I had been treated about my childhood. So I was angry at him because I felt like you should have saved me. You should have rescued me. But now as a father myself, as a man going through the same things and having a different aspect, a different look at it, I understand. And I forgave him for a lot of the things that I had to go through with him. I understand him signing over his rights. And I don't agree with it. I wouldn't do it. But I understand why he did it. Because at the same time, this man did everything he could to come back into my life. He came back into my life when I was 12. He came and found me at school. And my mom was not too happy about it. Not happy at all. And little did I know, she was doing everything she could to manipulate every situation after that. And it wasn't until my adulthood that I finally stopped deciding to be angry at this man and actually have conversations with him, that the truth started being revealed. There's so many situations, and it's coming back to me now, thank you, where the sons or the children have found out that their mother has lied to them about their fathers or kept their fathers away from them. There's so many situations where we find out that this man even isn't even the child's father. So we have to be honest with ourselves about the situations that we're facing and dealing with. And what we're talking about is, where did this anger for the father come from? And like King was saying, it's kind of like we've been put in a space and place where the mother can do no wrong. When I did the live, and I'll land here, when I did the live about talking about good husbands, good men, good wives, good man, good women, and then we got down to a good man is hard to find. So what does that say about a good woman? Now all of a sudden it got questionable. Now all of a sudden we're having complications because we want to recognize that there are no good men out there and there are only certain good men out there, but then we don't want to have that same distinguishedness. We don't want to get that same equality to women, to mothers. I land.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get it. I'm glad. Well, I was thinking about. We can talk about that thing where we was talking about the influence, right? I got to get on that one now. I thought about 100 things now because we talk about this almost daily, right? We talk about this about how powerful femininity is itself, right? And that's influence itself. You know, just women, if they knew their powers, that's just straight up influence. So that's one thing I'm gonna knock out the way. Um, the thing is, like, if you even to this day, right? More people is more clinging to mother over father, and it's just like that. I don't know how to explain it, but it just always has been like that. It's like it don't mean that they better than one another, but it's just like you always going to kind of cater to the woman's feelings or something like that. Like even that, so that's systematically, but it's just I think it's just something about a child and a mother. You know what I'm saying? Even the father, or I mean, even if it's the son or the daughter, it's like they cling more to the mother. Even if they show the videos, there's so many videos I be seeing like mothers most definitely have a way higher influence on anything because if they negative, right? If they negative, they gonna follow the negative ways for the most part. If they positive, they gonna be uplifting and stuff. They just got this like something about femininity has a motivational type influencing type thing. That's the reason why they got women out here that's calming down hawks and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You don't see another man, talking about motivation and influence. You don't see men kind of doing that. They don't even show that in a movie like that. Like that's why they can be allowed to be playing victim. They allowed to, make movement start. You know what I'm saying? Even the world catered just to women itself. You know what I'm saying? So it's like overall, I can't really explain like anybody, even to this day, who don't take up for mama first, over anything. Most of the time we doing stuff for mama. You see what I'm saying? So it's like she she got a power that's not known. You know what I'm saying? So like I can get and the thing, it's another thing. The only time, like, say if you talking about the kids, right? The only time the kids is probably gonna be more on the father's side is when the mother probably said no, and the dad is kind of having more fun with him. Oh, he's saying fun or something like that. But otherwise, every kid that I know of is gonna go more towards the nurture side because that's the less they have to work. That's the more they get pandered. That's the more, you know what I'm saying? So it's less they have to change. Oh, it's gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? So I can probably never agree with that. I think all mothers, well, not all mothers, but I mean, well, you can say that though. Mothers got the most influence and motivation than just fathers overall. I mean, that's how I look at that. Because I know the power of women over just in general. Toxic women and non-toxic women, they influence the freaking world. So how the mother not gonna have it? That's cool. Hey, we can do this all night. Hey, whoever disagree, I'm with it because we be talking about this for every last live. I'm with it.
Well,
We
let me
even
tell you
mention it.
why. Let me tell you why I had to. Okay, so first of all, let's start off here, right? The reason why the kids flock to the mother more is because we carry them. You got to keep that in mind. We have a different bond. You have a different. We fall in love with the kids, not in love. We love our kids before they're even born. Hence why when women have miscarriages or anything else that happen, it hits us a lot more than it's going to hit daddy. Right now, when a baby gets here, then daddy's like, oh, okay, I love my baby, right? But you guys don't have that connection. It's just something about it that you just don't have yet. So we have a different type of connection when it comes down to the kids. Hence why every time each one of my sons was born, I let daddy get skin time because that was his bonding time. I'm going to get that regardless, right? So as being mommy, we also give that nurture and that love side. You said it exactly right when you say about the femininity too. It's that love, that softness. Daddy is always a little bit harder, right? Daddy is the disciplinary. So you tend to not like daddy that much because daddy's gonna say no. Daddy gonna be like, no, you don't need that. And the other day, I told my son he can get some gum. Daddy said no. As soon as I said, he said no, he don't need that. No, you can't have none. So that automatically would make him upset. Whereas mommy is like, yeah, baby, of course, or let me see what's going on with your womb. And daddy like, this okay. It's all right. He don't need no band-aid. He don't need nothing. So daddy's a little bit harder with mommy is so much soft. That's the reason why kids flock to mommy. That's one of the reasons why. But on top of that, they already have that bond. They already have that bond. A lot of kids say mama first before they say dada. Because
Can
you
I say something? Or
already
thank
spending that much time with the kid. Yeah, Poppy, good job. Go ahead, put that in the garbage. And then plus, mommy spends more time with the kids. Daddy goes to work, right? He doesn't have that much time off of work. We're bonding with those kids, those whole however long we're out of work. We're bonding with those kids a lot more and a lot longer. So that's the reason why that they're flocking to us. But it still has to be known that mom has to understand that she has to give her control and not be so much
you.
involved when it comes down to the relationship between the father and the child, because that influences the child as well. Now if I take the daddy out of my child's life, hold on one second, son. If I hold on one second, son, you can see me talking. If I take the daddy out of my son's life, my sons might be a lot softer because I don't know how to. I'm not used to controlling my emotions all the dang on time. I'm not used to being hard and disciplinary all the dang on time. That's when we have the most influence. But if daddy comes in and add that structure in there, there's no specific. I'm sure if I ask my son right now, he gonna feel both of us the same exact way. He gonna flock to both of us. He loves me, but when
Oh, it's
daddy
off
comes to
your
that door,
experience.
he's
Oh,
gonna
okay.
run to daddy. Huh?
So
You going off
so
your experience? It makes
hold
sense now.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
No,
on,
no,
hold
no.
on,
Period.
hold
No,
on.
period. Because even with me in my home, I grew up the same way. Even with me in
But
my home, of course I'm gonna go ask mommy because mommy gonna say yeah. When
but
she
okay,
say no,
so
go ask your daddy. I'm like, oh shit.
so I just want to put some clarification on to why I asked the question that I asked. I wasn't at like I know that obviously we all have different backgrounds, we all come from different things. The reason why I asked that question is I'm looking at the majority of how society is here in America, right? And you see it everywhere, right? You can't say ish about nobody's mama. People are trying to fight you. That's not the same case when it comes to daddy. You can say whatever the F you want about somebody's daddy. Nobody bats an eye, nobody cares. You start talking about mama, doesn't matter, male or
Thank you.
female, everybody quick to start fighting. Quick. How
And
dare you
even
talk
if
about mama?
daddy's a good
Even
man,
if they
been
was
taking
on
care of
drug,
his
on that,
But
business.
That
why
part.
though? But why that? I mean, so that
it's
really
like
simple but
that.
agrees. Why? But why though? It's exactly the reason why I'm telling you. It's a chemical thing that's passed off between
True.
me and my
But
child. So
but I
that's the only reason
disagree
why.
with
Not
the
because daddy sucked.
but I disagree with some of the connection because see the thing was I just like me and other fathers, we talk to the baby while he's in your belly. We rubbing on him. We so it's not just a connection between you and the baby. I'm connecting with the baby as soon as I acknowledge that you are pregnant. So I'm making
Right,
a
but how
bond and
often
connection with the
though?
baby
I'm with
too.
the right, but
And so I
brother,
don't
I'm with the
disagree with
baby
what you were saying, but
24/7.
huh?
You only talking to the baby for a little while. I'm connected to that baby for 9 months, so they ain't
But
got no choice to
no,
hear
but
and be
that's
there with me.
Right.
exactly what he's talking about.
Damn you, TikTok. Oh, I thought you got kicked out. You
But
about
there's
to
No,
get
such
he's
kicked
thing as
out.
daddy's
No.
girl, though.
He might be about to get kicked out.
Wait, why? Did I say something? What did I say, y'all?
No, it ain't that. TikTok glitching. It's that glitch. Like it
Kev
do me
said
on
that he'll come
Friday.
back.
Oh,
He'll
Okay,
come
Yeah.
okay.
back.
okay, Frozen. My thing is, right, because I did this on social media, but also in person, it's
when I talked about it moved about Mother's Day, you have
Yeah, he
people
just
like,
came back.
okay, it's moving. It's about to kick him out probably.
No, it's not. He's just
Okay.
came back. He's
Yeah,
just
he just
reading.
came back.
Yeah. For Mother's Day, and this was one of the lives that I did it on, and I said, let's do something for Mother's Day. You have everybody that's good, great that you going for it. And then when I said, let's do something for Father's Day, majority of the people I spoke to don't know their father, or their father wasn't in their life when they grew up. So it's just something that you gotta also acknowledge too.
Well, exactly. Yeah, but that was why I
So,
asked the question that I did.
oh
Like, is it
no,
because
AJ. I was just speaking like in
yeah.
general to why a lot of people won't flock, even in Jamaica. Fathers willingly are not participating or active in the home. My brother's one of them, unfortunately, but they're not willingly there. And so you got a lot of people flock to their mother that was there.
But
So
it's
it's
like
just
you,
something that I'm showing that I
but
did. That this is one of the lives that I even asked. Let's do something for Father's Day. Oh well, I didn't know my dad. My dad didn't wasn't in the home.
I get what
It's
AJ's
just
saying though, because what AJ was saying, and she's kind of picking up on something that I had been saying for a while, is that like we keep saying, is that regardless of whatever, it doesn't matter. Even if the father's there and he's doing everything he's supposed to do, he's taking care of business, and mom just decides, I'm not happy anymore, and leaves the situation and takes the kids. Now daddy is a piece of, and it's just
I'm trying
because
to.
she decided and chose that that's what she wanted him to be. And it's like society is just fine with that. But if we speak up against the mother, then we get, well, he should have, and somehow, some way, somehow it ties back to him. And it's like we can't, it's like, it's almost like we can't admit it, we can't say it. It's like an unspoken truth that we know, but it's like you can't say it. So we just act like it doesn't exist. It's like a ghost, a Bigfoot. It's an anomaly.
That's facts, and I think it's also this too, right? I think because we got it in this. I guess this is my answer. Besides, we saying systematic, right? We just know, like, we got in our mind that dad gonna toughen up. He gonna figure it out. Mama, when she gets sad, I gotta make sure she good. I don't think she tough enough. I don't know if she can handle this. So it's like that's in the back of our mind. We automatically like, okay, that's daddy. Dad gonna do it. He gonna figure it out. Even if he just lost his job, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But mama lose her job, baby. What you need? Mama, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna grind out. I'm gonna do this thing for you and all that other stuff. So I mean, it's just that's what it is. We care. And I don't want to put it that way. It's like we do care, and even with relationship, we care more about the woman's feelings more than the male. That's just what it is, because male are built tougher for the most part. So it's just like, why wouldn't we, kind of, what's up?
No, I just
Go ahead.
wanted to add this other example because it goes with what you're saying, right? Back in the day, right? Not that I should be admitting that I used to do dirt back in the day, but I did. When I did, we were always talking about, bro, I want to go buy mama a crazy crib. You never hear that. Nobody says I want to go buy daddy a crazy crib. What the fuck? We never say that.
Dog, we all know
Because
this.
we
I don't even know
never.
how anybody can disagree with this
Right.
stuff.
That's
We
why I'm
know
like,
even the
that's why I'm like, I don't
songs
understand how
talk about mama.
you
Now,
disagree.
mama, don't
Hey,
worry, you raised it. Okay, but I'm just saying, it's a lot of freaking things that go towards mama for real. I ain't gonna even lie. Like, she has an influence, and impact. We could say that too.
But that's
But it's
not
always been
the
like
reason
that.
why. Yeah, they
let
not
me
doing those songs because they only want to talk about mama. You got to keep in mind who you talking about. Those people ain't got no daddy anyway. They're
That's
talking
true.
about
That's
what they
true
going
too.
can't
through.
That's true.
look.
But because
I
my thing is,
Go
I
ahead,
want to
Chris.
retire both your parents. It depends on the child's relationship with the father. It really depends on that because, like I said, first of all, Kelly was saying about man from Jamaica. My spouse father is from Jamaica, so he felt like he should work. He came in late at night. Only time when he did come in, he talked to the kids when he disciplining them and whipping they behind, right? So he didn't have the greatest relationship with his dad. So even though he grew up in the home with his dad for the 18 years until he moved out, he still is going to be like, okay, let me figure out mommy, but only because daddy wasn't around like that. You just don't have that connection with dad. So that's why I said it goes back to that. Dad is mostly gone out of the house. Don't let him work 10, 12 hours. That's why it was very important. I told my spouse, like, you got to come back and move back to this city. You got to move back. You got to stay in the city that we in and work in this city because these boys need you here. Like you can't just be popping in on your 3 days off and then going back out of town when you got to go back to work because you have to be present. And then they're going to be like, okay, they're going to grow that bond with dad. But you have to put in that work to do that. And that's why I hate when there are fathers that want to be around their kids, and there's women out here who are so bitter and so freaking hurt that they don't want to let the kids be around their father, because yeah, they tend to only love mommy and think that daddy's not sugar honey iced tea because daddy's not in the house, not understanding that mommy won't let daddy be around.
Here go another thing too, and I still disagree. I don't care, but I don't think it's the time thing either.
I hate you. I'm about
Yeah,
to drop
I know
you.
you do. But it's one of them days, man. So I even believe if I was, because I even went through this, right? My mother and my father split up, and I went on my dad's side, right, for a little bit. But it's just like, even if it's the time or not, right? Even if I was to stay with my father, and my father raised me all this time, if my mama do any piece of crying or anything, it's just I'm gonna automatically melt because it's my mama. You see what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain it, but it's just like I don't care how much time she put in my life. If it was me or I don't think anybody, right? If your mom was doing like on some heavy stuff, like she doing the worst of the worst, she was a horrible mother and all that, and still had a father that's raising them. They still, I'm 100. I dang near believe that most people still gonna cling to mother, no matter if she's a good mother or a bad mother. That's just how it is. And who really dismiss their mother? That's kind of rare. Some people do it though, but I'm saying that's kind of rare. People are still gonna go back to mama because it's mama. That's like, I don't know how to explain like what the power of women overall. It's just it don't matter how much time you spend with them or not. It's just how, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the system. It's just the feeling. Just like you said, the feeling we have with our mama.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Can
Can I
I
get
ask
my
I
two
think
that
it's a
cents?
part? And then I'm
daughter
gonna
thing, a
land.
daughter-son thing.
All right.
Hold on, y'all. Let King go because
Go
he's been
ahead,
trying
King.
to
Yeah.
say something for a minute.
Nobody care about King. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead, King.
Nah, I'm not about to rush this statement right here. Here's the thing, right? The bottom line is this: there is an innate view that we have based on our society on how we view the mom and the daddy. There is more power in the absence of the father than it is in the presence. If you disagree, let me know what your reasoning is. Whenever we are present, it is very powerful. Our absence has more power of influence than the presence. But despite whatever we do, the presence of a mother has more influence than anything. It trumps everything. I mean, come on. Tupac would tell you how his mother's a crack fiend, but she's still a black queen. You ain't gonna hear that about no daddy. If your daddy was doing anything
Preach.
illegitimate, if he did something that was not relevant or not legal, we gonna hear about it. Because we are more forgiving for mothers than brothers. Some of y'all missed that. The thing is, and it's not even on a comparison level, right? It's not on the fact that men are better than women or women. It's not even about that. It's about the perception of society. It is the reality that we live in. And until we accept the fact that we're more forgiving with our mothers than our brothers, we'll never come to an agreement on nothing that we're saying. I think what everybody's saying is all perfect. It all makes sense. What Bunny's saying makes sense. What Kelly says makes sense. What Amir says makes sense. I think what Lovely says I think it all, what AJ says makes sense. I think it all makes sense. But the reality that we live in is this: we will always allow the influence of a mother to have a level of forgiveness that the father can't get. And it's because that's what society has dictated. It's what society has declared. It's what society has decided at the end of the day. And until groups of people like us is willing to talk it out, come to an acceptance and say, hey, you know what? That makes sense. That's right. And see, if we want to have this balance we keep talking about, then we'll never have it. Because I love my mama. I love my daddy. But my daddy did some things that my mama didn't do. But I kind of forgot what my mama did. And I remember what my daddy didn't do. Some of y'all missed that. We can always remember what the daddy didn't do, but we'll forget what the mama didn't do. And it's because what Bunny said. Now, I'm speaking as a dad girl, for those that want to know, right? I delivered my last 2 daughters. I got in the pool, touched them, skin to skin. I'm the first to touch. I reached into the womb. I did all of that stuff, right? And let me tell you this. If you don't know, it makes an absolute difference on how your child responds to you. My daughters respond to me different. Now, after all of that, they respond differently. They still have more allegiance to their mother. That's something that we'll never get past, that we'll never overcome. It is the way it is until we accept how it is. We can't change any of the dynamics of it all. My daughters love me to death. They love me as a father. But even after my daughter spending a year with me in the office, after me delivering her, I'm the first to touch her skin. 9 months of interaction, I can't compete. And I'll hover the plane right there.
Go ahead, Amir.
Oh, I was gonna say good. Thank you, King. Man, I missed the first part. But yeah, man, you brought it home. What I was gonna ask: are we still? Because I'm trying to deal with these kids that love them, that love and show more affection for their mama than me, and listen to their mama more than me. I'm trying to deal with them right now. But anyway, are we still talking about who has the stronger influence? Real quick, AJ, because I was gonna say something.
We can still talk about it because I'll do that all day. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm on. So hold on.
Don't you start, Kev.
Hold on. So yeah, we're gonna finish up that part of the open panel, and then I know Mirror had one hell of a bomb ass question I do want to get to.
Okay, well, let me say this real quick, and then I'll say this real quick, and I'll land, and then if somebody wants to come up, AJ, you can rotate me out. This is what I was gonna say. I was just thinking about it, listening to different influences, and again, 2 things can be right, and we both know that we both need strong influences. So I don't want it to be the type of discord where it's this, that, we should leave here with something to make our situation stronger, right? Okay, so this is what I was thinking. If the man's influence was what it should be, remember what I said, ought and what is. What ought to be is the man should say, hey, and then that should be the influence for the whole house. And then when he's not there, everybody should operate off of that leader's instruction. That's how it should be. Okay, but check this out. If a man, if that was the case, that's the ought. It's not like that, because if the man leaves, like Bunny was saying, he working out of town, or let's just say he working 12 hours a day, if his influence was so powerful, then those children wouldn't really need him that much. He said, what are you going to say? It's the influence. It's right. It's true. Even if mom's is tripping or if somebody's not around or whatever, Pop's influence is stronger because he's telling the truth. He's the man. Even the boys is like, that's the man I want to be. I'm going to listen. No, we do the opposite. I did. I couldn't wait for my father to leave. I knew I could play to my mother's, situation. So it's again, just that I'm going to go back to the titty and I'm going to land. You would rather suck a titty and be coddled than to get a switch off the tree and get your butt whooped. I mean, let's just be real. A strong man is going to not spare the rod because he knows he's going to spoil the child. So mama going to let me beat him too much. They're going to run to her. She ain't going to beat him too much. My mama used to beat me, but not like Pops. So I'll end with that one.
May I say something on that, AJ and Kev?
Yeah, go ahead, Lovely, and then we'll get over to Mir and his question.
If you look at, there's a difference between leaving and leading, and sometimes that leading is not allowed because of the system. So we look at the system and it's like, wait, no, you're not allowed to lead, you're not allowed to leave. And because you leave, I'm going to keep these children from you. This is why children become pawns of the system. And so now we're not even putting the children first. Leaving and leading, there's a difference.
Facts. Mirror, are you back, bro?
Yep.
All right.
How is it that the parent that isn't in the home has more influence than the parent that is in the home?
So
Can you explain that? Because I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, brother. So explain
it's
what you
it's a question.
give me an example. Oh, that was a question. Hey, so nobody asked you. You should have answered my car when I was knocking on the door.
I'm
Uh,
sorry. Yeah, going through a lot. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give you a call.
but
Kamira,
I did want to say something real quick before we get into Mira's question. Um yep, that fast. It came and went that
Oh,
fast.
you want more? You want more with the influence? You
So,
want more?
so yeah,
No,
we
it
can
We
came
go
can
and
at
talk
it.
went
about this
that
all
fast.
we
day.
can go
I
at
hate
it
y'all
because
right
I'm still
now.
sticking
Hold
with.
on.
Cause oh man, yeah, I
We'll
ain't
we'll
changing
circle
my
back
mind.
around to that. I promise. We'll circle back to that.
Don't you dare cut
You
me
better
off,
stop
AJ.
acting like that ain't an impact question.
Ooh.
All right, I'll ask it again. How is it that the parent that isn't in the home has more influence than the parent that is in the home?
So I just want to
You
go
want to start
ahead.
with Brittany? Oh, go ahead, AJ.
You gotta ask
No,
some silly people. I was about to say the wrong word again, but banana again. You gotta.
yeah, but like, calm down. So I'll speak, and again, I can only really speak from my experience because I definitely experienced this with my mom, and especially when it came to my bio dad because he wasn't in the home. Um, I think the reason for that is because when you go through times with your parent, right? We all go through like difficult times. You know, you're like tired of your mom telling you what to do. You know what I mean? You're not always seeing eye to eye. It's easy to fall into woulda, coulda, shoulda, and then you start, at least for me, like creating kind of like a fantasy of what it would have been like if like that person was there, right? And so I think for a long time that created that for me, um, to the point that it definitely came in between me and my mom's friend relationship, quite a few times. But I mean, for me, that was very much what it was. It was just like he's not here, you know what I mean? At this point, you know what I mean? He could be a knight who, you know, fights dragons on the weekends. Who knows? You know what I mean? Whatever I need him to be, he could be that. Um, you know what I mean? And so you're kind of hoping that they kind of save you, especially in times where you feel like you need to be saved. So that's at least how it was for me. But I'll go ahead and yield and throw it back to the panel.
Can I talk?
Hold on one second, King. Let's let
Yes,
Brittany
yes,
go
ma'am.
really
Go ahead.
quick.
Hey y'all, good evening. To answer Mira's question, I think it has to do with the lack that that person has. Like I agree with AJ, Lovely to a certain extent, right? But for me, I think the reason why the parent who's absent has the most influence, we can see that with our culture now, right? A lot of us in the Black community, or a lot of homes in the Black community are fatherless, right? When you don't have that influence and that structure, that creates a deficit. It's just like a child that grows up and they can't read. That's going to cause long-term effects with the development, with, we can go down a rabbit hole of what not reading or being illiterate can cause. It's the same with not having that father figure can cause a lack of love, a lack of self-worth, making one parent be the bad guy, kind of like what Lovely was saying. So if you're mad at your mother and you don't have another parent to run to or defend you or whatever the case may be, because let's keep it a buck, every mother is not a healthy mother. Every mother, just because she took care of her child, wasn't a loving mother, or maybe because she had to work hard by being the only parent, she was absent, therefore the child was neglected. A lot of us 80s babies were latchkey kids, right? Because our mothers had to work, at least for me. I had to raise some of my siblings. So I think that because of the absence, there's a void. It's like a cavity, right? You can have all of your teeth can be fine, but if you have that one tooth with a cavity in it, a hole, it's going to cause the most pain. So I think it's the pain and the lack of having the influence that causes harm. And we can go down a rabbit hole. We all know how that affects relationships and what is it called? Relational selection and child rearing, and you're more prone to be a single mother if you were raised by a single mother. So I think that that's what it's like, more of a psychological and biological influence than just a listen to your mom, listen to your dad type of thing. It's deeper than that, and it's spiritual too.
And to somebody asked us a question about leaving homes, we shouldn't be allowed to create families that we would leave. And I get it. People, fornicate and they create these homes and quote unquote, we say relationships happen. I wish we had higher standards in our community that says, hey, once you create a family, you got to figure that out, or, two max and you done, or something like that. Cause it plays a big role on how we are today. And I'll land there.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of inadequacies for sure.
What's the question again?
See you, Benny.
Bunny.
I'm sorry. I just got this
Why
text message
does
I
the
that
don't
was
even know
parent
like,
who
if there's a
doesn't
question
have
anymore. I
why
don't
does
even
the
know if there's a
parent
question anymore.
why
It's
does the
almost like
parent
look,
why does
I'm
the
at a place
parent
in
who
my
doesn't
life.
have who's not in the home, I mean, why does the parent who's not in the home have more influence than the parent who is in the home? And then two, I want to add to this as
No, no, no,
a
no, no, no.
I'm
caveat.
about
Wait,
to
a
answer
question?
this.
No,
I'm about to
no, no,
answer
no. I
this.
just want to add a caveat. Don't forget about the original back in the 70s, maybe the 80s, where we had the strong black mother and we still had children that were still coming out okay. All right, I land.
All right. While you landing, let me rise. So here's what we better know. It is an inherent human nature to try to dominate based upon the ability to influence or manipulate. That is human nature, period, right? So what we end up experiencing majority of the time is who has the upper hand in the scenario. Why do most mothers influence over the fathers? It's because mothers are more in tune with what the kids' desires are at that time. The fact is, fathers are inherently natured and wired towards disciplinary behavior. That's just period. We're trying to figure out how to make you get into your future. Mothers are generally thinking about how to satisfy you at the time. Because of that alone, mothers have the upper hand. They have the advantage because what they can do is they can relate to the child. The child may want this one thing, this necessary thing, or whatever makes them feel good. Fathers, you know what? We don't do what makes children feel good right away, but we do what makes them live good. Y'all missed that. I'm gonna repeat that. We don't do what makes them feel good. We do what makes them live good, right? Like kids will never say, thank you for the electricity. Thank you for the cable bill. Kids are not going to thank the daddy for that kind of shit, right? They're not going to do that, right? But they're going to thank mama for the meal. They're going to thank mama for a lot of superficial shit because it appeals to what they feel, Pavlov's law, right about now. That's not a bad thing. That does not make men superior over women, nor the vice versa. So, because of that, the mother has a higher rate of influence than the father because we operate mostly on the disciplinary side of things. We are more concerned about the future, the vision, and the mother is more concerned about the mission. That's why she will always have majority of the influence over the children because mothers are more mission focused and fathers are more vision focused. Both of them are necessary. Both are necessary. But during the time when the child is immature, they are focused mostly on missions. And I'm dropping right there. If you want to debate, let's go.
disagree.
There you go. We hit the
I
hammer on the table.
King,
object
you came
respectfully.
with it today. You came with it
Nah,
today.
hot and cold. All right, I'm sorry. Okay, it's not the same for daughters and fathers. And women can tell you, okay, women collectively can tell you by experience because we go into research also. But the relationship dynamic between a father and a daughter is completely different from a father and a son. That's you can go look in American Psychology Association organization that conducted that study. A woman would not, if a woman have a situation with both parents, it will take a longer time for her to forgive her mother versus her father if they sit and have a conversation. And that's just something that I know for a fact. I can partially agree with you because you could speak from, okay, a man with a mother. I could see where that comes in with a nature, right? The nature to protect your mom. I guess while you were speaking, there was a man that said I have the desire to actually protect my mom regardless. And I have desire to forgive more. Versus if you go into, especially in our community, if you go into a family dynamic, it is very hard for the woman to actually get along. Especially if the mother is did something. I'm trying not to say a lot of stuff, but if the mother did something, traumatized the daughter, it is very hard for that daughter to actually forgive the mother versus the father that left. And that's just a fact. We could go into, as I said, we could go into research, the statistic, and we go into different experiences as a woman collectively. So I partially agree.
I agree with Kelly.
I'm about to say
Okay,
I
so
can
the
get from
question was,
that angle. I can get that part too, though.
okay, so I'm sorry, brother. When you
That
talking,
still
hold on one
don't
second.
beat that the mother more is less influenced than the father. I think the mother still beating the father. I don't
I
care what you're talking
cannot
about.
with you. You just
I
can't.
don't care what you're
I
talking
know
about. I
you
can
don't.
agree.
You
I can
don't
agree
care
with
that
that point,
strongly.
but
I
no.
don't even think you can condemn
Overall,
What
that
if the
father is
strongly.
mother?
winning.
What
I
if the
mean,
mother
mothers is
that
winning.
manipulated the situation and still got it looking and still somehow and still able to turn it against the father? And I'm speaking from anecdotal.
Well,
See, now
if
this
the
is the
father is
thing. Let me tell
present,
you a reason why the
if the
mother is
father is
able
present, then
to.
that's
Go
not
ahead.
true. If the father is present, it doesn't matter what the mother can say. It's when the father is absent that her words can have that influence. Because it doesn't matter. I know my mama. Okay, my sister grew up. My sister grew up with her
It
father
still had an influence
biologically. Wait,
because
wait,
of what
wait.
you said earlier, because they care about the mother, so they care about
No,
how the mother
that's I
feels.
agree.
So
No,
she's
that's
still
Kelly.
It's
influencing the
not what the
kills.
father
Listen to
believes.
me. I'm telling you, my little sister got and my stepfather got custody of my little sister and little brother. My mother is now telling my little sister everything that happened in the past. My sister does not want to hear it. She loves her daddy down. I agree with Kelly. When it comes to girls and their mothers, it is different. Now, boys, I can't speak for men and how y'all are raised, but it's a different connection. I'm telling you. So no, that is not true. And if the father is present, there is nothing that mother can tell that child to rear her away from her daddy if her daddy is a good daddy to her. That is false.
Now I have to agree with that, right? Because it's daddy's girls for real, right? Daddies care about their daughters' feelings and their emotions, and they connect with that. They are very sensitive when it comes down to the little girl's emotions, right? Because she is a
Yeah, I
girl.
have to agree with
And
that.
boys are connected to mommy because they care about the way mommy feels. They care about mommy's feelings. They care about hurting her feelings and protecting her feelings just naturally. Little boys care about, protecting mommy naturally. If I feel like I look a little sad, my son gonna be like, "Mommy, you okay? Are you sad? Are you sad? Are you mad? Are you okay?" So there's a lot of different things that comes into play when it comes down to the connection. So the reason why mommy has to go out her way so much to make daddy look bad when it comes down to little girls is or kids in general, is because kids are wondering, why am I not around daddy? Why is mommy present and daddy not present? That's the reason why women have to come up with some type of story on why daddy's not present. So, and the story tends to always go to, your daddy don't want to be here. He didn't want to be here. Even if they're trying to keep the kids away from them. Oh, it's your daddy. Your daddy didn't choose to. And I even say that right now with my spouse and my stepdaughter, because her mama tries to keep her away as well. Now she let her come around when she almost a teenager. So we know how that goes. But anyways,
Exactly, Bunny,
she
and
go ahead. Go
exactly,
ahead, Lily.
Bunny. Exactly, Bunny. And that's the thing is that now if the mom is actually keep telling the child lies or the untruth or saying that no, your daddy don't want to be around, but also on the back end telling the daddy you can't be around my child, that's hypocrisy. It's like you're telling the dad he can't be there, and you're telling the child that daddy doesn't want to be here. That causes
And
so
that's
much
exact. That causes
confusion.
exactly because kids are wondering. They're wondering where daddy at. My
Right,
son used to ask
right.
all
Hey,
the time. My
hey,
son's 4 years
look,
old.
Bunny,
Now I want a piece before
Bunny,
you go. I want a piece because
Bunny,
this ain't over.
and Brittany. I agree with y'all 1,000%, but here's the bad news. Y'all are the anomaly. What y'all are saying is true, but it's not what society typically experiences. What society experiences, and no matter what he says, mama could override that.
That's because she has custody, and that's because she's present.
Okay,
If the father is
thank
not,
you. What?
if the father is present, that cannot happen. But if the
Nah,
father is wait,
wrong.
no Matt, wait, listen. I'm not saying why he's not present, right? So
Ah,
if the mother is holding the child from the father, right, and he is not present, because that, yes, she can have influence in that regard. But if the father is present and has access to his child, the child is going to form their own opinion by how the father is with the child. But if he is absent for whatever reason, then yes, the mother can have
and
influence. But if the
you're
father is
1,000%
present,
correct.
he cannot.
But he's usually not present because he's working. He's
No,
forced by obligation.
a lot of
He
men do not
no no.
fight for their children. A lot of men do
Can
not
I
fight for their
can I
children.
share my experience with you?
Go ahead, but I'm saying a lot of men do not fight for their children in court, especially today's men.
True.
When I say, hey,
You
go to
Why
court, fight for
should
him, I don't
we
want to go to
have
court.
to?
But you
what
have to.
right?
If you have a
Thank you.
child,
That mirror.
if you have,
Why
if
we gotta
look,
fight? Thank you.
Y'all about
Why
to make
are we
three
having to
conversations in
fight?
one,
you
man.
know
That's gonna be
why?
too much.
You know
Why
why?
are we
You know
using
why?
the
Because you got to keep
system?
having children
Meaning
out of
they're not
wedlock.
attempting to
You
get
keep
it.
Wait, y'all.
having
One
children
at a
out of
time, y'all.
wedlock.
I can't
Stop
hear
having
Yeah, let her
children
finish.
with
everybody.
Let her
women
Y'all
finish
that
up.
you're not
y'all done
married.
said everything I gotta say. Let me let y'all talk.
Stop having children with women y'all not married to,
True.
and then you wouldn't have to fight.
Every
Then that would
every
be a
child I had.
family.
Hold on. Every
I
child I
was married
had
and
in
got
my
divorced and still
situation.
had to fight for him.
Every child I have is with a woman I was married to. So explain that.
I'm sorry, brothers, that you experienced that. So I wasn't talking to y'all. I'm just saying in our
Right.
society, majority, no. And I'm sorry that y'all have to fight for your kids, and you shouldn't have to. But unfortunately, like women are told all the time, those are the men we choose. Unfortunately, that's just unfortunately what happened.
So
But
Yeah.
still
can I
fight for your
And when
children.
she said they're not
can I ask
fighting,
this
meaning they're not.
question
Wait,
But
but
that's not
before
what
y'all
we
go though, I still want
experience.
to answer the other one because y'all went all the way off. Y'all talking about fight for children now. We still talking about the influence thing. That I
well
wanted to add too because what's up, lovely?
that was my question. Why do women use the system to be able to create an indifference between why do women have to use the system to create a communication barrier between how the man gets to keep the children and how the woman gets to keep the children? If you go into legal custody and physical custody, why do women get most of that?
I have a
Okay,
question.
we'll answer that right after I get done. But
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
just go
I
back
got
to the
that one.
influence thing, right? The influence thing. So y'all remember that question she gave y'all? For that influence thing, right? I believe what y'all talking about. I think that's more towards like teenage years when the father and the daughter, and I understand that too because it always be like that. The son usually go towards the mother and the father. I mean the mother goes to the son. Right? Yes. Okay. Right there. So, but overall, right? I think is as an adult, right? When they turn to adults and as they kids, right? That's the other thing. When they got the adult mentality and when they have the kid mentality, it usually shift because especially when the daughter end up getting married to another man, right? It's not really like a daddy's little girl no more. It's just like she got a new man now, so she not really focused on that type of energy. Even though I don't know how to explain that, but basically what I'm saying is like overall, I just think overall, no matter how we want to look at it, because I understand what y'all mean by the fathers, because I think that happened a lot of times. The father's daughter, I mean, daddy's mother's. I'm trying to say it so fast. Daddy's baby. I mean, I'm saying the wrong signs. I meant to say
Daddy's
the
girl.
mama's boys and the father's in the daddy's little girl, something like that,
Yeah.
right? So I do understand that's how that is in this world, but overall, what I'm getting to, as in like influence wise, because at that time they influence, right? Teenagers, I get it though. But influence wise, it's just I really can't explain it, but it's just somehow if one of them get hurt, right, I think it's always gonna flock to mother. Like you always gonna care Like she really has a the biggest light, no matter how we want to look at it. The mother always gonna have the bigger light, the bigger influence, no matter even if they like the mother or not. You know, most of the time they might flock to because that's the connection that they have. When we talking about like influence, I guess it's different levels to influence though. But when it comes to like, because like like I said, feminine, I'm not gonna ever.
Uh-oh.
Damn you, TikTok.
Yeah,
It's because
TikTok
he's
is
Well,
wrong.
wrong.
let's let AJ go because AJ had her hand raised. So let's let AJ go, and then I think Kelly might have had her hand raised next.
He
So go
probably
ahead,
gonna come
AJ.
back before he get kicked out, and then he gonna
Yeah.
get kicked out. Nope, he's back. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah.
Bro, I
So
was about to rage off that one.
yo,
TikTok be
hold on.
picking the perfect times, dog.
Hold
That
on.
junk just made me mad.
Look at
So
God.
Boy, that
so
made
I
me
want
mad.
hold on,
Look,
everybody.
brother,
Hold
look
on,
at God.
everybody.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let's let Kev finish what he was saying. It ain't his fault that he keeps getting cut off because TikTok's stupid. So let him finish
Boy,
and
I'm
then
about to
I'll
say.
go right after. I got you, bro.
That
I
made me
got you.
so mad. I ain't gonna even lie, because I literally about to get to my main point, and this TikTok is
And it
horrible.
cut you off. I know. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead and finish up,
But
brother.
the main thing is, I was about to say that I would never disagree because I believe the power of femininity overall, right? I think that's the most powerful thing in this world. No matter how we want to look with it, we can agree or disagree with that situation. But when it comes to femininity, that's the most influenced thing in this world today. No matter how we want, because it can be used for negative or it can be used for positive. And we talking about, so like now we can go to mothers and fathers. It's just always going to be like that. So it's everything will always usually side, no matter if they like it or not. They might have that connection like the father-daughter thing and the mother-son. They might have it at the moment, but no matter how it is, everybody's going to cling back to mother, no matter how it is, unless the mother. I
Kev,
can get it if the mother and the daughter might get into it or something like that because someone be in competition with one another. But
Kev,
overall,
no woman has ever said she became who she is because she was influenced by a male. Let's just call it what it is. The influence of a woman is far superior than a male. And as a strong male, I'm gonna tell you that. And I hope to influence men to be the type of men that I've been taught to be. But the fact is, women possess a power they know not of. Period. At the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
but but like I said, I do get the point where y'all saying about the father-daughter and the mother-son. I get that overall, right? But man, I wish I could really explain it. All I'm saying is that because it's like an automatic thing that you do, and I can understand because that's feelings versus feelings and stuff. When I think somebody said about the mothers, I don't want to say that word, but they strongly dislike their daughters and vice versa daughters. I can feel it. We talking about toxic stuff, whatever. Everything we can say everything is toxic, whatever. But overall, what I'm saying is because they both feelings based. So every woman think they feelings is more deeper than the next woman anyway. So I get that. It always be like that anyway. Sometimes men have to sacrifice their feelings for the woman anyways. That's proving more of my point about what I'm meaning about the influence women have. Like dudes, people, men and women get influenced by women. Get manipulated. My bad. I meant to say influence, but see, that's still a form of influence, right? We like all these things we do know. We do know these things. So it's like, no matter how we look at it, though, like if you want to say mother or women, that they have that power of just freaking influence. That's just what it is. I don't even know how could we kind of disagree with that. I don't see that though. I don't know, but
It
whatever.
is. So I got kind of two things.
That's
So the
why we
first
on
thing
these
is
women here today.
right, when it comes to like your development in your developmental years, naturally we're gonna bond to one parent, right? Majority of the times it's little boys with their moms, little girls with their dads. Sometimes it's not always like that. Sometimes little boys may bond with their, maybe both children bond with their dad, and so on and so forth. It doesn't mean that you don't bond to both parents. You just bond to one more than the other, right? It happens. But we can't also say that this is the society that we live in is not catered for us to be in favor of mothers. Like, I think to say that is that doesn't even make sense. It's in everything. It's in movies. It's in pop culture. It's in everything that you consume. Is everything about you can't talk shit about your mama. You know what I mean? Somebody say something about your mama, you ready to fight. You know what I mean? We got to protect mom. Everything's always on mom's side. So we can't say that that's not a factor in the society that we all live in. Despite how, the differences on how we grew up or anything else, we cannot deny that, right? There are some people, right? There's some people, right, who didn't have that, right? And I commend y'all for it. But y'all are the rarity, right? Now going back to the court system and everything else, most
So
court
for your mama.
cases, most court cases and things like that, and when it comes to custody and everything else, tend to favor women. And it, depending on the state, it's either worse or it's not. There's some states where, you know what I mean, there's not even a point. You know what I mean? He's just like, there ain't really nothing I can do, even if I try. You know what I mean? He's gonna have to, he's already on an uphill battle, even just trying to see his kids and everything else. Well, she's, doing this, that, and the third. So we do have to make sure that we're looking at it, but when we look at it, we look at it as being fair, right? I'm not saying that there's not times where, you know what I mean, mom is on some BS and you don't believe that ish and you know that your dad's not that thing. That's rare. That's rare. A lot of the time we can't sit there and also say, okay, but then fathers aren't in the home. But if fathers are present, then that's not happening. So which one is it? Because at the end of the day, most of us don't have fathers. We grew up in fatherless homes, right? Which meant mom had everything, which mom had the influence, which meant we had to do that. You know what I mean? And especially if you're talking about toxic environments, 9 times out of 10, for survival, you're going to side with whoever the one that you know what I mean? Whichever one, is going to keep you the safest. You're going to make the most safest decision as far as that goes until you get older and then have to unpack all that shit as an adult. Like, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But I'll go ahead and land. Go ahead, Bunny.
Kelly was about to go first.
So I have a
Oh, well,
question, and I keep hearing the system a lot. So that's where I'm going to, like, Brown, I'm going to ask you, like, how many, well, it could be within our community. I like to focus it in our community. Do you think that actually fight, like, go to court or is on welfare, is on child support? How many, like, what percentage of our community is? Do anybody know? Because I keep hearing system and everything, so I'm assuming it's majority. Anybody can look and just be because it
I'm
seems
looking it
What
like
was
up,
your question, sister?
but it
Can I
is.
answer? Can I answer that? Can I please answer that? And I know I'm coming from
Go ahead, Lovely.
what I'm coming from a YT community, but I also have worked in the system, and I've done welfare fraud investigation. I've done child support, child recommending counseling. I've done foster care system. No, it actually there is a lot more YT people in the system than there is black people. They just exploit black people into that system because that's what's driving the agenda. So I just want to say that because I've done a lot of research on this.
okay, so it's like so it's how much, like, do you know how much for the black community too? Because even though what you're saying, Lovely, I when I'm on lives I would hear different people or men would say, oh well, the system. I'm like, okay, what percentage are we talking about? That's just like that's something I know. I never heard Kev used it, but I've heard it on here. That's why I'm like, I'm curious what percentage. It
Well,
seems
It's a
like based
very
on what
small
I'm hearing,
percentage.
it seems like majority of black men is in the system, and that's the sole reason why they can't see their kids.
I got the statistic right
right.
now.
Yeah.
40%, 41% of black men right now is on
Thank
child support in New
you.
York City State.
Yes. So if
You're
you
going
look
by
at
state.
well, if you look at
Yeah, so
black
white
men,
people, white
Hold
men
on. Let
are
him finish with the
52%.
statistic.
What about overall in
41%
America?
of black males are on child support in New York City State. Only 52% of white males are on child support at this moment, and only in the
Keep
other
tapping, y'all.
races like 38%.
What about in America in total?
Yeah,
Because
what's
I
the
know with
overall?
state it goes by population, and so the percentage can, like, if you, I don't know,
Jump.
Mr. Perkins, if you since you have access to Google right now, you could like
Yeah.
look overall. Thank you.
So I'm going to do more search on like United States whole, not just New York.
Because this is the
yeah,
thing, right? We are
I'm gonna pull up
speaking
my map,
on
Kev.
we
I'm
are
gonna pull up
speaking
my map,
on
Kev.
we are speaking on the influence. Okay. Because that's why it's like kind of all over the place. Because of course daddy don't have influence if daddy's not involved. Mommy wouldn't have influence if she wasn't involved. because you do have some single parent fathers as well. So mommy wouldn't have any influence. That's why I'm not. It's not the fact that just because she's the woman that she has the biggest influence because she's the mother. It's because she's the parent that's there. So it depends on whatever parent is actually there that's going to have that influence.
Well,
So that's because that's why
but
I'm like we're
Bunny,
kind of like all over the place saying like yeah
Disagree.
everybody didn't have my experience, but everybody who grew up in a two-parent household or grew up with their dad around feels different about their dad than somebody who didn't have their dad around.
but that's the thing, Bunny. Though that's the thing, Bunny. Though is that a lot of women will use the system, and that's why we brought up the system because somebody brought that up. A lot of women
Yeah,
will
that's
use
why
the
I'm
system
confused. Yeah,
to
that's why I was
to
Let,
confused on
Stop
the
doing
the
that.
argument
to
because we're kind
you.
of like all over the place with it, and it's kind of like getting me lost because now we're
Okay,
also talking about the system, and I'm
right,
just like,
right.
okay, so now I'm confused on what the question what the question
Right. No,
is because I feel
I'm
like
with
we done
you.
went
So
I'm
down a
right
whole
there with
rabbit
you,
hole.
Bunny.
can I can I
I'm
say
right.
why do we
That's where the division is.
but
That's where the confusion
why do
is.
we always use that as a fallback? Let's not keep it a being that people don't walk out on their children. And
right.
regardless of why the woman isn't allowing them to see their children, if you
Right.
leave a family, the system is going to get involved if you guys cannot act like two adults and hash it out. That's what marriage, that's what anything. That's if me and Kev were in business
Exactly.
together and we could not be adults and figure out how to dissolve a business, we would have to go to court and enter and let the courts intervene to mediate. So why do we act like if we get married or divorced or if we have children out of whatever the scenario is, right? That if we cannot act like two adults and make decisions together, that the courts won't intervene. So we always use the excuse of the system. Duh. So don't have children. Like I want
Right.
And
us.
that's my
I
thing
want our
though,
And
society.
society,
that's the
I
thing,
because
want
we
Brittany.
should be adults. We was adults and we
That's
was in
dope.
full agreement when we made this baby. Nobody
Right.
had a fight over the sheets when y'all was in between the sheets. So
Right.
I'm
Right.
confused on why
And
anybody has to fight over a child that's 50% mine and 50% yours. I tell my
Brit,
spouse like that, I'm not putting my child in no system. I don't want the system.
right.
God forbid we do separate and get a divorce. Um,
Basically, when
yeah,
you're
that makes
using
no
the
sense to me.
system, Bunny and Brittany, and you guys just proved the perfect point. When you're using the system, you're basically telling yourself and the other party that you don't know how to communicate. You need somebody else
Let Hey, I
get
want to
out of
ask
it.
Bunny this question though, real quick.
Yeah, and I want to
Since
go
you
after you, Kev.
Yeah,
okay,
brother.
so
Answer to the
since you
question
said
for the
that you,
people.
huh? Go ahead, AJ. What you was about to say? Hey,
To the amount of I just looked up. I had to do some digging because I kept bringing up stuff from like different years and stuff, but just the overall total for the United States as it sits is 43% of African American males are on child support currently.
mm, okay.
Just
Uh,
to answer.
But people don't
so
want to get
but what you say, Bunny? I mean, I'm saying everybody. What you say, Brittany?
I just said, and people don't want to get married. Oh, because
Oh,
the government gonna be in your pockets either way. So you might as well just get married.
exactly. That's a
Right,
fact.
right,
Especially if
right.
you get married by through law and all the other stuff. Yeah, I feel that for sure. Um, but I'm about to ask this since I see you sticking with the whoever the kid had more time with is who they gonna cling to. So do you believe let's say this right, if a dude got raised or a daughter, right, say a daughter got raised, let's do it from there then, daughter got raised by her father all her life, and then the mother decided to come into life and be like, hey, you know what, I'm sorry I went through a lot or something like this or whatever, and I just hope you accept me and stuff. I've been through a lot of my life, some victim thing that most women do anyways, right? Do you believe now? Say if it was the same thing with like when somebody trying to take their father back, who you think will get taken back quicker without just the extra pressure behind it? Who you think kind of gonna get taken back quicker?
I think everybody will have a question. I mean, everybody will have questions that needs to be answered. Like, I don't think it's I really don't think it's oh, well, since you my mommy, I'm going to accept you back with no pushback. I want to know what happened, where you was at. Like, I don't think it. I think anybody who comes back in their kids' life, their kids gonna want to know. They're gonna want to be around that parent because they have some attachment that they can't even explain. They have some type of attachment to that parent because you're part of that parent. That's half of you. So you have a bond with that person. So you're gonna accept that person back. I don't think it's gonna be, and I mean, I could be wrong, but me personally, I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think that you're gonna be like, oh well, since this mommy, I'm gonna accept it back. It's daddy, I'm upset at you. I really think it depends on what that parent, what mark was left, or the image of
Yeah.
that parent that you had in your head.
I'm talking about the same
That's what I
scenario though.
think.
So I'm gonna go down the whole list though. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna ask everybody though. So
Yeah,
basically,
because
the
I don't
question
think so.
is, right? If the mother or father started crying and saying they want their way back, right? Who you think the child is going to accept first? So let's we can do that. Then let's go, Brittany. You can go next, and then I'm gonna go down the list and see what everybody's answer is. Is it gonna be the mother or the father that started crying? Who's going to get accepted first?
I got those on Twitter. Go ahead.
As somebody who saw this, it like Bunny was spot on. It does not matter the gender. I
Okay.
seen this happen in my family with my little sister, who was raised predominantly by her biological father, with my mother, and I seen this for me and my father. It depends on the situation. It depends on it's not a gender thing. It's all scenario based. So I agree with.
Okay. AJ,
What's up?
if one of the parents came back crying and said, really hope you forgive my past and whatever, you know what I'm saying? They just trying to get the grace back towards their child. If the father or the mother started crying, who you think will get accepted first
Are
or
you
more?
asking me personally, or are you asking just overall?
And overall, that's what I'm getting. So that's why I ain't trying to really ask
No,
for
bro, we already
personal
know.
stuff.
Mom is definitely getting sympathy. We already know that.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm always
Of course.
talking in general for the most part. I always try to talk in general. So you said mother. Okay, Kelly.
So I'm gonna still go with my first answer because I stand on business. Okay. With the father, daughters will forgive their father more versus and I can't versus the mother and the son. Like
Okay.
they'll be prone to forgive their mother more over their father, the sons. Where the daughter is more lead the father. And I can see where Bunny's point is coming from. Like it depends on the situation. As we become adult, we become more critical. Well, not all of us become more critical, so I'm gonna take that back.
So I think we got one is the father, right? I think. Wait, Bunny, what you say again? Because I know Brittany and Kelly said both.
I said both.
Okay, you
I
said
don't
both.
think
So all
it's
three of y'all
yeah.
said both. AJ said mother. Cousin, what you got? If both came back crying, who you think they gonna willing to accept first between mother and father, or be
Honestly,
forgiving of?
yeah, honestly, I believe that, and this is just from, I used to mediate, so from what I've seen, it really, there is no major either one. If I think what she said about sons gravitating more to their mom and daughters gravitating more to their dads on that front, I think that is probably more prevalent. If I had to say a more,
Say it
because
again.
yeah, it's like what we gravitate to and what we're willing to accept is what we feel we lost or what we long for. So we'll be willing to give that person a chance, right? So it's like I don't think that it is the woman or the mother or the father. I think it's
Okay.
whatever one was not in that child's life. You know what I mean? Like they're willing to because they want that. They're missing that hole and they want to get it back. So they'll be willing. It's just up to that parent to prove it. So
Yeah.
that's why I don't think it's either way. I think it could go either way. It depends on the circumstance, and that's really how it is.
So you
I
say either
can't go
way.
either way.
So that's 4 people for either way. One on mother. Okay, 4 people. Okay, what you got, Lovely?
So my thing is, I think you gravitate more towards what you desire, and you look at it from a relationship standpoint too. Because if we look at it from like how a man treats a woman and how a woman treats a man, and I really do believe you gravitate as a woman towards your father, and if you lost your father and he wasn't doing what he was supposed to do, but then you still do gravitate towards that. And that's why we have like toxic relationships or and the same thing with a mother husband or whatever they want to call it. You know,
Okay.
so it's like you're kind of gravitating towards that. So
Mhm.
that's where I go.
Mhm. Okay. Perkins. If a
Um,
mother and father was to cry back to their child, who you think would get accepted first?
I'd say both. It depends on the
Both.
situation,
Okay.
how bad the parents messed up. So it could go. It could that could be
It's the
way.
same. It'll be the same thing. It'll be both. If both of them did the same exact thing, whatever it is.
So yeah, it's both.
Okay. All right. And remember, I'm talking in general. General for like worldwide. Mirror. So we got one uh,
What I do now?
worldwide. Who is basically? I'm saying who's going to be accepted between with the kid between the mother and father if they came back crying back and saying forgive me.
Mother, father might not even be taken back, especially if he crying, but he might even need not taken back if he upright. So yeah, the mother.
So two for
If anybody
mother.
gonna be taken back
One,
for the
two,
mother, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was it 5 or 6? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. 1, 2. Oh no, he's 6. I think Perkins said both too. Then it's just me, AJ. Well, I didn't even say my answer. I well, basically we know my answer already. And I guess I say my reason too. Or did I say my reason? But I say it over again though. The only reason why I say that is that only reason why because I go over like majority right. The reason why I would say the mother because like I said overall even this we want to talk about the system again, right? The system itself already showed that if a woman cry or something like that, they're willing to still kind of give her freedom or search. They don't even get charged that much. You know what I'm saying? They also it's just built off that. You know, the damsel in distress. You have to say the system again, but I'm just saying just to add that to it, right? We know that the system clings to women. Uh, that the damsel in distress. If we see a woman, like they less likely to be probably stranded in the streets. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody kind of. That's the only reason I got to go for the mother because I just know the power of women. I just know the power. I'm all, and that's something I guess I always just got to stick with it. No matter how we want to look at that, I just got to stick with that. Femininity is one of the most powerful things in this world, and and it's the biggest influence. Like everything kind of caters to that. So yeah, I think I will most definitely say the mother. Like 9 times out of 10, if they both came with a sob story, even as the same one, right? I think the mother is more accepted. But that's just 3, 5. We can say that though. But yeah, I
Yeah,
gotta
you're
just
not
go with that because we've
lying.
been talking about that forever. We've been talking about this forever. We see this in real life too. You know, I see that with toxic parents or people take up for their toxic mothers, and even though they know they wrong. Some of them is get mad. Only time, and the thing is, I think the only reason why I think they saying that is because if a mother and daughter get into it, they can care less. Because like I can understand that though, because it's like they both feel like their feelings matter. Like this how women work. You know what I'm saying? If they get into it, that's why they fights be worse. They're not coming back. A dude to hash it out and come back and get back cool and stuff. They're doing a deep fight. When women get into each other, they grudges forever. That be forever. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and it been over just a freaking because your nails look like the same as mine. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like it's a whole nother level. When it's feelings versus feelings, I could truly understand why daughters and mothers don't get into it. But we talking about when they get into it. You know what I'm saying? Well, how would a daughter get into it with a mother that they didn't even know? That's the only reason why I can't take because like I think they can kind of take that back. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, I don't even really know you. You ain't get on my nerves yet, so I can probably accept you. But I can get why y'all saying the scenario is like that'd be more of like, yeah, you made me mad through my lifetime, so nah, I'm good. I feel like my feelings is more important than yours. That's the only reason why I really kind of disagree on that part though. But overall, we talk about this too much of the power of femininity. That's why I love women that preach us on femininity because it's powerful. It'll make this world do some big changes. I love when they talk about it. I realize it. I see how a lot of us gonna bend to it. You know what I'm saying? We talk about this almost all the time on this app about how powerful it can be, you know what I'm saying, if women was more in their femininity. but I don't get whatever. I guess we can rock with that though. But that's the only reason I'm gonna go with that though, for sure.
Now,
So
this is my
Yeah.
thing though, too, right? I think that boys would be mad at dad and girls would be mad at mom for not being there, right? Because you're looking at, I think as a girl, you're like, dang, I needed to learn how to be a woman. And daddy can't teach me how to be a woman. So I needed you here. So to a point, you would probably be like, okay, it's your fault she wasn't here. So I'm kind of upset about that. It's same thing, vice versa, when it comes down to little boys. They're probably like, I needed you to be a man, because you do have men growing up and women growing up right now to still try to get that influence of that same sex that they was smex, whatever, that same smex that you was missing. You have boys having other men influence them. Now, whether it be bad or good, that's later to be determined, but they have to figure out how to navigate life. I feel like that could be a influence as well on who they're going to, if they're going to accept them, or who they're going to be mad at for leaving.
I have a question
Can I?
real quick. Oh, go ahead, cousin.
No, because I think like these, it's really a variable, right? I think that to try to narrow it down to certain, it just, I've seen cases literally where you will have a kid, the mom,
exactly, Brown.
hold on, the mom is remarried. The
Yes,
stepfather
we're
is
blind now.
now in the house, done everything. They have a bond. They have all of that. The deadbeat dad, which I'm gonna call a deadbeat because he actually was, right? Just all of a sudden came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden that kid was like, fuck the stepfather and everything. Like, he started getting disrespected, all that because dude wanted to come around again. To the point where I've seen it on the opposite, right? Where you had, a mom that came through, and the children were adopted. Never seen the mother. Their new family took care of them damn near their whole life. All of a sudden that mother came and they damn near dropped that family trying to make the bond with the real mother. There is something to when you have something that you're missing, that you long for, right? And a lot of times when people say, well, that's the parent poisoning the kids and they're telling them this and that's why they don't want to be around. That part of that is true, but the bigger part of that is it's because when that kid did reach out, finally, you proved all of that shit that parent that was saying was bad. You proved it. You didn't show up on time. Like, I've seen where motherfuckers, the first time that they were supposed to meet, right? And the dad didn't even make to the motherfucking meeting. He made it to the meeting. It was 15 minutes left in the meeting. You was 45 minutes late. And yeah, the mother was bashing him. The mother had been saying, your dad he ain't responsible, he ain't this, he ain't that. So it was already a seed, right? And then when it was time for dad to show up, he enforced the seed because he came late. So all that kid saw was, oh damn, mom was right. And now, later on, you keep doing that, then you want to complain. Well, you should have been talking bad about me. You should have poisoned my... Okay, so all of these things have nuance to it, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think that we can just break this down and say it's because of this and that and the third. No, because there's a lot of dynamics that go on to this. And if you deal with this, anybody who's worked in social work, anybody who's worked in the system, I'm pretty sure they can tell you exactly what I'm saying. Because there are so many things that happen, right? And then it depends on the time. Like how old, like I think, Kev, you said it earlier, like when we talking about? Because if it's a kid that's a younger, really young, they have way more forgiveness. But if you've, you know what I mean? If you're older, that's going to be harder, And so, I don't know. And it's so many circumstances, it's so many nuance, we can add and say, I think this could happen. I think that would be a good conversation, but a conversation to say, hey, this is what it is. I think that is where we're going to get lost on this, because It's so many variables.
So,
Oh, go ahead, Brittany. I got there.
no, my question was to Kevin because he said that the women have influence, right? So I have a theory. There's no studies out there yet because I'm gonna be the one that do this. But I think that there are, because a lot of men have been raised by their mothers, there are a lot of men who love their mothers but do not like their mothers. And so my question to Kev is, or to the panel, especially to the men, especially if you were raised by a single mother. And the reason why I have this theory is because there's so many men who despise women, especially like on apps and stuff like that, right? There's so many anti-women this and I don't, and it can't be only from women that they dated. And seeing how disrespectful some men can be, I go to the sense of, oh, you don't like your mother, you don't love your mother, you don't respect your mother. You might love her, but you don't respect her. So is there an influence to the men? Is there, even though, yes, there may be a feminine influence, right? Or the woman may have more influence over the children, quote unquote, but does that necessarily equal respect? Does that necessarily, because love and respect can be very different, because a lot of y'all
Mm-hmm.
love y'all mamas, but y'all don't like y'all mamas.
No, that's I can feel it though. I think this gonna go back to time to what I put in the comments. I do believe, like I said, I believe mothers are more influenced and fathers are more impactful, which is based off with the topic today, right? I'm showing the impact of fathers being, because fathers most definitely needed, right? But influence and impact, that's why I think our argument, or not argument, but I say our differences of what we talking about. Like me, well, especially me and Bunny was talking about. I believe she's arguing more of influence versus impact, because I do believe, like, with that, you said about why they hate. Mm.
I literally had this conversation with in another live today, and we were breaking down the difference between respect and love. So let me break this down, and we were breaking this down because a lot of people don't understand that there are components to both.
Yeah, I was about to say
Well,
that.
tell Kelly, until Lovely come back. So I want
Kelly.
to address the thing that not Kelly.
I was trying to bring it
Oh,
back,
go ahead,
Bunny.
Lovely.
You know me. You know me. I'm like,
Yeah, I was trying to
you know,
really
I'm
just
gonna break
answer
it down.
Brittany's question. That's all I was trying to
So yeah, I wanted to say something really quick to about what Brown Sugar was stating, right? About mothers are or Mother's Day is celebrated more than Father's Day. That's only because you have a higher chance of there being a mother involved than you do fathers. Even if it's a two-parent home, you have mothers in two-parent homes. You have mothers that are more so around than the father. Because if the man does leave, mommy gets stuck with that baby because that's her baby. So it's not the fact that father, they just don't want to celebrate fathers. It's just they make more money when it comes down to Mother's Day. That's all that is. That's the
And
reason why they push it, because it's a marketing thing. They know for sure that every household, almost every household, if not 90% of households, have a mother in their home.
Well, and that's the thing, Bunny. Though, is if based upon like what Kev was talking about the other day, and this is why I'm mad at him because he pulled up the God aspect. Why are not mothers or fathers celebrated every day, but just one day a year? If you go back into the pagan holidays, why can't we be respectful and be loving and be kind to our children, to our mothers, to our fathers daily? Why do we have to celebrate one day a year?
Because that is exactly how it has to be set up in order for people to stay in control. That's
Exactly.
exactly how it is. It's the reason
I don't
why,
mind
if you
it.
look
or
at
you're not
certain
about to be
definitions for
celebrated for
certain
doing your
things,
job.
if you look at certain definitions for certain things, right, you're looking at a colonized definition of certain things. So either way, I'm not sitting there saying that you should only have to celebrate somebody for doing their job, once you know what I mean? And it's not necessarily about celebrating somebody, it's just
It's
showing
not a
appreciation.
job though,
You
AJ.
should be able to do that
It's not a
365
job.
days. You should
It's
be
not
able
a
to experience,
job.
you should be able
It's
to
not
do
a
that.
job for
You
you to
should
be
be
a
able to do
parent.
that. Can I finish?
It's
All
not
I'm
a
saying
job for
is
you
that
to be a parent.
you should be able to celebrate that 365. I'll go ahead and yield.
Right. So we agree on that. It's just
So
not, it shouldn't be chosen as a job. It's not a job. You chose to lay down with this person, sleep
No,
with this
that's not what I
person,
said.
have this, oh,
What I meant was, because you said, why aren't we celebrated more? I think in the home, depending on who you marry, you can be celebrated. My husband and I celebrate each other for being parents every day since we've
yeah,
had our
every day.
daughter. But my
Every
thing
day.
is, no, what I was saying is nobody's going to celebrate you for doing your job every day. And what I meant by job is, of course, to me, raising my daughter is not a job, but it's just like, come on now,
And
we're
that's
not
where
about
we agree. That's where we
to.
agree. It's not a job. It's like, it's not a job. It's just part
Yeah,
of
we
it.
get threw off by every
so I
last little
want to say
word. I'm
this
really
part because
trying to
then
get to
Kelly.
one point at a
Oh,
time, though. We
This
keep
conversation
I
shifting.
is
know
all over the
Kelly wanted
place.
to say something too, but
Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all. I had got a text. So that last part, then I'm gonna land there. Because she also said about bad mothers being celebrated. That's because 9.9 times out of 10, the father is not speaking bad about the absent mother. You have more absent mother, more mothers speaking bad about the absent father. That's why he's not celebrated. That's why he's looked at. He has a bad taste in the kid's mouth. But if the mother is absent, she's celebrated because the kid is still yearning for that love.
If
She still want. They still
Damn
want that
you,
love from
TikTok.
damn you, TikTok.
from mommy. But so, and daddy is not gonna sit here and be like, your mommy's a bad mother. Even if she was strung out on you know what, they're not gonna say bad things about her. Whereas women, they're like, oh, daddy wasn't sugar honey
But
iced tea.
Bunny,
That's why.
but
That's my
Bunny, why
point.
is
And she
that?
just said the
Why
same
is
thing I've been
that?
talking about the whole
Why
day.
is that?
That's
But
crazy.
why
Shut
is
up.
that he's not going to
You
say?
literally told me what I'm talking about. That's
Cause he's
exactly what I
not,
wanted to
guys, don't
But the
know.
question is, but the
They are
question
more
is to
graceful
that.
towards their mother than their father. That's what I'm saying. We know this. I don't know why we acting like we don't know this. This is
that is
crazy.
not what I said, Kev.
Nah, you said it. You
No, I
said
did
it
not.
already. It's over.
But I believe it still depends, right? I'm still on the daughter's, father's, mother
You can stick with that.
situation. I'm gonna stick
But
with it, and I'm gonna
tell the
hold
world
on.
different.
Let me put that right. My thing, right, and we can go to what. Let's step out of
That like, oh,
Western
you don't love
culture.
your mother. Oh, you hurt.
Let's
You
talk about
bitter.
Western culture, where you're most likely to see both parents in the child's life. You will see that they're more. It's more what we call it. A lot of people disagree with the patriarchy. It's more fatherly influence when you have a foundation of fatherly and masculine presence over that, which that's why most Eastern culture that is very structural base is doing better than Western cultures. So one thing I can just strongly disagree with you is that the dependent on feminine energy to actually change the society is what's not gonna, it's just what I will never disagree with. Because, and I guess I could say that it could be since I don't really have any hard study to say, oh yeah, this person influenced this. I could just speak on majority experience, and I could speak on my belief. Every time I go into the word, it's literally, it always speak on the father influence. Yes, there's mother impact here and there. However, the father influence is very important, and it's greater and it's necessary than a mother, and it's needed to make any change in any society, just based on just my belief. So it's like with going beyond study, because there's no concrete evidence that I could just go biblical then.
Well, if you want to go biblical, let's go biblical. But it also talks about how a woman can tear down her own home with her mouth. It also talks
All right.
about how the father is to go sit on the roof, the corner of the roof of a house,
Exactly.
because of a woman who is destroying her house.
Okay, and
So
it
We
also
can do
talk
that. If
about
you want
a
to go
righteous.
biblical, we
so
can
if you
do
It
want
that
to go
also
too.
talk
biblical,
about a
it
father who is
basically talks
righteous and
about
walks
both
with
They
parties.
talk about the
It
integrity.
power of
doesn't
women in there.
discriminate one or the other. It
I
both
think
says
it's
we
But
equal,
both
no,
have
but
y'all.
the Bible, if you
responsibilities in
don't agree
this.
that the Bible is heavily patriarchal based on like it's based on Abrahamic
But
laws,
no, this is my thing. Don't pull
What the
out
heck
the
you shifting
scriptures
it
if you're
again?
not going.
Wow.
we can
Don't
Right.
pull
pull
What the
out
out
the
the
heck you just
scriptures if
scriptures.
you're
The
shifted?
not willing
righteous
That
to
was
and
the
hold
biggest
to
walking
all
in
of the
deflect I ever just
scriptures.
integrity.
seen
Don't
right
use
there.
the
Let
ones
What?
me
that
land.
benefit
I
you
think
and
it's
try to
Talks about the
manipulate the word.
patriarchy out
That's
of
the reason
nowhere.
why I learned
You
the
can
No,
just
word
because the Bible
because
is
of people doing that
patriarchy.
right there. That's the reason why I learned the word right there, because of that, right there, because of the simple fact of trying to manipulate that word. I got tired of people trying to manipulate that word. If you're gonna use the word, use it correctly. I love it when I got a woman who tells me I'm a Proverbs 33 woman. But did you take Proverbs 30 to get there? Or did you just jump into Proverbs 30 and say you were Proverbs
You talking
33
about Proverbs
woman?
31, Mirror?
With 31, whichever one. Did you read 1 through 30 to get
talk
there?
about the king because it was
I
King
think it's
Solomon.
equal.
But it does not negate the fact that God literally heavily focused on the male to run the family structure.
I do not disagree, or I do not argue with you.
All
But if
right.
you're going to use the word, use the word correctly, because it talks about both of us.
But
It
y'all
doesn't
let
distinguish. It
Has
doesn't
more
say the woman
influence
is,
in the
is
Bible.
guilty or
I think the
innocent.
Hey,
It
influence
does not.
influence in the
yeah,
Bible.
real
You
quick, y'all
cannot argue with
let me
that.
let Slim in real quick. She haven't said nothing in a
Y'all
minute.
going nuts. Lord.
Nutty nuts.
Hey, panel. Okay. I think that the influence is very much equal. I think it's very much equal. I think the man has equal influence and the woman has. I think it's the way it's used. Like we talk about how, a man can hate his mother if whatever she does and vice versa. If father is missing, what that does to the. So I think it's just equal influence. I don't think it's like one over the other. And I also think it varies from household to household, but I definitely think it's equal. And I believe God is. I don't think God is picking no sides. I think, I think yes, men are called to lead, but far as the dynamic of the family influence is equal. I think men are a very big vital part, and women are too. Because if you take the woman out of the household, the child is lacking something, and vice versa. If you take the man out of the household, the child is. So it's like it's not one is greater than the other. Both are needed to get to the same destiny. Whatever. That's what I think.
Okay. So this is so funny. I can literally talk about this all day though. So this is funny. I swear, dog. Y'all really don't realize the power of femininity, and this been happening for years though. But
Oh yeah, Kev. Guess what?
y'all don't
Guess
even
what?
realize why people
Guess
saying
what? Hey,
yes
Kev.
and all this other stuff.
Real quick.
Like
I ain't
literally,
finna cut you off.
That came from
But I'm
gay
off
men,
today, so
Kev.
I can rock the night. So yeah, keep
Hey,
going.
hey,
All right, let
but I'm
Kev,
just talking about
Kev
the
keep
hey,
rocking. Let
femininity
Kev
part
keep
though.
cooking.
It's
Let
just
Kev
That
like
keep
came from
cooking.
gay men, though, Kev,
hey,
by the
yeah,
way.
yeah. But
Kev,
what
Let
where
Kev
they
keep
what
cooking.
they get their acts from? You know what I'm saying? It came from
hey,
somewhere.
Gay
They didn't
men
create
act
it.
way more crazier than women. Women do not
They
walk
do though.
around
But
switching the way
it's
men
not
they switch
masculine though.
and doing all of that.
What?
It's not
Hold
masculine.
on. Pause
However,
button.
hey,
that
Pause
can be
hey,
button.
men.
What is this
hey,
conversation?
but
Hold
Kev,
on.
Kev,
Hold on. Hold on. No, pause. Like, I don't even know what this conversation is at this point. We don't been all over the place. And I'm like sitting here really like having to
So,
squint my eye, turn my head and think about a giraffe, just trying to understand what the hell everybody talking about. First we
uh,
talking about scripture, now we talking about gay men. Like what
yeah,
where
we
like
got it. It
what are
got
we
Look,
yeah. We
I'm
had through a
telling
couple
y'all,
things.
I thought
Oh,
it was
goodness,
just
Kev,
me,
live.
but we was
like
all
what
But
are
over the
we
place.
talking about, bruh? Can we get
no,
on
Well,
no,
topic?
because
well,
we didn't
no.
have any concrete evidence to talk about who has more influence, we went into the Bible. You feel me?
We can go. That's what I'm saying. We can do that too, though. And y'all gonna
I
realize
can look
refuse to
around.
bend.
I
I
mean, I
know.
feel like the Bible is the best place to go because it's the truth. It's the
that's
truth.
true. That's
It's
true,
not
though.
Like
gonna
you
live
We
your
can't.
can
life.
do
I
that
don't.
too.
So then
God
all
has
right,
shut it
then
all
if we
down.
go that route, then let's go talk
But
about
women are
all
the
of it.
weaker
We can't
vessel.
just
It's
pick
like
and
it's
choose
so
what
many
we
things
talking
that
about.
Guess
point
what?
that
And God ain't taking no sides. So therefore, guess
True,
what?
true.
God ain't taking
he's
no
harder on
sides.
the father of the house than he is the mother. That's just the truth.
Yeah,
God
but
ain't taking no
like
sides.
we can go back to what Amir says. The reason why he said we got to sit on the roof of our house is better to be alone. Even God know the power of women. I
It
mean,
matters.
But God
he
also
even
knows
know
the
that
Yeah,
too.
we can
also
So,
agree with
knows the
that.
power of men too.
Kev,
That's why He
hey,
led
Kev,
12
huh?
disciples
Well,
to teach
I
Kev,
men.
understand the power of man if you got him in the house right, but overall, if we talk about who the whole world caters to, and this is a reason why, like why it's like even women and kids go first and all that stuff. You know, that's got to do with like more of a
Mm.
production and reproduction and all that other stuff. But it's just like if you realize how the world operates, it's awful. Like that's why even like women is the higher consumers, right? I hope that's a fact that we know, even though we probably can't put that in the Bible. But I'm just saying that we should know that now too. That we know that it's more of like I can't believe we really having this
hey,
discussion about the influence that women
wait,
have because it's
Kev,
literally this.
hey, Kev, you remember we had this
Soon as I'm
conversation the
about to
other
get deep
day?
into this, somebody get me every time. Every time I'm about to
Oh,
get deep.
okay.
I know you about to try to bring the balance in it too. I already know what you about
No,
to do, but
no, no, no. What I'm saying is, it's crazy that you going hard for this right now,
But when the other day, when I was saying the same thing, you was telling me, nah, it's money.
I
So
didn't know what
telling
you meant.
I was making the
Well,
same
I
point
take it
that you
all
was
back because
defining.
you was right. And if you
Okay.
saying women have a higher influence, I will take that back. Because the more I keep thinking about this and thinking about all our debates and going in even their lives, right? Some of their lives they host, we even talk to women. Like, there's no way we not saying that women have the same amount of influence as men do. There's no way we saying that. Like, that's why I said I can literally talk about this all day because that's what we've been talking about for years. We even see it in front of our eyes. Like,
Yep.
women, like even, and like we was talking about the systematic thing, like that, like they can unalive somebody and come with a sad thing, or manipulation even have a lot to do with influence, right? So they can even manipulate the system. Let's go back to that. They can manipulate them and get no time. All they gotta do is cry. Like, this stuff is seen.
Can I ask a question though? Because I think
Go ahead.
what you're saying is, and I get it, but at when you put a man next to a woman, physically he is stronger. So when you're saying in the sense that women can cry and somebody can take on to the women, that like a little boy and a little girl, right? They'll take on to a little girl quicker crying than a little boy, right? You tell a little boy be strong, but little girl cry. It is systematically, but also as far as body and men is stronger, so it's always going to fall that way because of that. I don't think that the women's influence. I just think that because of the dynamic of the man and the woman, that it just naturally falls that way.
Right.
Makes sense.
And men place too much emphasis on SMEX.
That's what I was doing.
That power is
Well, that's
given
another
up.
power influence.
Wait, it's a power of influence. However, Kevin, y'all make the world, right? Don't we holler all the time? It's a man's world. It's a man's world. Patriarchy and all this stuff. So y'all give up the keys of that influence. Period. Because cousin is right. It's SMEX. So you can't give something up and then cry when it's gone.
But you forget the rest of the song.
Oh no.
But you forget the rest of the song. It wouldn't be a damn thing without a woman or a girl.
Exactly. So I'm not saying that that's not incorrect, but what I'm saying is to Kev's point, because Kev keeps saying how much influence we have. Who gives us this influence? Who gives it to us, Kev?
It's cool. It's been since God made us here. Women always been an influence. That's why Adam, right? Let's go back to biblical again. That's why Adam sat there and disagreed with God. I mean, that's why he said, forget what God said. Let me see what she talking about. She told me to eat this fruit. That's the first guy that got played, right? We can start off from the beginning of how much women is influenced.
And guess what?
So it's like I said, I can do the biblical too.
Guess who God hold accountable? Guess who God spoke to first?
Of course, but I'm talking about you keep deflecting. I'm talking about influence. I'm not talking about the reasons behind it. I'm talking about influence. Adam had a job he had to do, and he listened to the woman.
Check it out.
Over a guy. It's nothing can beat that. Come on now.
Look, hear me. Listen, hear me out. Adam might have turned around and Eve might have just been like, here, eat this. And he didn't know. And he just like, oh, okay. And just ate it. And then all of a sudden he felt some kind of way.
Ain't nothing beating that. Like, I should have won the whole fight off that one. Y'all made me think about that.
He wasn't there.
He said, forget God.
He never said he wasn't there.
Go read that portion. It also said, because first of all, she was called to be his helper. So of course he was going to oblige because she's called to be his helper. But also it said she was attracted to this thing called knowledge. So Eve was actually attracted to the knowledge, thinking, okay, this knowledge is going to help my husband. So don't forget, it's like people nitpick from the Bible, but you really gotta go deep. It's deep.
Right.
So why did she do that? She didn't do it because I want to influence my husband.
She didn't get over
that. She was attracted. She was beguiled.
And there was Satan.
No, I'm not talking about I think y'all missing my whole point. I'm not talking about the reasoning, right? I'm not talking about the reasoning. I'm just talking about I'm just talking about the influence part, right? I'm just saying the fact that even though she got, I guess, tricked by the devil or the serpent, right? He still had a straight up contact with God. That's what I'm getting to. Straight contact with God. Exactly. And he had a woman influence, I'm going to say it again, influence him to biting into that apple. That's the first guy that got manipulated, whatever you want to call it, because of course she probably got manipulated by the devil, or whoever, serpent. I gotta read.
Yeah, it was a devil. It's the same person. Right, it was a devil.
Yeah, so it's the same person probably. I just want to make sure it's right.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
Hmm.
but you know, devil get everybody on that. That's a whole other person. He ain't, I don't even know what gender he is, but oh, he's saying he, I guess.
We just
but
refer to as he.
but I'm just saying that, and that's just my thing. Like we know how women women can get to men, even though there's reasons behind it. But it's just always been like that, even to this day.
But
Can I just add
Oh,
one more
but that
thing? You're
shouldn't be the
talking
case for
about
men though.
only two people on the earth at that time, though. It was just Adam at first, prior to Eve. So of course he couldn't be influenced by nobody but God, because it was only him and God. So what
Well,
if it was him? What if
you
it was
have to
him and
understand
Adam?
though.
So, Kev, are you telling me that
You have to
the
understand
man had that
Satan
women
existed
women
at
have more
that
influence on
point.
a man than God? Is that what you're
No,
trying to tell
no.
me
What
right
I'm
now?
saying
that's
is,
how
Is that the
bad.
point?
Look,
no.
the story says that.
But what
Okay, I'm just
Nah,
saying. Was
no.
that the point?
Kev.
My only thing
That
is
made
this.
it worse because I just thought about this now, just like a couple seconds, and I'm like, dang, I never, and that made it even worse. I think nothing is not topping that.
But
He,
But this is the
Mm,
thing, though,
but
right?
I'm
The
thinking. But
devil comes in. Of course, he didn't have no influence on Adam before that.
Well,
But you
well,
got to
the
keep in mind, if you listen to a lot of married people, right? Or if you listen to people who's engaged or things of that nature, and then they getting ready to go into marriage, you'll hear them say that they've been tested more being married than, or tested by the devil more being married than when they was just dating or when they was separate. Reason being is because Adam and Eve was a powerful thing, right? So it was something that was good, something that was created under God. It was something that was good. That's the reason why the devil came in and tried to influence that and break that up and influence her to take the apple from the tree. Brush your hand, son. On top of the fact that you got to keep in mind, once again, he comes in and try to influence stuff that was good. He also showed up in the Bible again on trying to convince or speak to Jesus as well. So you have to you have to keep that in mind. He's going to come in and break up something that's good.
I
He
got another
always
one.
is.
I got another one. Let's get it. I can do this all day.
me too. I have
What
another
about
one
y'all?
too.
Y'all married,
I
right?
got
Y'all married.
some.
Yeah.
Y'all
I
married,
want.
right?
Yeah.
No.
So here go another thing,
okay.
right? Let me what the heck? Let me well, I'm gonna say this then. Cause y'all just don't understand how I guess y'all don't know how men operate, I guess I don't know, whatever. But I bet you your man probably was, strong, do whatever it is or whatever. I bet you can tell him some magical words that'll make him go 200 instead of 100 because women have that. They can motivate a man to do something way beyond what the heck they already doing because they didn't even. And that's, oh, don't say true. I'm just saying, but I'm just saying, that's why I wanted to use y'all real
Hold
quick. It's like I'm
on.
trying to show you the power and influence women have.
I have a
It's just like
pushback.
it always been like that. It just always have.
Kev, I have a pushback.
If I have a woman in my I'll probably be whooping some butt on a video game and probably cry if I start losing though. Like, dang, I'm losing for the fuck. I'm just saying, like, but it's just like that. They
Kev,
give
I
you
have
that
a
extra
pushback.
boost. Like, I wish I knew how a man feel when he talking to a woman because it'll make it happen. It's just like that. That stuff is powerful. I said
Well,
I
stuff,
have a
but
even
I'm just saying
pushback
that a
too.
woman is powerful. That femininity is powerful.
even
But
if
hold
you
on,
look
y'all.
at
Hold on. Let me get some
the
order
book
real
of
quick.
Ruth,
Hold on one
even
second,
if you
lovely. I'm
look at
sorry, beautiful.
the book of
Hold on one
Ruth,
second, lovely. Hold on one second, beautiful. Because we supposed to be in that 60K a long time ago. So let me do this. Let me do this my break, and then I'm gonna get us some order, guys. Because we got Shine, and I'm not sure if Slim was able to speak, but we do still got Shine on the panel as well. But let's tap that screen, tap that screen, tap the screen. I don't know if y'all know about what's going on with TikTok now. It's probably kicking Kev out because y'all are not continuously tapping that screen and it's not moving him up. They literally kicked me out the other day because I wasn't getting likes. I wasn't even asking
Is
for
that
it because
what
it
has
wasn't
been
that type
going
of
on?
live. Yeah, they
yes.
kick you out for no
Probably.
activity. I got a notification said due to no activity, your live's gonna end in 1 minute. I get that a lot. So y'all please continue to tap the screen. It just keeps the live on. Unless y'all don't want the live to keep going. And in that case, why you here if you don't want to hear anything? So y'all tap the screen. We really appreciate that. Also, Kev got a live goal up there that's been sitting at 150. Nobody sent anything. TikTok gonna think we in here twiddling our thumbs. Can y'all please give him at least one of that? We got 36 people here. If everybody give him at least one or two of those, we'll get them there halfway at least. I really appreciate you guys. All we ask is that you remain respectful on the panel and in the chat. Also, please hold down Kev's box. Let's not forget that. We don't want to be stingy. Don't be gatekeepers. Y'all want to be able to share the wealth. Hold down Kev's box and you'll be able to send the live out to multiple people, 15 plus people, in order to get those people in the live with us. And they can help you tap. They can really help you do a whole look at that. Y'all moving up fast. See what y'all can do with y'all magical fingers. I really appreciate all you guys. Let's do Lovely, Kelly, and then if Slim did speak, then we're gonna go over to Shine. But y'all can let me know. First of all, Slim, did you speak beautiful yet?
Yeah, I spoke a couple of times. Thank you.
Okay, baby. All right, so we're gonna do Lovely, Kelly, and then we're gonna go on over to Shine so we can get Shine in, guys.
I think this is a beautiful space, and this is why I've always appreciated Kev, you know, for having this space. And when Bunny comes in, and we got Mir in here, we've got all these people on this panel that are actually
What I do
willing.
now?
Oh, now you woke up. You know, now this is where we bring people in to actually share. Like we were talking about the system earlier, and now we can talk biblical, and we can do it with actually construct. We can actually do it with love. We can do it with kindness. We can do it with joy. We can do it with peace.
Yeah,
It's
Lovely and Cousin was in here the last 2 days. It was shocking. It was shocking, y'all. Hey, we actually let it rock without everybody
yeah,
getting mad and
cousin.
stuff and
I
blowing up.
know
It
me.
was smooth.
I know me and cousin. I know we're on the same page, and I know you, me, Kev. Like you know, I hug lions. Like that's how we work. That's how we function. So now we've got all these conversations, all and everything that you're bringing on, because we haven't even got to question number 2. Today's
We didn't
complete.
do none of them really.
Well, we kind of did.
It's only 2 of them, but in the third one is gonna be. I had thought about this idea because K in a way kind of made me think about that because I was about to ask y'all how y'all feel about this picture itself down here because I got basically. Oh, we can do that first before we even do that, then, right? The picture itself. Whenever we start, right? The picture. So that question is gonna be like, So basically, this is Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't like saying his name on here because I feel like I'm gonna get scared, get in trouble. But Arnold Schwarzenegger. We gonna run with that, right? So
Okay.
this is his kid. When he taking care of his kid, you see how his kid look, and when she taking care of her kid, how her kid look. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna say, what is y'all take on just this picture overall? What y'all see in this or something like that? So that's gonna be my first question for everybody. Whenever we start, I guess, but I guess a few people got to talk before that. Cause yeah, I'm about to be off this thing at cause I got to get off early. Well, my different early, cause I used to be on super late, but I ain't going past 2, cause I gotta get up early in the morning.
See, that's late.
Yeah, that's late, but it's early for me. Cause I usually go to
Let's
bed
go
at
with
6 or 4.
well, since you started a new question, if the ladies don't mind, if we can get to Shine in so that brother can get some
Okay.
sleep. Ladies, Kelly and Lovely, if y'all don't mind, if we can get to Shine and then we can come back and y'all add that on there when it's you guys' turn if you okay with that.
Yeah, I could go after Sean. That's fine.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real quick. I just wanted to piggyback actually off of what Kevin said as far as the power of women. But I think in the same sentence, in return, I think it's something that men have never thought about if we're using a biblical text. To me, the biblical text that Kev used also shows that a man need a woman, but a woman don't need a man. And the reason I say that is because Adam had God all to himself, and the man still felt lonely. And I think that's something that men don't even notice, that, you know, the power of that context itself is very big. And I think a lot of times we don't even pay attention to that.
Can I ask you a quick
And the
question?
woman
Why do you
had
think that?
I'm about
Oh,
to say I
sorry. Go
disagree
ahead, brother.
on that part.
and the woman had Adam and the garden and God and still wasn't satisfied, still wanted more.
Mary,
Okay,
bye. I am tired of
Okay,
him.
you know what? You
But
know
guess
what?
who
I'm
got
Damn,
about to
another
Mary
drop
gotta stay
job,
her.
muted for a
Adam?
while.
I'm about to drop Mira. Okay, now I ain't waking up out of sleep with that
I
buffoonery.
knew Mary was about to
About to
say
trigger
something
Uh,
the
controversial.
room on
Kev.
that one. That was funny.
but I
I
have
gotta
a
post
question,
that. That's
Shy.
getting posted. I ain't gonna lie. That was funny.
Hey, but
You
He said
silly.
did I
he had
tell
the
any
garden, the thing, and it's
did I
still
tell
not
any
satisfied.
lies?
Yeah, you
Did I
get a
tell any
clip.
She's just
lies?
Yeah,
she's
you
just
get a
talking
clip
out
for that one.
loud.
I gotta
See,
remember that.
that's why it's called read
Hey,
to understand.
but
Okay.
hey, Kev, let me ask you a question.
Understand.
You
People that
go for
practices
that.
a
You
thing
go for
called
that.
knowledge.
That's
Let me
getting
ask you
To
something.
clipped.
help her husband.
The
Knowledge to help, not to get away.
What just happened?
the
Did she?
it got quiet.
Is
No,
somebody
Sean,
muted?
you was gonna
Oh,
speak.
okay, okay,
I
okay.
don't sure. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I
Go
I
ahead, Sean.
seen. Yeah, I seen that people said I was incorrect. So I want to know. I'm curious on what I actually read in the biblical text says that God seen that the man was lonely.
Yeah.
That's what it actually says. So if God seen that he was lonely and he had God all to himself, he created a woman for him. So to me, that's
Yeah.
common sense that he was lonely. Even he needed a woman.
Where did she come from though?
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Where did
No,
she
I
come
was no. I
from?
want to say the part that what I disagree on is you saying a woman don't need a man. That's all the way. So I
That's what
wouldn't.
I
Yeah.
I
wanted to
think you
say.
threw that in there though. That's the part I was feeling you till you got to that part though. And I think actually we need one another, right? But also we can I think because like it's not like they made woman first. You know what I'm saying? So and they make it worse because women really do need. If we talk about need right? Um I don't think woman is built to be, most definitely ain't built to be alone. If a man ain't built to be alone, a woman most definitely ain't built to be alone. So
Exactly.
that's the only way I disagree on that one.
You tagging me
Because
in?
that's what I'm saying though, right? Our body. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, I was about to say that same scripture. Because mind you, if there was no ribs, if we're going by that same text, there wouldn't be any woman. It wasn't created separately. It was created within that man. And that's why you have that one flesh. So when it comes with you, when you use that term, especially if you speak from biblical context that women don't need men, that's not factual. Because even in Corinthians, when Apostle Paul was talking to the woman of Corinth, they basically he basically acknowledged the man as their covering. In Ephesians, it goes as far in the letters in the New Testament that basically say that it goes as far to say that the men, we can even call our men Lord. It's just the authority that God have given men, that
That's why it's
influence, you know.
seven women to one man at one point in time they say it's gonna be. That's a reason for that.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Well, I don't
Okay.
know. I think from the biblical text, you guys might be right. But if we look at, I don't know, earthly studies, women actually do better statistically when they're single than men do when they're
We talking
single.
about need, man.
We
They
talking
need
No,
the
about
no,
government.
I'm saying when we talk about
Statistically, they
need,
need the government. That's a
right?
man.
When we're talking about need, I'm saying women are more in shape, they're healthier, they do a lot of different things that are better for themselves when they're single, right?
I
And
have to
when men are
disagree with
single,
you on that one. Oh, go
I'm,
go
I'm
ahead,
saying
Sean.
this is something
Huh?
that y'all can look up. This is something y'all can look up. I ain't gonna tell you
But
this
I
unless you
think
can
he's
look it
talking
up.
about a
I know what
woman
you're
being
talking
I'm
about,
just
unhealthy.
cause
saying.
I think you
I'm just
throwing a
making a
whole
point.
nother
But
thing in there
that's
No,
though.
he's
not
talking
that's
about
not
women that
because
are with
she wants to
unhealthy
do it
men.
for
Okay,
herself. She's getting fit and getting fine and
it
all the
doesn't.
rest of that because
So she can get a
she
That
doing
man.
might
it
be
for a
true.
man.
But let me finish what I'm saying because what I'm saying is that the equal when men are single, we tend to be more depressed. I'm not saying this as men are better, women are better. I'm not because I don't do that. I always go with the fact that we need each other. Period. Dot. I don't even like to have these
You're
conversations.
right. No, they don't
Why?
have to do that.
But what I'm
No.
saying
What?
is, what I'm saying is, if we there every time we say one thing, right, we can bring another argument to say for the other. That's the reason why I said that. It wasn't to prove a point. It wasn't to say women don't need us or anything like that, because I believe we all need each other. What I'm saying is, when we have these arguments, we could probably tic tac and go back and forth. Well, this thing is the woman doesn't need it, and then this is the men don't need it, and this, you know what I mean? Like we could do that all night. I'm just saying the tip for tack thing ain't even. I don't even know why we keep doing that. That you
Then
know what I
that's
mean?
two different
That
arguments though.
it's not.
I think you. Yes, it is. You
No, it's
talking
a
about
It
different
is.
argument,
statistics,
but
but they still depending on the man though. That's the crazy part that you're saying. All that
we
stuff you're
still
saying is
going
still
back
depending.
to who depends on who, and I'm saying we both depend on both. That's what
Of
I'm saying.
course,
That's
of
all.
course though.
That's all. That's all I was saying.
I think
And
we
I
I
was,
make
feel
It comes
you
down
on
to
that though.
yeah.
marriage.
I think we
That
just make it
part.
look good. I think we
Can,
make our singleness look
may,
good.
may I say something on that? May I say something on that? Because a lot of people will sit here and we can throw the biblical context in that. A lot of women will sit here and say, I want a man of God. but you're not a woman of God first. I brought that up last night. Like if you're not a woman of God, but yeah, you're reading biblical scripture, you're reading the Bible, you're trying to follow all these women of God who sat with Christ or sat with God and did all this, but yeah, you're asking for a man of God and you aren't even living that way. I don't speak to men. I speak to women because I'm not a man.
Yeah. What you was about to say, Slim?
Yeah, thank you, brother.
I was just saying that I think that, because he was saying that women, he's saying from what he see, I guess, that we look, I think we make it look good. That's what I think. I think we want me. No woman wants to be
Don't hurt him
alone.
like that.
Even if I'm doing I do my thug dizzle by myself. Don't get that misconstrued. And it might look good, but I want a man. I'm not just doing it just to be doing. I want to be in covenant with a man of God, preferably. But I think we just make it look good. We make it look good, right? Because you don't have when you go under a covenant with a man, you do have more things to take on. So it might look a little different versus not having it at that point in time. But I just think we make it look good.
You see what happened when men rely on women for answers. They got kicked out of the garden. I don't know why they still not learning. They're still eating it from the fruit.
That's right, exactly.
Why do men still rely? And it's very offensive when you say this, Kev. I'm probably gonna get booted. They be like, "This pit me," but it's just when men they're continuous to doing when you keep taking the fruit from women, God's still gonna look at you and be like, "Hey, yo, I gave you." I gave you a responsibility. I told you what to do, and now you still listen to these women out here.
And you know what that shows right here? That shows
Yeah, she about to get
exactly the
booted
way
in a
it
minute.
is with society, right? Because that's the reason why a woman needs to let a man lead and just be quiet. Because guess what? If stuff
Right.
goes wrong, he's the one to blame for it. He's been the one to be blamed since the beginning of time because he's the one that's supposed to bring that order. He's the one that's supposed to bring that structure. He's the one
Yeah.
that's supposed to have the final say and say, hey, look, I don't think that's a good idea. We don't need to do that. So that's the reason why it's like you got like when it comes down to it, and a lot of women hate when we say that the man should have the last word and that the man does have the last word because he's the head of the household. Because if even if it's my plan, if it hits the fan, if it hits the fan, nobody's gonna be like, "Oh, you was listening to Bunny. Okay, well, in that case, it's her fault." No, if it goes wrong, it's his fault. They're gonna say, "No, you should have been leader. You should have look. You knew the right from wrong. God said the same thing."
Exactly.
So
When
you got.
It was
Go ahead.
funny.
I
Yeah.
was
Kev,
speak
keep the comment.
exactly. When have you ever seen where a man, like, let's say if I was to lose the house with me and my wife, no one is going to come to my wife and be like, "You failed your family."
Exactly.
They're going to come to me and say, "You failed as a man."
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep. They're
Which
gonna
is the
blame
right
Exactly.
the
way.
man.
That's why
So
women should be quiet. Hold on. Let me go on mute.
I
I know. That's
live
why I
right,
said we just need
but
to shut up and just
Hi.
suck it up. Now that's
so
the
we
whole
about to get.
thing. We're able to. The Bible says we don't lose our voice. So as a good man, he's going to take you into consideration. But you have to convince him on why this is a good idea because it depends on him. It depends on if it goes wrong. It depends on him. But if you have a good man, he's going to take your advice or he's going to see, your side to it. That's why when I come to my spouse and I say things, I'm like, I think this is a good idea, but what do you think? Whatever you think,
Well,
because
and
and not because I can't make the decision on my own, but because he has to plan, he has to be in control of it.
and that's the thing, Bunny. We have to be that helpmate. We have to be that woman of God in
They the
order to
leaders
be able
nowadays.
to maintain it. We have to help maintain that same home that all these women are asking for their man to give them or to provide for them. We also have to maintain it. That's why a lot of women in the Bible were entrepreneurs. Like if you look at
Yeah.
Ruth, you look at the women of the Bible that actually knew how to follow God, because when you follow God as a woman, you actually put the man falls into place because he's trusting you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let Slim. I see you put your hands up. After that, I'm gonna try to get back on this topic because I want to finish this. We only got 2 hours to get me on this thing though. We ain't really touch it for. I mean, we touched around it, right? But we really ain't answered the questions kind of directly. So, and there's 3 of them. And I know it's gonna take a little time for each person to go through it. So, after you go, Slim, I'm gonna get this topic going.
I just wanted to add, as far as what Bunny was saying, I completely agree with that, and I think that just kind of shows like how we have to lean on God, right? So you lean on God and you have to trust God the same way you have to lean on your husband and trust your husband. And if your husband is being led by God, then you can be safe. I think a lot of women sometimes we overdo it because we don't know if we're safe, and I think that's the part where we have to. If your man is being led by God and the Holy Spirit, then you have to lean and trust that. Right. And I think Abraham and his wife was like a perfect example, right? Where God was telling him one thing and she was like, well, after so long, she stopped believing. And she was like, okay, well, take my hand, my maiden. And, she kind of was like, kind of doing other stuff. And he was like, but God said this. So, I think that's kind of what that means. Like allowing the man to lead and trusting. Because the same way that you have to allow the man to lead and trust him is the same thing that you have to do with God. You have to allow God to lead you and trust that God is going to get you whatever, whatever that means. But I think it's the same dynamic.
So right before you get back to that, brother, Brown took the words right out of my mouth. And that's the part that drives me crazy, right? I I hate
Right.
that there's
Exactly. I see.
women I
I
hate
see
that
it.
there's women that are in relationships with men that they don't believe can lead. I hear women all the time say, I'm not gonna let a man lead. Lead me where? Down to a ditch? Well, why are you with this man? If that
Stop.
you get what like if he's gonna lead you down a ditch, why are you with this man? They sell peanut winner in the store. Like they, like you don't have to be with this man wasting his time.
About
If
to
you're
get
not gonna let
kicked.
this man be the leader or you're gonna fight back, something's wrong. Either something's wrong with him to the point where he's not convincing you he should lead, or something's wrong with you because you're not letting him lead. Like there's something that's going on, but you should not be with somebody that you don't believe is gonna lead your household because it's important for that man to take control of the house. How if you can't lead, why do you feel like you're gonna trust him in protecting you? I don't trust you to lead us. Why would I trust you to be able to protect me? Like make that make sense.
Oh,
And I definitely don't want to be with a man that ain't providing protection. I'm gonna tell you that now.
Facts.
The
Facts.
devil used
Can
a
I give
weaker
a
vessel.
can I give a little bit of insight on what she just said? Because that's key. I like what she just said. I want to just add a little bit to it. But exactly what Bunny just said. I think the reason is because women don't have good judge of character, and I think it's because
Mm.
of the lack of fathers in the household, right? And then fathers not being led by God, because I think God is the standard, right? He teaches you what like I learned these things through God. I didn't have a father, so God is the father. So I had to learn these things. But prior to that, I was doing exactly what you said, right? I didn't have good judge of character, so I didn't really know. I'm not gonna let this man. If you don't know something, how can you apply it? So a lot of these women don't know how to be properly led because they don't even know God. They have no clue. Their foundation hasn't been set. So it's like trying to have them do something that they have no idea of. And I just think that's kind of what it is. Like lack of character. They don't know how to good judge of character. They don't have that. I didn't have it. I know I didn't. So
You may be. I use this one too though. Like with this, let's talk about stepfather. Man, y'all about to make me. I'm hopefully I can go to bed on time. The stepfathers, right? I had used that one too. Like, dog, why is women? And I'm not even trying to make it a woman. Whatever. I guess we on that. But it's just that's just. I guess that's a common thing though. They the ones that usually choose the father. So why do they pick? Why do they pick like the guy that they don't trust to be a father to their kids, like, oh, you're not gonna touch my kid, or I don't know if you're around my daughter or something like that. So why get with a person that's like that? I don't get that. If you can't trust this person and you got this little bit of, man, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Why? Or just be alone and wait 18 years and then pick it if you just that scared.
They don't
You know what
want
I'm
to be
saying? I
alone.
never got that.
They don't want to be
But
alone, Kev. And that's the
I,
problem.
yeah, they don't. They
They
don't.
seek validation. And when you seek validation, you go to the end of the earth to do the most devious things. That's the power of validation. Something I want to add though, is Job, right? And it's just something I know that men are out there, that you have pastors that's saying this to men when they're speaking directly to men, is to be like Job. Job wife had a hardened heart against God, but Job still stand firm on God. And this is why I'm like,
Isn't he like the next perfect person after Jesus?
yeah, and I was
Yeah.
like, that's why I want if men focus go directly on God, and this is where the submission conversation. But I don't want to divert, Kev. If
Hmm.
men focus was directly on God and God only, mind you, your focus being on God doesn't mean that you're not going to hear from your wife. However, your final answer come from God, and instead of woman, then definitely you will be blessed. And it said it it said it in the Bible. Like those who basically train up a child the way she go, when he gets old, he will not depart from it. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children, but the sinner's wealth is laid upon for the righteous. And the Bible goes deeper, and so it's just that power that men have in understanding, seeing women as a weaker vessel. And that's why I can see where you're coming from. I can see where men coming from when they say, okay, influences, right? At the end of the day, we know that we're not fighting against the flesh, we're fighting against the spirit. And who does the spirit target? They target the weaker flesh. Women are known to have the weaker vessel, and that's just fact biblically, right? Because they'll come for me. And so therefore the target is going to be mainly women, right? And men that are not focused on God. So and he would use the children, he will use the wife to tear down the home. And so it's just something that I could definitely agree on that. However, I do recommend, and I'm glad Kev is pushing that, is having men focus on God and not, despite what women are saying, no, listen to me, is focus on God and get your final answer from him. Your wife will receive the final answer from you because it's coming from God, and that's just final.
Oh man, I just lost my thought. It was something I had good too. I forgot.
Stepfathers, something about stepfathers.
Like I
No, it was
told
something
you,
else. Yeah.
like I told you, Kev, I'm so mad because you brought up the question the other day or yesterday about God, and now all of a sudden you have a question about parenting. Like, stop doing that to us. We've been on this for a mission. We're on a mission, and now you see everybody pulling in, and the spirit is moving. The
I got
spirit is moving.
I got a question. I know what we know what it's like as far as men when it say submit, right? But what do we think it look like for us to submit to our wives, as it also say, like y'all submit to one another? I know we as men know what it look like for women to submit, but as men do we know what it's like for us to submit? And
The simple.
to me, I'm curious because I never heard a man talk about the part of us submitting also. I'm just
It's our
curious.
job to submit off rip though. That's just
Well,
automatically though. That's why I don't get noticed because we automatically submit to our family and our.
it's submitting to God first. It's
True.
submitting to God first.
True. Well, men usually submit first, even through God. They submit to the. That's why they have to ask the woman. They made it specific because they less like because they go with their feelings. So yeah, I can get why they kind of. I'm mad. I had something real good, but I'll remember later. That was awesome. I had
Something I
something.
want to add.
Answer that?
Let me not.
I thought you answered it.
Can I answer that one?
Go ahead, cousin.
Why everybody?
Yeah, I like. I think that submission has nothing to do with my wife. So I submit to, like everyone is saying, if God is giving me the wisdom to make these decisions, that's what I do. I live my life according to what I am spiritually led to live, and she automatically follows. I don't need to tell her to do shit. I don't need to lead her because she's on board because of how I live, period. I think the submission goes to that, to where, it's almost like it's something that doesn't even need to be said. It doesn't need to be acted out. It doesn't need to be something that we have to do. What you have to do is you have to live your life then you're going to have that wisdom to listen to what she needs. You're going to have that wisdom to tell her what she needs to, good advice when it happens. You're going to have that wisdom to listen to when she's saying something that you need to hear, right? But that all comes from that submitting to the higher power, God, whoever is listening. And I say that because a lot of times people are listening and they don't particularly believe, right? And so they feel like we just leaving them out. So all my believers, you know what I'm saying, but to everybody else, it can be a higher power. Whatever your higher God, that's what the submission is.
So you saying submit? You saying the man should submit to God, right?
Right. It's not to the person.
Okay, but that in Ephesians 21, it says submit. It's a husband and wives submit to one another for your reverence for God. So it says submit to one another.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that submission, it comes automatically when you actually do submit. See, if you're not submitting to God, right, you're gonna buck the system, for lack of better words. You get what I'm saying? You're gonna think about things that, oh, it's worldly. I'm thinking about why it has to make sense, why it's illogical, why I have to do this, why don't you do this? Why are you wearing this? Why are you doing this? That's when we go into the point of we're not actually submitting. What we're submitting to is the Joneses. We're submitting to the status quo and trying to match it. So what I'm saying is once we forget all that, right, and actually live, you know what I'm saying, like in godly terms, that submission just comes. You get what I'm saying? And then everything that you just read, it just happens. We don't have to force it. The reason why I think a lot of people are having problems with it is because they're not living that way in the first place. And then you're just trying to act like it.
I think.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think that you can tell people that's not submitted to God, whether it be a man or a woman, because for a man, I think it looks like arrogance, right? Because a man of God is not arrogant. He's confident, but he's not arrogant. And he understands submission because he's submitted to the Lord. And far as a woman, I think it could be seductive, right? Because a woman of God, I'm saying that right. A woman, like you said, the power of a woman, right? The influence, right? Seductive, like the Jezebel spirit. So that's not a woman of God. That's not a woman that's led by the Spirit of God. And then if you think about the dynamic of women and men and how they clash, right? You have a lot of women saying, well, men they're afraid to be in marriages or whatever the case may be because the man has all of the power or this case. But I think it's different because I might be saying it wrong, y'all. But arrogance and confidence is different, and you'll know the difference.
True.
You can hear arrogance from a man, and you can also hear confidence, and they sound different. They sound very different. So, yes, a man being in that leadership role, a woman has to know the difference between, are you hearing arrogance or are you hearing confidence? And is this a man of God, and is he submitted? Because the man of God that's submitted he got the characteristics of God. And what is that? And you should know that because you should be following God and you should understand what those characteristics, because that is the standard. But a lot of men lead with arrogance, which make women run because they're running from the arrogance, not the confidence, the arrogance. And it's a difference.
So the thing is, you
That's where the spirit. That's where the spirit.
Hold on real quick. I just wanted to say this real quick. I'm about to say to answer what you was talking about. Which I talked about that too a lot. You actually can hear arrogance, right, and you see confidence. That's just how you can tell the difference, though. Because I think they said confidence is quiet and arrogance is loud, and that's the difference between those two. Because if a person is basically intimidated by your confidence and they call it arrogance, no, that's because they're insecure. That's the difference. Because you ain't have to speak. I never said I was cold. You the one think I'm cold. You know what I'm saying? So I never said anything like that. So that's how people be mixing it in. So usually, an arrogant person got to always show how much money they have, and you always or talk about they just got to keep speaking about it. Alpha male, and or even what cousin talking about the submitting thing. Even though that's what you just mentioned is exactly what's happening. You showing the leadership. You didn't have to talk about you being a leader, and she automatically following. So no matter how you want to look at it, that's leadership and that's following. But most of the time, how they push it on this app. I don't think man is telling me, hey, I need you to submit to me. I don't think it's like that. They just say this on his app, but I don't doubt man even got the balls to even do that now. They're gonna They don't want to lose that peace. I'm put it that way, because a lot of them just is submitting to their girl so much over and pandering to them. They're not doing that. So yeah, I highly doubt that.
Let me ask you this: do you think that confidence and arrogance could be subjective? And what I mean by that is,
No.
a lot of times, if you talk down about yourself, people typically want to build you up. And if you talk highly of yourself, people feel the need to bring you down. That's why I believe it's subjective, because I may have been through a lot just to get to where I'm at as confident wise, right? So when I talk highly of myself, I might be someone who used to people trying to talk me down about myself. So I feel the need to talk highly of myself, because people tend to, like I said, you talk highly of yourself, they bring you down. If you talk low about yourself, they bring you up. That's why I believe that confidence, you really can't know if someone is confident or arrogant.
You just said it though. You said I tend to say things about myself because people tend to bring me down. That means that's a lack of self-awareness.
Exactly.
Because you now have to still reaffirm the person that. So that's not really confidence.
I know,
that's not confidence, right? Thank you.
Like, I want my leg back.
But you,
because you said I want. So that's
actually
you missed the
that's
first
actually
part.
in the carnal mind and not the spiritual mind.
I know, but you missed the first part where I said, if you talk outside of myself, I'm dealing with other people now. If you see someone talking highly of themselves, it's natural as human beings to try to humble them. And when you see people talking low about themselves, it's naturally for us to uplift them. That's the other part I said also. True. Outside of me.
Right.
But one of them is actually no confidence, and the other one is most of the time people being arrogant. But that's the difference though. Like, because even if that, right, if you are confident, you don't have to even argue it. You wouldn't let another person let you down if you're confident in who you are. You'd be like, hey, it is what it is. But you don't have to speak out loud all the time. That's what I'm saying. Arrogance do, for the majority of the part, you're speaking on it. You're saying I'm the best. Just like Muhammad Ali, he know he was arrogant. You know what I'm saying? He was being arrogant. It wasn't just him being confident. He was always be like, hey, I'm the greatest, I'm the best, y'all. He had to speak that. But I can see if you to yourself, right? Because it was a girl that was an MMA fighter, what's her name? Dang, with the ball head, dang, what the freak? But she was basically saying, I'm the greatest. She kept saying, I'm the best, but she was taunting it to herself. She wasn't telling the whole world, but she was doing it to build herself up. That's the difference. She's trying to build her confidence up because she had to talk to herself like that. But if you got to talk to the world, that's a whole different thing. That's mean you're trying to prove something. And even with arrogance, there's still a little bit of lack of confidence in there too. I had to learn that a while ago when I had a live on that too, because you have to prove yourself. You leaving it open like you looking for another validation to somebody else to show how so-called confident you are. Well, I'm the best and all that stuff. So so it's just like that. Junk do get deep though. But overall, yeah, that's what makes it objective, right? You most of the time, arrogance is out loud and confidence is inner. It's just inside us. Self-esteem, all that stuff. That's something that I don't have to get spoke on.
Hey, Kev, I think maybe the better example would be Floyd Mayweather as opposed to Muhammad.
Both of them arrogant.
No, but Muhammad Ali was doing it to sell. Like that was part of his showmanship. When you talk to him outside of that, he was nowhere near that.
You might get me on that.
Mayweather does it to stay relevant. Like, I'm trying to floss on you because I'm trying to let everybody know that I'm the man. There's a difference. You know what I mean? Because I get what you're saying, but I think in that particular case, he was confident, but he would always give props to other people that did it. You know what I mean? He was always. It was just a different reason for him the way he talked. You get what I'm saying?
I still feel his arrogance, but because it's like Jake Paul, which gonna beat Mike Tyson. I'll make y'all mad real quick. But
Bye.
So Jake Paul, right? He most definitely arrogant, and he's still trying to make sales too. But that's part of it though. But I mean I can't take away the arrogance because I don't think you could tell that it's somebody else, man. You could tell like especially when you already winning and just like LeBron, you know what I'm saying? It's different. Like, hold up, I'm trying to think of somebody that know they cold and that's quiet. Let me see. Dang, I can't think of a basketball player.
Drake.
I mean, but how you can tell though is that why that's the reason why everyone loved Muhammad Ali, as opposed to everyone hates on these other cats. Because I'm just saying, if you think about it, when they called him the people's champ for a reason, you know what I'm saying? And at that time, where we were as
Steph
people.
Curry, good one.
But yeah, but I'm saying
That's
so.
a person that ain't arrogant. You don't hear him always flaunting and stuff.
Only
Right.
his wife speak, but
I'm
that's the
glad he just said that too.
crazy
Steph
part.
Curry is a perfect example,
Hold on. You say
and he
Steph
don't have
Curry?
to sell.
Hold on. You say Steph Curry
But
is
his,
arrogant?
I
but his
understand, but
No,
wife
that's
he's
not a
not
speak.
boxer
arrogant.
though.
That's the same man that shoot the ball and turn away before it go in.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. Come on. You lost
that's
me,
But
man.
different. But
listen to
what I'm
this.
saying is that's different though. But he didn't. He
Hey,
don't speak though.
but
That's a
listen,
good one. That
but
was funny
listen to
though.
this
But
though, Kev.
what I'm
But
saying is he
his
don't
wife
brag
does.
like the rest of the people. He don't have to say I'm the best shooter. That's a good one. I like how you did that though.
He
You
sound
laughing?
like a
That's funny though.
silent
That was
killer.
a good one though. But his actions
His
show
wife
that's different.
does.
Right, that's different. He sound like a
But
silent killer.
yeah, he just silent right
But
there.
it's just like, yeah, it's just like you said. You said confidence is silent.
Very
Arrogance
silent.
is
Silent. It's
loud. So
silent, right? He don't
therefore,
say much,
he's
even
just
though we
confident. He
yeah.
just
But
know.
we
Yeah,
do
he
say
know he the
actions
best. He
speak
ain't got
louder
to
than
say nothing.
words. Come on now.
Actions do.
Come
So
on
his
Well,
now.
actions is he's
and
arrogant.
the Bible speaks on too.
Y'all trying
When
that.
you move in silence, when
Not
you
just squeeze
actually
back to the Bible again. I was like,
That,
nah, I
that's
got it.
like that church
no.
sister be like, oh, but God said, what would Jesus do?
Kelly, stop.
What would
Yep.
Jesus
When
do?
you move
Just
in
threw the whole
silence,
thing up.
it's like you don't have to you don't have to promote, you don't have to exploit.
That's true.
You know
He
why
calls
do
it the
we have to
haughty eye. That's
promote?
actually one of the worst things that
Yes.
God strongly dislike is like the haughty eye or flexing
Right.
or
He hate
what's the other ones? One of them's called
Boasting.
convention when you like when you
Boasting.
basically showing off all the time. I think the word called I learned that in the Bible too.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
convicious. I forgot the word, but
Yeah,
huh?
it talks about how to pray too.
Oh, y'all know
Those
what I'm
who
talking
go in
about?
the middle of the road to go pray out
Yeah.
loud. The Bible talk about that in Matthew.
That's he said it down there, right?
Covetous,
Or did
yeah.
somebody else say it too?
Yeah, I said it, covetous.
Yeah.
Okay, you said K. Okay, your voice kind of low. It's kind of low.
I'm sorry, I got my phone on
Oh,
my
you
car.
you good? You
Yeah.
good? So you
To
probably said it first. Yeah, I
convict
was wondering somebody did say it though. I'm gonna
and
drop y'all.
and
Thank you
and
so
to
much. Oh yeah, for
and
sure.
to
Good to see you over
and
here,
to
Slim.
judge.
Judge righteously.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's what it is. Like that flexing and all that other stuff. Yeah, that's most definitely like he don't like that, or he don't like the haughty eye. Looking down on people, thinking you are better and all this other stuff.
So
So
why
what do you
do
think
we
Yeah, I
about
feel you
say
Drake
though. I'll
and
be gone in
Kendrick?
about 2 hours.
okay?
That's what I'm trying to get on this topic though.
Why
What
do
do you,
we say actions speak louder than words? Why do we say that?
Because people like to speak on. So basically, people and I don't live with that. That's why I don't like words of affirmation. I never liked that.
Okay.
And also it's like a in my book, I always say that that's a as much as I talk about, I feel like that's an insecurity, but I guess each person different. When you have to keep getting affirmed by because a lot of people are blinded off actions for the most part that do ask for it. So because that's true, you know what I'm saying? Because anybody can say anything. Hey, I love you and all this stuff, but they actions not showing I love you. Anybody can say, I'm trying my hardest, or I'm going to be the best person I am, and they keep doing everything to be the worst person. So actions are always going to. That's how I tell on people. It tells on people. That's why you should vetting, because even with vetting, right? People fall for people words so much. You know what I'm saying? They fall for the words, and like the actions just never show. Well, this person's going to be good. He keeps saying he's going to be good, or she keeps saying she's going to be better, and all that stuff, but it just never shows. So actions, yeah, it always speak louder, but people just don't notice. That's the thing. People, for the most part, they fall for the words. That's just the thing. I heard she was going to be a good mother and all that stuff, and eventually, but you don't see not a piece of action showing.
I
So
just thought
that's
Steph Curry
that's the reason why
was a bad example because his actions do speak louder than his words. If I had to
it
pick
do.
one player that I think is very humble and is confident and not arrogant, is Jokic. He don't do no flaunting. He don't do no anything. He just play
Okay,
basketball the right way and walk off the court. He don't talk
okay.
trash. He don't do anything. But Steph Curry, his actions is very louder than his words.
So he got that competition though, but I got at least I'm gonna give him second place though, because he very great. He's super great, but he don't talk about his greatness though like that much. He might do that ball shooting and stuff, but he don't do it as bad as like LeBron and even Michael Jordan was flexing. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't have to really speak on it. But you right about that. That stuff is funny though, because he do be sitting there. I'm gonna say he just doing a turn over 2K. You feel me? Sometimes you gotta say that's what I'm talking to.
Well,
But yeah, Jokic was. I would say that's the perfect one.
That's
Jokic
what
perfect.
Jeremiah 9 says is
Yes.
not to boast.
Oh my
Not to
God! Did you
boast.
just come with that again?
And here's the
Another
thing,
Bible
though.
story?
Listen,
Yes.
allow
That's
lovely
crazy.
to
Oh my
preach,
God.
That's
okay?
crazy.
Let her
I
cook.
love it. I needed you yesterday then when I was talking about the Bible.
Hey,
Let
listen,
her
we
I was
cook.
talking
in
about,
there.
Oh,
I
you was
was in
here.
there.
You were
hey,
there.
if
But
we
not
talking
to
about on the
boast. You're
court,
not
if we
supposed to
talking
boast
about,
about your
What's up,
gifts.
John? I see you down there, my brother.
but if we're not, that's somebody performing, right? They're on the basketball court, they in the boxing ring, they doing their job, right? That's not boasting. That's in the moment of playing the game. That's part of the game. That's what's making it entertaining. Blah 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 blah. But my thing is when the lights turn off, and now it's not about basketball, and now all you doing is telling me how great you are playing basketball. Dude, we at the
Right.
dinner table. Why am I talking? What are you talking about? This is what I'm saying. When we talking about that, when it pertains to the game, if these dude is flexing and doing all that, that's part of the pageantry
It's
of
still
hooping.
boasting.
But
That's
no,
what it
that's not. That's
is.
hooping. That's
When I'm
hooping.
bragging on a video
You
game,
know
I'm
what
about
I'm
to whoop
saying?
somebody up. That's
Yeah,
still boasting. We can't change the
you
No,
moving,
definition.
you
no.
moving the
Listen to what I'm
When
saying,
goalposts,
I
bro.
tell
bro.
somebody that I'm colder than you on Uno, that's boasting.
Yeah,
That's
God
that's the
We're
don't
not
care
same thing.
about.
We
playing.
can't change it.
Yeah,
But when you
God don't care if
playing
it's
in the
basketball or
game,
anything. It's being boastful.
It's
so,
boasting no
Yeah,
matter how we want to look at it.
yeah.
all right, so we supposed to run around like robots, right, with no
It's
emotion, play
not
the
that
game.
though. We
But
know what
But here's what I'm
competition it
saying.
comes with. It don't even
Here's what
tell.
I'm
I don't even think we supposed to compete low key if we want to get deep. You know what I'm saying? But
okay, well, all right, listen, all
eh,
right, I'm gonna step out.
we not. I don't think we supposed to compete either. But
You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying if
I
you're an athlete, right, in the middle of the game, you're playing, you make a shot, you proud, you know what I'm saying, you were juiced up, you make that shot, the crowd is screaming, you do the little thing. That's, you might say that that's boasting, okay, and if that's what you want to call it, cool, I'll take that, right? But that is a different thing than what I was saying as far as now I am taking that off of the court, and when you meet this man, and arrogant is, oh, I'm Curry. You can't talk to me. You know what I'm saying? You're beneath me. Like if he had that attitude when he was walking around and you meet him, I think that would be, you know what I'm saying, a point where that arrogance becomes a problem, right? Like now that's we talking about that's real arrogance. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why I put up Floyd. Because this has nothing to do with his boxing, it has nothing to do with what he does. He just has to go out his way to tell you how great he is all the time. And so that's why I was saying, I think it's different though when you're in the heat of the moment. You make a shot, you turn around before the shot drop. Yeah, that's kind of petty. That's boasting in your face. But at the same time, it's in the game. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It seems like that's a different. I don't know if that's the right example.
That's
I
still
don't
it.
know.
I mean, it is what it is. We might not know it's wrong, but that's still that I don't even think we supposed to be boxing. We ain't supposed. If we want to get really deep, this competition stuff, a lot of stuff we ain't supposed to do is hurting us.
Exactly.
It's really hurting us. We ain't supposed to be wrestling. All that stuff is hurting us though. If we want to really get deep, but I'm not gonna try to get that deep though. But at the end of the day, boasting is boasting. However we want to look at it though.
Kev.
I kind of see where cousin is coming from, because if you look at it from like when you're on the court.
Say the verse. I know you about to. Oh, okay.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna bring up a verse. I promise. I promise I'm not gonna do it this time. But when you look at on the court, it reminds me of like when we all go to work. We also we don't just go to work, but we also have to come home. So we're in two different environments. You look at these celebrities that play ball, play on the court, and I was an athlete growing up, so I can speak on this, and I also coached. So now it's like, wait a minute, you're this one person right now, but who are you when you go home? Are you just performing? Are you just presenting yourself? You still have a wife and kids and everything, and we use Steph Curry as an example. You use Kobe, and RIP, because Kobe was a perfect example of what he was doing with on and off the court.
That's a good one, cause I'm gonna think about that though, cause
Kobe
I
was
think it might
arrogant
be
as
a
fuck.
difference between celebrating and
Yeah.
boasting. I'm gonna see though. I'm gonna make. I need to make that a topic
Hey,
though,
Kev,
cause you might be talking about celebrate, but for the most part, people boasting though. So I'm
remember
gonna see the
yes,
difference here.
Right,
Huh?
right, right, right.
remember yesterday we had the conversation about interpretation and interpolation, right? And interpolation is when you insert your own personal feelings. And if you see,
Mm-hmm.
I think what we're doing now is we taking things that are considered wrong biblically, right? As far as boasting, and we're putting titles and names on something, then we exclude it from what it should be like. That's the standard. Like you take the difference from a bully.
Yes.
When you take a bully and a comedian, if I'm a bully and I'm talking about someone and shaming them, I get looked at as a wrong person. But then you look at a comedian and you give them slack for, like you give them a title to be rude and be disrespectful. And then a comedian can say the same thing that bully is saying, and no one would say that that comedian is a bully. So I think we put title on things and give it an excuse.
Thank you so much,
Something to
Sean.
keep in mind.
You just broke exactly what I was saying. What I was saying down. You just broke everything down.
But Sean, would you say that there has to be an intention involved with that, or
Yes.
a certain, you know what I'm saying? Because
True.
like,
That's why I said the difference between
yeah,
celebration and
because if I
boasting.
know that you are, like, when people sign up for a roast, any other time that's going to be offensive. Any other time that's going to be a bully. Like that's gonna, but if this person is not taking it that way, he's not offended because he is basically saying, I'm signing off to you because this is funny to me, right? Then all of a sudden, how can we say that that is in fact bullying? You get what I'm saying? Unless if that guy isn't being bullied, for an example. You know what I mean? Like, how does that?
Yes, what you use, I agree with that. I'm talking about when I say a comedian and a bully. I'm not saying we both mutually like, you know what, I want you to talk about me and I talk about you. That's a mutual respect. That's a mutual thing for one another. What I'm saying a comedian is, it's okay for a comedian to get on stage and talk about random stuff, right? With no names involved. But when people pay to go to a comedy club and then they become the comedy, when
I got you. Yeah.
So there is no difference. But what people
that
do,
ain't right either.
It ain't right, but what people would do is, well, you shouldn't be sensitive.
I don't think they're ready for this deep stuff. Like a lot of the stuff that we do is not right. It's like we might call it a sport or doing it for fun, but it's not right. I don't think people are ready for that one.
So something I want to add, cousin. Well, I this is normally what Lovely would do, but I'm just gonna pardon since she hired me as an usher. Is something that the Bible do reflect on is whether you eat or drink or whatever you do it all to the glory of God. So anything, if you're even celebrating or whatever you're doing, the glory should go back to God. So yes, let your light shine before others, right? So that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. So it should point back to Him.
I get what you mean.
So that's where I'm like coming from with that, where I'm like on the offside. I get what Kevin's saying, because if it's going directly to you, that my strength come from me, and it's not going to God,
that's why pride is a sin. That makes sense. That makes sense. Why pride? You made me think about that's. You just that's crazy. I ain't never thought about it all that time though.
Right.
Because that's why pride is a sin. Because everything should go back to God, not us. That's why everybody. That's wild. I like that one. I like that.
Yeah. And that goes back to
I guess you kind of enlightened something I already knew already, but that's hey, I like that one though. That makes sense why pride is a sin. People like, why you shouldn't be proud of yourself? Why you? I'm like, I'm trying to think like, why is it like that? You know, I thought we should, but it makes sense though. Because
you notice how Steph Curry
I accept that. That is actually true. Let's so then if that's the case, then we really got to take Curry off the list. His shoes.
We already said that. We said that.
Every game, his shoe has a verse that he uses as his inspiration for that game. He puts a scripture verse on his shoes, and he writes it every before every game. I don't know if y'all know when he does that shot and he does that little thing with his heart and he points up to the sky. That's what he's doing every time. That's why. And he actually has a clause in Under Armour that the insoles have to have that. So. I'm just saying.
So is he celebrating or he boosting?
I don't know, but
cousin, I was just going to speak on exactly what you said, and this is how it showed that even Stephen Curry is a walking contradiction. This is what I mean. He would do exactly what you said. He would shoot a shot and point in the air, and he'll pump on his chest and point in the air. And in that same routine, he would start shimmying down the court, boasting.
Exactly. What do they call that in the NFL?
Leave my boy Steph alone.
They made rules against that with the NFL too. Like you're not allowed to like.
My boy shine on it. That's funny though.
Hey,
He ain't letting it go. He ain't letting none slide tonight. That's funny.
I'm gonna tell you
But
like
we
this.
gonna rock with Jokic. We can rock with Jokic. That was the best one you used though, because I don't think I call him kind of
When
boasting
it
for
comes to
real.
stuff like
He
this,
look
you
weird
come
when he
with
do it
what's right.
anyways. If he was,
Jokic do
I'm
that
the
too.
best.
He be doing his little fist pump and all his little stuff he do in the heat of the game. Do y'all watch these games? Dog,
Yeah.
you talking my alley now. And and I know I gotta tell you, Steph is my boy.
Who
So
Jokic?
I know Steph. That's why I know
Oh,
that he ain't that dude. That's why I'm
Sorry,
fighting. I'm like,
I'm a
hell no, I
Clipper
ain't letting that
fan.
slide.
of course
I
he
ain't
your
gonna
dude.
let
Team light skin.
yeah, team lights. No, but I'm saying, because like I said, man, I'm a town dude, and I work with my boy Fab is his best friend, and so I've met him a few times, and he's not that dude. That's why I know he's a very humble cat. You know what I mean? But I think that a lot of it can be misconstrued in that eye of the game. That's why I was trying to make a distinction, because I think there's a lot of times what we see in the heat of that moment in that basketball game. That's why they make so much money, is because of the entertainment portion. You know what I mean? And so I think sometimes
Right.
they do buy into putting a little show on and whatnot. But as I don't know, I just think that all of the athletes and celebrities and all of that stuff that I meet, when they off time, that's when it really shows. You know what I'm saying? Like when the cameras is off,
Mhm.
and that's when it shows who the character of those people are. And
Hey,
that's what
cousin.
I was trying to get to. That's all.
Hey,
I
cousin.
think you're proving such a good point, cousin, because it reminds us like we are not celebrities, but when we go to work and we come back home, what do we do on our job? How are we reacting or responding to other people on our job? Like how are we performing in this reality or this substance that everybody wants to portray us as? So yes, these celebrities and these entertainers or all this stuff, they actually have a family. They
And
actually they actually have homes that they go home to.
Lovely, this goes back to where I said either we're gonna go with confidence and arrogant is subjective or not, because when you put all, like, even when we say celebrities, that is another title, right? So even if you go with, let's go with rappers. Rappers, if I want to use cousin logic, and I could also use is rappers. Rappers put on a image. They say that it is not them, that is another they just that's a character for them just to make money, but in real life they not those people that they portraying. But the image that you portray, other people is picking up on that fake image and they are trying to become a fake image, which is not a good thing. So you should show up, and when they say let your light shine, you should show up as your true authentic self, no matter what area or arena or whatever you doing. You can say acting, whatever. You should still always
I'm
remain
about to get
yourself
kicked.
at all times.
Damn
Great point,
TikTok.
Sean.
Wait, what did
Great
Bear
point.
say?
So great.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I would say though too. I don't know, man. It's like it's weird in that, because I think we kind of talked about it the other day. I don't know if you were in the panel too, but we were talking about like how movies and how music and how it affects us, right? And just what you were just saying as far as how that comes across and how people receive it. But like when we look at movies and we look at all of these superhero movies, or we look at violent movies or horror movies or all these things, we see all these crazy images. We don't go out and think that the actors are actually, serial unalivers, right? Because they played that role on the screen. We don't think that these people can actually fly and have superpowers because they played this part on the screen. But because we know that they're actors, right? We know that that's what that is. But for some reason, when you look at rappers or you look at musicians, they are not selling the music anymore, right? They're actually selling the lifestyle. So they're coming across as if, no, this is what we do. So they're not saying like, I'm really at home. I'm a good person. I'm this, I'm that. What I am is I'm this gangster and I'm telling you true stories about my life. And that's how they're billing, you know what I mean? The songs, right? And so it's hitting different because you have people listening to that like, ooh, if you want to be in that game, if you want to be in hip hop, you got to have a jail record, or you know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of different crazy stuff that's going on because it's getting billed as they're selling the lifestyle as opposed to they just selling the talent. In sports, I
And
don't think it's the same. Does that make sense?
yes, yes.
Exactly. And they're
Give
not
a
just
scripture
selling the
and to give a scripture
lifestyle.
to oh, go ahead.
Well, they're not just selling the lifestyle. They're selling the system, the way the exploitation that comes with it too.
And Kev, if this is a scripture you could look for, is Matthew 15:17 through 19, to let us know that even putting on a fake image and coming across being someone that you're not is very bad for just humanity anyway. It's Matthew chapter 15, verse 17 through 19. It's not what goes in your body that defiles you, it's what comes out of your
Comes
mouth.
out. Yeah, I
What
remember that
comes
one. I
out of
seen
your
it.
mouth?
So,
Sean
I
is
so,
on.
have
Sean's
that.
on
I have
fire.
that right up there
I
too.
remember
Thank
that.
you,
I
son.
am a
Something I want
Before
to
we
add
go, yeah,
though.
because we getting deep. It's already only got 2 hours, well, less than 2 hours now.
Oh, damn.
We be, hey, it's see how so easy to shift down. It's just crazy. So we gotta get this topic going because I gotta make
Hey,
sure I don't go past this 2 o'clock for real. It's only today to do. I gotta do it like that because I got something I gotta do in the morning.
Yeah.
But
Thankfully, I'm in Cali, so I can.
yeah. So
All you
let's
East
get
Coast
it.
people.
And all right, you got the 3 hours behind us. You know. So let's start. I haven't heard from Kay in a while, so let's go ahead and start with her first. Um, in this picture, right? So this is the first question. In this picture, what do you take out this picture though? When the father take care of the son versus a mother taking care of the other son, because of
um,
your background, love.
yeah, I have been cracking up. I've been trying to follow this conversation. This picture speaks volumes. Um, it does show some confusion. It looks like two different people.
It is 2 different sons.
Yeah. Okay. So your question is today's confusion, sensitiveness, and pandering at an all
Yeah.
at an all-time high from lack of fathering. Do you agree or disagree? Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely agree that fatherlessness does cause a lot of confusion. I do think that men bring order into the household. I do think that men bring stability into the household because I do think that it is not only the woman's responsibility to teach, but the man's responsibility to make sure that each child lives according to their biological sex. I'll start smacks. I'm sorry. Um, but yeah, this picture is just really doing me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just about to say, that's what I was about to say. So you answered that though. I was about to say, so your take will be is doing me. Let's go with that then. All right.
oh, go
Like
say
that.
it again, Kev.
I can't hear you. Say it again a little bit.
Oh, can you hear me? I don't know if my sound is weird. I don't know what's going
I
on.
don't know if it's my background or not. It's gonna sound low. Is she low on y'all end or is it just me? I don't know. It might be
He's
tripping.
low. It's been happening to like I don't know if it's TikTok or
Depend
it's been
on who.
happening.
Do y'all want me to drop and come
She's
back?
low.
Yeah,
No.
you're down. You're good now.
Okay, okay. Yeah, this picture is doing me.
There you go. Well, there you go. There you go. I like that. Whatever you just did, do that one.
Okay.
Right.
I don't know. I you know, and it kind of goes back to your first question about the two roles. Like that's why we need fathers in the home. We need mothers in the home because we're supposed to complement each other because we're different. We're not the same, and that's the important part. I think sometimes we try to blur the lines and try to be like the other one, but it's like, no, we're different and we need to accept that so that the child can be able to understand how to navigate in those differences and what that looks like. We try to make everybody the same and we're not the same, and that's okay. You ain't gonna get in trouble because you different. It's okay. Someone said, what would Jesus do, Kay? Uh, but tell you to get order back in your household. That's what he tell you to do. And this is why we need fathers to be in the life of their sons to be able to show them what it really means to be a man. Because a lot of times our little boys, they grow up to be like women because all they are around are women. And likewise, I've seen a lot of women who, they are a little bit more masculine because all they know is just men. They don't know about that feminine essence, that feminine being, that feminine touch. So she said they try to say Jesus was non-binary. Oh Lord, they people just say anything about the God sometimes.
What the heck?
Can't
read it.
calls that the doctrine of demons, but we're gonna talk about that another day. But yeah, we need fathers back into the household. Kev, I sent you a video of how this father was playing with his daughter and his son, and the way that he was playing with them was very different. Even though both of them were being flipped and having a good time, he was a lot more gentle with his little girl, but with his little boy, he was just, kind of throwing him around. And that's true. That's even some of the data that we find that dads interact with their sons a lot differently than their little girls. And that's just,
Yeah, it's gonna always be like that.
Yeah, and that's okay. And I think that we need to bring that back, in my opinion. I think we raising little girls to be like men, and we raising men to be like little boys. And even now, like, look at what's happening. Like, women nowadays, we are not applauded for our femininity. We're applauded to see how tough, how rough, and how much we can be better than men versus to be soft, to be vulnerable, to be nurturing, to be the teacher, to be the nurturer, to be the supporter. Look at go on Instagram, and if you see a picture of all women in the picture, they be like, yes, no men, no men. It's just like, why are we celebrating that? We were always together. We were talking about Adam and Eve earlier. We were always together. Why we celebrate being apart? Why do we celebrate being apart from each other? Why do we do that? And then wonder why we don't understand each other. Yeah, because we're apart. We don't value the differences that complement us and make life easier, because we can't do everything. As a woman, I'm not a man. I can't be a man. Likewise, a man is not a woman, but we bring something to the table that's different, that we both need, that the kids need, because the children, they are made up of us. So it's not fair to the child that they only get the father, not the mother, or the mother don't get the father. Period. And that's exactly what this picture is looking like.
And think about it.
Lovely, before you ask any questions, because I got to run through these through everybody though. That's what I'm trying to see.
I have to say, Kev, I'm trying to keep you on schedule.
For sure, because I'm gonna have to watch everybody, make sure everybody's short, because I'm trying to only got an hour and a half.
I try to help moderate with the time as well. Y'all keep
it
a minute and 30 seconds at least. Okay, thank you.
Hey.
Period.
Shine, you next. Help the bear. Sean, what's your take on this picture? What you get out of this picture?
For me, the picture is portraying that when the father is in the house or active with the child, is more discipline, I guess. And when the mother is not, then there's no discipline in the house, no structure or anything like that. That's what I'm getting from it.
Okay.
And like if I go a little deeper as far as what Kay said, just to see if I could give a little I'm being a devil advocate right quick. Because I grew up with my mother, and I wasn't raised to be soft or feminine or nothing like that, right? But if we're going to use that logic, if we saying that women are raising sons alone, right, and they teaching them to be soft and feminine and can't teach them to be a man, then how in return we could still say that these women are raising other daughters and teaching them to be masculine? So a woman could teach both. So it seemed like our logic is a little flawed a little bit. If a woman can teach a boy to be soft and feminine, then how in return can she teach a girl to be masculine?
Oh, this how I know. This how I'm gonna know. I'm doing Showtime. This how serious it is. I'm making sure everybody get that stuff out. So we gonna do it. Let's see, Showtime. But go ahead, Cousins, you next. What you get out this picture?
Well, it's a couple of things. I think, first of all, what the picture is trying to say, what my man just so eloquently said, that if the single mother is going to do it, the father takes better care, or is going to be, I don't know, whatever. But I think that as far as the picture is concerned, it's deceiving, And I think it's just because both pictures, Schwarzenegger was in their life. So even the other one, they cropped it or make it seem like it's just that's how his son looked when only she's taking care of him, and that's bullshit. So I think it's just kind of propaganda. It's just to prove a point. But so as far as the picture itself, I would say it's fraudulent, but I do get what he was trying to say.
I know I got this right. Whatever. We don't need to do Showtime. It's not doing too much. I'm about to waste time trying to do Showtime. Go ahead. Zeus, you next, my brother. What's up, too? He ain't been here for a minute.
What's up, y'all?
Wow. How you feeling, man?
Man, good, man. Just chilling. What we talking about, the prompt?
Yeah, so how you feel about, what's your take on...
What's up, Zeus?
Mirror, what's up, dog? Cousin, what's up, man? What's up, everybody to the panel?
Hey, Zeus.
What's happening? What's happening?
So, what's that,
Your
kid?
take on that picture, basically. What do you get out this picture? Say basically the difference between when you see the father raising the one son and a daughter. I mean, and a mother raising the other son.
Man, I can go so many different directions with this one, man. But I think both parents are highly needed in kids, both boy and girl lives, and it's just unfortunate that people don't find a way to keep that balance for the kid. I mean, it definitely is bad. I mean, it's like we not people lose focus, regarding what they doing to their own legacies. They messing them up mentally by so many different reasons, man. I mean, I got my son now, and I just was thinking like when I pick him up, like I haven't seen him in a while, and it's like because summer's here now. I got him a phone, and his mom don't let him call me on the phone I bought him. I hadn't seen him since spring break, and before that I hadn't seen him for months. So it's like, and she was like, "I'm raising him. Yeah, you the dad, but I'm raising him." So it's bad, man. It's terrible. How I feel about it, man. I could talk about it all night, but in general, what we have to do is like continue to just promote good, man. Just continue to try our best. Like my son was like, "Mommy won't let me call you, Dad." Like I asked her to call you and talk to you. I said, "Son, listen. All you can do is tell Daddy love you. So it's just something. The prompt. That's why I came up, Kev. It's interesting, man, because I'm literally real life living like this situation where I got to fight to be a dad. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, I'm talking about every aspect of fatherhood. I got to fight to do it. Like I'm talking about like name something that a dad's supposed to do. I got to fight to do it. School, I gotta fight. I gotta talk to the principal, to the counselor, because they telling me I can't come see my son no more. I can't spend time with him at school. I can't come see him for lunch. It's a public school now. I said, why? Why is this? They tell me, well, because his mom said that you all have visitations. I said, well, what do visitations have to do with me coming to this public school to see my son, which we have joint legal custody. I have all the same rights she does, right? So I'm talking about this stuff been happening since.
My bad. Hold up. I got you. I had to do the Showtime. Make sure everybody in. See.
Uh-oh.
How do I do it? Wrap up.
How you?
Wrap up. Wrap up. Wrap up. D. I did it too fast. Oh no. Wrap up. No, this thing went out of order, and I had it in order. Horrible. Horrible.
No,
End the show.
we need to let Zeus finish on that.
That's what I'm trying to
No
do
habla
with this
English.
thing.
No habla
Still on
English.
time,
No
though.
habla English.
Run that back.
Still on
Go ahead,
time.
Zeus. I'm trying to Man, that just
You
irritated my
good.
soul. I literally put the order in and it never went back.
You good,
Why
man.
not the mods just time it and
It
then
had a
you
actually
mute
had a
them?
timer on there. Oh, but go ahead, finish Zeus. Finish Zeus.
Yeah,
I
no, you
thought we
good.
could have a timer.
You good, man. It's just unfortunate, you know. I fight, I advocate for my son, and I have so much respect for moms who put differences to the side, for the kids because they're though they're saving the world. They're the women who do not put anything in front of co-parenting with the other parent with the dad. It's just unfortunate. I'm talking. I have court orders where, and my son was railroaded. I have documentation where my son was literally abused by his mom intentionally. And people will be like, "Well, why did this happen? How did this happen?" Man, if you knew my story, if you knew how the system is, how the social workers, guardian ad litems, and these people lie to the youth courts. They don't tell the truth and they cover up facts and they omit pertinent information in the court orders, and the guardian ad litems don't tell the judge what the doctor stated about burns. Like, man, this I'm talking about. Listen, really, really terrible, man. But what we do, we persevere. We keep God first, and keep the ones who actually support us in this movement, because it's a war. It's a war when you have these demonic minds that don't keep the kids first in the love for children, innocent minds. All these counselors that exist, these child therapists, and all that. That's because they're dependent on these evil spirits, these evil minds. And I don't want to just say women. I don't want to attack women. No, it's people. It's a lot of bad men too. It's these people, man. I've learned how to identify them through conversations. You know, through listening to understand. But it's just unfortunate, man. I saw this prompt. And it's just I got my son now. Man, I got to give him back tomorrow. Unfortunately, still continue to facilitate through this unjust court system, where attorneys lie, spent 20 grand on attorneys that failed him. It's so much, man. It's unfortunate. What I think about this though, the prompt, just getting to that, you know, people just need to learn, man, to put their emotions to the side to save these kids. Man, it's unfortunate what these children come out to be because parents don't put their emotions to the side and their differences. And it's fucking stupid. It really is, man.
All right. Let me see. I know I got it right this time. Let's get it. I'm gonna make sure everybody got 2 minutes. I hope it works. Please. Please work, please. Okay, we got K first. Okay, that looks like it's right. Okay, then Sean should be next. Okay, we getting there. We getting there. Wrap it up. Okay, so yeah. So I don't have to be the mean person. This is gonna just shut y'all off. You feel me? This you got to blame it on TikTok. You feel me? Zeus just went. Wrap that up. All right, there you go. 2 minutes. What you get out that picture? Don't drop, Shine.
My butt tired. Lord Jesus. I got that the mother ain't established no structure for him. She let him just eat and do whatever it is that he wanted. Um, and the dad is like, look, no, you're not gonna eat anything you want. You gotta have some type of discipline, which a lot of people don't even understand. Working out is discipline. You have to be careful what you eat. You have to go to the gym. You have to work out. All that takes discipline. And evidently she lacked in doing that for the son that she had, and it shows because he's unhealthy. She's just like, okay, baby, you can have whatever it is that you want, instead of understanding that it was damaging to him. Whereas he like, look, if you care about yourself, plus of course he works out. So if you care about yourself, then you're gonna work out. You're gonna take care of yourself. Where she thinks showing love is him being able to eat whatever it is that he wants. And she's been doing that for a long time. Now he's older and he's gonna continue doing it because that's just what he used to. I land there.
Mm-hmm. What I gotta do? Gotta get used to this. All right. Gotta get used to this.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Let's bow our heads and pray.
She came in with the ill echo.
Okay, so for that picture, right? It's definitely showing where I believe that fathers are the ultimate nurturers, right? If we're going by definition nurturers, I feel like they are, right? Um, and I do believe that moms nurture. However, we do have hindrance, and this is where we can go into the flesh. What we struggle with as women is probably not what men struggle with most of the time. That's something that we can agree upon, and therefore you have situation where you have one that's oh yeah, son, you can be whatever you want, all emotional, go strive for whatever you believe in, your truth. And the other is like, okay, I understand that you may have your opinion. It's okay to have the opinion. However, this is not going to get you far. So I can see where that structure and order is brought into the home. And I'm going to always say it. There's a difference between a home that is built on a sinking sand without God, and a home that is built on a firm foundation. And this is where you have a single mom, one is already out of wedlock, so not on a firm foundation. And then if you don't even have any male influence around, or the right male influence, then that's a sinking sand. Even if you have a father available in there and they're not coming from a biblical perspective, that's a sinking sand. Hence that younger, I don't know if y'all saw the younger baby that was rapping and was saying explicit stuff in the rapping, and he was around male role models that were doing that. Always have God in your foundation or your relationship.
Oh, she made it. That was nice.
Ugh. Here's the thing. We have to give ourselves everything that we were robbed of from the humans that brought us into this world. The parents that brought us into the world. We can talk about intergenerational. We can talk about biblical. We can bring all this stuff into this aspect. But when you start pouring into yourself and you give yourself back everything that you want to pour out to other people, do you know what you're going to attract? A lot of people are just so misrepresented. We're misindoctrinated. I know we talked about the system earlier, and we've talked about all these ideologies, all these religions, all these concepts that have been presented to us. And here we are. What do we do with what we already know? And how are we going to create a solution? How are we still going to find joy? That's one thing that I want to go back biblically on. And I know I have 45 seconds. So it's like there's still a lot of love. There's still a lot of joy. There's still a lot of kindness. There's still a lot of compassion. There's still a lot of beautiful blessings that actually come into this process. And we all have a testimony. We all have an understanding. And we all have an inner standing of this life. And how are we going to maneuver in that process?
I came back just in time, huh? After this, I'm gonna take it off Showtime. I'm pretty sure we can get through these other two real quick. So you
Father's
mirror.
rule. Father's rule. Father's rule. That's it.
That's it. Okay.
We need men. We need fathers.
That's facts. That picture says it all.
Oh, I was about to say, not me.
It's not again. Not again. All right. Let's get it. Just to make sure I ain't letting. Okay, so the next one, because I want to make sure we most definitely
And
had a
this is not a
wonderful talk. I
game.
just want to. I ain't gonna feel satisfied until we get through all the stuff, because I know we ain't really get to the deep stuff. I feel like I'm gonna have to do this one again too. That's a lot of these I gotta recycle. I see. Cause the fact that I gotta rush through these things, cause I gotta make sure I hit them sheets at 2. So let's say, let's start. Who should I start with this time? um, let's go backwards. Let's go backwards now. Start with Mary real quick. And everybody left on the other side already. So one one person was never meant to play two roles. What are mothers for, and what are fathers for? Mary.
What? What I do?
Uh, I was saying the first prompt. One person was never meant to play two roles. What are mothers for, and what is fathers for? In your book.
Parenting children, taking care of the family together, each bouncing off of each other, fulfilling whatever role needs to be fulfilled to get the job done, to make sure that that child is sustained and becomes a healthy part of society at the end of the day. And stop trying to figure out how they can make each other the enemy or how one's doing better than the other, because without one or the other, it's an imbalance and you end up with stuff that's messed up. So we have to stop focusing on the negative and stop listening to other people's issues and focus on what's working in your home. That's what's best for your child. So mothers are for whatever that child needs that she can offer, and fathers are for whatever that child needs that he can offer. Um, it was a balance, you know. I saw my father cook. I saw my mother cook. I saw my father work on the cars and stuff. I saw my mother, you know, rearrange the house. They had their things that they did, but they made it work and they worked together. And at the end of the day, they both worked. They both paid bills and made it, you know, things work at the end of the week. So I think they need each other. They need each other to be a counterbalance of each other.
Nice, lovely.
Father's
My
role.
thing is roles are discussed. Roles are discussed, and I've mentioned this before on multiple platforms, and even in your life, where people will put expectations upon you that they don't even know how to meet themselves. But if you don't know how to meet those roles, then you have to discuss that with the other person that you decide to be with. Like there has to be some sort of communication. There has to be like what Mira was just saying is like, look, the woman rearranged the house, and the man is probably gonna come home and be like, hey, I kind of like this, you know, like you're bringing peace into this house, or he's gonna do a role that's gonna make her recognize him. There's this recognition, there's this reciprocation that actually really does come in, which I do truly believe that that's where love comes in. Like you just need to be with your best friend. Those roles that you are and I think we talked about it earlier. What are your intentions? Are your intentions to love that person, to be there for that person, to bring peace to that person, to bring love? It's very intentional. So that's what I'm gonna say.
That's all I remember Brandon from. I remember you. Okay. What's up, brother? I was wondering who that was earlier. Oh, he finally came to my live, huh? He might have been here a couple of times. Kelly.
Father's role.
He a cool dude though. I remember one day he got into it with Black Jesus, but he apologized though, so I know he got some things though, and I actually respected that when he did that and stuff. So he cool. What you got for us, Kelly? One person was never meant to play two roles. What are a mother's role and what are the father role?
Yes, a mother cannot cover her home. She can pray, she can help lay a foundation. However, she cannot cover. That's the role of the father. And also, I do agree with Mary and Lovely when they say roles are discussed. It depends on the situation. Right now, we're in an economy where sometimes you're gonna have to go out there and hustle, and that's where the mother responsibility comes in with nurturing. Every time she opened her mouth, it should be of wisdom and teaching kindness to her child. The ultimate role, it started from the young. You birth and you nurture them. You nurse them. The father, they cover, they protect, they provide discipline fathers are the ultimate nurturer. Every example of what a mother should be normally, outside of nursing, comes from the father, because he lead, right? And that comes with a level of authority. And so, and most importantly, they both value their marriage. I'm going to say marriage because I got to be careful these days. They value their marriage. It's a priority, meaning if a husband and a wife come first before the children. And so that's another that's another conversation. I don't want to stir a debate, but that's basically what the roles of a mother and the father is: prioritizing each other. And it, it's just fathers laying that, covering their daughters. A daughter, a son without a covering father is literally, they can be covered by God, but it will take another struggle to get to that.
Uh-huh. Let's see. So, what was that? Dominique. You next, Dominique.
Hey,
Welcome to the live.
I
I ain't
let
seen
that
you over here
troublemaker.
in the box. Probably first time being in my
I
book.
tried to let that troublemaker Kev laugh and learn Kev up, but I don't see.
Right, I
Oh,
was
he
just
came
about
up.
to
Yeah,
get.
I
That's
let him
what
up.
I thought about. I ain't get to get up and let me get myself up in this box rap. Man, somebody
Yeah, I
booted
let
me
that
out, didn't they?
troublemaker up here.
You see, yeah. Got
There you
him and
go.
the
Okay, he
Joker in the
back. I'm
box
finna let him
today. I'm
up.
making
I
sure
hope
these
he's
things.
sober tonight. I hope he's sober tonight. You know,
We
he be
most
coming up in here all tipsy and stuff.
boy. Look, he talking already. Same time as me. Wait your turn, kid.
See, echoing and stuff.
Dominique, what's the deal? Welcome. So the question we on. One person was never meant to play two roles. What are mothers for and what are fathers for?
Well, first of all, hi, Kev. Hi to the
What's the
panel,
deal?
everybody. I hope y'all good tonight.
Okay.
Hello.
Mothers are for nurturing. They're gonna teach you the normal things about, just being yourself as a lady, cooking, nurturing you, things like that. Fathers are gonna do the discipline, to where now as a woman you have to be disciplined. Honestly, and I make it a little personal. So yes, I grew up with my mom and my dad. They were together since they were 16 years old. So my dad was very strict. He was very there couldn't be dishes in the sink. So now as a woman, I can't go to bed with a dirty kitchen. It's just things that be installed when you have a father of teaching you the morality of life, on how to be a woman. I don't like walking on my floor barefoot because my father said, put something on your feet. Just what men look for in a lady. And that's my dad. That was my dad. So that was the difference. Come Thanksgiving, I was grating cheese, sitting there talking to my mom for the mac and cheese. I'm grating the cheese. And then, that night I'm washing dishes because, we have to have a clean house. So that's the difference of having a mother and a father, teaching you how to be a female on a woman's side, and then teaching you how to be a female on what a man look for. So I miss my dad. He passed away, but I got his ashes. And that's the thing. I got my dad's urn, so I said I'm keeping him. So my dad is with me, but yeah, I grew up in a house to what I knew what love looked like, with a mother and a father, and my dad was the greatest. The only thing I would say, my dad, I couldn't go outside because he wanted me to tape the OJ trial. I guess I'm telling my age, but when OJ was on trial, I had to tape it with the videotape. I couldn't go outside to play, which is funny, but because he wanted to watch the trial when he got home from work, and I had to sit there and tape the trial. But yeah, having a father is very important. It's going to develop you. It's going to make you really feel great as a woman, knowing that a man, to this day, I mean, even my uncles, we got great relationships. I have great alpha men in my life, and it just builds me up to be an amazing woman, and I'm grateful. But yeah, but my mom, to this day, she won't date. She's like, nobody like your father. I'm like, Ma, it's been almost 20 years. find a husband. Go to being like, yeah, like find a man. And my mom, she gonna be 65 this year. She like, nope, I don't want nobody else. I'm like, okay. So, I'm like, go to bingo, go meet somebody. And she's like, nah. So that's the impact my father left on our lives. And yeah, but hello everybody again, and good night to everybody.
All right, nice. Cousins, what you got? One person never meant one person was never meant to play two roles. What are mothers for and what are fathers for?
All right, I would say I agree. One person was never meant to play two roles because there are way more than two roles, and we are meant to play them all, everybody, at different times in different ways. This idea that there's only two roles, that a woman does this and a man does that, I think, is small-minded, in my opinion, because there are a lot of things that we have to do in life every day. There's 20, 30, 40 roles before 9 o'clock in the morning if you got kids going to school. Anybody know, take care of kids, it's all kind of roles. But I believe that I'm a mirror off a mirror. The role should be whatever it is to bring up those children in a healthy way, period. You do what you got to do. It don't matter who you are, mother or father, whatever. If you are in that kid's life, you're taking care of them, that's your child. You do whatever you got to do. Sometimes you're going to cook. Sometimes you won't. Sometimes you're going to do laundry. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you got to get a side job. Sometimes you got to work. Sometimes you don't. Whatever it is, that idea of the role, quote unquote, I mean, it sounds good, but the reality is your role should be to supplement each other for the best outcome. And that's the best way that I can put it.
Okay. The Joker. What you got? Oh, okay. No, he ain't gonna say nothing back. All right. Kate, you next.
I can't believe the Kev inception is crazy. One person was never meant to play two roles. Absolutely correct. What are mothers for? Well, I always say that the role of the mother, she's there to be the nurturer, supporter, the healer, and a teacher. And I always see the father there to be the protector, the one that protector, provider, the security, and also especially kids look at mothers and dads different. Even they treat mothers and dads different. If you think about a little girl who might talk to her dad, the way she might talk to her dad is different how she might talk to her mom. Or even how the dad might deal with the son. And like I said, Kev, check out that video I sent you. Dads even deal with their sons differently than they deal with girls, and girls with guys and boys. And that's just for good reason. So mothers and fathers, yes, both of them are supposed to make sure the child is safe, secure, loved, validated, taken care of. But I just, there are different roles, and I'm a little bit more traditional, so, but I'll keep it at that for the sake of time.
Okay. I would say one second. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let's say this. Okay, there we got all the boxes pulled up. Watch out. Not him letting his own stuff. I just thought about that. There's a lot of masks gonna be up in here. Imagine just being Kev and be some funny stuff. I can imagine a hating woman. That's the sassiest room. But you can already tell. Why is it? He hating. And all of them all them bosses gonna hold you accountable. Shut up.
Daddy's rule.
Not the other one catch me off guard. Man.
So true.
Right. So I would say for the most part, on my experience, not just overall, I think the father's role is to bring more of the bring order, basically the person that built you up ready for the world, and the woman is the built you up to recognize self, or how to handle your emotions. Because I believe both of them need to learn how to handle emotions, though. But I think more because women are more in tune with their emotions, right? That's why I don't want women to be so babies nowadays, right? Because I think they got the key to like the emotions and stuff. They the ones that usually tame it and all that stuff. But now it's all the way different. Women are now babies now, and men are just kind of getting soft now. So, I think as an adult,
Hey,
the adult,
Kev
we ain't
three,
supposed to be that.
Kev 3 need to come up off a coffee cup before he get booted or something.
Yeah, he do though. I don't know what bro doing though. Let me see. Hold up. Shit, bro got it. He. Oh yeah, I thought so. I thought he was okay. Right, bro. Um, but yeah, for the most part, yeah, I think that's why I always fight for toughness on every situation though, because I think as adults we should be tougher for this world. I don't believe in that, treat women like babies and soft and let them be sensitive and all this other stuff. I'm not into that. I think that's what the world try to push out. I believe back then we was all tough. All of us was. We used to fight through all type of things now, but now that the world just allow certain things, and you can be nurturing and tough. I don't think you're gonna have to. I mean, like I said, as an adult, I think we all should have that. And like I said, and a woman is usually the one that usually calm the man down if the man was like kind of, feel like he should take somebody's head off, like baby, it ain't worth it type situation. But nowadays they amplify it back to that influence they was talking about earlier. But yeah, overall, um, yeah, I think the woman is not woman, the mother is to build yourself up, and the man is to protect you from like the outside. So that's what I think that's where the balance kind of come in at. So the woman is supposed to be able to see yourself, and the women is to bring order about yourself. I don't know. I just made that up. I just made that up. It seemed like it sounds like it should be right. Just made this up literally about 20, 30 seconds ago. So yeah, I'm gonna run with that one though. All right. Anybody want to add or take away, and we can get to the next or the last question.
I would like to say this because I know I need to step down soon because I need to go to sleep. But from somebody who's never had children biologically, but also was like what you would call a professional stepmom. I raised 3 children from my first marriage for 17 years, and those kids still to this day reach out to me. They love me. I love them. I love them back.
Hey, Bonnie.
And one of them just got married last year, and they told their mom, who I'm very close to, because we co-parented very well, said that the reason that I married this woman or this girl was because she reminded me of my stepmom, and for their mom to share that with me, and for him to share that with me was very, very powerful because I used to coach them. I coached them in basketball. I was around all their football games. I was just involved in their life. And we have to go back to the children. If we go back to the children, that's really where we actually end up solving a lot of our problems.
Okay. All right, last and not least, so we could call it a night. Might be able to make it a bed before that time. Well, I'm gonna run this again though. I want a whole another group of people because I feel like this need to get talked about for real. But everything we talked about was most definitely was on point. Even the biblical things we brought in and all that. So I think everything need to be heard tonight. So it most definitely good. And I'm about to clip that one thing Mary said earlier. I gotta remember what was said. I forgot, but I'm gonna find it though. It's gonna be funny. That was some funny stuff. I forgot what he said. So
What you talking about?
I don't know. You gonna see. You gonna be famous today.
Daddy's Road.
You gonna be famous, brother. It's like, but yeah, I'm straight up tag you on that one. That was some funny stuff. He said he got all those things and they still not satisfied. Ah, that was funny, man. I swear my peoples be catch me off guard every now and then. Be
Can I say
making.
something?
What's up, Dominic?
Jump
No,
right
I just
in.
want to say, even my little brother got custody of his kids. We help him get custody. And I have 8 nephews, 1 niece. My niece is my baby brother's girl, and she's the only girl. And I love that he has her, and he was raised like I was raised by a man of substance. So now and first of all, she stole my face. First of all. So yeah, I'm like, life is now all you, girl. I'm older, you the younger me. Cause when I'm with her, they think that's my daughter, and it's not. But just how much fathers are very much important in your daughter's lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be involved so they could grow up to be amazing women. And for the sons too. I'm not negating that. But just fathers are always important. So whatever the situation is for anybody in anyone's situation, don't pull the fathers out. You know, if they're a good man, a great father, make sure they're in their kids' life, please. Because that's my thing. Me personally, I don't have children, but if I'm dating somebody, you have to be active in your kid's life. Ain't no way you gonna be with me and you ain't even around your kids. That's a no. So they're important, and being a father is important. But I'm a land, and I hope everybody have a good night. And yeah, see y'all. I guess probably tomorrow. I don't know. Bye.
You sweetheart. She's so sweet.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Nice. Hit the points on that one for sure. I got this thing too loud. I gotta turn. All right, there you go. All right, all right. Sweet, sweet. Um, Last question, man. I get to make it to bed a little early this time. Man. This is the only time I got to celebrate going to bed because I got to get up early and stuff. So I just, otherwise I'd be up with y'all.
Kev
You
on
feel
that
me? Because
doggone
this
coffee
it
cup
didn't get
again.
good. Huh? You said
I
what?
don't know what Kev problem is. He on that coffee cup again. I don't know why he
All
can't be
right,
live
bro,
and
be
come talk.
tripping. I don't know what the heck. Hold on, real
We should
quick.
take
Hold
him
on.
Can't
outside to the
celebrate.
woodshed.
Can't celebrate. That's vanity. And pride.
Bro, always be acting like he funny. He funny. He acting like nobody ain't hear him, and now he want to uncoffee cup. Not what? Oh, they playing games with me. Not Joker want to go.
Yeah,
You
I
silly,
know. I was
bro.
tripped
I
out.
see why they call
Hey,
him
at least that's
Joker. This
better than
dude
them.
funny.
It's better than them arguing in the comments.
Factual, factual. They had that yesterday, bro. They was going berserk. Oh, it
Man,
was
did nobody
me
ask
actually.
you
It
to
was me
speak?
against Joker yesterday. This dude he was sticking his chest out yesterday. He's gonna throw some freaking Kendrick Lamar bars at him. I was about to get on his head too. Like, you ain't about to get on me. You
That's so
better chill, my brother. He better know his place, man. I let him be a mod for one day. He acting
Wow.
different. He actually attacked Kay first because she kicked him out the box, and then he want to act like have an attitude towards me. For both of us, I'm like, I
Damn,
didn't
give
know
me
what
a
was
phone.
going on. That joke was
Oh my
crazy. You
god.
remember that kid? That joke was crazy. Joker be
That is
tripping.
so crazy. Yeah, Joker really be
Joker be tripping.
Kev, you are too much. I
Fuck
cannot
you,
do
room. It's Joker. Fuck y'all.
I mean, a whole conversation with
it.
this
What
guy.
else?
This dude, he was.
I know, man. They be
Then
starting
he
trouble. That's
started
why I be
talking
trying to
like
be quiet,
shit.
man, because they be starting problems.
Then he started
Look,
talking like
ain't
stupid.
nobody ask you nothing. Doggone, man. Main,
Oh my god.
doggone main profiles think they be running the show or something.
All follow his profiles.
Not him talking back now. That's crazy.
Man.
I ain't responding to that mess, Kev. You need to drop him and
I'm
block him
thinking
too.
about it too, cause I never
I'm
forgot that time when he
gonna
attacked
drop
you that one
Joker in a
time.
second. I'm gonna drop
Straight about to jump him last time. He don't
Thanks
attack
for
my boy
reminding me. I'm
Mirror.
finna drop him
Guys,
right now.
And he always come in with his behind all the time. Behind.
please, y'all are crazy. Oh god.
Tripping
Not
stuff, man.
Yep. Nah.
Hey, I'm glad you
And I'm gonna
did do
drop.
that, cause low key, Joker, I told him he got one more time. He been talking to him all. You
And
out
he
of
on
there
call.
too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, he
Yeah. They
gonna
better
keep
cut
playing with
that
me with the
mess off.
coffee cup.
listen,
Yeah, I thought you act straight over there, Kev. And he got scared after I
Why we
did
both
that.
drop?
And you
Why
got
we
one more
dropping
teacup to go. You
codes?
next, right behind him. One more teacup.
Why we drop? And Mary told some. Bye.
Yep, that's right. Let's get it straight. And don't be
Get it
talking no
straight.
mess down in the comments neither.
Factual. Factual. No, they ain't on place.
Kelsey,
So let's get through these things. Everybody done
I
dropped
think
and
I
went to
answered the
bed. It's
last
about that
question,
time.
Kev.
Huh?
I think I answered the last question already.
You did already?
Yeah. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
Yeah, he said that's he said I'm about to get you. Okay, we almost there. All right, so let's just get cousins in. So if you
What's up? What's up?
oh, I swear I seen a bug or something. It's summertime getting here. So let's see, Imperial coming up. Okay, all right. So cousins. So be on the last question now.
What up, people?
I'm scared. I'm paranoid. So what's the deal? Today's confusion, sensitiveness, and pandering is at an all-time high from lack of fathering. Agree or disagree? I ain't say fathers. I said fathering.
Yeah.
People can be daddies, but that don't mean no they
Of
don't have to
course.
father.
I would say 80%. I'll give you an 80% yes on that.
That's higher than any other cousin's answer. There we go. We'll take that.
No, I not know that the pandering and all of that shit. The other 20% is really just the the need for attention. I think drives that. You know, the other bit of the way is that a need for validation, and we can say that that's probably because they didn't have fathering to validate them, right? So they're missing something. So now you got to have some type of, likes, shit like that. So we got social media now cracking. So everybody start to pander because they want to get all these likes and they want to get this attention and they want to get, you know what I mean? Maybe that comes from the fact of the attention they never got growing up. So I can say that might be part of it, So, but I'm gonna leave that 20% out there for that.
All right.
Yeah.
Dominic, you next. Today's confusion, sensitiveness, and pandering is at an all-time high from lack of fathering. Do you agree or disagree, and why?
I definitely agree. That's the stern. That's the the everything in the home. Like how the to me, right? How the man wake up deciphers how the house gonna be that day. You know what I'm saying? So if the man he's wake up and his energy is off, the whole house is off. So yeah, I definitely agree. So a lack of father or like a lack of masculinity in anyone's life is a no-go. You need that balance. That's I mean, come on, that's why we were created, right? I mean, it was him and her. Like you need the balance. So absolutely. I definitely feel a father, a man, a presence of a man has to be involved in anyone's life. A strong man at that. You know, you don't want no little corny thing trying to tell you something, but a man, you can't knock him off his square. He's masculine, he an alpha. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Knew it when I was gonna call on Kev. Guess who on TikTok? Guess who on tea time? Yeah, I'm talking to you, bro. Oh no, too late, bro. Too late. Nah, it's a little too late, dad. Don't try to come back now. Nah, nope.
You done caught somebody out
A
slipping
little too late,
slipping and
buddy.
sliding,
He
huh?
thought I was gonna catch him slipping.
Yeah.
Your DID is
Hey
slipping, my
man.
boy.
Nah, I
Hey
don't want to
Kev,
hear that in
behind the
the
mirror still
comments.
talking that
No, I
stuff
don't want to
too.
hear that in the comments, brother. It's
Yep.
too late,
Behind the
bro.
mirror still talking that
I
stuff
told
too.
him.
Yep. Both of them. That's what they get.
I tried to warn him. No, shut up. Shut up. It's too late. I
Mirror,
warned you a while ago not to be on teacup.
you and Kev's alts are talking and doing too much. Y'all need to rein them back in.
Nah, they Gucci. They good where they at, man. They good. They playing with me.
No, talking to
Huh?
yourself is not really a big thing. It's when you start responding, that's when you got a problem, Kev.
That's why I'm glad, right? Because he was over there talking to whoever he was talking to on that phone back home.
Well, cousin, that's why I said his DID slipping. He need to get that under control.
So DID, how about you did this topic right here? It's like that. Today's
Dissociative
confusion.
identity disorder.
Got you, sweet. Today's confessions, confusion. I keep saying confession. Today's confusion, sensitiveness, pandering. It's at an all-time high from lack of fathering. Agree or disagree, and why? How you feel about that?
I agree. Why do I agree? Because I'm watching too many people run around in this country and they ain't doing shit. And I'm particularly talking about the so-called deadbeat dads. I say so-called on that for one reason, because there are more black men in their children's lives than they say. If we were allowed as black men to be able to step into our children's lives and do what we are supposed to do without fighting for the time or anything else, we wouldn't have these problems. And again, that's on the men.
Okay. Mirror.
What I do?
The
Last
statement.
question.
Yep. Today's confusion, sensitiveness, and pandering is at an all-time high from lack of fathering. Agree to disagree, and why?
All of the above. D. I choose
Mm-hmm.
D. All of the
And
above.
why?
Because it is a lack of fathering, but it's just we dealing with a system that's set up to destroy our families, but we don't want to acknowledge it. It's just easier to keep fighting each other than to try to see the bigger picture. But it's not that the system is so much that we gotta fight. It's to stop fighting each other and just start working together. We see that it takes a village, it takes a team, it takes cooperation, but we want to keep doing it in this uh, this negaverse of society where we think we can do stuff ass backwards and still come out forward and still make it work. It's not working. We see it's not working daily, but yet and still we keep driving forward down this road and think that we can make it better if we just tell each other, or the next generation, how to do what's jacked up and messed up better, instead of telling them to stop continuing down this road. That everything that was before wasn't necessarily bad, and yes, there were bad situations in those times, but not to the extent that everybody tries to make them seem. And when you compare them to today, it's a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
So, you even got people to the point where they termed it struggle of to try to, tear down the image of a happy marriage, a family, almost to the point that you shouldn't have any complications, you shouldn't have any arguments. We've become so materialistic that, that's become the goal. And it's no longer become the goal of building better families. The whole purpose of going out to make money, the whole purpose of doing everything that we were doing was so that our kids could have it easier and not have to struggle. But somewhere along the line, we forgot that and became all about me and what's best for me. And I'll land there.
Okay. Oh, sure. This thing tripping. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. All right. I'm on you. All right, Kelsey, you last one.
The birthday.
Today's confusion, sensitiveness, pandering is at an all-time high from lack of fathering. Agree or disagree, and why?
Um, First and foremost, hello, good evening,
What's
panel.
up,
I love to
birthday
see you guys.
girl? Happy birthday!
Hey,
Thank you,
kiss
thank
girl.
you.
Grrr.
Thank
There you
you.
go.
I absolutely agree. And I'll give two separate personal perspectives. So myself, I was a single mother for 9 years, and when my son had no fathering in the house, he acted like a woman. He acted like he was very feminine. And when I got married and my husband was in the household, my son is a completely different person. He was overweight when I was a single mother, and like this picture really kind of hit home for me because my son was very overweight when I was a single mom because I lacked discipline. I felt bad that his father wasn't around. So what he wanted, he got. And it was extremely unhealthy. And I know that now. And it was me trying to fill a void I thought that I created, which in a sense I did by choosing a not great partner to have a child with. Now, second perspective, my husband also has children from a previous relationship, and for about a year and a half, the mother had the children and wouldn't let him see them, which obviously my husband went to court and fought for his rights, which we now have full custody of both of them. And the change in them was insane. The lack of discipline, the lack of respect, the lack of self confidence, the lack of everything with them being with their mother solely for a year and a half was extremely detrimental to them. We still, going on 4 years of having them, are still trying to reverse some of the bad habits and traits and everything that they obtained with the lack of discipline and obedience that they needed. So yes, I agree. The lack of fathering is causing, the sensitiveness, the pandering, the confusion, because everyone's getting that from their mom, and that's all they're getting is the pandering and the, oh, I'm sorry that your dad's not around, and oh, I'm sorry, and feeling bad. And that was me. I felt horrible for my son that I chose a man that didn't want to be a father. And in turn, I was hurting my child by letting him just do what he wanted and not actually being his parent. So I'll land my plane there.
Okay. All right. So mine is probably gonna add on to what she said. I would say what today's confusing. Yeah, because I think they get the confusion because of you see your mother kind of doing a lot of what the average male role would do. You know what I'm saying? Have to play the toughness and the sternness or whatever. And then while she trying to be nurturing at the same time, and the probably even doing the heavy lifting and stuff. Cutting grass or whatever. Nowadays, there's a lot of single mothers, so they got to take all the places of what even taking trash out and all, whatever. All type of stuff or whatever. They doing a lot of the fatherly things or whatever. So, but it's also called being a parent too, I guess, or called being an adult. But as I'm just saying, like they kind of, as them not seeing the fathers in the home nowadays, or even if it is father, right? Some fathers got the mothers running them over, right? So they're really not father. They just follow. They made the woman the leader nowadays. So yeah, it bring confusion to the child, and that's why a lot of people talking nowadays. Well, they can do both and all this other stuff or whatever. Of course, they can do both though, but I'm just saying that's why they taking up for it. Because a lot of us got probably raised by our mothers and seen it do it, but it shouldn't be like that. It ties back to the first one that one person shouldn't be doing both things. Each side's supposed to be doing something, and one person ain't supposed to be doing everything. But of course, the what ifs come afterwards. Whatever. More lawnmowers said all the time. Nah. But yeah, that's why the sensitiveness come because it used to, when her times come, like it's like she played more of the the what's the nurturing part because they don't. It's all about expressing themselves for the most part. That's why I even was talking. That's one dude I used to go back and forth with on this app. I don't know what happened to him in a while ago because I was more on like team. Made that up. I was more on like team. Emotional control. He was more on team express yourself or whatever. And I'm like, both of my feelings important, but it's like I think expressing has got out of hand to it got to the point that it's just all it's about. It's about validating my feelings and always express yourself. Tell how you feel, or you're gonna blow up. They always got to come to the extreme every time. You're gonna blow up if you don't say anything or whatever. Yeah, these be the most people that always blowing up anyway. So it's like, dang, something is going wrong. You know what I'm saying? You sit there, I gotta express myself, but then to let it out. I don't think they do no different from the people that be sitting there talking about talking about, dude, just hold it in. Don't hold it in because you're gonna end up popping on somebody. But the same ones that's always crying about stuff doing the exact same thing. So you can't convince me otherwise. That little blown up stuff is just a cop out. Both people do it, no matter if you're expressing it or not. That's why I said, that don't mean you dealt with the problem because you're expressing it. I don't believe in that compression stuff. They always want to try to put it on a person that know how to be stoic and stuff and say that they blowing up. So for the most part, yeah, I think they just use that as an excuse though. So the pandering, right? I think the pandering, that's at that's a the pandering is at that too, and it also comes from because of it. While we was talking about the sons that's like the mama's boys and all that stuff or whatever, or the ones that always grew up because hey, mama got my back, mama can't do no wrong, mama, you know what I'm saying? Don't worry, you raised the gangster, you say that. But they can't think past that. So it's all about even dealing with the women, right? They just used to, these people are very sensitive. You got to treat them right, be right. You worry about that because they might go over the edge. All this other stuff, whatever. Anybody can go over the edge nowadays. So usually the weaker people just go off the edge no matter what, anyways. Because the world itself, and that's why I'm not dealing. I don't begin with that because it's gonna be just weak people. You know what I'm saying? And I understand. I got it in my family, so I learned that it's just I am selective, right? Because sometimes I don't be too tough on people in real life, especially for the ones that I love. So I can understand that too. But when it comes to something that's important that they really need to change, if I keep seeing them always getting themselves in trouble, I'm on their head. I'm not about to. I'm gonna tell her flat out, you got a freaking attitude problem. That's just what it is. Or you got a problem with your emotions. You keep making excuses. So I'm gonna be real with that, especially when it's coming to them hurting or you eating wrong. That's why you so big. All this stuff. That's why you in a hospital now. When I see something that's damaging, that's when I kind of be. You might be tough on that end, but if it's something that ain't kind of help, or it ain't hurting them, or it's nothing I gotta, or they not even complaining about, I'm not gonna just step in there because I just know how people is. People cannot take, constructive criticism, not constructive criticism nowadays. So, that's why people either be what they call it. It can be pandering, you can call it that too, or people will just try to be soft with people nowadays or whatever. So yeah, that comes from I think the lack of, like I said, that's also a part of the lack of fathering, right? Because it usually say toughen up. Hey, the world ain't about to treat you like that. The world ain't gonna pander to you. You gotta learn how to make it through. You know what I'm saying? Stop worrying about what people telling you and stuff. Stop worrying about, you know what I'm saying? So, but sometimes they be like, they push the message, hey, you gotta no, you gotta somebody hurt your feelings, smack them. You know what I'm saying? That's they ain't about that. It ain't all about that. It's more about trying to. That's where the order comes from, right? That's when fathers supposed to teach the order. Hey, everybody can't and don't deserve a smacking. You ain't gotta do that every time. Defend yourself when you have to. I'm really preaching. I don't even know if I was preaching. I'm just saying some regular stuff. But it's just but that's why I try to keep it light because I ain't trying to go that far. But yeah, for the most part, that's what how it's supposed to be. But like I said, we're both, which is it's the balance though. Like I said, the women or the mother's supposed to teach you about your emotions. They supposed to teach you about your emotions and to understand it, right? I don't even think.
So while we're waiting for Kev to come back, I need y'all to keep tapping that screen. I need y'all to share the live. Can y'all keep tapping the screen? Can y'all keep sharing the live? Actually, no, don't share the live because you're getting ready to shut the live down. Just keep tapping. Share the live. Tap the screen.
Yeah.
Again, this time, don't share the live.
You don't.
Just tap
Right.
the screen.
Because it's about to be about to shut off in a minute. Right. You right about that. Right. That's funny. Just tap the
Damn
screen. Don't share the
TikTok.
live. Right. There you go. But yeah, for the most part, like I said, and that's what I'm saying. We talking about from a mature, grown, and back in the day type, we used to be tough type parenting, right? Not the new day and age. Let let them express themselves. Be nice to them and all that stuff. No, there wasn't no such thing back then. You know what I'm saying? Women was. I must keep talking about that. Women was not getting treated like babies back then. It just was not like that. It's now it seemed normal, but they was not getting treated like babies. Like really, like I said, I really do believe that a mature, uh, grown adult woman, you know, they are meant to be the ones that for us to recognize our emotions as kids. We should be able to know when to express. They should be the ones teaching us emotional intelligence, low key. And then from that part, it's like I said, and the father is the one that's supposed to protect us, you know, from and also know the order of when we should use our, you know, both of them in the same thing. I think it working away, right? So it's like woman is supposed to be able to be the one that you understand your emotions because she more the emotional one, and then the man is the one that's supposed to bring order to him. So I just put it that way. Whatever. So yeah. And like I said, that's with the pander and all that other stuff. So yeah, I think that's the reason why I said that's my reasons why I think the world today is so sensitive and pandering. Can't even talk about shame. Can't even bring. We need to bring shame back. They eliminate that. You can't say anything. They want people to always feel good for what they do, and that's what's destroying this America today. You ain't supposed to forget. You supposed to feel shame for things you do. You know what I'm saying? Everything ain't right. Everything is just not right. Just because it ain't harming somebody or we don't think it's harming somebody, it is. It's most of the time if it ain't personally harming you, even though it do, but people be lying. But if it ain't like that, it's harming like
The
the way
future.
society should move. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people be thinking that as long as you happy, that's what's supposed to be the world's supposed to be. And it's not all. And that's what I said. If you ever realize that even the new laws is all about happiness, and that's not happiness is not always right. It just ain't. You know what I'm saying? Like we do crazy stuff or make silly decisions off just happiness alone. Like, and and you see how far we done got in life. Now happiness is so much that what we can't even talk. We can't bring shame. I mean, we can't talk about shame anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, we used to be on that. That used to be even worse than before the shame. It used to be like you getting rocks and stuff thrown at you, but you know what I'm saying? That's how strict they wanted, or how serious they really wanted us to be right. That's what they wanted us to do. Because they like, you hurting yourself, so we're going to hurt you even faster. That's what it was type of situation. If you're going to hurt yourself, we're going to get you up out of here for anybody else see. Because it's like the scare tactic. I do believe in that. That's what worked for a lot. A lot of people going to need that. You know, that's why I even said what I was talking about yesterday about religion being, um, it plays its part. You know, I think everything plays its part because some people have to get scared to do it right. You know, some people learn how to do right. So everything, I feel like all of that's necessary, no matter whatever religion you is or whatever you believe in. I think all that stuff plays a part in life. You know what I'm saying? So if we had that free mentality, you see what it's slowly getting back to. Hey, you know, do that, but we can't free talk now. You know what I'm saying? Because they know when people start talking, and then it's just whatever. But let me yeah, let me get Jonas in here. He one of those ones and stuff. We probably can make it at that time now. Everybody done knock that out. Then I'll do a little open panel for a little bit until and we can get up out of here. Jonas, you there? He said, well, hey, let's get it.
Down here, man. I mean, you was hitting on some great points, man. To be honest, um, like the dad and mom in the household helps grow a better society. And without dad in the household, you correct. Like the boys won't get structures and how to be, men, how to grow to be men. Women won't know how to interact with males or
Mm,
take criticism from a male. You know what I mean?
mm,
So if the first time you are being criticized by somebody, it's a male outside of your household, it hits different. It hurts
mm,
different. It feel like you're attacking their character. Shame is a good thing. Shame is a good thing, but it's how we shame it.
True.
We ain't trying to stone nobody. We ain't trying to go back that far.
Right.
When
Right.
we stoning women, but in a sense, when I think of shame is when a little girl see the shame in her father's eyes, makes her change, make her move different. You know what I mean? He don't have to like, call her a whore or nothing. Excuse my language, but you know what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to go to that degree. But sometimes when you look at your parents' eyes and you bring them shame or you feel that feeling of disappointment, it makes you kind of mature up, grow, and move different. But when the father left the household, society went to hell. You know what I mean? Especially for the black community. I
Mm.
don't know about the other community, but men, I say this. In this day and age, you see more feminine males than you see in any time of our time of being here. Men painting their nails, men wearing purses. Man, if you can imagine, if you can go back and let's say the early 1900s and bring one of those men to this day and age, they will be confused. They wouldn't know the man from the woman. We live in a time where it's scared. It's kind of scared to be a man, a real man. I ain't talking this alpha and beta.
That's
I'm
true.
talking about a man. Which at the same time, I need the women to understand. Don't be scared of accountability. And that man been in that household, he might hold you to a certain standard. Don't pair up with no one that you can't you can't stand by. You know. But more importantly, like I'm disappointed in how our community is shaping through everything we've been through. You would think that we'll have more sense than this. You know what I'm saying? We'll move different. We don't got to move like any other race. We know family is everything. It teaches you values. It teaches you structure. It teaches you love. And without family or that family structure, man, we're going to fail.
Mhm. Hey, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna say one serious one and one funny one to me. Both of them serious though, about the scared to be a man type situation. So I would say, yeah, nowadays you dang near. I would say one of them is like you demonized for being a man or having some
Yeah,
masculinity and stuff because you dang near
yeah,
look as the opposition or the problem or the trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold up,
yeah,
you how dare can you say like that? You're not supposed to have a football. You're supposed to have no backbone. Now that's the
yeah,
funny one. I'm gonna say that I used to say
yeah.
back then. It's scary to be a man nowadays, even worse since these past 3, 4 years. You can't look at no booty shaking no more. Because he
Nah,
might
and then
turn
you
around
know
like,
what's so
thank you, bro.
crazy?
Thanks, bro, looking at that.
You know what's so
You
crazy,
don't know what
bro?
you're looking at nowadays. Oh, yeah.
Look, that's scary too. That's a whole nother. That's a
I had
whole
to be
nother.
funny on that one.
But
Oh,
but when women dressing the way they dress nowadays, I got a lot of discipline. But even I catch myself like wondering. You know what I'm saying? Like it's what these women dress what I need these women to understand by dressing half naked, even though it's their body, they can do what they want. I'm behind that. But you are enticing men. You know what I'm saying? Some of you women have curves and shapes that, fully dressed can entice a man. Half naked, some of these men don't have self control. Some of these men are not disciplined. And, that can distract you from wanting to, be in the house with your wife. You feel like you're missing out on something.
yeah. I had another topic, and it was talking about what I was talking about before. Somebody did a topic about, because I be trying to say, I had a thing I was talking about the maturity, right? And I believe some kids can trick adults. I was saying that before, right? And somebody had a topic about this some days ago, and I was like, "That's crazy." I was talking about that in my room because I think a lot of us probably don't believe that a kid can trick an adult. So because I think they had a picture with it was like a teenager. She was like 16, and this dude, I guess he was dating her, and I guess she probably was lying about her age or something like that. So he was saying like, should kids go to jail or something for basically lying about that because they can put fake IDs nowadays. They do all type of stuff or whatever, and they just use their body because their body probably just their body's mature. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Their body mature
Factor.
or whatever
Yeah,
the
factor.
situation is, so they can act like they're an adult. You know what I'm saying? For the
We
most
all
part.
been in high school with that woman, with that girl who's, you get what I'm saying, got more
Yeah,
body than everybody else. You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah, until you talk to them and stuff. But I
Right.
think but it's just sad that you could be even 2 years old, right? Be 18, and they send you to jail, and y'all both like kids in a way, because like
Yeah.
you just turned 8. That don't mean that
I
you
think
smart or
kids
you know this stuff. You
should go
still
to
got a
jail.
kid mind. Well, some of them
The
do.
kids
Some of them,
trying
a
to
lot of them
entice
do. Huh?
the kids that try to entice adults. I think they should go to jail though. Honest to God,
Yeah, I
juvie,
believe that too.
something.
I believe both. Yeah, I believe that too, though. But I think they got to make that a law. You know, it's all about law
I
nowadays,
mean,
though.
my grandmother. Check this out, man. You know,
They
and
smart
it
enough to
hurt.
be having smecks out here. They
Yeah,
should
it,
be
it
able.
hurt. It hurt when it's your family. When you hear it from your family, right? I couldn't, for my whole life, I couldn't understand why my granddad hated my grandmother, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about, he hated my grandmother, right? Well, my granddad was a private man. He really didn't talk that much about his personal business. But my grandma enlightened me that when she was 13 years old, my granddad was 19. But she was a full figure
That junk real.
girl. And she got pregnant by my granddad at 14. So this whole time he thinking they the same age. He go meet her family then he learned that the girl he had pregnant was 14.
Yeah,
So hell yeah, my grandma should have went to jail.
yeah. I think I
And
said this too
that
because I
don't excuse
almost
the
got tricked when
pervert
I was
men
younger
out here
too, though.
though.
Huh? Both of them, like that's why I said
Man.
trickery is real. That's why I say I think men get held to a higher thing than anybody because I guess we
Right.
expected to know everything, but that junk ain't real until we experienced it though. But because I've seen like dudes even get tricked by the trank. I'm not trying to say that, but the other thing, like there's a couple of times that some dudes
Transformers.
probably
They
done,
say
like all of a sudden like,
Transformers.
oh, I'm a man, and then all of a sudden like, dang, you know what I'm saying? But you're supposed to know better, you know what I'm saying? But dudes
Mm-hmm.
get tricked. I mean, dudes get tricked like crazy though, and I can believe that. I can understand that too, because they be lying. They lie, and then especially when you not smart enough or you didn't get raised to kind of vet women. I can see
Mm-hmm.
that. Nobody don't teach you that you're not going to know. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us
How
don't
can
have
your parents
parents that
prepare
told us.
you for
It was
training,
just
bro?
like basically like, hey, get the notches up, get your belt. That's all we got taught. So that's the
Yep.
reason why I be having a little
Yeah.
grace on both because everybody got taught different and stuff or whatever. We did make our
Mm-hmm.
decisions, but we got taught different for sure. I ain't gonna even lie. Cause that's all I was worried about in my 20s. I ain't gonna lie. I was just like, hey, get the
Trying to get
belt,
your
get the
numbers
belts
up.
up.
And you
know,
know something? This female kind of said the dopest question to me, bro. She said, and it kind of stunned me for a long time. She said, if men are supposed to have a high body count and girls are supposed to have low body counts, where's all the guys getting these body counts from? I was like, God damn. It
Yeah, I
took
seen
me
that
down.
somebody answered that too. I actually listened to one of the early. He's like, well, if it's a room full of virgins and there's one dude, all of them gonna have one, and he gonna have about 20. So
Oh
that's how
man,
that
I didn't
is.
think. Okay, I didn't think.
Yeah, that's the counter. I just literally heard that today. I was like, oh,
That was
this dude
nice.
broke it down like that. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that stunned me, bro. I ain't gonna lie for about 2 weeks. I'm like, damn,
Yeah,
damn.
I think the truth is that most men don't have those bodies,
they
but
don't. Some of them virgins.
that's a whole other thing, But
They can't get it.
I think that if it was a kid and they lied, right, and they went through all of the things that they had a fake ID, they was in a 21 and over club, they did all of these things, and they got caught. I don't know if they should go to jail, but I don't think that there should be a penalty for that man. You get what
They
I'm
don't
saying?
care. The system literally
But
don't care. That's just
but
sad.
Nah,
I feel like it's
I agree
sad
with
though.
what
That's
you
why I
said.
said,
I'm saying
yeah,
if we're talking about what's right, right?
yeah,
If we're talking about what should be, that's what it should be,
yeah,
right? But if you're gonna say that no matter what, this man is gonna go to jail,
yeah,
right? Then if that's gonna be the no hold bar rule,
yeah,
then it has to be a balance. Then you have to say, all right, well then if somebody is deceptive, then they gotta go to jail too, right? Or they gotta have some kind of penalty too. So I think it has to be either one way or another. But I think the right thing is it should not be a penalty because he didn't know. He was deceived. That's just like you got conned. It's already bad enough. You found out that you got conned. And now you're
Mm,
gonna have to go to, you know what I mean? It's like you getting your house robbed and then
yeah,
you go to jail for the robbery. Like what?
yeah,
yeah,
Like you know what I mean?
yeah. I
So
got
I think that it should be no penalty in that case because for
yeah,
one, we all know that kids don't have the same maturity as we do.
We
So
don't.
we can't hold them to that same thing. But however, here's the problem. Like when you 19, you know what I mean? You 18, 19, you still in the same peer group.
That's what
And
I'm trying to tell people.
and
Like
I
you
think that's
literally
a
a
grown,
kid.
right. You should know better, but at the same time, there should be some
You
discernment
just
in
got
that.
out of high school.
Right, exactly. You're still in the same group, right? You know, you should still have some kind of like, okay, wait a minute, let's look at this real in depth and make some judgment on that, because it could be that this man very well knew what he was doing, right?
Yeah.
Good.
And you should deal with that accordingly. But then on
True.
a lot of these cases, it's like, yo, this is a young kid. She's 18 or 17. Like they in the same class. He didn't know. Like that would be different. But
That's
then
different.
the problem is when you have
It's that
this
online
motherfucker
dating though. That make it
27.
worse or whatever.
No, this
Yeah.
man's 27. Talk about, oh, I didn't know, bro. She had a fake ID. Shut up, dude. I have no remorse. I have no remorse.
We
You
would
didn't live
never know though. We
a
just
whole.
would never
I
know
don't care. I don't care. If
until
you
they
live
actually
10
said
years
it.
of
Not
life, listen, if you live 10 years of your life as a grown ass man and you did not get the skills to understand how to talk to somebody and understand that a 17-year-old's conversation is different, if you have not lived that, then that's your bad.
on what
Yeah.
part? What you
Yeah.
mean?
Ignorance is no excuse. Ignorance is no excuse.
Yeah.
I'll leave that
Yeah.
Yeah.
alone.
What
You
I'm
get what I'm
saying.
saying?
Ignorance is
Yeah.
bliss.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying. What I'm about to say is that like even with that, I don't think people, because like I don't even think I was thinking about IDs when I turned 18. I've never got taught that myself. That's the reason
Nah,
I'm
I
using a lot of
either.
my instances, because I could imagine if I went through a lot of these things, I can imagine other people too. My dad or my mother never told me about check IDs. Never,
Yeah.
I haven't got none of that stuff. You know what I'm
Hey, can
saying?
I
But
ask
it
you a
got. I
question,
think a
Ho?
lot of this stuff got worse over the years. And what you was talking about, you were saying about we'll never know. Like, okay, now these, I would say this is a real predator, right? Or a real person that's supposed to know. Lately, I've been seeing on the thing, people got caught just like this video before. They literally have it in the text where they say the age. Now, when they got the age and you still go for it, that's a whole nother thing. But
Yeah.
we don't know a person get tricked until they say something like that. Until it's like that. But most of the time, people are lying, or they never got taught. They never got
Yeah.
taught to, hey, check this girl ID, or I mean, because it's just like it was really the world. Like we should even getting taught that the notches. That's not right. They get as many notches as you on your belt, or get all this stuff. That
I mean,
shouldn't
you
be
wasn't a
taught
man. You wasn't a man.
unless you did it.
I
Yeah.
don't know where y'all from, but the OGs and the uncles over me was like, hey, ain't no woman gonna want to settle down with no man who ain't experienced. You gotta bring them the whole shebang. If you don't bring, now you can't be a virgin and get somebody the whole shebang. You only get that through experience. So we was taught to get, but nowadays, man, women body counts is just as high as men's now. You know?
I mean, look, I grew up. I grew up with real, true PIMPs. Like that was my uncles. Like I grew up watching the game for real.
Yeah.
They had a whole different aspect on how men and women should react. You know what I mean? And if you was a trick, if you was this, if you was a John, if you was that, this is how you supposed to be if you were a civilian, this is how you supposed to be if you this. You know what I mean? Like it was a whole different thing. And I grew up with that. I also grew up with my other side of the family, which is all straight biblical, right? So I had like heaven and
A
hell in
balance.
my life at the whole time. And I'm like, wow. So I saw things from a different perspective. You know what I mean? I saw how bad it could be. And then I also saw how it should be, you know?
Yeah.
So I was in
Hey,
that rare position. That's the reason why I have a balanced look at things now. But
Yeah.
most people
I
don't
got a
have it.
question for
And you're
both of
right.
We
y'all.
didn't have. I'm about to say a lot of us did not
Yeah.
have
Most
it.
people don't. But it's like
If I
still,
tell you how many people that in my family that got tricked, that's probably what it is too. Because I believe people in I got tricked probably. Almost got tricked a couple times. But it's just like that junk is real, and I'm like, dang. I think reality hit me different. I'm like, dang. I did not know
you get
this.
tricked though? But why didn't you get tricked?
Huh?
Why didn't you get tricked?
I think because it didn't work. I wasn't successful, or something happened. But I was glad that later
Because
down the line, I'm like, dang. I didn't even notice that.
because I
Because
think what
I
happens.
never cared to ask. I just didn't. I
But
never
see,
got taught to ask.
right, and see, I'm gonna tell you too, right? I think a
I'm a
lot of this,
kid that was just like a kid that was still with a
yeah,
kid mentality that thought I was grown.
and I think a lot of it too comes from opportunity. Like if
Yeah.
I grew up, I always had it was always women around, right? And I was, it was easy for me. Okay, so I was blessed in the way of I didn't have to work to get women, right? And so I did not have to be quote unquote desperate. I didn't have, you know what I mean? Like I didn't have to like settle for, but a lot of guys, right? They have to settle. So if you got a woman that's giving them
Yeah.
attention, all of a sudden he might think that she sound young. Like damn, her game ain't right. Something ain't, but she attractive and she getting the action. So he'll forego that because he just, you know what I mean? I think if it's a certain person that doesn't have that opportunity, he gonna take whatever he can get. And if she looked good enough, he let them red flags go. But then later on say I was tricked. But something in your mind was telling you that she didn't sound mature. Something in her mind, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of
Yeah.
times we
I
let
can't
that
I
go
can't say that.
because no, I just know it because I know a lot of
Some
guys that
people,
mature.
I
And
was
I
about to
knew
say,
they
some
knew.
people wasn't critical
Yeah.
thinkers, like low key, not as no
Yeah.
kid.
Right. Right. And
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
those
some
two.
people
That's
wasn't
how.
like
You're
that.
right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Let me ask y'all a
That's why
question,
I be
man.
trying to take my own mind out of it now. That's why I'm literally like trying to give some people, because I realize how and some people were smarter than me, right? You know, when I was younger, but I just realized everybody's brain is different. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of times we put our own mentality on there and say how easy it said when we wasn't living it. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang,
Hmm.
you know what? You know, I would have knew. You're not smart enough. No, some people just brains just was not operating like that. They was thinking
Right.
about having fun,
Right.
smoking, drinking, whatever the heck it is. That's all they was
Right.
thinking about. A lot of us wasn't grew up to mature. I think even
Yeah.
what Brittany just said in the comments about us, with a perverted type, what she say, perverted? Our community is perverted, and that most definitely is always, and that always has been pushed, and that got to get broke. That's why we're talking today, because we made our
All
mistakes,
right.
so everybody else
So
don't
hold
make the
on.
same mistakes as us.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you saying all the joy that I got to experience was a mistake?
No, I wasn't.
Nah,
I
I'm just
don't believe in
joking.
mistakes though, but not like that though. I don't believe in mistakes like that, but it was something for us to learn though. That's how I put it
Yeah,
that
for
way.
sure, for
The
sure, for
fact
sure.
that we ain't in, the fact that we made it through our situations and all that stuff or whatever, and it could have been worse. Somebody could, just like me. Like I said, one time I was a side dude. I was playing that junk I was playing it kind of close because all I know, I could have been, if that dude would have pulled up on me when I was dropping this girl off at the crib or something, like, I don't know how that would have reacted. And I'm thinking
Man,
about it
and
now like that. That would have been a
see,
wrap on me. He could have went berserk.
yeah, yeah,
You know what
man.
I'm saying?
He in his
So
heart and all of that. His heart broken. Yeah, definitely. I think this is my question. Do you think women like men? I ain't talking about what we could produce and men, the nature of a man. Do you think women like us for who we are?
Per se,
mm,
so the nature of a man.
Do you think women actually like
what
men
up,
for
Major?
men? Not for what we can produce like money and protection. I'm talking about our nature, who we really are. Do you think women is attracted to who we really are? Or do you think they see us as messed up people?
I
I
think
think
what Brittany said,
I think
mature
they
women.
I think they like men. They like
Yeah,
men that are
I don't
true.
like saying real, but yeah,
Yeah, I think I was gonna
sure.
say instead of saying a real man, I think
Yeah, I don't hate.
they like true.
I don't like
They
that.
like
I don't like
authentic.
that saying
Yeah, cause, cause,
I
cause
think they like
real man and real
authentic
woman.
men. Yeah,
that ain't
no,
fair.
It's so
they like
subjective with
authentic
that.
men. I think they like authentic men. I think that because when we say these, I don't think they like the manufactured vibrato that society has told men to be. I think that's what they don't like. They like
So what
us
did
to be,
society, cousin, what
yeah,
did
yeah, yeah.
society tell? What do the society tell women that men are? What are they
Well,
saying we are? That
I think like what we were talking about earlier, right? That you got to have bodies. You got to be, gained up. You got to have all of these things. You got to have this vibrato. You got to be strong. You got to be this, which not
you
necessarily
think
is a
they don't like
lie.
that? Are you saying
No,
they
no,
don't like that?
no. I'm saying they don't they like the idea because those are good
Mm,
ideas, right? Those are good.
okay.
But I'm saying most men, or in a lot of cases, we don't display those things in the correct manner, if that makes sense. So we'll say being strong is, but we're gonna be, rah 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 extra. We do it overboard. So that's not necessarily strong anymore. It just becomes the pageantry. Or we say we're supposed to have experience, but that mean that we got to get 1,000 bodies. No, that don't mean that you got to get every experience. It just means you get what I'm saying. Like I think we kind of misconstrue what those definitions mean, and then a lot of times that becomes what isn't liked, if that makes sense.
Cousins, I'm gonna have to shake it up. I'm gonna have to really ask you a tough question. I hope you could stand up like a man
Yeah.
and don't don't buckle under this pressure. I'm gonna have to. If you could have it your way as a man, would you settle for one woman, or how many women you can be able to provide for?
Right now, one. In my
I'm saying
a few years
that's
ago,
your
it would have been
final answer.
yeah,
If it get greater later, your pockets get you can't get no more. You
yeah, I'm
only can
good.
settle for that one. You only need one.
Right. Yeah, I'm
How old
good.
are you? How old are you?
I'm 50.
Okay, so in that age, I can see you don't want a
Right.
lot of headache, or
Right.
you
Well,
don't
now,
want
no,
to do all
listen,
the running around. And
because to your point, if you would have asked me at 30, it would have been
what would your
opposite.
answer be? What would
It
your
would have
answer
been
be?
it would have been opposite. It would have been
It would
like,
have
yeah,
been.
you know what I'm saying? Because I felt like, but
Same
again,
here.
yeah. So like, yeah, I
He's the
feel you.
same here.
But I think as we grow, we realize that I don't need extra bodies to get what I thought I
True,
needed.
true, true, true,
You
true.
get what I'm saying? And I didn't know that at 30. So if you would have asked me at 30, I would have told you, hell yeah, if I can attract that, because
What's the
that's what,
difference? What's the difference? Because I'm 35,
yeah,
and,
yeah,
and I don't try to. I get on these panels to really to learn, man. To be honest, man. Like, besides my city, my town, what's going on in this country, what's going on in the world. So I'll be trying to get different people's point of views in life.
right.
What's the difference at 30? You saying, yeah, I would like to have 3 or 4 women, versus 50. Nah, I just want one. Can you explain that to me?
Well, even at 30, right? Because at 30, I think I was just coming down off of my debauchery, right?
Okay.
So, like, you know, I also say this because I've been there, done that. Like, I've been around the world a few times. I didn't have every continent. I didn't did my thing. So,
Hey,
at that point,
congratulations, bro.
right? But it got to a point where I was ashamed of it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, I looked
Okay.
in the mirror, like, damn, am I resulting to, because it's easy, does it not necessarily mean that you should do it. But for
Mm,
me, it was easy come, easy go, so it was no big deal. And
mm,
so when I realized that, it was about, I'm thinking, actually, it was about like 33 or something is when I really got to like, damn, I need to not really, this is not what makes me. Because before, you know how we grew up, right?
mhm.
If you had women, you was them dude.
Yeah.
So I was,
Your
hey, I thought,
generation, the one who taught my
yeah,
generation.
right, right.
Your generation, the
So
one who schooled my generation to, hey,
right.
man.
And it took me till about, like I said, about 33, 34, whatever it was, to really the light clicked on. It was like, you know what? I don't need this to validate me. Because what validates you as when you were OG, right? And
Mm,
you old and you have that woman that then stuck out with you and that is love your dirty draws, that will, no matter what, that's your one. You didn't just they're your Bonnie and Clyde. You know what I mean? You didn't gave her the keys to the city, and she gave you the keys to everything else. And y'all up in here doing it together, and y'all sitting back reminiscing, and sitting there laughing about all of the shit that y'all did together. That is where the validation comes.
mm.
Not with all these
That's deep.
random motherfuckers. So
That's
that's when
deep.
I realized that. I said, you know what? I don't need to invest in five when I can invest all that five into one, and I get a better result.
Man, hey, listen,
So
that's
once I
tough.
found that out, yeah, once I found that out, that's what changed it.
I mean, that's like, I always look at it like eating pizza every day for the rest of my life. And I'm smelling barbecue down the street, or I just passed the pizza joint. You know, the nacho spot, or you know what I'm saying? It's like, man, different women give you different joy, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So I
Right.
don't know, man. I can never. I mean, I got a wife, but my wife understands my nature, man, and what I do is I give her an option. I don't hide, I don't lie, I don't front, I don't fake. I'll be upfront about what's going on in my world, in my mind. And man, different women bring out different joy in you, man. I don't want to limit myself to one experience and then put all my expectations on one woman when I don't feel like that's fair.
Can I
Right.
can I
As
ask a
long as you ain't
question?
lying, I say that.
Can I
I'm
Say
sorry.
that
ask?
Go ahead.
again.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I know somebody was trying to talk.
Yeah, Brent.
I just want to ask a question because I'm not in your marriage. I'm married as well. And I get that men, like, that's how you guys say you biologically are, right?
Our nature. I just call
That's
it
your,
our
by
nature.
your nature, right? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that negate how that may make your wife feel? Because even though she may understand you and accept it, just because you say that's your nature doesn't mean it hurts as less. Like you're opening your sacred space because she's not allowed to go be with other men, I'm presuming, because most black men don't do that. Even if they want multiple women, I'm assuming she can't go out there and get another partner. And most women don't. We're good, healthy women are naturally loyal by nature. Um, does it ever cross your mind that the lack of, and I'm not trying to come at you, brother, I just
No,
want you to
ma'am.
kind of
Come.
think about
Yes,
this a
ma'am.
little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
The lack of discipline to say, you know what, yeah, I do like ice cream, but you know what, maybe this may hurt my woman. Maybe she keeps things bottled up that she may not express, because a lot of times women accept a lot that they're not really cool with to appease their husbands or to appease their man they're with because they love them. Just because she's okay, just because we quote unquote understand your nature doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Doesn't mean that she doesn't feel violated. Like if you share your body, you're bringing other bacteria, other spirits, other energy back to your woman. We're incubators, right? So does that ever cross your mind that, yeah, I might want this, but that might be a little selfish and maybe I should put my selfish ways aside just for the betterment of my family and my woman? Because it does, I just don't see, and I don't know your wife, so I'm not trying to speak for her, but I don't see a
Yes,
lot
ma'am.
of healthy women really being okay with that deep down. She might say she's okay on the surface, but deep down that would break my heart, right? I'm just curious.
I'm gonna be full transparent with you, okay? When it comes to me and my wife, and we sat down and we had this discussion, and I told her I needed her to be full transparent with me. If it hurt, I need to know. See, what I feel is I'm not hurting her. I will be hurting her by lying or not giving her the option to say, hey, if this is going to hurt you, if this is going to destroy you, then we need to part ways in a healthy manner. Versus you holding on, you harboring some hurt, and then it comes to blow up in the future. It comes to blow back up on us in the future. And when we expressed to each other, she said, I totally understand where you come from. I totally understand, how you feel, and to go 9 years and never cheated or never betrayed me, and the first time, you spoke about it, you were vocal about it, versus hiding and manipulating and actually cheating. Um, I gave her a true option to be able to tell me exactly what she feels, and a few times. We had this conversation a few times. Um, I don't think I should hold responsibility if she lied in that moment. In that moment, she was supposed to be full transparent with me. So even if she would have said, "Well, honey, I don't think that can work," then what I would do is then I will work on myself and make sure that I don't never betray her. But to it takes a lot for a man to be honest. It takes a lot for a man. I don't know a lot of men who are going home telling their wife the truth, but in my case, I feel like she would have respect me more by being honest and upfront, and I respect her more by her being honest about how she felt about it. My wife is, I figure she's very mature. Um, she wouldn't put herself in a predicament where she'd be hurting. Um, And I got a little dash, man. I got a little dash. We all out here in a blink of an eye. I want to be able to live my life. I want to be able to still experience life. And just because I have a partner doesn't mean I should have to now stop living life in a way that I want to live. And I asked her would she like to step out, and she said, "Hey, I value myself. We're different beings. I'm an internal, so if I go out here and go body for body for you, I end up losing myself. I don't think men lose their self in the sense of having sex with multiple women." and I'm protected, so I'm not going meet to meet with nobody to be able to swap spirits like that.
I respect it. Well, as a Christian woman, I can't fully agree, but the fact that you were honest and your wife and yourself made a choice, and that's in your marriage, I can't do nothing but respect your honesty, and I'm happy that you told her up front so that y'all can make that decision together. But are you? I just want to ask, brother, are you a God fearing man?
Yes, man. What you know how they say don't talk about politics and religion, but when it comes to the source, the creator, I fall under no religion banner,
Okay.
which I don't knock to nobody. I believe that it's a creator, and I believe he created us to go through this human experience, and what we learn and what we gain through our little experience, maybe it will help us on the next side. But I believe religion sometimes get in a way where it divides us. You know, a Christian person and a Muslim person and a Buddhist person, they all are going to miss out on the opportunity right there because of their soul beliefs in religion. But me being just a spiritual being, uh, I'm here to learn. I'm here to experience. I'm here to gather your experience, my experience, bro, experience, and then learn from it. Uh, but that's no knock to no religions. I didn't study them all, and what it seems like is every religion is like a path to get to God or the Creator or Allah, whoever But I don't subscribe to no religions. I hope that don't mean that I'm gonna burn in hell. Um, but I'd rather just every day talk to God, ask God, the creator, to guide me on my journey, keep me safe, and, make it where I can be able to be prosperous to other people, a blessing to other people. But by you bringing up Christian, does my way of thinking, does that go against the Christianity way of thinking?
Yeah, but I can't hold you to that standard because you're not a Christian. That's why I asked you, because we are not we're called, Christians are called to make righteous judgments to other Christians. And because you don't subscribe to the Christian faith, then I can't hold you to that, or I can't, as a Christian sister, I can't hold you to that standard. So all I can do is respect and honor the choices that you decide to make. And pray that God leads you on your journey, and just pray for love and prosperity to you and your family. That's really all I can do, because I can't, we don't have the same beliefs, and that's okay. Everybody's journey
I
is
think we
different.
share beliefs. I think we share beliefs. As
uh,
a Christian, you are made to forgive someone, right? If they do wrong,
yeah,
you
you do
forgive
wrong
someone, right?
to me. You're not doing wrong to me, so I can't, again, that's not for, okay. So Christian beliefs, no, we do believe differently, because we're not supposed to engage in any type of what is it called, sexual immorality at all, and that's outside of marriage. And I'm not holier than thou. I was not a virgin when I got married, so I'm not sitting up here saying I'm the Virgin Mary at all.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
my husband, once I did come into the full body of Christ, me and my husband did wait until marriage. And the
Hold on,
thing that,
Were you a virgin when you and your husband? I mean, not to get in your personal business. Please
no, I
excuse
wasn't.
my
No, no,
tongue.
no,
Hey,
no. I
before we
wasn't. I
get
was in the
too deep,
world.
because I'm about to be calling this song though. So,
Oh, my bad. Go ahead,
no,
Kev.
y'all good. But go ahead. What y'all can rock it off.
No, but once I called Christ into my life again, and I made the decision, I was celibate until me and my husband got married.
Mm,
So no, I was not a virgin. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say you're going to hell or you're a bad person or
right.
anything like that. But when you say, there is a difference though between just being spiritual and having Christian beliefs. Again, I can't hold you to that standard because that's not what you follow, and that's teach their own. That's your right.
Yeah, I'm. When it comes to religion, I to be honest, um, anyone who chooses to do what they want to do, if they want to be a Muslim, if they want to be a Christian, if they want to be a Jehovah Witness, I support them. Because at the end of the day, man, they're trying to search for God. So I can never knock that. But I do believe somewhat Christian men, Christianity is like based for men to have power. In Christianity and also Islam, the women have the women, they don't have power, right? And I believe in the spiritual sense, the woman is just as powerful as I am, just as important as I am. One is no over the other. It's no God, man, then woman. No, it's our creator, and then it's us. And then we are here to work together to be able to, impress God, or multiply the earth, or experience the family and love. But Christianity to me is a man religion. The society, men can get away with things that women can't. Look at the religion that's over that society, and then you'll find that answer.
I
I'm
I
gonna
would
bounce up
believe
off that.
if you want to say that right, I don't want to say it even. I think if we want to say who more powerful, I would say the woman, and then I think the reason why a woman should follow a man is to balance it out. Uh, but
So
if you
you
want to
so
say
you believe
powerful,
so
like
you believe a woman should stand behind a man versus on the side of a man. I mean, just to understand you
should
clearly.
be on it should be on the side of him. Should be on the side of him.
Right,
But
right.
if we
It's
talking
gonna
about
be
who more
things that a
powerful, because
woman.
it's obvious that if we talking about today's day and age, right, that go back to that influence thing I was talking about. We could say well, you talking about, well, that's, but we talking about physical. It's a wrap on that though.
Yeah, no. I
But
ain't talking about physical. I'm
but
talking about
overall, like the one that impact the world type situation or
right.
whatever. And that's the reason why a woman should follow after a man. Is I would say that, yeah, I would say that that's what create the balance. I would say.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say
yeah,
that they even though. I think they both got their own.
yeah. Right. They both important in their own way. Right. They're both
Yeah, they both
important
important in their own way. I would
in
say
their
that.
own
That's
way.
the balance. That's what the balance
But
is at.
when we get to talking about the physical, hey, listen to me. And I don't mean to be. When we get that misconstrued so much, bro. None of us men in this room can carry a baby, bro. We're not strong enough to carry no
Yeah,
baby. So
exactly.
women are just as strong as us, man. I mean, but don't get me wrong. We can lift more than them, right? We can lift more than them, but they're strong. Their strength is in a different way than our strength. You know what I mean? And if we
Yeah,
work together, we become one strong being. You get what I'm saying? Whenever, how many ever women you choose to be with, if it's one or if it's 10, if y'all can work together, man, y'all, hey,
yeah. I believe men only fit well that thing. I think they can only operate off one woman. Okay, one on one. I think it's only meant for that too. I think every human is built for that, but I think if we
so
talk
just a
about,
one on
because I
one.
think you can only love one extra person too. I can't see. I don't think our heart is built to that.
How
Somebody's
many?
going to get favored. Somebody's going to get favored if we like it or not.
I got a question. How many successful men, for real, that you can actually name have these relationships? Like, I mean, on a big scale, because most millionaires in America are married, right? And I'm not talking about side chicks or concubines or whatever the case may be, because we don't know people's private lives. But like, seriously, because in my personal belief and just me watching men, most men that have a plethora of women are very much so distracted and are not at peace. Like when Nick Cannon talks about his situation, he normally sounds stressed out. He said that he's been stressed out. Like there's certain holidays he can't rest, birthday parties he's spending over $200,000. So like the idea of multiple women sounds great, right? But when it comes to dealing with, like, men complain about dealing with one woman, and then we talking about multiple personalities. You're funding these people, like you're funding these women's lives. Because I think it's crazy for a woman to share her man and she working and paying bills, but that's just me. Um, but you know what I mean? Like to me, it would just seem like a bunch of chaos, distraction, craziness. If I were a man, and I'm not a man, so I can't. I'm not in y'all shoes, so I don't know just how women are. It just don't sound fun. In just my personal opinion. Outside of
Oh
That's
my,
sex,
crazy to hear
that's
a
double the
woman say
periods, double the emotions, double
outside of
the
sex, like
complaining.
that.
That's crazy. That's why I said I don't think like. I think for the most part, the men that keep that's saying about this, and I don't know your lifestyle though. I'm just talking about in general from what I heard. All that don't sound like it's most of them operating off that Peter. This thing off the nature. And I'm glad you said that because I feel like that's one of the biggest excuses for men to use every time is it's in my nature. Everything is in our nature. It's natural for me to slap somebody. That's how I work my emotions. It like that for real. Like that's real talk though. It's natural for me to fart. All that stuff it's natural for women to cry. You know what I'm saying? But it's still it's a reason why we should control these things. You know, all emotions are natural. Every
Right.
last emotion is a natural. Those are emotions we talking about. You know what I'm saying? You reacting of how you feel. All of it, yeah, all of it needs discipline and self control. Most definitely, it needs that. So, but just because it's just we got all these seasons and it just gotta. Who said it? Who's I don't know who said that was a rule that we must get them all out though. I don't know about that one,
He
but
said, "Let's
Could I
get them
respond
all
to this
out."
one?
and then to make it worse though, it's not like we be saying this too, right? If we are going to go that route, say that we have these multiple wives, why we pulling out and putting on condoms for the rest of them, and then we only got that one? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like get them all pregnant then if that's the case. If you're just supposed to spread your seed everywhere, but a lot of dudes ain't doing that. They doing poly stuff and they pulling out and they just using it for fun. But I thought it was in your nature to reproduce. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I think people try to put it
Are you
in or
saying?
fit
Are
it
you
in for
saying?
where
Are you
they
saying a
Can I
hypocrite?
fit
Are you
can
saying
I
a
respond to
hypocrite?
this one?
or jack up.
Go,
Go
go,
ahead.
go ahead, fella.
Okay, because I was gonna say right. That's what I was kind of explaining earlier. I think that I could be one to actually give some insight on this, being that I was in that situation. So, when in my belief and from my perspective or my experience, right, I can't say this is every man, but I believe that all of the men that I knew in high circles that were doing the same thing, okay, it really wasn't about the Peter. It really wasn't about just them having no control. It was the fact that it was boosting their status. Okay. And in this society, and in most societies, the status is what's important for a man. Right? We can sit up here and talk about respect, but why is respect important? Because respect is external. Respect can come from any direction. Respect boosts your status, not love. That is the reason why we hear this all the time, or a big reason why. I'm not going to say the only reason, but it's a big reason why we have these certain things is because this is how we were raised, right? This is what the society was built on. And so what would end up happening is if I have this nice Range Rover and every time you see me, I'm fitted. And every time you see me, it's a new chick that you can't get, but I have her. Everybody that sees that, these men are gonna now, oh my God, you the dude, you the man. That boosts your social status in that, right? Then people see them looking at you. That rubs off to others. Now you get revered by your peers, and now blah, 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 blah. This is the dream that we are put, this is what we're given. Okay. And we start chasing these things because we think that this is what is going to get us to the next level. And we feel good because we're getting admired, we're getting adored, and all of that stuff feels good. But after a while, you start to realize that, you know what? I don't even care about these people. I wouldn't give a fuck what they think about me
Yeah.
if I don't even know who I am. Because you don't know who you are. You get lost, right? Because you're trying to impress all these different women. You realize even if women are in the same house, the same time, hey, same experiences, those two women have totally different ideas of how they want to be treated, or totally different ideas. We're all different, right? So you trying to sit up here and be a player, memorizing all of this way. She likes this, she likes that color. I gotta be this, I gotta be that. You are distracted, whether we want to admit it or not. As
Yeah.
men, we start living our lives to please everybody watching. That's what
Yeah.
ends up happening. And so then you start losing yourself, right? So when we say that we don't lose ourselves going with multiple women, we may not lose ourselves physically like we like to think. Like when with women go with multiple people, the emotionally, blah, they get attached. We may not do that, but we lose ourselves because we start getting distracted with everything else. So we still lose ourselves. It's just in a different way. And I think that once we get a little bit older, we get that out of our system because then we start realizing, like, whoa, once you get there, the grass ain't greener. You know
Right.
what I mean? And then you start realizing the real value is in that one woman who you could go to sleep with all your jewelry on, with your wallet open. You could just fall asleep and you know it's gonna be there in the morning. That right there is peace. A lot of motherfuckers don't understand.
Yeah.
The fact that you can sit down and not worry about her bringing home nothing else but what's going to be beneficial to your house. That's a piece that when you get that, it hit like none other. So that's why I said a lot of the times we just don't experience a good woman, so we don't know. And so we think that chasing all this stuff and chasing these things and status is what's gonna make us happy. But once we realize that happiness and that joy can come from one person, because it's really not about all of those extra things. You get me? It's about that connection in the soul. And once that soul is connected, man, I'm telling you, it hit different. And it's like water. You can have all the different sodas and coffee and all this other stuff, but what is one thing that's in all of it? Water. So once you
Yeah.
find your water, you need that every day, all day, right? You can't survive without it. We can sit up here and talk about the flavors and all
Is
that
this a
different shit, but you
Western way
need the
of
water.
thinking?
So I'm
Is
just
this
saying, yeah. So I don't know. It's just once you experience it, man, it changes. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
cousins? Hold on, wait, don't leave. Is this a Western way of thinking? Because when I look at different civilizations, different countries, they don't have this problem. They have multiple wives and multiple things.
Right,
Is
right.
this just a Western way of thinking? Because in the Western way, the way the women think in America,
True.
what I'm saying, we gotta appease those women to be with those women.
Mm-hmm.
But it's women in other countries who feel like, hey, you are my king, you deserve the world and X, Y, and Z. So what I'm saying is, I'm not doing it for a fleshly thing or just only to have sex. I'm doing it to have community amongst myself, right? So, like they say, two heads is better than one. Well, in my mind, 9 heads is better than two. You know what I mean? Nine
Right.
jobs who's all pouring in one pot. You know what I'm saying? It's better than two pouring in one pot. You get what I'm saying?
So they,
So
mm,
you got the floor. You got the floor.
no, I'm saying is they all wives you talking about?
What community?
And you
I'm
taking care of
confused.
all of them?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm taking care of all of them. We're taking care of all of each other. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, so it's like poly. Okay.
Right.
Oh,
It's
Never mind.
I know it sounds crazy because what women want to hear us say is they want us to sound like a robot. They want us to be, yes, one woman, we only want one
I
woman.
get I
But
get you.
that's not true. That's not
It's
true.
other
And I
cultures
get
that
it.
do different and they make it work too.
Right. Work
Yeah.
and they make it work.
Yeah.
Women in society, in our society, in the Western society, man, they're territorial. They don't want no other woman. You know why? Because if another woman come around, then they have to stay on their A game. And women don't like competition. You get what I'm
O-
saying?
Only masculine women compete. Feminine women
True.
leave. They
True.
do not stay in situations or scenarios that do not benefit them. So I'm confused because what community, like what most black men in America say is they want to build community, and they basically y'all want to, and I'm not saying you, Jonas, I don't know you, but when I hear black men talk like you
One woman.
normally, the point is I get to sleep with these women, because let's keep it a buck. Most of them are black women, and black women don't even get along enough to go on a trip together for a weekend to have fun with no community structure, no babysitting, and all of that. We are American. Like, I get when people say, well, in other cultures, they do it. We are Americans. We are black Americans from America, grew up in this culture, grew up in this country. We are not, you like people say those talking points like we can go be dipped in another culture and be brought back.
Mm.
In my personal view, and seeing how it normally does not work long term. It works when the man can hop from bed to bed to bed, and the women are cool because they're beefing and competing with each other, but there is no community. Ain't nobody coming to each other's houses, taking care of each other's kids, cooking, cleaning, and you hopping from room to room to room. No, these women are paying their own bills and getting deed down when it's convenient for you and your wife. Not you, I'm just saying in general. It's painted in this pretty picture, but it's all flesh. Let's just keep it a bean. People don't want to be
That's what
monogamous. That's
So
what it is. There's no
are you
community.
saying well, are you saying the part that will bother you the most is that your husband is being satisfied for another woman?
That has
Is that
no,
part
because
making you
no,
overlook everything else that comes with it?
but I
no,
get
because there's no benefit for me as a woman, Jonas. If I am a monogamous woman and I signed up for marriage, marriage is under God, no matter what you believe. As a Christian woman, my marriage is under God. It's under a covenant that cannot be broken or opened up by another person. If my husband chooses to step out, or if I choose to step out, that is adultery. So no, the God I serve, The God under Jesus Christ does not honor that. So for me, first of all, no. Second of all, it has nothing to do with other women. Why would I share my husband and still have to work? Why would I share my husband and still have to be a part of a community? How do I benefit by opening up my bedroom, opening up my door to other women that half of them are not going to get along, half of them are not going to like each other, our kids are not going to play? There's no kumbaya type of scenario or situation where this ever works. We are black women in America. We do not get along with each other most of the time. You see how these empowerment conferences go? Like, proof is in the pudding.
I
Let's
be
just
so
keep it a bean.
confused because
Wait, before you, because
that
it seems like y'all gonna be going back and forth. Let me say this real quick, because I gotta call it in a minute though. 'Cause we just getting deep. I was gonna say like overall from what I even just what I seen and stuff. It's funny the more I think about that. I don't think that and it's got a lot to do with the mentality though, but it's also I don't think it worked. You know what I'm saying? When we really dealing with real love, like what love is, and not just what our flesh want. Because you can even say this thing you was talking about, we want to multiply. You can multiply a bunch with a one woman. I was thinking about that earlier. I don't know why we gotta have multiple women to multiply. Ain't nobody doing that amount of multiplying that much. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is like when it comes to that work, that's a whole other thing. We talking about when somebody really genuinely love each other. I think that you can't spread that to multiple people. That's like I think that's almost dang near almost unhumanly possible. It's gonna be like because even it's gonna be even a time where you're gonna be in love more with your partner than your kids sometimes. You know, because they're gonna have their own life too. So that I mean that it always gonna be a favorite or somebody above each other and stuff. And I noticed like my cousin used to have like he what is it, Alibaba? I forgot what the name of his stuff was, something like that. He used to have like 4 wives, I think, and then it ended up with one. I think for most of the people, even that one dude that was popular on Facebook and stuff that had a bunch of wives, I think he went back down to one. I don't think he got a couple of them because eventually, like I said, we always think about the good stuff or what the flesh do and double the income and all that stuff, but you talking about double the emotions, double the mentality, double the trying to. That's a lot on one person, and it's gonna be somebody you gonna have to prioritize more than the other. It's just how it is because you're gonna be like, hey, you know what? There's
I
no way
know
I can evenly please three different mindsets or two different mindsets. It just that's dang there. But people gotta learn that the hard way, I guess, or whatever. Because like I don't think
I
that
feel
not
you.
one human is built to be like
I,
that.
I feel you. Check me out. Understand we all are different, bro. You
I
feel
got
me?
you though, and that take
We
powerful,
all are.
but shoot, prove
So
me.
what satisfy you, respectfully, what satisfy you might not satisfy me. You get what I'm saying? As a man
It's
who
not
trying
about
to share,
satisfaction though. If we talking about love versus satisfaction, that's two different things.
right? I'm talking about love. I'm talking
I
about
don't
love.
think I believe,
Your
and I'm
heart.
100% sure a human can only really love, or if we talking about like genuine love or whatever, or really trying to put your all in. I think we really only built. Even if you want to, I know you about to say, but it's. I don't know how to explain it. It's dang near almost impossible to love every human equally. It just don't work like that.
What
No,
about
no,
your
you gonna
children
love a
too?
person for who they
Because
are. You get
That's
these
what I'm
a
saying?
that's a whole nother level
these
of love too.
conversations are
But
very
I get you.
are a
I
lot are
get you.
very selfish. What about your children? Like if your daughter saw that, would you be okay with your daughter doing the same thing? Or like, do you see what I mean? Like we're so
But see, and
selfish.
then I feel like that's where it's just all. That's where you realize a person's intention is wrong. If my daughter, I have a
What?
daughter. I feel like that's where you can discover if someone's intentions is wrong. Because if it's okay with you for you to do it, but it's not okay for your daughter to do it, then that's wrong. But I'm okay if my daughter choose to follow a man who has multiple women. If that's what
Okay.
she choose to do, and if that's what makes her happy, I'm not here to tell my daughter what she can and can't do when she's a grown woman. But at the same time, I feel like it's each to own, man. Everybody,
Yeah,
is
we gonna
walking
rock
this
with it.
life.
We rock with that though. But just let me know if hopefully it work. You know, I just never seen humans actually kind of get that far. It only so long then you start getting because shoot, if dudes are unaliving with one girl early, just so
You just
Hey, this was wonderful. Hey, man, all y'all be
hey,
blessed, and
real
may
quick.
all y'all, be successful in y'all lives.
man, huh?
I don't
Yeah,
mean
he got
to change y'all point of view of me. I just
Oh,
want to live in my
soundboard.
truth, man. I just want to live in my
For
truth.
sure. But yeah,
You
we'll
know.
see it.
hey
Yeah, we'll
Jonas.
see it
Hey,
though.
real
My
quick.
soundboard went out. But huh?
Yeah,
Who was
I was about to say, yeah, we was we
Yeah, my
was
son, boy, everything just
butting
always messes with
heads.
me. This thing don't even warm me no more. First of the thing. So yeah, I'm about to end up calling this stuff. I'm gonna get everybody their last little thing. Britt, you already know I appreciate you every time you step by, preaching the good stuff. Kay, you know I appreciate you all the time. You always around and stuff. Cuz you too, been in here for the couple days doing y'all thug thizzle. You know, we was at them heavy topics, boy. We last though. We made it though.
You
And
already know.
Villain, I don't know if you didn't get a chance to talk, but sure we got a rock. You caught us right near the end, but if y'all got y'all last couple words, then we can call it. I already said mine.
All right. Well, we start from here and go up.
Well, we can start
You
with
want to start
Jonas
from
and
K?
go up, and then we end it like that.
Okay.
I just want to say respect to all of y'all.
Hmm.
Man, I learned something here. You get what I'm saying? Especially Brittany, I'm definitely going to revisit that conversation with my wife just to make sure that I'm not hurting my wife. You know what I mean? So thank you for that insight. Man, once
Hmm.
again, may y'all all be blessed. May y'all all be successful in y'all lives.
For sure, appreciate you, brother, man. Britt, what you got for us, sis?
Hey, I just want to say, Jonas, even though we don't have the same beliefs, I still, respect you as a person, and I wish you nothing but the best of love and prosperity to you and your family. And I respect a man who can have an opinion and still honor that and communicate it, and also be open to hear others. Thank you. I get passionate about the poly conversation, and not because of you, sir, because I hear other men that don't have no resources want to do that. So I be trying to stand the ground for women. So, but no, all love. I got to close out with accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You know what I mean? But no matter what you believe, God loves you. We love you. Shout out to Kev, cousin, and Kay for always holding it down. Love y'all.
All right, love you too. Villain, you next.
Love you back.
See, me personally, you won't ever catch me sharing no damn man. At least fucking willingly. He'll have to cheat on me. He gonna have to cheat on me or go behind my back for me to even share him. But that's
You
even
sound like
unwilling.
that. You will get cheated on. Let me stop. Let me stop. All right, well.
I don't care. I've been stopped caring about being cheated on when COVID-19 started. So I really don't even care no more. But the only motherfucker that's bleeding in this house is gonna be me. I don't even
Wow,
care about
yeah.
this stuff.
You
But
got
ain't no.
now. It sounds like you gonna better keep a man first, cause that's wild. You talking wild now. You gotta change
But
something
as
about that.
far
But that
but as far as her coming up in here, nah, she ain't coming up in here. You ain't making no outside babies and none of that. I'm not saying I won't be loyal to you because I'm not shit. So I can't expect the man I'm with to be shit either.
yeah. So I wouldn't recommend being with a man until you be able to be ish, right? Until you be ish, and then you can
Come
be
on,
with him. You
man.
know,
No, I'm gonna
that's
be with
only
a
just for
man.
protection of you and your man. Because yeah, if you talking like that, I can imagine.
That's
But
why
hey,
if I'm not ish, I'm gonna just get a man that ain't ish either. That way it'll balance it out.
that's not good. That's the problem with this world. We got ain't ish people trying to make stuff work together and making the world even worse.
All
So
right,
yeah,
well
don't do
then let
that.
me just go out there
Just
and
find
teach.
find a place to be alone sometimes, man. There's nothing wrong with that. Be ish by yourself until you learn how to be ish.
Right.
Yeah.
So man, cuz
Well,
what you got?
yeah, I was gonna say because we can have K go last and get us out of here on some positive light skin energy. Um,
Team LSC.
LFC in the building. But
LSC in
no,
the building.
I would just say this, right? Just to tap in, I appreciate everybody's honesty. And again, this 3 days in a row we had sensitive, crazy topics that actually had sensible conversations, and I think that there was headway made because it was a respectful back and forth. And I just appreciate everybody on the panel that participated. And that right there was that's a beautiful thing to see. I will say I've only seen one poly situation that has actually worked out that I know personally, and they've been together about 24 years now. And the one thing that I would say though is that dude is very rich. Okay, I mean very wealthy. The man, you know what I mean. So nobody works. They, and everybody has like one of the ladies. He doesn't even have like any smecks with, right? She's not there for that. There's like they have different functions, I guess. I don't know how it goes because it's not my thing, but I'm just saying I think that just because we want to end off in fairness, may not be everybody's cup of tea. I think it can work, but I gotta admit I don't see it. I don't see it working a lot. I don't see it working often, especially when in this economy the way this is going. Stresses from the world, man. The world get to worlding on your ass, and you know what I mean? It just exacerbates in the home. And if it's 3, 4, 5 different personalities that you got to deal with as well, ooh. So, I mean, good luck to you, brother. If you're going to get it, listen, if you're going to get it, man, good luck to you. I'm just saying, to be fair, I've only seen that, once, but I'm sure it could work. Anything's possible. It is, but that's an uphill battle. Let me
Super
just say
strong
that.
person, I say,
Yeah,
super
yeah,
strong
yeah. That's
human.
an
But
uphill
hey,
battle on that one, brother. I'll tell you
we'll
that.
get to that though, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll make a topic on that too, though. But I
Exactly.
used to have this debate with my boys and stuff, and I guess I was smart then because I guess I wasn't thinking with my head then. I
Right.
wanted to mention about what Britt said earlier about that weak thing. Since he said that was kind of weak for men to do that, and I had to realize that myself, right? That's when I started maturing because I believe if we going off a base of trying to impress people that we shouldn't be impressed, a lot of people to this day is weak then according to that because so many people trying to impress. That's why I'm not big on trying to prove myself to people because it's like who I'm prove myself to for people that already don't like me and stuff anyway. So I don't care about. But it's just like, yeah, I realized that when me trying to rank up bodies, even though I don't think I'm as bad as a lot of people, anyways, though, as people be thinking. Because I had a couple girls that be like, hey, you must be getting them. I wasn't like that. I was scared to talk to girls and all type of stuff, so I wasn't even like that though. But I had to realize that what the heck, I'm over here. I guess seem like I'm just trying to impress the guys because I just want to let them know, hey, I'll be knocking it down. I'll be saying all that. But it's for another guy to know. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it's that competitive thing, and it's also that you feel kind of less than when. That's why dudes don't ever used to want to say their bodies is low. Like women usually want to lie about their stuff being low, and men lie about it being high. I've been knocking about 400 and that. So that's just like we the opposite with on that. I mean, most of the stuff we opposite on, but it's just like men just wanted to let it know because they know it's harder for men to kind of get to it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, hey, let them know a little something. I'm out in these streets. I got that mouthpiece on me. So that's just how we was, So, but we didn't realize we was doing that for other men. For the most part, because we just want to brag about how many women we had and stuff. But when I had got that mentality, like, what am I doing this for? And I'm destroying my life at the same time, and because I'm trying to, my feelings and hurting probably each other's feelings, me hurting another hurt person, sleeping with hurt people. Speaking of what we was talking about before, right? Y'all just gonna take my words. I ain't even. Y'all just gonna take y'all just got stuck at that one for. But yeah, but stuff like that, right? And that's what it was. It was all about that. Since we grew up, it was about, hey, yeah, you don't get no buns. It was mostly men saying that to you don't get no buns, you get no. You know what I'm saying? So it was like that. So yeah, if we was weak, if we would say the word weak to this day, it's weak people to this day because that's not, and it's because of lack of maturity and stuff we was talking about earlier. A lot of people is not mature. A lot of people is trying to please people that they shouldn't be pleasing and stuff. That's why I realize. That's why I stand on what I stand on because it's like at the end of the day, that's why like little Kendrick Lamar got that song called "Can't Please Everybody." You can't. You can't. That junk is true. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna stand on what I stand on. Whoever wanna connect with it or follow it or whatever the situation is, or even can withstand it. Rock, we can rock. You know what I'm saying? But it's true. If what I say hurts your feelings, it is what it is. I'm not about to change for somebody because of their feelings or their lack of healing or their lack of trying not to look at another point of view and stuff. So I'm like, whatever. I'm not, like I tell people a bunch of times, and I had to learn that when I first started this app and started losing friends. I was like, you know what? I'm not on here to make friends. I'm not. I'm on here to push out what I push on. If I'm wrong, I will admit I'm wrong. If it's something I got to learn later, it is what it is. But otherwise, I'm pushing stuff out because I feel like a lot of us just need help. And I need help. You know what I'm saying? That's why I converse with some people. I don't only be here trying to, and I can admit that. That's for my homeless. I'm not trying to teach all the time. Sometimes I try to learn from other people because I've been, that's what helped me build me myself. So, but yeah, let me hurry because I forgot I've been doing stuff like that. But last and not least, Kay, let's go. My
Well,
sidekick, man, my partner in crime. That's what PIC stand for, y'all. Partner in crime,
well,
man.
hello, Pick. Thanks always for hosting these lives and being open minded, listening to us, and just allowing us to share. I think it's very noble of you to always have spaces like this. Most of the time, other lives can just get real ratchet real fast. So I just appreciate that you always bring some order and making sure everybody feel heard. I'm debating if I want to say something about the poly. I don't know if I should because I am a little tired.
You want to be up some more? Let's get it.
I know, but I'll just say this, and this goes back to the question I asked in the comments about a man stepping into his manhood and transcending beyond his ego and his pride and his self. Me personally, like I said, I love to see masculine driven men, godly driven men. They're very different. He's just powerful just by existing. He's a man that is felt, and he doesn't have to have game. He doesn't have to gap. He doesn't have to lie, manipulate. He doesn't intimidate for his presence, for his rank and authority to be recognized. He just is. And that's what I like to see. That's what I want black men. I want black men to do that more. Not about how many women you can get, but just, how much you fear God and how much you have respect for yourself and how you serve your family because it goes outside of you. I understand that people want to serve their own purpose and everything, but to me, when I think, I'm a feminine woman, but as a feminine woman, when I see a man that serve the unit as a whole, that is what is attractive. That's what I think garners respect, and that deserves respect. I believe in giving honor when honor is due. And I mean, me personally, I can't really respect the man that doesn't discipline his body, because then I'm thinking, well, if he don't discipline his body, he's not gonna have discipline with me. He's not gonna respect me, so because he's not doing it himself. That's just my personal niche. But hey, everybody got to figure out things. But I believe in promoting the right thing and having a good standard. I believe in promoting morale, ethics, and principles and control. That's what I do. That's what I believe. So, hey, I'll leave it. I'll leave it at that. And I'll say this as a clinician. And I remember when I go to these prisons and talk to these women and talk to men, what I learned and discovered was one of the things that impacted so many women was sexual partnership and doing all this and they being free and liberal. Do you know how many women would come in, or how many women I would talk to, and they would talk about how their life was ruined because of STD, or how heartbreak ruined her self-esteem and she never recovered from that. It's really true. So these are the things that we got to talk about more in our community. We definitely, I think in the Black community, we need to have better sexual control. I think we focus too much on smegs and we're not focusing on other principles that actually make up a true relationship that that our kids need to understand. And I understand that it takes a lot of courage to do that nowadays. I think even with the whole thing, like Kev, you were talking about how you were saying that you when say things, to brag about, how many girls they got nowadays. And I'll say this for the women, they'll say how much they don't like men to please other women. Nowadays they'll say, you're a pick me, but now they pick me for women. They not pick, they trying to insult us, but they really be pick me's for the women. But I'm not gonna get.
That sounds like another post right there. Let's get it. Let's go viral.
I know, but I didn't preach today, y'all. I preached Pentecostal message today, so I'm tired. I'm ready. I'm ready to go to sleep. But y'all gonna get me started, Kev. Don't do this. But yeah, good job, Kev. I like your lineup as per usual. Just want you to know, I gotta put you on the spot because I'm happy that you're fine with the big camera, because I'm like, wow, like you're just gonna have the big camera now instead of like doing it the whole live. Like, I'm so jealous. But anyway, that's all. All right, bye.
Man, I can't hide behind that. That's crazy. Appreciate you.
Because it's Kev.
Why are you moving the camera?
Let's go put somebody else. That's crazy.
This is your life, okay? You're supposed to be saying, okay, period.
Look at Kev, bashful. Kev blushing. You got him blushing, K. That's all right. Yeah.
Put the camera back now.
Hey, don't get started.
All right, we up out of here.
Don't be scared.
What the heck? Not Mr. Brandon down there.
I don't want to see. No, that's not the Superman I want to see.
All right, y'all. We call it a night. I'm glad. I appreciate y'all. Y'all did a wonderful job tonight. Hopefully I'll be on, but otherwise I might be back working, guys. So y'all gonna miss Kev. You're gonna get 2 hours. 2 hours with me.
Randy over here trying to be in a on the side. Like, who does that?
Hey,
Show that
you
face.
got
Thank
that Cab
you. What a
Calloway. You got that
lineup. Look at
Cab
all
Calloway
black.
Come
goatee.
on, man. What the heck is going on?
Yeah.
You
Come
trying
on.
first thing you got on all black. That's number one. That's like you already know how I feel about you in all black. And then you're sitting here trying to show off the side of your ear. Oh God. Yeah.
Look. Then he got the gangster chew. You see the gangster chew?
Dog, what the freak?
He
A
gave him that
gangster
gangster chew.
chew. What is going on?
Yeah, what's up, girl? With the gangster chew.
Brittany, you see you pick up on
Not Brittany added to it.
Hey,
First,
you know what?
I remember
You might
Janine
not.
came in and was
I
Hey,
told this man I like him in black, and he has been wearing black ever since. Y'all see that?
this was actually unplanned. That's crazy.
look at
That's
that.
crazy.
You see that, K? You got him doing it subliminally. He didn't even plan it. He's just on the subliminal with the black.
It's just part of
Oh.
You're wearing black. Just wear black.
Hey, you know what?
It's getting hot.
Not all four of the
Brittany, I
LCS is
second that. I'm
on
fanning.
leftover.
Come
Ain't
on.
that something?
Light Skin
LSC's
Coalition
in the
in the building. Hey, look.
We gonna catch her on one of the singers too, man. You gonna sing with us, Britt?
Hey, you said you didn't get on here to get no friends, but that's cool. But you got a real cousin though. That's what you did. Get a cousin replacement. There it is.
Not the good.
Kev,
Yeah.
like Kay said, Kev, you are a handsome young man. Stop hiding behind the little things.
Thank you,
Let these
Brittany.
women see you. Let Kay see that beautiful face and that nice
And
smile.
the smile and his gray patch that I love.
Dog,
My favorite. Put it back.
I'm a gangster. Chill.
I know.
Come on,
All right.
Kev.
That's right.
We did
Dog,
it.
I
Come on.
can't keep a straight
Come
face.
on with it.
All right, well, that's why you don't put that many light skins in one thing, man. We
No,
gotta
we
get.
all
Oh,
like
get that R&B pose. He hit that R&B pose. He put the hand on the chin and everything. Let's get it.
Dog, what the heck,
Look at
dog?
his lineup. Look
Sean,
at
I
his
should have went to bed. You right. I
smile.
should have went to bed early.
Oh my God.
And then you got this dude Brandon at the bottom. Like, what is going on, dog?
Yeah,
All
you
right, y'all.
But for real, Kev,
over here
you
looking like Kev Levert. Come on, let's get it.
Kev Levert.
I swear the next time my camera gonna be extra tiny next time.
I'm done. He
I would
said
not.
He
Kev
said Kev
Levert.
Levert, right?
I'm on my
I don't even know who that is. Who is that?
Gerald
Gerald
Levert,
Levert.
the singer,
Oh.
the R&B singer. He passed.
Oh wow. Wow.
Kev Levert.
R&B. See?
And he still got the camp. Yo, you really.
Cause it's nighty night time. So like I said, I appreciate all y'all. I will
My
see
baby done
y'all.
went back to
Hey,
sleep.
y'all have a good one, y'all.
For sure, y'all.
Wait,
And I
y'all drop so
appreciate
I
y'all.
can
Y'all
just
was
keep
on fire
no,
today.
Kevin, you stay
And
on here. Y'all two drop so I can just keep looking at that big smile.
Okay, bye.
Oh, she came out with the purr. Oh, Lord, I'm out of here.
not the whoop whoop.
All right, y'all.
See you.
All right,
Kevin.
man. All right.
And look at all the people still in the room.
I said that there you
There you go. See, that's
Oh
how you
my
do it. Okay, ladies, let me tell y'all something right now. When you like somebody, just let them know. That's it. It's fine. It's okay. I know now I get to see them all to myself.
Okay.
Okay, so what's up? Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk.
What's the deal, man? What you got?
What's the deal?
What you got?
Why are you so cute?
Why you so cute? So why are you so smart?
You gotta rub your forehead like you did in the video.
Say she up now.
I'm up now, y'all. I ain't forget going to sleep, okay? With the neck tat. Oh my God. Listen.
Oh,
the fact that there's still 26 people in here is absolutely sending me scared.
Yeah.
Okay. She's look at God working tonight. Y'all funny. I feel like I need to give y'all some privacy.
How y'all? Since everybody want to be in, how y'all feel about this though, man? How y'all feel?
Yeah, put in the
Kevin K, do that ring a bell to y'all, man?
Yeah, do y'all like the sound of Kevin K? He said, "I'm staying."
Or y'all, a lot of y'all probably done heard us before, man. Do you think that'll be a good little matchup? You feel?
Y'all be
You know what I'm
other guys keeping it, and then Kevin K. I'm for it.
She said you for it. Okay.
Okay.
So that's another sister that one of the sisters that actually agrees. So we might be getting somewhere.
Okay.
We might be getting somewhere.
Okay. Kevin K.
I thought about it a while
Oh my gosh.
That's funny. I had to talk to some of my peoples too. I'm like, hold up,
Yeah.
y'all, because a lot of people been around since I've been
Yeah,
on this
I had
app
a
and
feeling
stuff.
you peeped, but I didn't know if you did or not. But I had a big girls know. As per usual. Look
Interesting.
Look at this. Somebody
I'm
come
a
look.
chaperone. Where my white girl? What the heck?
I don't
Not
know
him
what
coming in crashing with his own thing.
Why I say Omarion when it's Travion? I'm so petty.
No, my boy came in with his own thing. Let me hear it again. Why y'all not asleep anyway? I just thought about that. Why y'all not asleep?
Where's Dr. Umar? Snow bunnies never. What do you say? Black queens forever. Snow
Black queen. All right.
What are you drinking? Is that water?
He another one. Water. Water.
Okay, I got water too. What's up?
I got some water. We were out here thirsty, huh? We both
You thirsty? Why Jay put in the comments, I'm weak. She said, Kay need to teach me how to flirt. All I do is roast men. Jay, why you be roasting the fellas?
Who that?
Jay.
Well, I missed it. That must be far back.
So fun. Okay.
Where's that at?
She's married, Travion. But she not, and she black. So, but you want the white girl, so you ain't gotta worry about that.
Yeah, married,
Yeah,
got
Travion
kids.
is married. She's a black married
husband.
woman. Okay, that's my sister. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Brittany is a black married woman.
Okay, teach me how to
Okay.
roast man. Hey, got to get the pre-sessions on and stuff. I think you got your new what did you mention earlier? You got these with as a post tomorrow or something.
What about women being pick-me's for other women?
Yeah, that'll be you gonna make it sting on that one. Oh my. And the way you worded it though.
She said, I'm just up feeding my baby happily married. I know that's right.
There you go, Britt.
Baby girl, kiss for me, Brittany. Tell her I love her.
Man.
He's so cute. So cute.
Everybody having babies be making me mad. Got me on baby fever for real.
I know. Marriage fever.
Bring Brittany back up.
Okay, I just had a question real quick before I let y'all get back to y'all date. Kay, have you been seeing all the stuff about the anti-men? I want a dictator, and how she's manipulating all the women. Did you see that?
Oh, are you talking about who I think you're talking about?
Yeah. Have you been peeping all the controversy?
Every live that she does is absolutely girl.
Okay.
Why cousin coming this back up cussing? The hell y'all doing?
Okay, you heard Brittany. We're on a date. Let me put a candle.
Oh yeah, let me go back. Bye, I'm chaperoning. Actually, I really feel
Is
like
you
I need to
talking about
give
the what's his
don't
name? He
say
been
her
talking
name.
about that for the
Don't say her
beef.
name.
Dream Maker.
Don't say her name, cause we ain't giving nobody no clout or no stage.
Okay.
But it's a woman who is a He-Man ninja hater, and tells women that men are unlovable, that they're incapable of love.
Oh,
Men are this, men are that. And then she got caught up with a woman, and now she's anti-women, but she still has so many women fight. It's so confusing.
I'm going to her live. Watch.
No, don't, Kev. Please don't.
I don't give her no.
I want to talk to her. I do want to talk to her, and I know she be bringing people up. I'm gonna tell her like that. I'm gonna recruit you, man.
Come here looking just like you. She'll come here. That's what she like. Every last.
It's cool though. I think she'll be. I would love to debate her, low key. I mean, not like that, but I would love to conversate with her because I see she like debating though. But I just want
gonna hurt because she talks in circles.
She do. Yeah, I do.
She never really makes a point. She reminds me of you know how women say men are liars? She reminds me of a lying man.
Yeah,
and
bad
lies. If you're smart, you would be able to pick up on it. I don't understand how women are still being bamboozled by this woman.
And I think they like her. I think they all like each other.
That makes sense.
True.
That makes
like
sense.
her. I think they want her to fall in love with them, or they have some fantasy that somehow.
Oh wait, Sean has a request. Let's talk about that. Yeah, y'all gonna exchange numbers so we could go to bed.
What the?
I'm here for
He said they
Kevin.
would want to. We gonna
Kev,
talk
where
about
you,
it though, man.
Kev, where you
We'll talk
live?
about it. Huh?
Where you live?
I'm in Detroit.
Okay, I forgot where you stay.
You know, I'm on the East Coast near the
Oh yeah,
water.
one of y'all could one of y'all could move.
I agree. Yeah.
Something to happen, you know, when it's worth it.
Okay,
You
well
know?
let me go there so I let y'all do y'all thing.
Thank you,
Like a third
chaperone.
wheel.
I got my chaperone, y'all. Okay, ladies, get y'all chaperone. Y'all sisters be y'all chaperone friends. Okay. Okay. Married. Okay. The fact that there's
Yeah,
more
you gave
people
me
here
wicked
is
other people's lives, so yeah. I'll be around. I ain't gonna lie, I'll be around. I don't be
they're
paying
asking a
attention.
question about us exchanging numbers. That's Sean's request.
Hey, we gonna act.
Any
gonna
comments, concerns?
We gonna see.
We gonna see. 6, 7,
Too many
8,
hoes.
9, 8, 2, 1, 2, 8. Well, it is late. Might be 3 o'clock in the morning. So,
Right.
I just enjoy looking at you. That's all. I know 23 of all y'all up in our business, but you know what? Y'all heard it here first, okay?
That right. Go ahead and get the setup for us, you know. They said, okay, good night.
Good night, Brittany.
All
Love
right,
you,
Britt.
sis.
Y'all get the rose petals together and stuff, man.
Look at him still on live. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Still here grinning at me. Hey. I love this so much. I gotta go to sleep. I can't fool with you all night.
All right.
Okay. Bye, y'all.
I'm gonna see you, man. I'm gonna see y'all, everybody. Hey, especially.
Yes. I'll give you a good night kiss. That's right. And he gave me a kiss back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Who wouldn't, man? Who wouldn't? Look how beautiful this woman is. You know what I'm saying? How can you not? How can you not?
All right, y'all.
But all right, y'all getting too they over there
Yeah.
like photos and all type of stuff going on, getting screenshotted.
Right.
You see them too?
And this be the main things, you know, people that get like that. Oh man, I don't like that, and they just start trying to.
Someone
He
said
said this and that other line. She said that. You know,
Yo,
that's all I be
look
like.
at this. They said Travion said speed dating. Kev, would you host like a matchmaking live one day? Like, would you do that?
Never.
No.
Nope. They try to do it actually for me one time. I'm like, nah, I don't know about that. They've been.
Well, you don't need to do that anymore. So there's that.
Might be right. Might be right. Might be right.
Okay.
With the gangster sip. You see how I was on the side? I had that. Can't get no more gangster than that. That's the coolest drinking water ever. LSC in the building, say man. All right, let's get it, y'all. I'm out. I'm gonna catch y'all later, man.
Bye, Kev.
All right.